On the shore of the Eastern Sea, in the primordial Great Desolation, Shangqing Tongtian sat cross-legged in midair above the boundless waters. Clad in a white Taoist robe, a long sword strapped to his back, his fluttering sleeves danced in the wind as an aura of supreme majesty swept across the 8 desolations. 1 Qian is heaven, 2 Qian is earth, from Qian and Li the sun is born, and true Yin reveals itself. Kuan and can herald the rise of the moon, true Yang leaves its traces. From this primal principle, the Tao gives birth to all things. Each word spoken by Shangqing Tongtian was like a polished pearl, his tongue weaving lotus blossoms. His voice resonated with heaven and earth, radiating endless Tao charm. Meanwhile, the countless living beings of the Great Desolation, numbering in the millions, sat properly along the shore of the Eastern Sea, listening intently to the saint's sermon, terrified of missing even a single word. Did I transmigrate? On a low hill by the Eastern Sea, Li Qingxu opened his eyes. As he gazed at the surrounding scene, his heart trembled violently. He had never imagined it. Just moments ago, he had been eating hot pot and singing with his friends. Who would have thought that a bolt of lightning would descend directly, dragging him into the Great Desolation and merging him with this innate human who happened to share his name and surname? Most fatal of all, the Great Desolation was currently in the midst of the Lich calamity at the time when the 6 saints had only just attained the Tao. Before long, the demon clan would be driven to madness, sending billions upon billions of troops to slaughter the human race and refine the Slaughterwoo's sword. With his current cultivation at the early human immortal realm, he was almost certain to perish in this colossal tribulation. Moreover, in the Great Desolation, myriad races flourished and preyed upon the weak. Danger lurked at every turn. If he left the human tribe and lost the protection of the 3 progenitors, Swearenshire, Yuchao Shire, and Zi Shire, he was certain he would not survive for many days. This really is a case of sticking my neck out and dying, or shrinking back and still dying. Li Qingxu felt completely overwhelmed. This world-shattering opening had left him no path of survival at all. System, are you there? Li Qingxu called out silently in his heart. In his previous life, he had read too many novels where transmigrators from Blue Star all became disciples of some wind spirit moon shadow sect, and naturally carried cheats. He believed he ought to enjoy the same treatment. Sure enough, as his call echoed, a cool, clear voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Divine Great Entry Plundering System has been activated. Hearing this, Li Qingxu's heart immediately surged with excitement. The author truly had not lied to him. He actually had a system. As the saying goes, once the system is in place, even saints can be knocked down. With this system that was practically a cheat, the gloom in Li Qingxu's heart was instantly swept away. However, he had seen plenty of systems about signing and checking in or synthesis. This entry plundering system was something new to him. System, what exactly are entries? Li Qingxu asked inwardly. In response to the host, the system replied, entries are the inherent characteristics of all living beings. As long as the host concentrates, he can inspect the entries of living beings. The quality of entries from lowest to highest is divided into 9 ranks: black, white, green, cyan, blue, purple, red, gold, and purple gold. The host may pick up portions of entries left behind by deceased beings, or may consume origin points to download entries from living beings. Origin points can be obtained by refining heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The higher the rank of the entry to be downloaded, the more origin points will be consumed. Once the host acquires entries of the same type, they will automatically fuse and advance in rank. The system finished its explanation. So that's how it is. After hearing the system's detailed description, Li Qingxu, now clear on its function, immediately opened his personal interface. Host Li Qingxu. Cultivation, early human immortal. Treasures, none. Origin points, 0. Entries, innate human, green, golden core, art, green, fortunate luck, green. Innate human, you are one of the 129600 innate humans created by the Saint Nuwa. Golden core, art, a cultivation method casually created by Taxing Lousy while cleaning furnace ash. It is not suited to your practice. Fortunate luck, your luck is slightly better than that of ordinary people. After reading his status panel, Li Qingxu was not surprised by his 3 green entries. After all, at present, he truly was nothing more than a small nobody at the very bottom of the Great Desolation. It seems that the reason my former self could encounter Shangqing Tongtian preaching today was precisely due to this green fortunate luck entry, he murmured inwardly. Yuan sure never expected that Tongtian would rather take the members of Jiejiao to Biao Palace. Shangqing Tongtian. Cultivation, heavenly Tao saint. Entries, Fengdu Orthodoxy, purple gold, soaring fortune, purple gold, heaven severing sword, intent gold, Shangqing divine thunder gold. Fengdu Orthodoxy, you are transformed from Fengdu's primordial spirit. Your foundation is the greatest in the Great Desolation, surpassing all innate beings. Heaven-severing sword intent. By intertwining the laws of sword Tao with your own comprehension of supreme sword intent, you possess the might to cleave through all things. Soaring fortune. Your fortune is unimaginably prosperous. Treasures and opportunities will in the unseen naturally descend upon you. Shangqing Divine Thunder. By fusing the laws of thunder Tao with your own comprehension of supreme lightning arts, you wield the power to destroy heaven and earth. Staring at the dozens of purple gold and gold entries above Shangqing Tongtian's head, Li Qingxu felt waves of shock violently crash through his heart. Worthy indeed of being one of the three pure ones and a heavenly Tao saint, his terror-inducing power was beyond imagination. It gave Li Qingxu the feeling of just entering the novice village wielding a wooden stick only to run straight into a max-level player fully decked out in divine equipment. Yet although Li Qingxu coveted Shangqing Tongtian's entries, his origin points were currently at 0, utterly impoverished, so all he could do was stare in helpless longing. Ding! For the host's first time, one entry from the target's entries may be drawn for free, but it cannot be designated and can only be downloaded at random. At that moment the system's prompt resounded in his mind. This is truly charcoal in the snow. Just when I'm drowsy, someone hands me a pillow. Hearing this, Li Qingxu's heart leaped with joy. Among Shangqing Tongtian's dozens of entries, aside from the black, bumpy fate, most were purple gold and gold. If he could draw even a single purple gold or gold entry, he could immediately overturn his current predicament. With that thought, Li Qingxu hesitated no longer and instantly activated a random draw targeting Shangqing Tongtian, randomly extracting an entry from Shangqing Tongtian's repertoire. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn Jietian's sword intent gold. Fuse immediately. The voice of the system rang out, and the result appeared almost at once. Damn! A soul-hitting strike in one go. Hearing this, Li Qingxu was so excited he could barely restrain himself. Shangqing Tongtian's primary path was the way of the sword, and this Jietian sword intent was the supreme sword will he comprehended through the laws of sword Tao after attaining sainthood. It was almost the strongest divine ability Shangqing Tongtian possessed. He had originally thought that as long as he did not draw the black entry, ill-fated destiny, it would be enough. He had never expected to hit the mark in a single attempt and obtain a golden entry. Although he had not drawn Shangqing Tongtian's finest purple gold entry, he was already more than satisfied. Fuse immediately. Coming back to his senses, Li Qingxu promptly confirmed the fusion of the entry, Jietian's sword intent. Fusion in progress. As the system's voice echoed, a supreme, indescribable, and overwhelmingly sharp sword intent suddenly erupted from the meditating Li Qingxu. His entire being seemed to transform into a heaven-rending sword piercing straight into the firmament. The aura he released made the surrounding cultivators' scalps prickle as they felt an incomparable sense of oppression and, unable to help themselves, retreated one after another. Seated cross-legged high in the heavens, Shangqing Tongtian immediately sensed this familiar aura, and his gaze locked onto Li Qingxu on the low hill. This person is merely one of the innate humans created by junior sister Nuwa, and is only at the early stage of the human immortal realm. Yet he can glean a strand of Jietian's sword intent from the Tao I preach. It seems this child not only possesses extraordinary comprehension, but is also fated to be connected. The gaze with which Shangqing Tongtian regarded Li Qingxu was filled with admiration. He had never thought that in casually preaching the Tao in this place, he would happen upon such a gem buried beneath the dust. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qingxu, having successfully fused Jietian's sword intent, opened his eyes, and that oppressive aura around him gradually dissipated. What is your name? Shangqing Tongtian looked at Li Qingxu and asked. In response to Saint, this junior is Li Qingxu from the human clan's ancestral land tribe. Li Qingxu rose to his feet and cupped his hands in respectful salute. Shangqing Tongtian nodded, and seeing Li Qingxu's composed bearing, neither servile nor arrogant, his goodwill toward the young man deepened yet again. He continued, I intend to take you as my personally taught disciple. Are you willing? As soon as Shangqing Tongtian's words fell, the hearts of the several million primordial beings present all trembled, and the gazes they cast toward Li Qingxu were filled with extreme envy. After all, Shangqing Tongtian was one of the 6 saints of the Great Desolation, and moreover bore Panga's orthodox lineage, wielding the Zhuxian sword formation, the foremost killing array of heaven, with unfathomable strength. To enter a saint's tutelage was already a heaven-defying fortune. To become a saint's personally taught disciple was something they did not even dare dream of. Seeing that Shangqing Tongtian was about to accept him as a personally taught disciple, Li Qingxu was likewise deeply moved. As the saying goes, it is cool beneath a great tree's shade. With Saint Tongtian as his master, let alone protecting himself, within the entire Great Desolation, he could practically walk unhindered. Moreover, with this identity, it would be far easier in the future for him to come into contact with the top powerhouses of the Great Desolation, creating opportunities for him to download top-tier entries and strengthen himself. Even if the GS sect would one day during the investiture of the god's calamity be targeted by the human sect, the Chan sect, and the Western sect, that was still a matter far in the future. He knew all the great events that would unfold in times to come, and with the system's aid it was not impossible for him to change GS sect's fate and evade the disaster of annihilation. Disciple Li Qingxu pays respects to Master. Coming back to himself, Li Qingxu immediately performed 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows to Shangqing Tongtian, solemnly completing the rite of taking a master. Seeing this, Shangqing Tongtian grew all the more delighted. Though he currently had personally taught and inner disciples such as Duobao Doran Jinling, Shengmu Wudong, Shengmu Gailing Shengmu, and Zhao Gongming, their attainments in sword Dao were average at best, unable to inherit the full mantle of his most prized sword path. Now that he had taken the exceptionally gifted Li Qingxu into his tutelage, his sword Dao at last had a worthy successor, and a long-cherished wish was fulfilled. Rise! Shangqing Tongtian extended both hands in a gentle supporting motion, and an invisible force lifted Li Qingxu to his feet. Immediately afterward, a ray of divine light flashed in his palm, revealing a golden divine sword. The sword's tip was shaped like a dragon's head, its hilt like a dragon's tail, and its edges like dragon claws. From afar it resembled a swimming golden dragon, appearing utterly extraordinary. From this day forth you are my personally taught disciple. This sword is called Longyuan Sword, an upper grade, innate spiritual treasure obtained during my travels through the Great Desolation. Today I gift it to you as your ceremony of apprenticeship. With a broad sweep of Shangqing Tongtian's hand, Longyuan's sword turned into a ray of divine light and flew to Li Qingxu. The several hundred people present stared at Longyuan sword, their mouths suddenly dry, breathing, ragged eyes wide and unblinking. Each innate spiritual treasure was nurtured by heaven and earth, capable of greatly enhancing a cultivator's strength. They were of immeasurable value and exceedingly rare in number, almost all held by the topmost mighty figures of the Great Desolation. An ordinary cultivator might spend an entire lifetime without ever beholding even a lower grade innate spiritual treasure. Yet with a single gesture, Shangqing Tongtian bestowed an upper grade innate spiritual treasure. It was enough to drive them mad with envy. My thanks, Master. At this moment, Li Qingxu clearly felt Shangqing Tongtian's regard for him, and he immediately received Longyuan's sword with both hands. Come to my side. I will bring you back to Kunlun Mountain. Shangqing Tongtian beckoned to Li Qingxu. Yes. Li Qingxu nodded, put away Longyuan's sword, and flew to Shangqing Tongtian's side. Today's sermon ends here. If you still wish to listen to the Tao, you may wait at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Shangqing Tongtian addressed the several million primordial beings present. Unlike the tranquil and non-interfering Taiching Laozi or the Yuan Shi Tianzuan, who emphasized one's innate foundation, Shangqing Tongtian had always believed in teaching without discrimination. So long as one was a primordial being, one possessed the qualification to cultivate. Our thanks, Saint. All the cultivators at the eastern seas shore rose to their feet and bowed in unison to Shangqing Tongtian. Shangqing Tongtian nodded lightly, and a white cloud appeared beneath his feet, bearing him and Li Qingxu as they soared into the sky, flying toward Kunlun Mountain. Qingxu, as your master I founded the Jiejiao and attained sainthood thousands of years ago. Today my disciples number in the tens of thousands. Among them my direct disciples are Duobao Jinling Wudong and Gailing. They are your senior brothers and sisters. As for Wu Yunxian, Zhao Gongming, Sanshao, and the others, you may call them junior brothers and sisters. Shangqing Tongtian, as a saint of the heavenly Tao, traversed the void with effortless ease. He had chosen to ride the clouds with Li Qingxu back to Kunlun Mountain because there were matters to be explained along the way. Li Qingxu nodded. Your disciple will remember. Shangqing pointed, and a golden light sank into Li Qingxu's spirit platform. This is the Shangqing Xianjue Shangqing immortal method, the cultivation technique I devised after attaining sainthood. Today I pass it to you. Cultivate it diligently, and do not be negligent. Shangqing admonished Li Qingxu. A direct disciple embodied his and the Jijio's honor, so his expectations of Li Qingxu were lofty. Rest assured, Master. Your disciple will not fail your expectations, Li Qingxu replied earnestly. Although he had only just sketched the practice of the Shangqing Xianjue in his mind, he already sensed its profound mysteries, far surpassing the Jindanju golden core method he had practiced before. With such a technique, his future cultivation would be twice as effective, and his combat prowess at the same realm would far outstrip other cultivators. Shangqing nodded. The cloud beneath them surged forward as if they had been whisked away. Soon a colossal mountain towering to unimaginable heights and majestic as the spine of heaven and earth rose before Qingxu. This was Kunlun Mountain, the second highest peak in the primordial world after Buzhou Mountain. Shangqing guided Qingxu through the clouds, and they ascended to Kunlun's summit. At the summit, rainbow banners hung in arching splendor, cranes circled in flight, auspicious beasts thundered across the terraces, and spiritual mists swirled. A scene of surpassing beauty, a true grotto paradise. The white clouds carried Shangqing and Qingxu across the summit until they halted before the gates of a golden palace that rose 10,000 zhang. As Shangqing returned, thousands of Jiejiao disciples trailed him and gathered before the gates of Biao Palace. When they saw Qingxu at Shangqing's side, puzzled expressions spread across their faces as they began to speculate about his identity. Thousands of Jiejiao disciples appraised Qingxu, and he in turn observed them. Jijiao's doctrine upheld inclusivity, unlike Changjiao, which prized lineage and birth. Thus the disciples came from the myriad clans of the primordial world, though mostly humanoid, many retained peculiar traits. There were winged immortals with eagle heads and twin wings, lion-headed immortals with fearsome faces, and Wuyun figures with soot-dark complexions and gill-like frills behind their ears, among others. So many eyes fixed upon him made Qingxu feel as if he had wandered into a den of monsters. What drew his gaze most were two women, one at the front in a golden gown, another in the second row clad in green. Both were tall and lithe, skin like polished cream, their features exquisitely chiseled, beauties capable of toppling realms, graceful as the fabled images of sinking fish and falling geese. The woman in the golden gown possessed sharp, angular features. Her phoenix-like eyes conveyed an invisible majesty that commanded respect. The woman in green was far gentler in appearance, her hair arranged in fairy tresses, translucent pendants at her ears, and large, limpid eyes that seemed to speak as they blinked, fixed upon him with bright curiosity. Your disciple pays respects to master. Once the disciples formed their ranks, they bowed in unison to Shangqing. Shangqing nodded and introduced them. This is a direct disciple I recently took while roaming the primordial realms. His name is Qingxu. At Shangqing's proclamation, thousands of Jiejiao disciples showed looks of astonishment. After all, although countless immortals flocked to Jiejiao, there were only 4 direct disciples. Even figures like Zhao Gongming and Jin Shidaping were merely outer disciples. They did not know what set Qingxu apart to be taken as a direct disciple. This is your senior sister, Jinling Xingmu. Shangqing pointed to the golden-gowned woman at the front. Junior brother Qingxu, pay respects to your senior. Qingxu hurriedly bowed to Jinling Xingmu. In memories from his past life, Jinling Xingmu was not only the foremost female immortal of Jiejiao, but her strength ranked only beneath Duobao Daoist. Her cultivation was extraordinarily formidable. And unlike Duobao Daoist, who had performed poorly in the Fengshan War and ultimately retreated into the Buddhist path, Jinling had shown unquestionable martial prowess. In the array of myriad immortals, Jinling had exhausted her means, single-handedly besting Wenshu Guangfa, Tianzuan Puxian Jinren, and Sihong Doran, only to be ambushed by Shanjiao's deputy Randang and fall her name inscribed on the Fengshan list. Thus Qingxu held deep respect for Jinling Xingmu. Jinling smiled with warmth. Though she did not know why Shangqing had selected Qingxu as a direct disciple, she sensed he possessed qualities beyond ordinary reach and felt no inclination to belittle him. Duobao Daoist is traveling the primordial realms. Wudong and Guiling are in seclusion, cultivating. I will not summon them now. You may become acquainted with them in time, Shangqing said. If you encounter uncertainties in your cultivation, you may consult them or come to Biao Palace to seek me, Shangqing instructed Qingxu. Qingxu cupped his hands. Your disciple will remember. Shangqing replied, then turned and flew into Biao Palace. After Shangqing departed, most of the outer and registered disciples, having bowed to Qingxu, went back to their own affairs. Only a few remained: Jinling Xingmu, Qiushou Xian, Lingya Xian, Yui Xian, and Wuyun Xian among them. Although Qiushou Xian, Lingya Xian, and the Yui figures did not dare challenge Shangqing's decision, their faces bore varying shades of displeasure, plainly unwilling to accept Qingxu as a direct disciple. Junior brother Qingxu, Jinling called. Senior sister, Qingxu replied as he bowed. Now that you have joined Jiejiao, we are family henceforth. You shall not call me senior sister in vain. Jinling's hand flashed with divine light and produced a golden longsword. This is called Feijin Jian. It is a low-grade, Xiantian spirit treasure. I gift it to you as a token of greeting. Qingxu was taken aback. To his knowledge, Jinling possessed only 4 Xiantian spirit treasures. That she would give him one at their first meeting left him both astonished and honored. What do you disdain the gift from your senior sister? Jinling asked with a smile at his hesitation. Thank you for the gift, senior sister. Qingxu quickly received the Feijin Jian with both hands. Seeing him accepted, Jinling smiled more brightly and asked, "May I ask which clan you come from?" "Senior sister, I am of the human clan. When I was traveling, I was fortunate to encounter master teaching by the shore of the Eastern Sea. Because I had some modest attainments in the swordway, master took pity on me and accepted me as a disciple." Li Qingxu, knowing Jinling's curiosity, answered forthrightly. Before she could reply, a nearby Yui immortal sneered in contempt, "Human clan." "Umph." The Yui immortal spoke little else, but his meaning was clear. As a scion of the primordial phoenix and kin to the golden-winged great Peng, he regarded humans as diminutive, insignificant as ants, wholly unworthy of Jijio's inner circle. Jinling, however, showed no derision. She spoke earnestly. "The primordial world is amid epical calamities and endless warfare. The human clan is weak, and their days may be numbered. Since you are of the human clan, strive to cultivate and raise your strength so that when your people face peril, you can stand forth. If you have questions about cultivation, come to Jinling Palace and seek me." Li Qingxu felt warmth at her words and cupped his hands. "Thank you, senior sister." Having finished her counsel, Jinling mounted the clouds and departed. Li Qingxu then transformed the Longyuan Jian bestowed by Master Tantian into 1,000,000 origin points, preparing to download a powerful root lineage attribute from among the many Jiejiao disciples before him to lay the foundation for his future cultivation. As Li Qingxu focused his mind, the entries of the disciples appeared before his eyes. Qiu Xian. Cultivation late, true immortal. Entry golden-haired lion red, innate divine strength purple, tends to brag, white meets a bad in black. Bai Xiao. Cultivation peak, true immortal. Entry innate colorful clouds red law affinity purple good relationships green meets a bad in black. Yu Xian. Cultivation early golden immortal. Entry golden-winged rock gold arrogant and defiant white simple-minded white meets a bad in black. Li Qingxu browsed through them and found that both Qiu Xian and Wu Yun Xian had the black entry of meets a bad end, and their futures confirmed this entry. Qiu Xian was captured to be a mount, while Wu Yun Xian was imprisoned in the Spirit Mountain Pool as a pet. The most tragic was Qiu Xian, who, unwilling to be a mount, had even been castrated by the compassionate traveler. Among the hundreds of Jiejiao disciples, only Yu Xian's golden-winged rock entry was in gold. After all, Yu Xian was the second son of Yuan Feng, not only possessing a physique comparable to the golden dragons of the dragon race, but also containing the innate yin-yang essence with potential surpassing even his brother Kong Xian, who would later be hailed as the strongest beneath the saints. Unfortunately, Yu Xian had a white entry of simple-minded. In order to refine the high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure yin-yang Tu Chi bottle, he forcibly extracted his own yin-yang essence, causing his foundation to plummet. The golden-winged rock possesses a robust body and contains the yin-yang essence. Merging it will undoubtedly be of great benefit for future cultivation. Li Qingxu murmured, immediately deciding to download this golden entry. To download the golden-winged rock gold entry, it will consume 1,000,000 source points. Are you sure you want to download? Confirm. Downloading. As the system prompt sounded, Li Qingxu suddenly felt a surge of vast and pure power continuously pouring into his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. Download complete. 1 minute later, Li Qingxu had fully integrated the golden-winged rock entry. Not only had his source undergone a transformative change, but his cultivation also directly rose from early human immortal to early true immortal, leaping across 2 major realms. So refreshing. Li Qingxu felt the pure source within him, as well as the continuous immense power coursing through his limbs, and his heart was exhilarated. Meanwhile, upon learning that Li Qingxu was merely an innate human, Yu Xian grew even more disdain. He even wanted to make things difficult for Li Qingxu and see how strong the swordsmanship he spoke of really was to have been accepted as a direct disciple by the master. However, now that they were at the entrance of Baiyu Palace in full view of everyone, he did not dare be too presumptuous, and could only temporarily bury this thought in his heart, snorting coldly and turning to leave with Qiu Xian and Ling Xian. In his excitement, Li Qingxu also planned to find a place on Kunlun Mountain to establish a dojo for focused cultivation. Just as a white cloud rose beneath his feet preparing to leave, Bai Xiao, dressed in a green long dress, suddenly called out to him. "Small senior brother, are you looking for a place to build a dojo?" "Oh." Li Qingxu nodded in response. "You're new to Kunlun Mountain, so you must be unfamiliar with it. Would you like me to show you around to find a good spot?" Bai Xiao winked and smiled at Li Qingxu. "Sure." Li Qingxu thought for a moment and agreed. After all, the summit of Kunlun Mountain was vast, larger than the solar system he lived in during his past life. Having someone guide him would save a lot of time. "Great." Bai Xiao lightly leaped onto the white cloud that Li Qingxu had condensed. Let's go, small senior brother, we're heading this way. Bai Xiao pointed eastward with her slender fingers. Okay. With a thought, Li Qingxu commanded the white cloud beneath them to soar forward. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao began to introduce him to the situation on Kunlun Mountain. Small senior brother, Kunlun Mountain is the second divine mountain in the Honghuang World, second only to Buzhou Mountain, with the main spiritual vein of the eastern Honghuang flowing beneath it. Thus, the spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich, making our cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Li Qingxu nodded. He deeply felt this point. Just standing here, he felt the spiritual energy penetrating through his pores. Moreover, the reason why there were so many colorful rainbows hanging at the summit of Kunlun Mountain was that the dense spiritual energy condensed into spiritual mist refracting sunlight. However, although the spiritual energy at the summit of Kunlun Mountain is far denser than in the outside world, there are still distinctions. The spiritual energy rising from the main spiritual vein underground passes through the mountain body and forms spiritual eyes that emit spiritual energy at the summit. The spiritual energy at the locations of the spiritual eyes is not only dense, but also exceptionally pure, making it the most suitable place to build a dojo. Bai Xiao continued to detail this to Li Qingxu, her voice as sweet and clear as bells. There's even this consideration. Li Qingxu was somewhat surprised to hear this. Although he had read many Honghuang novels and was well aware of the major events that would unfold in the future, there were still subtle matters that required him to personally explore and experience. Led by Bai Xiao, Li Qingxu flew along, and the breathtaking scenery at the summit of Kunlun Mountain opened his eyes. Various precious immortal flowers and spiritual roots were not only everywhere, but occasionally, he could also see colorful spirit deer and white cranes among other rare and exotic beasts. At this moment, an old man with white hair and a youthful appearance dressed in a white Taoist robe, with a particularly prominent forehead, flew past them on a crane, glancing at them several times. That is the inner disciple of Master Yuan Shernanji Xinwan. The red-crowned crane he rides is an exotic breed of Honghuang possessing the cultivation of the heavenly, immortal realm. I really envy him. I wish I could have a flashy mount someday. Bai Xiao sighed enviously as she watched Nanji Xianwang's departing figure. Small senior brother, let me tell you, although the three teachings are one family, most of Master Yuan Shi's disciples are proud and arrogant, not very friendly towards our Jiejiao disciples. There have already been many frictions between the two sides. If you encounter them, try to avoid conflict. Otherwise, being labeled as someone who disrupts the unity of the three teachings will surely bring blame from the master. Bai Xiao quietly transmitted this warning to Li Qingxu. Oh, I understand. Li Qingxu nodded in response, having anticipated this. The doctrines of the three teachings are incompatible. Moreover, Yuan Shi Tian Izun looked down on those who wear fur and horns born from eggs and wet transformation. The disciples of Chan Jiao, such as Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi, also looked down upon Jie Jiao's disciples from the bottom of their hearts, relying on their superior foundations. Therefore, the conflicts between Chan and Jie Jiao are not only destined to be unresolved, but will also escalate in the future, even turning into enmity. After searching for a while, the two stopped in front of a small immortal peak at the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Small senior brother, do you see over there? That's a spiritual eye just right for building a dojo. Bai Xiao said, her expression somewhat excited. Li Qingxu followed her pointing direction and indeed discovered a spring-like spiritual eye about 100 feet in length and width, gushing forth abundant spiritual energy. Good. With a thought, Li Qingxu summoned the vast divine power within him. Boom. The entire small immortal peak, towering thousands of feet high, began to tremble violently, and earth and rocks rolled. Immediately, a palace over 100 feet wide rose from the ground at a visible speed. Although his true immortal cultivation was not considered strong in the Honghuang world, it was only relative to the fantastical ceiling of the Honghuang realm. In other fantastical worlds, he would be considered a supreme being at the level of a Tao ancestor. Even if he were to fly over a certain continent and let out a fart, the Divine Kings there would think the spiritual energy had revived. Thus, with Li Qingxi's current cultivation, it was a piece of cake to conjure a palace out of thin air. A few minutes later, a majestic palace hundreds of feet high and square-shaped appeared before him. Above the main entrance of the palace hung a resplendent plaque, Qingxu Hall. Thank you, junior sister. Li Qingxu expressed his gratitude to Bai Xiao. Her guidance and introduction had indeed saved him a lot of trouble in finding the location for his dojo. No need to thank me, it's good to help senior brother. Then I won't disturb your cultivation any longer. My sister's dojo, Sanxian Hall, is nearby. If you have time, you can come visit us. Bai Xiao waved goodbye to Li Qingxu and then turned to leave. After Bai Xiao left, Li Qingxu waved his hand, and the door of the Qingxu Hall rumbled open. He stepped onto the white clouds and flew directly into the hall. The hall was quite spacious with nothing but a few ancient lamps hanging on the walls and a cushion in the center. Li Qingxu flew to the cushion, sat down, and closed the palace door, beginning to focus on his cultivation. As the Qingxu Hall was situated atop a the spiritual energy inside was pure and abundant, far surpassing the effects of any gathering formation. As soon as he began to circulate his cultivation technique, the spiritual energy continuously flooded into his body. Moreover, the golden-winged rock was a supreme being among innate creatures. With Li Qingxu now cultivating the Shangqing immortal technique created after achieving the sacred state of Shangqing, his cultivation speed was nothing short of astonishing. After several hundred years, his cultivation successfully progressed from the early stage of true immortal to the mid-stage of true immortal, and he fully adapted to his new foundation and techniques, greatly enhancing his strength. With a rumble, the door of the Qingxu Hall opened, and a rich spiritual energy surged out like white mist. Li Qingxu then walked out from within. Li Qingxu gazed at the scenery before him, which had not changed at all in thousands of years, and couldn't help but sigh. The wilderness truly did not age, it was no mere saying. In his past life, thousands of years felt like an ever-changing landscape, but to the primal wilderness it seemed as if only a night had passed. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, senior brother. Some disciples of the Jia sect saw Li Qingxu, and all bowed respectfully, to which Li Qingxu nodded in response. A little junior brother, you've come out of seclusion. At that moment, a crisp voice suddenly rang out from a distance. Following that, Bai Xiao, along with Yun Xiao in a white dress and Qiong Xiao in a yellow dress, descended on white clouds before the Qingxu Hall. Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao were also slender and graceful, with skin like fine jade and stunning features resembling celestial maidens. Look, I wasn't lying to you, the new little junior brother is truly handsome, even more so than senior Gongming. Bai Xiao cheerfully introduced Li Qingxu to Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao. Compared to Bai Xiao's enthusiasm and vivacity, Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao were much more reserved in front of Li Qingxu. After all, a direct disciple could inherit the teachings of the Sage of Heaven, and perhaps in the future take charge of the Jia sect, a status far beyond that of mere inner disciples like them. Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao greet senior brother. The two girls bowed to Li Qingxu. Li Qingxu nodded. Little junior brother, we recently discovered a Qinghuan bird at the foot of the western Kunlun and want to catch it as a mount. Would you come with us? Bai Xiao asked eagerly. Third sister, we can go by ourselves. Don't trouble senior brother. Yun Xiao admonished, fearing that Bai Xiao's unreserved actions might offend Li Qingxu. No worries. I just finished my seclusion and have nothing pressing. It's good to go out with you and get familiar with the surroundings. Li Qingxu smiled slightly. He quite liked Bai Xiao's lively and cheerful personality, especially since she had helped him before, thus he had no reason to refuse. You're so kind, little junior brother. Let's hurry. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao was instantly overjoyed, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she grabbed Li Qingxu's wrist and flew towards the western Kunlun. Little junior brother, the Qinghuan bird is a rare species of the wilderness, said to have the bloodline of a phoenix, and is incredibly fast. I've tried to catch it several times with my sisters, but we've always returned empty-handed. Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao exchanged glances at Bai Xiao's reckless demeanor and shook their heads helplessly as they hurried to catch up. After Li Qingxu and the three Xiaos flew out of Kunlun Mountain, they continued heading west. Soon a towering mountain shrouded in celestial mist and radiating seven-colored light from its peak appeared before them. The Kunlun mountain range stretched for millions of miles, with the two highest peaks named East Kunlun, and due to East Kunlun being the Taoist temple of the Three Pure Ones, and its greater height, all beings in the wilderness regarded it as the main peak, simply calling it Kunlun Mountain. We've discovered this Qinghuan several times at the foot of West Kunlun. Its nest is likely nearby, and shouldn't be far. If we search carefully, we should be able to find it. Bai Xiao said to Li Qingxu. Li Qingxu nodded, then released his divine sense and began to carefully search the surrounding area. Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao did the same. The scenery at the foot of West Kunlun was beautiful, with all sorts of auspicious beasts appearing, yet the three Xiaos disregarded them, intent on capturing the Qinghuan bird as their mount. After several hours of searching, the three finally discovered the Qinghuan bird resting atop a towering tree that reached thousands of feet high. The Qinghuan lay in a nest made of golden silk, with its body over 100 feet long, resembling a blue phoenix. Its feathers were neat and orderly, shimmering with divine light like soft silk, and its tail feathers occupied more than half of its body length, looking exceedingly magnificent. This is the Qinghuan, Yun Xiao whispered excitedly, her eyes gleaming. They had been searching for a suitable mount for a long time. The Qinghuan before them not only possessed the bloodline of a phoenix, but also looked incredibly splendid, which delighted the three Xiaos immensely. It escaped the last few times. This time with little junior brother here, it won't be able to escape. Bai Xiao was already rolling up her sleeves, eager to try. This bird is born with incredible speed, so we must not underestimate it. Moreover, now that we have discovered its nest, if we fail to catch it may abandon this nest and never return. Yun Xiao admonished, suppressing her excitement. The four briefly discussed and decided to surround it from four directions, blocking its escape route before jointly capturing it. However, while the ideal was grand, the reality was harsh. The Qingluan's vigilance was extremely high, and as they approached within a certain distance, it sensed them and let out a long cry, immediately flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Chase! Don't let it escape! Bai Xiao shouted, and immediately activated her powers to pursue. Binding Dragon Rope. A white rope flew out from Qiong Xiao's sleeve, aiming at the Qingluan bird, trying to bind it. As the binding dragon rope approached the Qingluan bird, it suddenly flapped its wings, emitting a burst of blue light that directly sent the rope flying away. Li Qingxu and the three Xiaos shot through the sky like four shooting stars, chasing after the Qingluan bird. But the Qingluan bird, being a rare creature with phoenix blood, was extraordinarily fast. Even though Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao exerted all their strength, the distance between them and the Qingluan bird continued to widen. Seeing this, Li Qingxu decided not to hold back any longer and directly activated the Golden Rock's divine speed. A layer of golden light enveloped him, and his speed surged hundreds of times, almost akin to teleportation, as he quickly closed in on the Qingluan bird. Seeing this, the three Xiaos were taken aback, not expecting Li Qingxu's speed to be so incredible. Go, little junior brother! Bai Xiao shouted with an excited expression, waving her small fist. With the boost from the Golden Rock's speed, Li Qingxu soon caught up to the Qingluan bird. Just as he was about to use his divine power to conjure a giant hand to capture it, a voice that pierced through gold and split stone echoed through the sky. Then a golden-winged rock thousands of feet in length dove down from the high sky, instantly piercing through the clouds and extending its claws to capture the Qingluan bird. The body of the Qingluan bird was instantly pierced by the sharp claws of the golden-winged rock. It let out a mournful cry, spilling a large amount of blood, and was severely injured in an instant. Yui Xian, don't touch our Qingluan. At this moment, the three Xiaos who had caught up felt a surge of anger and immediately scolded him. A divine light flashed across the golden-winged rock, transforming into a man with a human body and an eagle's head, clad in golden-red divine armor. He was none other than Yui Xian, one of the 7 immortals serving the Jie sect. The Qingluan bird was bound by his divine power, and even as it flapped its wings and struggled violently, it could not break free in the slightest. We've been chasing this Qingluan for a long time, intending to capture it as a mount. Let it go now. Oomph. This Qingluan bird has caught my eye. It belongs to me. Bai Xiao pointed angrily at Yui Xian upon seeing the Qingluan bird bleeding profusely. What can you do about it? Facing the reprimands of the three Xiaos, Yui Xian let out a disdainful laugh, showing no regard for them. After all, they were inner disciples, and his strength was still above that of the three Xiaos. If you insist on this, don't blame us for being rude. Yun Xiao's expression turned cold upon seeing Yui Xian's unreasonable demeanor. Oh, I would like to hear how you plan to be rude. Do you really think that a superficial disciple can intimidate me? Yeah. As Yui Xian spoke, his gaze shifted toward Li Qingxu, brimming with provocation. It seems you have a lot of discontent toward me. At this moment, Li Qingxu sensed that Yui Xian's attempt to seize the Qingluan was not meant to trouble the three Xiaos, but was aimed at him. However, he had already anticipated this. After all, the teachings of the upper clear heaven were open to all, leading to a multitude of Jie sect disciples and attracting countless immortals, resulting in a fortune that far exceeded that of the human and Chan sects, but it also came with significant drawbacks. To put it bluntly, most Jie sect disciples were somewhat like monsters and demons, with varied moral standings. As someone of human descent who became a direct disciple of upper clear heaven, he was bound to provoke resentment from other Jie sect disciples. That is only natural. As a mere ant-like human, if it weren't for a fortunate coincidence that earned the master's favor, what qualifications do you have to become a direct disciple? Yui Xian gritted his teeth, his face cold. When he came to Kunlun Mountain to seek the master of upper clear heaven, he had aimed to become a direct disciple of a saint. Yet as the son of the Yuan Feng and the golden-winged rock, he ultimately was only accepted as an inner disciple, overshadowed by Daobao Daoist and the three holy mothers. This alone had already made him extremely indignant, and now even Li Qingxu, who joined the sect later and came from a human background, held a higher position within the Jie sect than he did. This completely ignited Yui Xian's dissatisfaction, leading him to be determined to personally defeat Li Qingxu to prove his strength. Yui Xian, are you questioning the master's decision? Should I report this to the master and see what he has to say? Yun Xiao threatened with a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, Yue Xian felt a sudden panic. After all, the saint was supremely powerful, and even if he had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to offend the saint's authority. Quickly return our Qinghuan bird and sincerely apologize to the little senior brother. We might let you off the hook, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Qiong Xiao said with her hands on her hips, her tone assertive. Li Qingxu, do you dare to fight me fairly? Yue Xian knew he was in the wrong, but unwilling to back down, he attempted to provoke Li Qingxu into a fight. Not interested. Li Qingxu replied indifferently, seeing through the other's intentions at a glance. The other party was clearly in the wrong, and the Qinghuan bird had to be returned whether willingly or not. He had no need to fight with the other. If you can defeat me, I will give you the high-quality postnatal spirit treasure, the Yin Qi bottle, which I just refined, and I will follow your commands without question. Do you dare? Seeing that his provocation tactic was ineffective, Yue Xian directly raised the stakes. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxu immediately focused and examined the other's attributes. Yue Xian. Cultivation, early golden immortal. Attributes: golden-winged rock, damaged red, arrogant, and defiant white, simple-minded white, unfortunate in black. Damn, this guy is truly underdeveloped in his brain, totally lacking in intellect. And he has actually extracted the essence of yin and yang to refine a spirit treasure at such an early stage. Li Qingxu felt speechless upon seeing that the other's original golden attributes had degraded to red. Although spirit treasures were powerful, they were ultimately external possessions. True strength came from within. However, as much as he felt speechless, he was indeed very interested in the wager of the Yin Qi bottle proposed by Yue Xian. After all, his system could refine spirit treasures into source points, which could then be used to download others' attributes to enhance his strength. Moreover, seeing Yue Xian's defiant demeanor, if he did not subdue him, he would undoubtedly keep causing. Conversely, if he managed to defeat Yue Xian, it would serve as a warning to other GS sect disciples, effectively making an example of him and saving him a lot of trouble in the future. Since you are so eager to seek trouble, I have no choice but to oblige you. Li Qingxu replied. Ha ha ha. Yue Xian, seeing that Li Qingxu agreed, instantly became exuberant, laughing towards the sky, as if he had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. In his view, he was the noble golden-winged rock, while Li Qingxu came from the bottom of the primordial human race. Even if he had some exceptional qualities, he could never be his match. As long as he defeated Li Qingxu today, his prestige among the GS sect disciples would undoubtedly rise significantly, and he might even catch the master's attention, leading to him being accepted as a direct disciple. Here you go. Yue Xian waved his hand, throwing the Qinghuan bird toward the three Xiaos. Seeing this, Qiong Xiao immediately activated the binding dragon rope to restrain the Qinghuan bird while using divine power to help heal its wounds and stop the bleeding. Get this sparrow far away and don't get in my way. Yue Xian said to the three Xiaos, his internal blood energy and divine power surging uncontrollably, preparing for battle. Be careful, little senior brother, Bai Xiao said to Li Qingxu, somewhat worried. Although she knew that Li Qingxu being accepted as a direct disciple by the master was surely not as simple as it seemed. Yet Li Qingxu's roots were evident, and he had only joined the GS sect for a few thousand years with a relatively short cultivation time. In contrast, Yue Xian not only had a strong foundation, but was also exceptionally fierce, making the three Xiaos concerned that Li Qingxu might not be able to withstand him. Don't worry, Li Qingxu nodded. If Yue Xian didn't make a foolish move and injure himself, he would still regard him with some caution. But now in Li Qingxu's eyes, Yue Xian was like a tiger with its teeth pulled, posing little threat. Seeing Li Qingxu's calm demeanor, the three Xiaos felt somewhat relieved and flew the Qinghuan bird tens of thousands of miles away. The feathered wing immortal took a step forward, his enormous fist, like a shooting star containing an unimaginable power, smashing towards Li Qingxu. Li Qingxu showed no fear and swung his fist to meet the attack from the feathered wing immortal. Bang! A dull sound echoed as invisible sound waves radiated from their fists like ripples. Li Qingxu stood still, his robes fluttering, while the feathered wing immortal staggered back 4 or 5 steps before barely regaining his footing. Humph! You have some skill, but it's nothing remarkable. Next, I will not hold back, the feathered wing immortal said in a deep voice. Previously, he was unsure of Li Qingxu's strength and feared that a single punch might seriously injure him, thus incurring the wrath of the saint, so he had only used 50% of his power. However, after their initial clash, he realized he had underestimated Li Qingxu. While feeling indignant, the feathered wing immortal resolved to unleash all his abilities to defeat him. Go ahead and show your true strength, so you won't be able to claim you were unfairly defeated later. Li Qingxu said calmly. All right. The feathered wing immortal responded and charged forward again, engaging in close combat, with Li Qingxu attempting to defeat him with the brute strength of the golden-winged rock. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed violently in the air like a volcano colliding with the earth, pulling apart after each collision only to engage again. In just half a quarter of an hour they had exchanged blows over 10,000 times. All the small peaks within 100,000 kilometers around them were shattered and lakes and rivers erupted into towering waterfalls. The Feathered Wing Immortal initially approached the battle with absolute confidence. After all, he was a noble golden-winged rock, the son of the primordial phoenix born during the end of the Dragonhan calamity. If he couldn't defeat even a mere human created by the Saint Nuwa, he might as well find a rock to smash his head against. However, as the fight progressed, the Feathered Wing Immortal grew increasingly alarmed. He discovered that although Li Qingxu was only at the mid-level of true immortal, his physical strength and power were not only on par with his own, but even superior. With every consecutive clash, the Feathered Wing Immortal felt his internal organs shifting, his blood and chi surging. Seeing that he could not defeat Li Qingxu in this manner, the Feathered Wing Immortal erupted with a dazzling golden divine light, instantly transforming into a colossal golden divine rock. The golden-winged rock was massive and majestic, its feathers shimmering with golden brilliance. Its fierce eyes were filled with wildness, and its powerful claws radiated an overwhelming might. In his true form, the Feathered Wing Immortal's physical strength and speed increased dramatically. Heavenly Rock Dragon Combat Art. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings, whipping up a fierce gale, and dove down towards Li Qingxu with its enormous claws. The Heavenly Rock Dragon Combat Art was a combat technique of his own invention. During the end of the Dragonhan calamity, he often used this technique to hunt dragons, feasting on young golden dragons. In his true form, the Feathered Wing Immortal unleashed the Heavenly Rock Dragon Combat Art, dramatically increasing his power and putting immense pressure on Li Qingxu. However, Li Qingxu did not falter. Instead, he grew more exhilarated, taking the initiative to attack the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock dove down from the sky towards Li Qingxu, its enormous wings slicing through the air like a heavenly blade, cleaving a mountain in two. Li Qingxu channeled all his power into the Supreme Clarity Immortal Art, radiating golden light from his body. The divine power within him surged like a rushing river, creating a symphony of roaring waters in his meridians. Break! Li Qingxu gathered all his strength into his right fist, and then struck down towards the diving golden-winged rock. His punch was immensely powerful, condensing vast divine power into a golden fist several hundred feet wide, distorting the space through which it passed. Boom! The golden fist collided heavily with the descending golden-winged rock, which was coming down with overwhelming force. The Feathered Wing Immortal felt as if he had slammed into a mountain forged from divine gold. A torrent of vast violent power surged into his body, sending him flying backwards. The Feathered Wing Immortal rolled through the air several dozen times, frantically flapping his wings before he could barely stabilize himself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the golden-winged rock. How could I be overpowered in physical strength by a mere human? The Feathered Wing Immortal's heart shook violently. Unwilling to accept this, he attempted to attack Li Qingxu again, but found that he had vanished from sight. At that moment, Li Qingxu had already appeared above the back of the golden-winged rock. He gathered all his strength and struck the golden-winged rock with a punch. Bang! This punch, infused with the strength of 1,000 mountains, landed solidly on the golden-winged rock, which let out a cry of despair and spat out a mouthful of blood, its body plummeting uncontrollably like a falling star. However, it must be said that the physical strength of the golden-winged rock was indeed formidable. Even this tyrannical punch from Li Qingxu, capable of pulverizing a mountain into dust, could not easily crush it. After falling for a distance, the golden-winged rock quickly flapped its wings to stabilize its form. As the saying goes, preparation leads to success. Lack of preparation leads to failure. In any fight, hesitation allows the opponent to recover. Without hesitation, one can directly incapacitate the opponent. Since Li Qingxu had the upper hand, he naturally would not give the Feathered Wing Immortal a moment to catch his breath. Like a relentless parasite, he kept close to his opponent. The moment the Feathered Wing Immortal stabilized himself, Li Qingxu would immediately unleash another powerful punch. Thus, from the perspective of the three Shaos, the golden-winged rock appeared to be a ball being kicked around in the sky by Li Qingxu. I never expected that the usually gentle and mild-mannered junior brother could be so fierce in battle. Even the golden-winged rock has been pinned down and beaten by him. Indeed, it was truly unexpected. Qiongxiao nodded in agreement. To dominate the golden immortal early stage Feathered Wing Immortal with a mid-level true immortal is remarkable. Truly one who is accepted as a direct disciple by the master must possess something extraordinary. Go, junior brother. Hit him hard and crush his arrogance. Bi Xiao shouted, cheering for Li Qingxu with her fists raised. Enough! The feathered wing immortal who had been relentlessly attacked roared in fury, unleashing all his power and sending Li Qingxu flying. In the next moment, the feathered wing immortal transformed back into human form, holding a strangely shaped bottle in his hand. The bottle was about 10 feet tall with a thick round body and a slender neck resembling a swan's neck. Half of it was red and the other half black, engraved with intricate innate Tao patterns, and 2 yin-yang fish swam slowly at the bottom. Clearly this was a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the yin-yang qi bottle forged from his own innate yin-yang essence. Li Qingxu, I didn't expect you to have such skill forcing me to this extent. However, how will you cope with my yin-yang qi bottle next? Yu Yixian's visage twisted into a grimace, his tone icily detached, and a ruthless killing intent radiated from every pore. Clearly his defenses had been shattered by Li Qingxu, and he had unleashed his strongest trump card in a desperate bid to reverse the tide. Try if you dare. Li Qingxu showed no fear. Yu Yixian had a trump card, and so did he. Very well. Let's see how long your bold words last. Yu Yixian sneered, and immediately activated the yin-yang tu-chi bottle in his hand. The vessel shot skyward as the innate Tao runes engraved upon its surface flared with light. In moments, the yin-yang tu-chi bottle swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, expanding to 100 zhang in size and hanging in the high air with its mouth aimed squarely at Li Qingxu. Open! With Yu Yixian pouring divine power into it, the stopper of the yin-yang tu-chi bottle was cast aside, and the yin-yang twin fish at its base began to spin with furious speed. A red vortex formed at the mouth of the yin-yang tu-chi bottle, spawning a terrifying tornado. Once the bottle had locked onto Li Qingxu, he felt as if countless hands had seized him, dragging his whole body inexorably toward that crimson whirlpool. From afar, Sangxiu's hearts tightened. From the aura emanating from the yin-yang tu-chi bottle, they sensed a dreadful power of refinement and dissolution. If Li Qingxu were truly drawn inside, it would take little time for him to be refined into a foul rotting. Seeing Li Qingxu unable to control his body as he hurtled toward the bottle, a triumphant smile crept across Yu Yixian's face. This yin-yang tu-chi bottle was indeed a precious treasure, its might rivaling that of an ordinary superior innate spirit treasure. No wonder he had drawn upon his innate yin-yang origin to forge it. Just as Yu Yixian felt certain of victory, Li Qingxu lifted his right hand, joining his index and middle fingers into a sword-point gesture. In the next instant, a dreadfully potent sword qi erupted from him, scattering the azure clouds across the 9 heavens. The surging, cutting sword qi swept like a tide, laying waste to the air and casting a terrible aura that made even Sanxiao, watching from tens of thousands of li away, shudder with dread. Yu Yixian's complexion changed violently. From Li Qingxu, he sensed an aura normally reserved for a saintly master. It is Master's Jietian sword intent. No wonder. Though the Jiejiao draws countless immortals and has many disciples, Master took this junior brother as a personal disciple. Sangxiu's heart trembled. Only now did she understand how Li Qingxu could have become the Master's direct disciple. Yu Yixian had never expected it. Though Li Qingxu's realm was only that of a true immortal, not only did his physical strength surpass Yu Yixian's, he had also grasped a shard of the legendary Jietian sword intent. I will never yield. Though Yu Yixian felt the weight of the threat, his pride would not permit surrender. With a roar, he drove the yin-yang tu-chi bottle to its utmost, attempting to swallow Li Qingxu into it, and in the fight before the Jietian sword intent could be fully unleashed. As Yu Yixian made this last desperate struggle, Li Qingxu no longer held back. He used his finger as a sword and slashed toward Yu Yixian. A purple sword qi burst forth like the first light before the creation of heaven and earth, instantly painting the surrounding firmament in a new hue. The Jietian sword intent arises from Shangqing Tongshan's comprehension of the Tao of the sword fused with personal insight. It is an unsurpassed sword law capable of raising heaven and earth. Even though Li Qingxu's current cultivation could not fully release the intense ultimate power, it was more than sufficient to contend with Yu Yixian. The purple Jietian sword qi surged with the force of annihilation, instantly dimming the divine radiance of the yin-yang tu-chi bottle and blasting it flying backward. Yu Yixian went pale. He had never expected his proudest trump to be so easily shattered before. After cleaving the bottle away, the Jietian sword qi did not dissipate, but continued its descent. Although Li Qingxu had restrained some of its ferocity, if the sword qi struck Yu Yixian, it would still inflict grievous wounds. Clearly, Li Qingxu meant to use Yu Yixian as a warning chicken to scare any other would-be troublemakers among the Jiejiao disciples. Just as the purple sword Qi was about to strike, a spatial gate abruptly opened beside Yu Yixian. From it stepped a portly middle-aged man in a blue Dao robe, his belly round, and his skin faintly slit. With a casual wave of his sleeve, the crushing Jietian sword Qi vanished, as if a brick had fallen. Yu Yixian exhaled in relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. Greetings, senior brother. Having regained his composure, Yu Yixian immediately bowed to the middle-aged man. Li Qingxu focused his attention and read the man's attributes: Duo Bao Daoren. Cultivation Early de Luo Golden Immortal. Attributes: Duo Bao Divine Rat Red Deep Wellspring of Fortune Red Extremely High Aptitude Gold Sways with the Wind White. So it is Jiejiao's senior brother Duo Bao Daoren. Li Qingxu murmured. Rumor had it Duo Bao Daoren had entered Shangqing Tongshan's tutelage before Shangqing Tongtian had ascended to sainthood. In both seniority and cultivation, he was undeniably the senior brother of the Jiejiao. Those 2 reds and 1 gold were the highest quality attributes Li Qingxu had ever seen apart from Shangqing Tongtian himself. At that moment, San Xiao, who had been watching, flew to Li Qingxu's side. We pay our respects, senior brother. Li Qingxu and San Xiao bowed together to Duo Bao Daoren. Although Li Qingxu had seen the attribute sways with the wind and knew Duo Bao would one day cast his lot with the Western teaching in the calamity of the gods and become the Tathagata, Duo Bao Daoren was presently still a Jiejiao senior brother. He would not risk offending him. Duo Bao Daoren nodded and regarded Li Qingxu. And you are? Li Qingxu cupped his hands. Senior brother, I am Li Qingxu, a direct disciple master took in thousands of years ago. Oh, a junior brother. Though Duo Bao Daoren displayed no visible reaction, a shadow of unease stirred within him. Shangqing Tongtian cherished the sword path, and a mere true immortal grasping a trace of Jietian's sword intent posed a subtle threat. It indicated not only that Li Qingxu had astonishing sword attainments, but also that he bore a close karmic connection with Shangqing Tongtian. Duo Bao Daoren feared Shangqing Tongtian might favor Li Qingxu because of the sword path, perhaps passing down the legacy, or even entrusting Li Qingxu with the stewardship of the Jiejiao in the future. We are fellow disciples. Has Master not commanded that Jiejiao disciples refrain from internal strife? Duo Bao Daoren asked coldly, his tone tinged with accusation. Senior brother, this fight was not instigated by the junior brother. Bixiao, seeing Duo Bao about to lay blame on Li Qingxu, hastily recounted the sequence of events. Duo Bao Daoren nodded slowly, then said to Li Qingxu that Yinyang Tu-Chi bottle was likely forged from Yu Yixian's innate Yinyang origin. It is of great importance to him. Since the outcome is decided, perhaps we should let it pass and avoid harming the fellowship's harmony. Li Qingxu heard this and frowned imperceptibly. Meeting for the first time, Li Qingxu believed he had given Duo Bao no cause for offense. Yet Duo Bao seemed to harbor an undercurrent of antagonism, even leaning toward partiality. Senior brother Yu Yixian and I made a wager beforehand. We had agreed in advance. How can it simply be abandoned now? Li Qingxu did not wish to make an enemy of Duo Bao, but he was no pushover, he replied with even dignity. Seeing that Li Qingxu, newly arrived in Jiejiao, dared to defy him, Duo Bao's face darkened. His narrow, rodent-like eyes betrayed displeasure. Yu Yixian, you started this, and you proposed the wager. You won't back out now, will you? Bixiao, sensing the tension, bypassed Duo Bao and directly confronted Yu Yixian. Yu Yixian's face flushed, and then paling in turn, he looked unsightly. Having been bested today, despite his superior realm, had inflicted a grievous wound to his pride and nearly shattered his composure. The Yinyang Tu-Chi bottle had cost him dearly to forge. It was a superior, innate spirit treasure. Losing it would severely undermine his strength. Yet, bloodied as he felt inside, his pride would not permit him to renege on his word. Take it. With a grand gesture, Yu Yixian flung the Yinyang Tu-Chi bottle to Li Qingxu. Li Qingxu was slightly surprised at the sight. Now that Duo Bao Daoren had weighed in behind Yu Yixian, Li Qingxu would have found it difficult to reclaim the bottle if Yu Yixian defaulted. He had not expected that beneath the swagger Yu Yixian would honor the wager. Surprise aside, Li Qingxu would not be soft about claiming what was rightfully his. Having only recently activated his system, his power in this ancient world was still negligible. He urgently needed heavenly materials and earthly treasures to ascend. Duo Bao Daoren cast a meaningful glance at Yu Yixian. Though displeased, he restrained himself from further comment. This matter is settled. Return with me to Kunlun Mountain. Duo Bao Daoren said, and casually opened a spatial gate to Kunlun Mountain. Yes. Li Qingxu, Yu Yixian, and San Xiao nodded and followed Duo Bao back to Kunlun Mountain. A Deluo golden immortal masters the power of cosmic laws and can traverse the void, a fact Li Qingxu admired. During the journey, he refined the Yinyang Tu-Chi bottle into origin points. To his surprise, though the Yingyang Tuqi bottle was merely a high-quality acquired spirit treasure, it held greater value because it had been forged with innate Yingyang origin. Its potency rivaled that of common high-grade acquired treasures, and when refined it yielded a full 1 million origin points. With that 1 million origin points, Li Qingxu immediately downloaded Duobao Doran's gold attribute extremely high aptitude. Aptitude cannot directly raise one's power, but it is crucial for future cultivation of techniques, comprehension of mystic arts, and insight into cosmic laws. Back at Kunlun Mountain, Li Qingxu had intended to return to Qingxu Hall and continue cultivating the Shangqing immortal technique. At that moment, a supreme resonant voice boomed from the peak of Kunlun Mountain. All disciples of the Chan and Jie schools assemble at the Three Purities Hall at once. It is the voice of Master Yuan Shi. Yun Shao said, gazing towards the direction of the Sanqing Hall. Why would Master suddenly summon us? Bai Shao questioned, somewhat puzzled. Generally speaking, the three Qing manage their own disciples. It is indeed the first time witnessing such a simultaneous summons of disciples from both sects. Perhaps it is. Xiong Shao began to speak, but was directly interrupted by the stern-faced Taoist Duo Bao beside him. When Master summons, it is naturally for an important matter. Be cautious with reckless conjectures about the holy will lest you face punishment. Upon hearing this, the three Shao immediately dared not speak further and bowed their heads. Let's go. Taoist Duo Bao clasped his hands behind his back and flew towards the Sanqing Hall, with Li Qingxu, Yi Xian, and the three Shao following closely behind. Meanwhile, other disciples from the Chan and Jie sects hurried from all directions towards the same destination. Soon everyone arrived at the Sanqing Hall located at the center of Mount Kunlun. The Sanqing Hall rises tens of thousands of zhang constructed entirely of white jade. The columns at the entrance are carved with lifelike divine beasts exuding both a profound Dao charm and an imposing majesty. Li Qingxu and the other disciples of the Chan and Jie sects did not pause directly entering the interior of the Sanqing Hall. Inside, the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth transformed into a rainbow-colored auspicious cloud, with an overwhelming Dao rhythm manifesting the supreme Dao, as the dome seemed to connect with the sun, moon, and stars, showering down endless starlight. Li Qingxu and the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects advanced, ultimately arriving at the center of the Sanqing Hall, where they beheld the three venerable figures Laozi of Taiqing Yuan Shi Tianzun and Shangqing Tong Tian seated in midair. Laozi of Taiqing wore a Tai Chi Dao robe with white hair and a youthful face, holding a whisk, while seated on the Tai Chi diagram, emanating an aura that harmonized with the breath of heaven and earth, manifesting the profound principles of the Dao. Yuan Shi Tianzun donned a purple-gold Dao robe, seated atop a golden lotus, exuding an exalted aura, while behind him was a shadow of the creation of heaven and earth, profoundly moving the heart. Shangqing Tong Tian, dressed in white, bore the Qingping sword on his back, seated on a mat, his presence resembling a divine sword piercing the heavens, sending tremors through the realms with the sun, moon, and stars surrounding him. Although Li Qingxu had made significant progress since his recent reincarnation, he still felt a profound insignificance in the presence of the three Qing, akin to a speck of dust confronting the vast chaos of the universe. Indeed, beneath the saints all are but insects. Li Qingxu sighed. Under this invisible pressure, he could not harbor any disrespect, nor did he dare to directly gaze at the three supreme and majestic figures towering above the heavens. After choosing a spot to stand, Li Qingxu turned his gaze towards the direction of the disciples of the human teaching and Chan teaching. Laozi of Taiqing advocates for tranquility and non-action. Thus, among his disciples, besides the direct disciple Xuandu Dashi, there are only the real person Du and 4 to 5 other outer disciples. At this moment, Xuandu Dashi, dressed in a white Dao robe, stood at the forefront of the human teaching disciples, wearing a barely perceptible smile, exuding an ethereal presence. Li Qingxu focused his attention, and detailed information about Xuandu Dashi immediately appeared before Xuandu Dashi. Cultivation level, early stage of Taiyi Jingxian. Attributes: innate human race, green fortunes as bright as rainbows, gold, decent comprehension, green, cold, and indifferent, white. To Li Qingxu's surprise, Xuandu Dashi, also an innate human race, possessed a golden attribute. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. If he were not fortunate, he would not have been chosen by Laozi of Taiqing among so many innate human disciples to become the sole direct disciple. Moreover, despite Xuandu Dashi clearly having only the innate human race roots and average comprehension, he possessed the formidable cultivation level of early Taiyi Jingxian. It seems he must have consumed a significant number of elixirs refined by Laozi of Taiqing. After observing Xuandu Dashi, Li Qingxu's gaze shifted towards the disciples of the Chan teaching. Unlike the mostly intimidating-looking disciples of the Jie sect, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching all appeared jade-like and ethereal, with a faint halo of light surrounding them, clearly embodying the true essence of fortunate celestial beings. Standing before the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun was a frail figure dressed in a yellow Dao robe whose eyes carried a hint of sorrow and a lewd demeanor. Li Qingxu focused his spirit, and the detailed information about the figure immediately surfaced. Taoist Randang. Cultivation level mid-stage of De Luo Jingxian. Attributes Ling Jiu Palace Lamp, red profit-seeking, white average comprehension, white late bloomer purple. So it is Taoist Randang. Li Qingxu murmured to himself. Taoist Randang was originally one of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, holding a status equal to that of the three Qing. However, his comprehension was far too lacking compared to other great powers, and he had never grasped a suitable path for himself. Even after listening to Hongyun Dace's teachings 3 times, he remained at the midstage of De Luo Jingxian. Upon learning that Yuan Shitianzun had established the Chan teaching and widely recruited disciples, Taoist Randang shamelessly came to seek apprenticeship. Yuan Shitianzun, considering that he was also a guest of the Purple Cloud Palace, appointed him as the deputy master of the Chan teaching, and all the disciples of the Chan teaching treated him with half-master courtesy. However, from Li Qingxi's past memories, Taoist Randang had not made much progress after joining the Chan teaching. During the Fengshan calamity, he was even chased and beaten by Zhao Gongming. Had it not been for Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng intervening, he might have been sent onto the Fengshan list by Zhao Gongming. Furthermore, during the Fengshan calamity, Taoist Randang was known for doing despicable things. Not only did he turn around and trap the very Qiao Bao, who saved his life in the 10 Absolute Formation, he also repeatedly ambushed disciples of the Jie sect from behind, eventually joining the Buddhist sect and becoming the ancient Buddha of Randang. However, Taoist Randang, with his frail figure and a face showing 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts lewdness, indeed qualifies as a prenatal Buddha body. Suddenly, while observing the disciples of the Chan teaching, Li Qingxu locked eyes with Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi's expression was arrogant, and his gaze towards Li Qingxu was filled with disdain and contempt, clearly looking down on him as a disciple of the Jie sect. However, in the presence of the three Qing, Guang Qingzi did not exhibit this openly. Instead, he merely snorted coldly in his heart before shifting his gaze away. It seems that the conflicts and disputes between the Chan and Jie sects are truly unavoidable, Li Qingxu remarked. As the saying goes, one can discern the deep autumn from a single leaf and catch a glimpse of the whole leopard from just a spot. As Guang Qingzi is both the leader of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun and the foremost direct disciple of Yuan Shitianzun, much can be gleaned from his prior attitude. While Li Qingxu was observing, the disciples of the Chan teaching, disciples from both the Chan and Jie sects continued to arrive outside the Sanqing Hall. Soon all disciples from the Chan, Jie, and human teaching gathered in the Sanqing Hall, including the previously sequestered 3 holy mothers and Zhao Gongming, who was out treasure hunting. It seems these traveling disciples must have received the saint's transmission in advance. Disciples pay their respects to Master, Uncle, and Master. Once all the disciples had gathered, they collectively performed a grand bow towards the 3 Qing. The 3 Qing nodded, and an invisible vast power lifted all the disciples. It has been several 100,000 years since we established our teaching. Now we have nearly recruited enough. Therefore, the 3 of us have decided to each teach you for 3,000 years to help you elevate your cultivation and understand your own path. Laozi of Taiching spoke, his voice resonating like the sound of the Tao throughout the heavens and earth. Upon hearing these words from Supreme Lord Taiching, all disciples of the 3 teachings present wore joyful expressions and inwardly rejoiced. A single day of discourse by a sage surpasses 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. To hear each of the 3 pure ones expound the Tao for 3,000 years was an unparalleled celestial opportunity. After this grand exposition, every disciple would undergo profound transformation and experience tremendous advancement in cultivation. Calm your hearts and listen to the Tao, commanded Supreme Lord Taiching, observing their flushed faces and overwhelming excitement. Sages harmonize with the heavenly way, their voices imbued with miraculous, ineffable power. Upon hearing these words, Li Qingxu felt his surging excitement gently soothed, as if smoothed by invisible hands. Instantly his mind grew lucid, and his heart stilled like still water. The supreme sovereignty of a sage lies not only in their world-shattering might, but also manifests in countless subtle, profound ways. Seeing all disciples now composed, Supreme Lord Taiching slowly began. The sage's Tao is the Tao of heaven itself. Act without contention. Act for heaven's Tao throughout the world. Do not perceive desire, do not perceive attainability. Contend not with the Tao for name, nor with heaven for merit, nor with the world for advantage. As Supreme Lord Taiyi spoke, a vast, boundless river of Tao principles surged forth from the void. Infinite Tao patterns coalesced into countless beams of divine light, cascading upon every disciple of the three teachings. In that instant, all disciples felt themselves enveloped by dense, resonant Tao essence. Soon Duo Bao Daoren and Qingxu each manifested the golden, silver, and bronze flowers above their heads. The three Tao flowers rotated serenely above them. Both wore gentle smiles, their bodies wreathed in shimmering Tao patterns, clearly immersed in deep enlightenment. Yet Duo Bao Daoren's three flowers were vivid and solid, while Qingxu's appeared only as faint, translucent silhouettes. The other disciples gazed upon this scene with profound envy. Duo Bao Daoren and Qingxu, foremost direct disciples of the Jia and Chan sects, respectively, possessed extraordinary origins, formidable strength, and insight, far surpassing ordinary cultivators. While most disciples grasped only fragments of meaning, Duo Bao Daoren and Qingxu had already entered the state of profound enlightenment. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Shangqing Tongtian, witnessing this, allowed faint smiles to grace their countenances, evidently deeply satisfied with their eldest direct disciples. Suddenly, Li Qingxu's spiritual platform erupted with radiant light. His nascent soul resonated with heaven and earth. His body shimmered with ethereal, immortal qi. Phantasmal images of myriad things materialized behind him. Countless golden lamps, jeweled tassels, and hanging pearls encircled him. His entire being seemed submerged within the boundless ocean of the great Tao. He now bore not only the innate foundation of the golden-winged Great Peng, but also inherited Duo Bao Daoren's transcendent insight. These two golden traits granted Li Qingxu insight surpassing all disciples of the three teachings, propelling him instantly into profound, immersive enlightenment. Supreme Lord Taiyi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Shangqing Tongtian, beholding the dazzling, extraordinary phenomena surrounding Li Qingxu, were struck with astonishment. Brother, your disciple's insight is truly astonishing. Supreme Lord Taiyi transmitted this thought privately to Shangqing Tongtian. Though born of humanity, my disciple's insight indeed exceeds that of most primordial beings. During my earlier discourse at the Eastern Sea, he already grasped a sliver of the severing heaven sword intent. Shangqing Tongtian replied with quiet pride. The severing heaven sword intent. Supreme Lord Taiyi was startled anew. This peerless sword intent was the ultimate realization Shangqing Tongtian attained when comprehending his own Tao and establishing his sect to ascend as a sage. Even sword Tao prodigies at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm could scarcely grasp even a trace of it, even under Shangqing Tongtian's personal instruction. Yet Li Qingxu, a mortal human of exceedingly low cultivation, had perceived a sliver of this supreme intent. Clearly, Li Qingxu's insight defied heaven and earth, and his innate talent in the sword Tao was truly unparalleled across the entire Honghuang realm. Why did I fail to recognize this hidden pearl among humanity when founding my sect? Supreme Lord Taiyi reflected inwardly. Though Xiandu Defashi's insight ranked well among humans, it remained utterly unremarkable compared to primordial beings. Even after accepting him as a disciple, granting him private instruction, and feeding him rare immortal pills, spirit herbs, and celestial fruits, he had barely advanced to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. Had he chosen Li Qingxu instead of Xiandu, such transcendent insight, combined with his status as the first of the three pure ones, would surely have elevated the human teaching's direct disciple to preeminence among the third generation of the mystical sect. Yet envy remained mere envy. Li Qingxu had already sworn allegiance to the Jia sect. No poaching was possible. Meanwhile, Yuanshi Tianzuan, upon first witnessing Li Qingxu's astonishing manifestations, was profoundly shaken. But upon sensing Li Qingxu's origin as a primordial human, his expression swiftly turned distant. In Yuanshi Tianzuan's view, all humans possessed shallow blessings and meager destiny, incapable of great achievement. Even with extraordinary insight, Li Qingxu would ultimately fall short. For the first 2,000 years, Supreme Lord Taiyi expounded the Tao of non-action and his profound insights into Tao principles. In the final 1,000 years, he concisely elucidated the arts of alchemy, artifact forging, and formation arrays. Among the disciples of the three teachings, those of superior insight had already entered states of enlightenment, wearing serene smiles, occasionally revealing sudden clarity, clearly reaping immense benefit. Those of lesser insight frowned in concentration, grasping only fragments, striving merely to memorize the sage's words for later contemplation and refinement. Li Qingxu's manifestations grew ever more spectacular with time, so brilliant they threatened to blind the beholder. After 3,000 years, Supreme Lord Taiyi concluded his discourse, and Yuanshi Tianzuan assumed the lectern. Non-being names the origin of heaven and earth. Being names the mother of all things. At the primal unity, formless and undifferentiated, before the dual energies arise, emptiness and profundity reign, still, silent, unmoving. True non-being resides within being. Wondrous being arises from non-being. Sweep away delusion and unify all into one. Yuanshi Tianzuan expounded the Tao of alignment with heaven's will and shared his own profound insights into Tao principles, deeply enriching all disciples of the three teachings. 3,000 years later, it was Shangqing Tongtian's turn. He first expounded the Severing Heaven Tao, then devoted 500 years exclusively to his insights into Sword Tao principles. Alas, though the three teachings boasted countless disciples, few possessed even modest mastery of the Sword Tao, and none approached Li Qingxu's level. As the three sages delivered their discourses upon Kunlun Mountain, the entire peak blazed with golden radiance, emanating a majestic sacred aura that stirred envy among countless living beings. Disciples of the three teachings dwelled not only in Kunlun Mountain, a top-tier blessed land overflowing with spiritual energy and crystalline Tao principles, but also received direct instruction from sages themselves. In the boundless Honghuang realm, where time flows uncounted, 9,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Shangqing Tongtian ceased his discourse, the river of Tao principles flowing above the disciples' heads gradually dissipated, and the dense Tao essence faded away. One by one the disciples opened their eyes, emerging from their states of enlightenment. After 9,000 years of hearing the three sages expound the Tao, nearly all had achieved tremendous breakthroughs in cultivation. Duo Bao Daoren ascended from the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm to its middle stage, far surpassing all other disciples of the three teachings in strength. Guangchengzi advanced from the early stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm to its middle stage, nearing its culmination. Xian Du Defashi, hampered by inferior insight, progressed only one minor rank, to the middle stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. Most disheartened was Ran Deng Doran, Vice Patriarch of the Chan Sect. He had confidently expected this unprecedented opportunity to shatter his cultivation bottleneck. Yet despite listening to 9,000 years of sage discourse, his bottleneck remained utterly immovable. Watching Guangchengzi's cultivation steadily approach his own, Ran Deng Daoren felt both dejected and anxious. Logically, as an incarnation of the spirit lamp, his innate foundation and insight surpassed those of ordinary primordial beings. Yet after serving as Vice Patriarch of the Chan Sect for so long, and having heard sage discourses 2 or 3 times, he had made no discernible progress, an injustice beyond reason. Other disciples of the three teachings likewise experienced modest gains in cultivation. More importantly, their understanding of their own Tao paths had grown markedly clearer, ensuring they would likely encounter no bottlenecks for millions of years to come. As disciples celebrated their breakthroughs, they noticed Li Qingxu had not emerged from enlightenment like the rest, still seated solemnly in midair, his posture perfectly composed. His body radiated divine light, encircled by dense, intricate Tao patterns. Spiritual energy within the Hall of the Three Pure Ones was drawn inexorably toward him, coalescing above his head into a 7-colored vortex that poured boundless spiritual energy continuously into his being. As they gazed at Li Qingxu surrounded by various extraordinary phenomena, the faces of the disciples were filled with astonishment. They never expected that despite the three pure ones having ceased their teachings, Li Qingxu could still maintain a profound state of enlightenment. Moreover, the aura emanating from Li Qingxu resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, clearly indicating that he was at a critical moment of breakthrough. Suddenly, a force akin to an invisible storm erupted from Li Qingxu, sweeping across the venue. In an instant, nearly all the disciples of the three teachings felt as if their hearts were tossed by towering waves, their faces displaying disbelief. Previously, when Li Qingxu entered a state of deep enlightenment, he had already radiated an aura of mid-stage true immortal level. Now, however, the energy he exuded had reached the late stage of golden immortal. This meant that during the past 9,000 years, Li Qingxu's cultivation had surged by an entire great realm. While the teachings of the saint indeed present a tremendous opportunity, but the speed of his cultivation improvement is simply outrageous. The disciples lamented internally. Yu Yixian looked at Li Qingxu's silhouette, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He had originally hoped to challenge Li Qingxu again after enhancing his own strength to reclaim his dignity along with the yin and yang energy bottle. But now, with Li Qingxu's rapid advancement, he had directly surpassed him by a realm. Previously, Li Qingxu in mid-stage true immortal could defeat him, who was at the golden immortal level across realms. In this situation with the other party's cultivation leading you, Xian could see no hope of victory at all. Meanwhile, Daobao Daoist frowned, feeling even more trepidation. As for Guang Qingzi Qi Jingzi and the other disciples of the Chan, teaching their expressions were also not pleasant. They never expected that despite their impeccable roots and fortune, they would actually be outdone by Li Qingxu, a member of the human race. Xiandu, the chief disciple of the human teaching, also began to question his existence. Logically, he and Li Qingxu were both among the 129620 innate human beings created by the Saint Nuwa, and their roots and comprehension should not differ significantly. But it now appeared that Li Qingxi's exceptional comprehension was something he could not compare to, and even Guang Qingzi and other blessed true immortals were far behind. Li Qingxi's extraordinary performance not only astonished the disciples, but also greatly enhanced the reputation of the upper clear Tongtian, making the Tongtian saint increasingly fond of his direct disciple. This lecture ends here. After you return, focus on your cultivation and further contemplate what we have discussed today, said Taishi Laojuan, his resonant voice echoing throughout the venue. Thank you, martial uncle and master, for your teachings. The disciples rose and bowed together to the three pure ones. You may disperse now, said Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yes. The disciples of the three teachings upon hearing this bowed again to the three pure ones before turning to leave. Qingxu, at this moment upper clear Tongtian, suddenly spoke. Li Qingxu turned around and saw a purple light shooting from upper clear Tongshan's finger, instantly entering his brow. I initially planned to wait until you broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal before teaching you the upper clear Divine Thunder. However, seeing your keen intellect and outstanding comprehension, I have decided to impart this divine ability to you early. Upper clear Tongtian said to Li Qingxu with a smile. Hearing this, Li Qingxi's heart surged with it. The upper clear Divine Thunder is a divine ability derived from upper clear Tongshan's understanding of the laws of thunder after achieving sainthood, possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Once I master it, my strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. Thank you, Master. Li Qingxu bowed in gratitude to upper clear Tongtian. The many disciples of the GS sect nearby looked on with envy. However, they also knew that such envy was unattainable for them. After all, the upper clear Divine Thunder was too profound. With their current cultivation and comprehension, even if their master were to pass this method to them, they would not be able to grasp it, and it could set them back in their own cultivation due to their lofty aspirations. As for Daobao Daoist, he furrowed his brow slightly, but did not dare to say anything, continuing to fly directly out of the three pure hall. Upper clear Tongtian nodded and waved his hand, signaling Li Qingxu to leave. After Li Qingxu exited the three pure hall, he found the Sanshao and a middle-aged man in a black robe with a handsome face waiting for him at the entrance. Junior brother, you are truly impressive. In just 9,000 years you have risen from mid-stage true immortal to latest stage golden immortal. Upon seeing Li Qingxu come out, Bai Xiao immediately exclaimed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's merely a fortunate coincidence. The saint's teachings elucidate the truths of the world and analyze the myriad things of the heavens and earth, incredibly profound and infinitely useful. You should all reflect deeply on what martial uncle and master have said, and you will surely gain further improvements. Li Qingxu smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to the middle-aged man beside him. You must be Zhao Gongming, my junior brother. Zhao Gongming clasped his hands in salute. I am Zhao Gongming. I have met my senior brother. Li Qingxu nodded, taking a moment to assess him. In his past life memories, Zhao Gongming was indeed quite formidable, having forced the vice leader of the Chan teaching Ran Deng to flee in panic during the Fengshan calamity, even soiling his pants. Unfortunately, he was ultimately killed by Luya Daoist using the 7-arrow book, ending up on the Fengshan list. My three younger sisters have impulsive personalities and act without considering the consequences, daring to capture the bluebird with the phoenix bloodline. If this bluebird were to fight back in desperation, it could take down cultivators below the golden immortal level with it. I must thank my senior brother for intervening, preventing any misfortunes from befalling my three younger sisters. Zhao Gongming expressed his gratitude to Li Qingxu. Upon hearing this, the Sanshao immediately revealed a hint of embarrassment, lowering their heads like children who had done something wrong. They had been wanting a mount, and upon seeing the dazzling divine bird, the Qinghuan, they were immediately overwhelmed with joy and did not have time to think further. It was a mere effort, nothing worth mentioning, and moreover we are all fellow disciples, naturally helping each other. Li Qingxu said with a smile, stepping onto a white cloud as he flew towards the Qingxu Hall, with Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao following closely. I heard from junior sister Bai Xiao that you went treasure hunting in the Northern Sea. Did you have any gains? Li Qingxu casually inquired. Replying to senior brother over 100,000 years ago while I was in seclusion, I suddenly felt that a great opportunity awaited me in the Northern Sea. After some searching I indeed found 24 sea stabilizing divine pearls. Zhao Gongming raised his hand, and 24 fist-sized gleaming blue pearls with flowing divine light appeared above his palm. Indeed, this is a fine treasure, Li Qingxu remarked with a glance. The 24 sea stabilizing divine pearls are rare innate spiritual treasures containing spatial laws with immense power. However, it is said that there are 36 sea stabilizing divine pearls in the prehistoric world. Collecting all 36 would equate to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Now that the prehistoric world is in a calamity, it is truly fraught with danger everywhere. Over the years I have spent treasure hunting in the Northern Sea, I have frequently encountered demon kings and generals leading their armies to battle with the witch clan. I have even witnessed the fierce battles between the demon god and the great witch Qingxu that shook the heavens and earth. Many water clans of the Northern Sea and nearby tribes have perished due to their conflicts. The malevolence and karma in the heavens and earth are becoming increasingly intense. A terrifying upheaval may occur in the future. Zhao Gongming gazed toward the northern part of the prehistoric world, lamenting. Fortunately, he had the protection of his identity as a saint's disciple. Otherwise, amidst such a cataclysm of witches and demons, he would not dare to wander around the prehistoric world. Hearing this, Li Qingxu's mood grew increasingly grave. The witch clan and demon clan were both intent on exterminating each other. The demon clan's slaughter of the human clan and the crafting of the Slayer's sword against the witches would likely occur soon. If he could not promptly break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, it was likely that even if he personally intervened to stop at the demon clan, would at most fear his identity as a disciple of the saint and refrain from attacking him, while others of the human clan would still suffer near extermination. After Li Qingxu conversed with Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos, they each bid farewell and returned to their Taoist temple to enter seclusion for cultivation. The other disciples of the three sects also chose to enter seclusion, continuing to recall and comprehend the teachings of the three saints. The summit of Kunlun Mountain was peaceful and serene, but the wilderness world was in chaos. The long-standing grudges between the witch and demon clans escalated amidst their slaughter. In the end, after Dongwang, Taiyi, Dijun, and Fushi collaborated to comprehend the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation, he aggressively led the vast demon army to launch a full-scale attack on the witch clan, attempting to sweep through Buzhou Mountain in one fell swoop and become the overlord of the wilderness. At the moment when the demon clan set up the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation, believing victory was assured, the 12 Ancestral Witches summoned the Phantom of Penghu using the Du Tian Shun Sha Great Formation. Both the demon clans, Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation, and the witch clan's Penghu Phantom possessed combat power comparable to that of a saint. After a fierce battle, the world was left in ruins, with the heavens collapsing, the earth upending, and space shattering. The vast wilderness was ravaged, with countless beings becoming collateral damage. As the central wilderness was on the verge of destruction due to the battle between the witch and demon clans, Hongyun Daozu intervened. With just a single finger pointed out, Hongyun Daozu caused the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation, composed of countless demons and the power of foreign stars, to instantly disintegrate. Similarly, the Du Tian Shun Sha Great Formation could not withstand the casual flick of Tai Ching Lao's finger, coming to an immediate halt. At this moment, both the witch and demon clans, as well as countless beings in the wilderness, truly felt what it meant to be insignificant beneath a true saint. Although the destructive power unleashed by the demon clans, Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation, and the witch clans, Du Tian Shun Sha Great Formation, reached saint level, the understanding and mastery of the laws by a saint were beyond comparison for any other being. After defeating the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation and the Du Tian Shun Sha Great Formation, Hongyun Daozu first restored the damaged wilderness world, and then ordered the witch and demon clans not to wage war for 100,000 years, allowing all beings to have time to recuperate. The witch and demon clans dared not defy in the presence of Hongyun Daozu, and complied, thus ending the second great battle between the two clans. After witnessing the true might of a saint, both clans began to seek ways to attain sainthood. The 12 Ancestral Witches were in closed-door training at the Ancestral Witch Hall on the mountainside of Buzhou, absorbing the energy from the earth's veins and spiritual energy to enhance their cultivation. After discussions with the higher-ups of the demon court, Dijun decided to choose an auspicious day to hold a heavenly marriage with the goddess of the moon, Shi-He, and invited Saint Nuwa and the mighty beings of the wilderness as witnesses, hoping to gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao for this heavenly marriage and receive blessings to enhance their strength. More than 100,000 years later, the doors of the Qingxu Palace opened with a rumble, and a thick white mist of immortality surged forth. Li Qingxu, clad in a white Taoist robe, flew out. After over 100,000 years of arduous cultivation, he reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm and had initially comprehended the Shangqing divine thunder taught by his master, significantly enhancing his power. Just as he stretched his body at the entrance, a clear sound of a phoenix's cry suddenly rang out above his head. Immediately after, a divine bird with green feathers measuring hundreds of feet in length descended from the sky and circled in front of him, carrying Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao on its back. "Greetings, senior brother." Yunxiao and Qiongxiao bowed to Li Qingxu. Bixiao waved at Li Qingxu with a beaming smile. "Little junior brother, you've come out of seclusion." Li Qingxu nodded, sensing that the cultivation levels of the three Xiaos had also reached the mid-level of the golden immortal realm. "Where are you planning to go?" "We were training this Qinghuang bird on the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain." Suddenly the demon god's ghostly chariot from the demon court visited, saying they invited us disciples of the sect to the demon court's Yaoqi 3 days later to attend the heavenly marriage. "We were just about to inform our master about this," Bixiao said, raising the golden invitation in her hand. As the three major sects of the Xianmen, with saints presiding over them, the human teaching, revelation teaching, and the cut-off teaching, the demon court attached great importance to this invitation and specifically sent 3 demon gods to deliver the invitation. Demon court heavenly marriage. Li Qingxu's heart stirred upon hearing this. The demon clan not only planned to slaughter the human clan in the future, but also forged the slaughter witch sword. Since the creation of the human clan by Saint Nuwa, the demon clan regarded humans merely as livestock created for their consumption. Some small human tribes were often completely devoured by the demons from the lower realms. Given this, he naturally could not allow Dijun and Taiyi to smoothly hold the heavenly marriage. "They'll go with you," Li Qingxu said. "Great. Then little junior brother, hurry up and come aboard." Bixiao beckoned to Li Qingxu. Li Qingxu nodded and leaped onto the back of the Qinghuang bird. The back of the Qinghuang bird was incredibly spacious, easily accommodating 4 people. As the Qinghuang bird flapped its wings, the 4 of them soared into the clouds, heading toward the direction of Biao Palace. The Qinghuang bird flew at great speed, leaving behind a long, colorful tail that looked extremely dazzling. Li Qingxu noticed that as they passed by the disciples of the revelation teaching, those disciples would cast unfriendly and disdainful glances at them. Clearly, during the more than 100,000 years of his seclusion, the friction between the revelation and cut-off teachings had intensified, and they had even begun to harbor mutual hostility. After more than 10 minutes, the Qinghuang bird brought them to the entrance of Biao Palace. The 4 descended from the back of the Qinghuang bird and arrived at the door of Biao Palace. However, at this moment, the main door of Biao Palace was tightly shut, and they did not dare to enter recklessly. "Master, I have something to report." Li Qingxu and the 3 Xiaos bowed to the main door of Biao Palace. Soon a voice of Shangqing Tongtian came from within Biao Palace, but it was a simple word: "Speak." Reporting to Master, the demon god's ghostly chariot just delivered an invitation inviting us to the demon court for the heavenly marriage. "You can go if you wish," Shangqing Tongtian replied. He was only interested in the sword path and cultivation, completely uninterested in the affairs of the demon clan. Moreover, with the identities of Dijun and Taiyi, they were not yet qualified for him to personally understood. After Li Qingxu and the 3 Xiaos withdrew, they informed the other disciples of the cut-off teaching about the matter to see who else wanted to go to the demon court for the heavenly marriage. As the news spread, it was met with overwhelming enthusiasm. The disciples of the cut-off teaching were already quite active, especially since most had been in seclusion for over 100,000 years. Now that there was an opportunity for a free feast, they naturally would not miss it. Thus, 3 days later, Li Qingxu led tens of thousands of cut-off teaching disciples on their journey to the heavenly realm. Dijun and Honghuang Taiyi went to great lengths to ensure the heavenly marriage was grand enough to gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. The entire 33 heavens was adorned with lights and decorations filled with the sound of gongs and drums and the melodies of celestial music. All the rare flowers and exotic plants bloomed today under the catalysis of divine power, making the entire Yao court a spectacular sight of vibrant colors. Above the 4 heavenly gates of the southeast and northwest, flocks of divine birds circled and colorful rainbows hung high. At this moment, many powerful beings from the primordial realm were holding gifts waiting outside the 4 heavenly gates for the officials to register. The great immortal Zhen Yuanzi from Mount Wanshou has arrived, presenting 3 ginseng fruits. The Red Cloud ancestor from Fire Cloud Cave has arrived, presenting 3 ginseng fruits. The Great Emperor Hichong from Shudao Mountain has arrived, presenting a dragon blood fish. Master Ma from the Hongyun Taiji sect has arrived, presenting a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. The six-eared macaque is here. Someone throw it out. After Zhen Yuanzi, the Red Cloud Ancestor, the Great Emperor, He Chong, and Master Ma entered the Yao Court through the southern Heavenly Gate in succession. The six-eared macaque from the four monkeys of the world also wanted to come and enjoy the feast. However, it had previously attempted to eavesdrop on the teachings of Hongyun Daozu in the Zixiao Palace using its innate divine abilities and was blacklisted by Hongyun Daozu with the words, "The law does not pass to the 6 ears." As a being personally blacklisted by the Daozu, the Yao Court naturally did not dare to treat it as an honored guest and quickly sent someone to throw it out. At this moment, Li Qingxu, Zhao Gongming, and the Sanchao sisters arrived outside the southern heavenly gate riding on the Qinghuang bird, accompanied by tens of thousands of disciples from the Jie sect. The primordial beings waiting there quickly made way. After all, the disciples of the Jie sect represented the face of the Saint Tantian. Although these primordial beings had extraordinary cultivation and status, who would dare to offend the saint? Thank you. Li Qingxu smiled and nodded to the powerful beings, then led the Jie sect disciples to the southern heavenly gate. It is our honor to have the esteemed disciples of the saint in our Yao court. Please come inside. The official at the gate immediately stood up to welcome them and signaled to the nearby celestial maid to prepare to lead the way. Li Qingxu nodded, and with the Sanchao sisters he descended from the Qinghuang bird and passed through the southern heavenly gate. Take good care of the bird, or it'll break your legs. Bixiao waved her pure white fist at the heavenly soldiers guarding the gate and said, "Heavenly soldier Do." After Li Qingxu and his group entered the Yao court, what greeted their eyes was an endless expanse of splendid palaces and towers. These palaces were not only towering thousands of feet high, but also gleamed with gold and jade, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, exuding an extremely majestic aura. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, besides the orderly palaces, there were also spiritual mountains bursting with vitality and cloaked in celestial mist. The bases of these spiritual mountains were flowing with spiritual veins, making the spiritual energy in the 33 heavens of a Yao court exceptionally pure and rich. Overall, while the 33 heavens may not compare to Kunlun Mountain, it is still one of the top blessed lands in the primordial world. Under the guidance of the celestial maid, Li Qingxu and the Jie sect disciples flew to the Yao pool of the 33 heavens. The Yao pool formed its own world spanning millions of miles, with crystal clear waters gently rippling on the surface, floating giant lily pads adorned with bright and blooming lotus flowers. Splashed. Groups of large plump dragon fish suddenly leaped out of the water, opening their mouths to devour the lotus pods before diving back into the water, creating colorful ripples. On the open ground next to the Yao pool, thousands of tables were neatly arranged, laden with various spiritual fruits and celestial brews. When Li Qingxu and the others arrived, the Yao pool was already bustling with voices, with over 100,000 primordial beings already enjoying drinks and performances. Where shall we sit? The feathered fairy frowned as she looked at the crowded heads in front of her and asked, "Please do not rush, follow me." Seeing this, the celestial maid hurriedly led Li Qingxu and the others to the seats at the very front. The seats at the very front were not only made of jade, but also adorned with top-grade postnatal spiritual fruits and celestial brews aged for millions of years. Esteemed disciples of the Jie sect, please make yourselves comfortable, the celestial maid said to the Jie sect disciples. Li Qingxu nodded and found a table to sit down with Zhao Gongming and the Sanchao sisters. The other Jie sect disciples were also not polite and scattered to find their own seats. After sitting down, Li Qingxu first looked around the surroundings. At the very front of all the seats, there was a high platform towering hundreds of feet high, entirely covered with a red carpet adorned with exquisite and precious items. On a jade screen, the characters Heaven and Earth were carved, clearly the place where Dijun and Taiyi would hold the heavenly marriage. In addition, not far from them sat Zhen Yuanzi, the Red Cloud Ancestor, and the Queen Mother of the West, among other top primordial beings. Li Qingxu focused his mind, and their attributes instantly appeared before his eyes. Zhen Yuanzi. Cultivation, late stage quasi-saint. Attributes: top grade, innate, gold, prosperous, fate, gold, broad connections, purple, good start, and good end, gold. Red Cloud Ancestor. Cultivation, late stage quasi-saint. Attributes: top grade, innate, gold, prosperous, fate, gold, 2, kind-hearted, white, fate, with death, tribulation, black. Queen Mother of the West. Cultivation, mid-stage quasi-saint. Attributes: top grade, innate, gold, prosperous, fate, gold, unconcerned, with world affairs, blue, free from calamity, purple. Zhen Yuanzi, the Red Cloud Ancestor, and the Queen Mother of the West are all top grade, innate beings with prosperous fates. However, among them, Zhen Yuanzi's attributes were the highest, reaching 3 golds and 1 purple, followed by the Queen Mother of the West. As for the Red Cloud ancestor, although his roots and fate were extraordinary, he unfortunately had a death tribulation leading to an extremely tragic outcome. Li Qingxu gazed at the golden attributes of these powerful beings, his heart filled with envy, wishing to download them all onto himself. However, he currently only possessed one low-grade innate spiritual treasure, and no matter how much he coveted them, it was futile. He could only think of ways in the future. In addition to these top primordial beings, sitting in the front row seats were also disciples from the human sect and the Chan sect. The Grand Master Xuandu and the real person Du were seated at a table with a few external disciples of the human sect, occasionally chatting softly and tasting spiritual fruits, looking relaxed and content. As for the Chan sect disciples, their expressions were serious, brows tightly furrowed, their gazes filled with disgust when looking at the GS sect disciples. The wine is finished, hurry and bring more. The spiritual fruits are also gone. Is this little bit enough for anyone? If the neighboring Witch clan sees this, they'll think your Yao clan can't afford it. Exactly, hurry up with the wine and spiritual fruits. Bring more, my appetite is big. While Li Qingxu was observing the situation, nearby many GS sect disciples had already devoured all the spiritual fruits and celestial brews on the table, calling for the Yao clan nearby to replenish. Oomph. A group of beastly creatures making such a ruckus in this grand place truly tarnishes the status of the saints' disciples. At this moment, Qi Jingzi from the 12 Golden Immortals of Kunlun coldly snorted at the GS sect disciples, his disdain evident. It is a disgrace to be associated with such people as disciples of the saint. Zhu Lusun also had a proud look on his face, and his gaze towards the GS sect disciples was filled with disdain and contempt. The disciples of the Chan sect, self-assured and believing themselves to be noble and blessed, have always looked down upon the disciples of the GS sect. The two sides often clashed on Kunlun Mountain, harboring long-standing grievances. However, due to the presence of the three pure ones on Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Chan sect did not dare to act too recklessly. Now both sides had gathered at the demon court, and upon seeing that only the youngest disciple Li Qingxu had arrived from the GS sect, the Chan sect disciples immediately decided to suppress their opponents. The arrogant words of Qi Jingzi and Zhu Lusun instantly ignited the anger of all GS sect disciples. You sanctimonious bunch, what qualifications do you have to point fingers at me in my presence? The golden-winged Great Peng stood up fiercely, his piercing gaze locked onto the Chan sect disciples. You are ashamed to be considered disciples of saints alongside us, and we do not wish to be compared to you. You strut about with your noses in the air looking for trouble. Do you really think we fear you? A dog catching a rat meddling in others' affairs. The GS sect disciples had long been intolerant of the Chan sect disciples' demeanor, and they began to denounce them vehemently. Your GS sect disciples are either a nest of snakes and rats or mere inferior beasts, turning all of Kunlun Mountain into a den of filth. If it weren't for our shared status as disciples of the Tao, I would have driven you from the mountain long ago. Guang Chengzi, the foremost of the 12 Golden Immortals of Kunlun, spoke up instantly, making the atmosphere in the Yaopool tense. Seeing the disciples of the Chan and GS sects on the verge of fighting the demon generals, fearing the wedding would be disrupted, bravely stepped forward with forced smiles, saying, Esteemed disciples of the saints, today is the day of our demon emperor's wedding. If you start a conflict here, it will be difficult for us. Upon hearing this, the golden-winged Great Peng let out a cold laugh. He knew full well that Guang Chengzi's term inferior beasts referred to him. As the second son of the Yuan Feng and the golden-winged Great Peng, how could he swallow this humiliation? Difficult. Then let's not proceed at all. The golden-winged Great Peng flipped the table in front of him, revealing a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the black great halberd, and charged towards the Chan sect disciples. Take my halberd. The golden-winged Great Peng raised the black halberd above his head, and as divine power surged into it, the halberd instantly expanded to a height of 10,000 zhang, striking down towards the Chan sect disciples. Behold, the black halberd cleaved through the dark divine light of the yin-yang mirror, splitting it in two, and the golden-winged Great Peng surged forward directly in front of Qi Jingzi. The golden-winged Great Peng, with his aggressive nature and multiple previous conflicts with the Chan sect disciples, had long since been displeased with Qi Jingzi and was ready to teach him a harsh lesson. Yin-yang mirror. Qi Jingzi immediately summoned the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Yin. This mirror contained the power of Yin and Yang principles. The light reflected from the Yin side could devour the enemy's essence and spirit, while the Yang side could heal injuries, making it a dual-purpose weapon. Golden-winged Great Peng prepared to be struck. Qi Jingzi continuously infused his divine power into the Yin side of the yin-yang mirror. Immediately, countless lines surged across the surface of the yin-yang mirror, transforming into a pitch-black divine light that shot towards the golden-winged Great Peng. The black divine light harbored a strange power capable of devouring one's essence and spirit, sending chills down the spines of many nearby primordial powers. The golden-winged Great Peng remained unafraid, diving down directly, swinging the black halberd towards Qi Jingxi's head. Break! The black divine light was cleaved in two by the halberd, and the golden-winged Great Peng seized the opportunity to charge in front of Qi Jingxi. Although the golden-winged Great Peng had drawn upon his yin-yang essence, significantly reducing his foundations and physical strength, he was still far beyond Qi Jingxi, who primarily cultivated his spirit. Moreover, the golden-winged Great Peng was inherently aggressive, a true warrior with combat experience far surpassing that of Qi Jingxi. If they had kept their distance, Qi Jingxi might have been able to hold his own against the golden-winged Great Peng. In close combat, Qi Jingxi was no match for the golden-winged Great Peng. The golden-winged Great Peng possessed immense strength, and the black halberd in his hand bore the might to shatter 1,000 pounds, putting immense pressure on Qi Jingxi. After a brief exchange, Qi Jingxi found himself in dire straits, completely at a disadvantage. Everyone was shocked to see Qi Jingxi, a disciple of the saints, and one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, unexpectedly losing to the Jie sect's inner disciple, the golden-winged Great Peng. As for Guang Qingxi and Zhu Liusuan, their expressions were even more grim. They had hoped to see Qi Jingxi dominate the golden-winged Great Peng, quelling the Jie sect's arrogance, but unexpectedly they had shot themselves in the foot. Seeing Qi Jingxi in such a defeated and helpless state, even the other 12 golden immortals of Kunlun felt their faces redden with shame. Boom! After hundreds of exchanges in close combat, Qi Jingxi was struck by the golden-winged Great Peng's elbow, causing a significant dent in his chest and making him spit blood. The golden-winged Great Peng's eyes turned blood-red, his face filled with fury, swinging the great halberd towards Qi Jingxi's head, intent on teaching him a harsh lesson. Enough! Guang Qingxi shouted loudly, slamming his palm down, unleashing a tremendous wave of divine power. Guang Qingxi, at the midstage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, possessed a full realm higher than the golden-winged Great Peng. If this palm struck the golden-winged Great Peng, he would undoubtedly be severely injured. Boom! Just as the palm was about to land on the golden-winged Great Peng, Li Qingxu threw a punch, and an invisible fist wave collided with Guang Qingxi's palm print, neutralizing each other. The black halberd in the golden-winged Great Peng's hand then fell directly, slicing off half of Qi Jingxi's body, causing blood to spurt forth. Off! Qi Jingxi's face turned pale as he let out a terrified scream, nearly fainting. Seeing this, the compassionate Taoist immediately twirled a willow branch, dipping it into the 3 light divine water in the jade bottle and sprinkling it on Qi Jingxi. Sparkling lights appeared on Qi Jingxi's body, and his injuries visibly healed at a rapid pace. However, having suffered such a great loss, he no longer had the previous arrogance, and his eyes now clearly showed fear towards the golden-winged Great Peng. Guang Qingxi. My junior brother, the golden-winged Great Peng, is engaging in a fair battle with Qi Jingxi. You, as the chief disciple of the Chan sect, recklessly ambushing my junior brother is rather unreasonable. Li Qingxu stood up, coldly gazing at Guang Qingxi. Although he had some previous friction with the golden-winged Great Peng, he recognized him as his junior brother. Moreover, after the golden-winged Great Peng's defeat, he did not resort to relying on the protection of the treasured Taoist to act shamelessly. Instead, he honored his promise and handed the yin-yang dual qi bottle to him. Thus, Li Qingxu had no ill will towards the golden-winged Great Peng. Furthermore, as the only disciple of the Jie sect present at the demon court, he naturally could not stand by and watch the golden-winged Great Peng fall victim to Guang Qingxi's treachery. The golden-winged Great Peng was moved to see Li Qingxu not only helping him out of his crisis earlier, but also standing up for him, now truly recognizing this senior brother. Exactly, you boast about being one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, yet resort to such shameless and underhanded tactics. Bai Xiao was likewise very angered by Guang Qingxi's earlier behavior and immediately spoke out. Bullying the weak and secretly harming others, is this the character of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun? I have truly witnessed something today. Zhao Gongming laughed coldly. What nonsense is this 12 golden immortals of Kunlun? A group of hypocrites posing as righteous while being despicably shameless in reality. Do not say that you do not wish to be associated with us as disciples of saints. It is we who are ashamed to be associated with you. Other Jie sect disciples began to ridicule the Chan sect disciples. Faced with the relentless criticism from the Jie sect disciples, the faces of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun turned fiery red, feeling utterly humiliated under the watchful eyes of all. Li Qingxu. Words are futile, we are both disciples of saints. Do you dare to battle me? Guang Qingxi, enraged and embarrassed, knew he was in the wrong and could not argue further. Thus he glared and aimed to defeat Li Qingxu in front of everyone, using his strength to silence the Jie sect disciples. Senior brother Li possesses merely the innate foundation of a mortal human and has only recently joined the Jie sect. And, whereas you attained the golden immortal realm even before joining the Chan sect, and now stand at the midstage of the supreme golden immortal cultivation level, yet you dare propose a unknown duel with senior brother Li. Tisk tisk tsk. Yun Xiao clicked her tongue, her voice thick with disdain for Guang Qingxi. Indeed, why not challenge my younger senior brother to single combat against Qingxi or Xiang? Nor dare you face my elder senior brother Duo Bao Daoren or elder senior sister Jinling Xingmu, Yun Xiao retorted. A supreme golden immortal presuming to challenge a golden immortal with such brazen audacity. Your face must be as thick as Mount Buzhou itself. Is such impenetrable shamelessness truly the source of your Chan sect disciples' pride and silence? Guang Qingxi's furious humiliation failed utterly to intimidate the Jie sect disciples, only drawing deeper scorn and mockery. Even other immortal sovereigns observing from afar found themselves unable to look away in disbelief. How could Guang Qingxi, the foremost disciple of the Chan sect, behave with such unmitigated effrontery? Words are useless. In Li Qingxu, if you lack the courage, kneel before this sovereign and offer your apology. In mercy I shall spare you. Ignoring the whispers swirling around him, Guang Qingxi turned his full focus upon Li Qingxu, seeking him as the weakest link. Younger senior brother, there is no need to contend with such a man over fleeting pride. Let us return and report this to senior sister Jinling. She shall deal with him. Yun Xiao secretly transmitted her voice to Li Qingxu, fearing he might act rashly and fall into Guang Qingxi's trap. After all, the higher one cultivates, the wider the chasm between realms grows. And moreover, as the chief direct disciple of Yuanshi, Qingxu, Guang Qingxi's power far surpassed that of Yue Xian. Yet when Li Qingxu saw Guang Qingxi truly treating him as a pliant, malleable target, he let out a soft, knowing laugh. This sovereign accepts your challenge. But should either of us lose, we shall roll from this jade pool all the way to the southern heavenly gate. How does that sound? And he had come to the celestial wedding of the Yaoqi precisely to sow chaos. Now faced with Guang Qingxi's relentless provocation, he seized the opportunity, riding the momentum to turn the entire jade pool upside down. Li Qingxu's word silence fell across the assembly like a thunderclap. No one anticipated that Li Qingxu would not only accept Guang Qingxi's challenge, but would stake such a humiliating wager. And today nearly every immortal sovereign of the Honghuang world had gathered here for the celestial wedding. To be forced to roll out through the southern heavenly gate beneath countless watching eyes, to suffer such utter disgrace, would shame one beyond redemption. Guang Qingxi, though startled by Li Qingxu's unwavering confidence, felt an unexpected flicker of doubt. Yet he quickly dismissed it as the foremost disciple of the Chan sect. His innate foundation and cultivation level both dwarfed Li Qingxu's. There was simply no reason to fear him. The other must be bluffing, feigning strength to frighten him off. Very well. So be it. This sovereign accepts your terms. Guang Qingxi snorted coldly, formally sealing the pact. Step aside. He shot skyward, ascending to hover above the jade pool. Li Qingxu likewise soared upward, facing Guang Qingxi across the vast expanse. Disciples of the Chan, Jie, and Ren sects, and other immortal sovereigns, swiftly withdrew to clear the battlefield. Meanwhile, the assembled demon kings and generals watched Li Qingxu and Guang Qingxi prepare to clash within the jade pool, alarmed beyond measure, yet powerless to intervene. Then from the depths of the 33rd heaven, Dongwang Taiyi's resonant voice boomed forth. Esteemed disciples of the Chan and Jie sects, today marks the celestial wedding of my elder brother Emperor Jun. Might you grant this sovereign a modest favor, and suspend hostilities at least for this auspicious day? What favor do you possess to bestow? And though Dongwang Taiyi stood among the highest sovereigns of the Honghuang world, as sovereign emperor of the demon court, Guang Qingxi spared him not a shred of deference. In his view, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taiyi, both three-legged golden crows, belonged squarely to the category of feathered, scaled, egg-born, or moisture-formed beings. As the exalted chief disciple of the Chan sect, only the Tao ancestor and the 6 sages held authority over him. Dongwang Taiyi, worth less than a speck of dust. Moreover, this battle concerned the very honor of every Chan sect disciple. He would never yield. Dongwang Taiyi, stung by Guang Qingxi's ruthless rebuke, felt his ire rise. Yet he knew full well that before the heavenly Tao sages, even an emperor was but a slightly larger ant. And Yuanshi Tianzuan, the most fiercely protective of the 6 sages, would brook no harm to his disciple. Thus Dongwang Taiyi could only offer mild admonishment, daring not impose true consequence. In Li Qingxu today, Ingguang Qingzi had intended to deliver a final scathing threat. But as the ancient adage teaches, a noble person speaks sparingly and acts swiftly. And when battle commences, a true warrior wastes no words. And Li Qingxu stepped forward, vanishing and reappearing instantly before Guang Qingzi. Golden Peng seizing Dragon Art. At close range, Li Qingxu unleashed the Golden Peng seizing Dragon Art, his form transmuting into that of a colossal golden-winged Peng, launching a ferocious assault upon Guang Qingzi. Though startled by Li Qingxu's overwhelming direct assault, Guang Qingzi immediately counterattacked. Boom, boom, boom. A rapid thunderous barrage of flesh-and-flesh impacts echoed, like distant claps of muffled thunder, causing the waters of the Jade Pool to churn violently. Guang Qingzi, meticulously chosen by Yuanshi Tianzuan as the Chan sect's foremost disciple, possessed an innate foundation surpassing most primordial beings, and wielded both an exceptionally robust physical body and an indomitable nascent soul. Yet Li Qingxu now bore the lineage of the golden-winged Peng, and employed the Golden Peng seizing Dragon Art, a supreme martial technique forged for slaughter. Though Guang Qingzi initially managed to parry Li Qingxu's increasingly savage domineering techniques, soon strained his defenses to their breaking point. With each collision, Guang Qingzi felt as though struck by a mountain cast from divine metal, not only shattering his frame with agony, but flooding his body with torrential chaotic force that ravaged his meridians and internal organs. As his meridians and viscera sustained repeated trauma, his movement slowed, leaving him vulnerable to several crushing blows from Li Qingxu's fists. Oomph! Guang Qingzi grunted, hurled tens of thousands of li through the void, his face alternating between violet and crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The onlookers recoiled inwardly in shock. None had foreseen that in their first exchange Guang Qingzi, the superior cultivator, would be so decisively overpowered. Yue Xian, witnessing Li Qingxu masterfully wielding the Golden Peng seizing Dragon Art, stared wide-eyed, speechless with awe. And senior brother Li's insight is truly transcendent. He grasped this art after seeing me perform it just once. Yue Xian murmured, awestruck. Guang Qingzi wiped the blood from his lips with a sweep of his hand, divine energy surging within him, healing his wounds in moments. Beings who have reached the realm of refining spirit to emptiness possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Nas, a supreme golden immortal Guang Qingzi, could restore ordinary injuries instantaneously, provided his origin essence or nascent soul remained unscathed. Though he had suffered considerable setbacks in close-quarters combat, Guang Qingzi retained absolute faith in himself. In his estimation, such crude brute force brawling was barbaric, unworthy of true cultivation. Moreover, his cultivation centered upon the nascent soul. Even if his physical vessel paled beside Li Qingxu's, his divine arts and spirit treasures would effortlessly overwhelm his opponent. Guang Qingzi willed it, and a purplured bell etched with strange Doic runes sprang from his sleeve to hover above his head. At the same time, two swords, one red and one black, appeared in his hands. These two treasures were called Luo Hanzhong and Xixiong Shuangjin, both high-grade innate spirit treasures. As Li Qingxu charged at him with murderous intent, Guang Qingzi immediately set the bell into motion. Clang! The Luo Hanzhong was struck and unleashed a purple-black radiance. An invisible sonic wave swept outward in an instant. The Luo Hanzhong ignores flesh and divine defenses, assaulting a living being's 3 souls and 7 spirits, making it exceptionally troublesome to counter. Golden rock at blinding speed. Seeing this, Li Qingxu instantaneously became a streak of golden light and leapt tens of thousands of li away, evading the blow. He was confident in his own strength, but not so arrogant as to lose all self-awareness. With Guang Qingzi at the mid-stage of a Taiyi golden immortal, and the Luo Hanzhong a mid-grade innate treasure, if he tried to endure it heated, he would suffer grievously and might well be defeated. This Luo Hanzhong is indeed too troublesome, he thought. Only a direct, overpowering strike will do. I must suppress Guang Qingzi, so he has no chance to employ the treasure. Li Qingxi's thoughts raced, and he quickly conceived a countermeasure. Seeing Li Qingxu avoid his assault, Guang Qingzi only grew more convinced of victory. What use is a strong body? My Luo Hanzhong attacks the 3 souls and 7 spirits. No matter how mighty your flesh, it will avail you nothing, he sneered inwardly as he prepared to drive the bell onward. At that moment, purple arcs of electricity began to dance across Li Qingxi's form, radiating a terrifying pressure that made the air itself tremble. Boom! In the next instant, a purple thunderbolt as thick as a mountain and blazing like a river of stars ripped from the void and struck toward Guang Qingzi, with irresistible force. Qingxi's scalp tingled, and every hair stood on end. His body ached as he sensed an unprecedented and overwhelming peril. Given the fearful destructive power contained in that purple thunder, a single proper hit would cost him at least half his life. In a flash, Qingxi acted decisively. He donned the low-grade innate treasure Luo Xiao Yi and swelled the Luo Hun until it measured tens of thousands of zhong. No sooner had Qingxi completed these moves than the terrifying purple thunder descended and struck the Luo Hun with full fury. The bell and the thunder met in violent collision, emitting a deafening roar. The tens of thousands of zhong around Qingxi had been transformed into a seething sea of lightning. Although the Luo Hun was a high-grade innate treasure, it was offensive by nature and offered only limited protection. Even as Qingxi poured every ounce of power into the bell, vast torrents of lightning still pierced its defense and struck him personally. Crackling and sizzling, brilliant flames burst from his body as countless savage bolts lashed him mercilessly. Moments later, the purple thunder sea dissipated and Qingxi's figure reappeared. Once radiant and handsome after the onslaught of the Shangqing divine thunder, his appearance had been ruined. His hair was charred to cinders, his face blackened, and black smoke curled from his nostrils and ears. He looked utterly disheveled and pitiful. It is the master's Shangqing thunder technique. Little senior brother has truly comprehended it. Bai Xiao cried aloud, and the other Jijiao disciples were shaken to their cores. The Shangqing thunder technique is a supreme art born of comprehending the thunder law after attaining transcendent sainthood. Ordinarily, only the Luo-level golden immortals who master the law might fathom it. Yet Li Qingxu, at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, had taken only a little over 100,000 years to master this art. Such comprehension was astonishingly profound. Boom! Dark clouds rolled across the sky above Yaoqi, blotting out heaven and earth as brilliant thunder serpents writhed within the thickened mists. With a single wave of his hand, Li Qingxu summoned dozens of purple Shangqing divine thunderbolts to rain from the clouds onto Qingxi. Qingxi's expression turned ashen. The earlier bolt had nearly overwhelmed him. If dozens more struck him, he would not merely be bruised here and there, but shattered in every part. With that in mind, Qingxi decided to avoid the blade. Though the Shangqing thunder was devastating, it inevitably consumed enormous divine power. Li Qingxu was not even a Taiyi golden immortal and could not sustain the assault for long. If Qingxi could buy time, victory would eventually go to him. Acting on that thought, Qingxi invoked one of the Tiangang 36 methods, Zondi Jingguang, and began to flee in all directions. He fancied himself cunning, yet all of this was already part of Li Qingxi's design. Qingxi fled, and Li Qingxu pursued, shouting, "Qingxi, let us see where you run." Boom, boom, boom. Li Qingxu drove the Shangqing thunder to hammer him relentlessly from behind. Where the Shangqing thunder struck, all life and matter were extinguished. The mountains, rocks, and trees of Yaoqi were blasted to fragments. Quick withdraw, many watching cultivators cried. The many powerful onlookers who had been watching the duel were horrified by the thunder's destructive force, and fearing collateral harm dispersed and fled. He fled and was pursued, unable to escape. Though Qingxi's Zondi Jingguang lent him great speed, Li Qingxi's Shangqing thunder matched it in swiftness and carried devastating range. Thick purple bolts exploded beside Qingxi. Their terrible aftershocks flung blood from his mouth and reduced his insides to ruin. The once blooming Yaoqi, a paradise of song and dance, was reduced to ruins under the relentless bombardment of the Shangqing thunder. Boom! A Shangqing thunderbolt struck the pool in Yaoqi. The water boiled and lightning danced across its surface as fat dragonfish flipped belly up, floating and exuding a faint meaty scent. This should be enough, Li Qingxu murmured. Although Dijun and Taiyi feared Yuqing and Shangqing and dared not intervene, Yuhua, as the demon empress of the Yao court and host of the celestial marriage, would not allow the ceremony to be ruined. Under the bombardment, the Luo Hun above his head was blasted free, and even the divine sense Qingxi, under the bombardment, the Luo Hun above his head was blasted free, and even the divine sense Qingxi had placed within it was obliterated. He himself was hurled tens of thousands of zhong, and slammed heavily into a stone wall, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Many Chanjiao disciples cried out in shock. They had not expected their senior brother Qingxi to be defeated by Li Qingxu so swiftly and utterly. As for the Jijiao disciples, they were elated. The Chanjiao had long disparaged them as furred and horned, egg-born and damp, and had long irritated their pride. Li Qingxi's decisive victory over Qingxi was a harsh rebuke to the Chanjiao disciples and a cathartic vindication for the Jijiao. All the Jiejiao disciples present having witnessed Li Qingxu's prowess were filled with admiration and no longer bore even a trace of disrespect. At that moment Li Qingxu took a step and instantly appeared above Guang Qingzi, looking down upon him from on high. Though grievously wounded and spitting blood, Guang Qingzi could not accept defeat. He forced himself upright, drawing a breath and preparing to continue the fight. Enough! A cold, resonant voice suddenly rang out, echoing through the 33 heavens. Immediately Nuwa appeared as if from thin air, clad in a red gown and phoenix crown, her beauty absolute and chilling. She stood there with a serene yet imposing presence, the voice that halted the clash reverberating like a decree across the heavens. The Holy One Nuwa stood high in the sky, merging with the entire universe and emanating an aura of supreme authority, stirring waves of awe in the hearts of all present. We pay our respects to the Holy One Master Uncle. All the powerful beings of the primordial era and disciples of the three teachings knelt in unison. The Holy One Nuwa lightly nodded, then pointed towards Guang Qingzi. A divine light flashed across Guang Qingzi, and all his injuries instantly healed. Thank you, Master Uncle. Guang Qingzi stood up and once again bowed in gratitude to the Holy One. Emperor Jun and Donghuang have invited you to attend the heavenly wedding, yet you disregarded their admonitions and fought here due to your own grudges. What kind of decorum is this? The Holy One Nuwa spoke in a deep voice. Li Qingxu felt no disturbance in his heart. Although he intended to disrupt the wedding of the demon court, it had always been the disciples of the Chan sect provoking trouble. His battle with Guang Qingzi was initiated by the latter. However, despite this, the Holy One Nuwa questioned them publicly, and at the very least they had to give her some face. The disciple admits fault. Li Qingxu and Guang Qingzi bowed in apology. Seeing the two acknowledge their mistakes, the Holy One Nuwa's attitude softened slightly as she turned her gaze towards Li Qingxu. Tong Tian has indeed taken in a good disciple. After sizing up Li Qingxu, the Holy One Nuwa spoke. The innate human race she created had roots and talents that only reached the weakest level of innate beings. In contrast, Guang Qingzi was the chief disciple personally selected by the primordial lord. However, Guang Qingzi was first defeated by Li Qingxu in a physical confrontation, and even after activating 3 innate spiritual treasures, he still could not hold out long under Li Qingxi's Qingling Divine Thunder. Such formidable comprehension and combat strength truly exceeded her expectations. You're too kind, Master Uncle, Li Qingxu humbly replied. Guang Qingzi felt increasingly humiliated as the Holy One Nuwa praised Li Qingxu before everyone. Yet in front of the Holy One he dared not show any dissent. Just as he intended to call back the lost soul-returning bell and the Yin-Yang twin swords, and leave this place of lost dignity, he discovered that Li Qingxu had already taken the soul-returning bell and the Yin-Yang twin swords. Li Qingxu, what do you mean by this? Guang Qingzi's expression darkened as he confronted Li Qingxu. Guang Qingzi, do you still remember our bet? The defeated must roll out of the South Heaven Gate in a group from here. Li Qingxu replied leisurely. Upon hearing this, Guang Qingzi's expression turned as if he had just swallowed a bitter pill, wanting to speak, yet hesitating, his face a mix of blue and purple. I merely fell temporarily at a disadvantage. How can I be considered defeated? Guang Qingzi's face flushed red, the veins on his forehead bulging as he argued. As the chief disciple of the Chan sect, he represented the entire Chan sect and the face of the primordial lord, making it absolutely impossible for him to roll out of here. Temporarily at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the Holy One helping you recover from your injuries, would you be able to stand here speaking to me now? Li Qingxu sneered coldly. However, he had already guessed that Guang Qingzi, who valued his face, would never admit defeat, so he had taken the Yin-Yang twin swords and the soul-returning bell in advance. You know in your heart the outcomes of success and failure. I also do not wish to waste my breath arguing with you. Either you roll out of here, or these 2 innate spiritual treasures will serve as compensation for your breaking of your word to me. Li Qingxu said indifferently. You dare? Guang Qingzi's voice suddenly grew several decibels higher. Each innate spiritual treasure is extremely precious, and even as the chief disciple of the Chan sect he had very few. Li Qingxu sneered, appearing to put them away on the surface, while actually refining them into 2 million source points. You? Guang Qingzi's expression turned frantic as he felt the connection to his soul-returning bell and the Yin-Yang twin swords was completely severed. He wanted to rage, but firstly he was absolutely no match for Li Qingxu. Secondly, since the Holy One Nuwa personally ordered them to cease hostilities, he dared not defy her will. Li Qingxu, when I return I will report this matter truthfully to the master. Guang Qingzi threatened. Do as you please. Li Qingxu was too lazy to pay him any mind. Qingxi's words made it seem as if no one else had a holy master, and besides the Chan and Jia sects would inevitably turn against each other sooner or later. Turning against each other sooner rather than later would allow the Jia sect disciples to see the true face of the Chan sect, preventing them from going easy on the Chan disciples during the Fengshan calamity in the future. After all, in his memories from his past life, most Chan disciples were imprisoned after being captured by Jia disciples, while Jia disciples would execute Chan disciples on the spot. Seeing this, Qingxi felt as though he was hitting a cotton ball with his fist, leaving him powerless with rage. Master Uncle, I take my leave now. Qingxi bowed to the Holy One Niwa. The strange gazes of the powerful beings from the primordial era felt like invisible slaps on his face. He did not wish to remain in this place that had caused him such humiliation for even a second longer. The Holy One Niwa nodded. Seeing the eldest senior brother Qingxi leave, the other disciples of the Chan sect followed closely behind, all requesting to take their leave from the Holy One. After such a commotion, the Jia sect disciples lost all interest in feasting. As for Qingxu, it was even less likely he would stay here to support Emperor Jun, so he also left the demon court with the Jia sect disciples. Once the disciples of the Chan and Jia sects left the demon court, they immediately returned to Kunlun Mountain. Qingxi coldly snorted as he looked at Qingxu, then turned and flew towards Yushu Palace, evidently going to complain to the primordial lord. What a joke, making a fuss while being weaker than Li Shixiang of the Golden Immortal Realm in the middle stage. The winged immortal sneered. Exactly how could he have the audacity to complain? The dragonhead immortal mocked as well. Let's go, we should find the master too, Bai Xiao said, puffing out her chest and confidently calling to the other Jia sect disciples. Let's go. Under Li Qingxi's lead, many Jia sect disciples marched towards Bo Palace with great momentum. Upon arriving at the entrance of Bo Palace, they found the gates wide open, clearly indicating that Shangqing Tongtian had anticipated their arrival. Disciples seek an audience with the master. Tens of thousands of Jia sect disciples bowed at the entrance of Bo Palace. Come in, a voice rang from within the hall belonging to Shangqing Tongtian. Having received Shangqing Tongtian's approval, the disciples immediately rose and flew into Bo Palace. Inside Bo Palace was vast and filled with ethereal mist, forming a world of its own, with Shangqing Tongtian waiting for them in the center of the hall. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Li Qingxu and the others bowed. Shangqing Tongtian nodded. I am already aware of the matters you wish to discuss. Although he resided in Kunlun Mountain, he was fully aware of everything that transpired in the demon court. Master, it was clearly these Chan sect disciples who instigated trouble first, yet they are the ones making false accusations. Indeed, Qingxi could not match winged immortal Shixiang, so Qingxi launched a sneak attack. If it weren't for Li Shixiang's intervention, winged immortal Shixiang would have definitely been severely injured. A disciple from the outer sect added. The reason Li Shixiang battled Qingxi in the Yaoqi was also because Qingxi acted out of shame and provocation. Sigh. Shangqing Tongtian looked at the indignant disciples before him and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. As the saying goes, one must have their teacher to have their disciples. All disciples of the Chan sect inherited the primordial lord's disdain for the fur-wearing horned egg-born beings. Most disciples of the Jia sect also belonged to this category. Coupled with the Chan disciples' high self-esteem, the conflicts between the two sects were unavoidable and would eventually erupt. I have decided to relocate the sect from Kunlun Mountain and seek another blessed land as the Jia sect's dojo. After pondering for a while, Shangqing Tongtian spoke to the disciples. As the saying goes, red flowers, white lotus roots, and green lotus leaves. The three teachings were originally one family. Although there were frictions between the disciples of the Chan and Jia sects, he would never turn against his elder brother, the primordial lord, due to conflicts among disciples. Thus, Shangqing Tongtian planned to take a step back and broaden his horizons by leaving Kunlun Mountain with the disciples. He believed that as long as the two sects were separated, there would naturally be no further major conflicts. Moving away from Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Jia sect were suddenly taken aback upon hearing this. After all, Kunlun Mountain is, aside from Buzhou Mountain, the finest cave paradise in the Honghuang World. Moreover, the root of the conflict between the two sects mainly stemmed from the disciples of the Chan sect, who were self-righteous and often instigated trouble. Thus, everyone was unwilling to leave Kunlun Mountain and let such a beautiful cave paradise be taken over by the disciples of the Chan sect. As the saying goes, red flowers, white lotus roots, and green lotus leaves. The three teachings were originally one family. Although there were frictions between the disciples of the Chan and Jia sects, he would never turn against his. I think a change of environment would be good to avoid running into them all the time. May I ask where Master intends to relocate the Jia sect's dojo? Li Qingxu also understood the difficulties faced by Shangqing Tongtian and immediately took the lead in expressing his support. The other GS sect disciples upon hearing this also felt a bit of their reluctance dissipate. They truly did not wish to coexist daily with those arrogant and self-important disciples of the Chan sect. Seeing this, Shangqing Tongtian cast a reassuring glance at Li Qingxu. This newly accepted direct disciple of his not only possessed extraordinary comprehension and combat prowess, but also had a meticulous mind, which was indeed rare. I have not yet thought it through for the time being. Shangqing Tongtian replied. The incident had occurred suddenly, and he had just made the decision without having considered where to move the GS sect to. It is said that there is an island deep in the East Sea called Jinao Island. This island not only boasts beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy, but also covers a vast area surrounded by many smaller islands, making it quite suitable for the brothers to establish a dojo on the island. Li Qingxu proposed. Upon hearing this, Shangqing Tongtian immediately expanded his divine sense to cover the entire East Sea. Soon he discovered the Jinao Island that Li Qingxu spoke of. Jinao Island, like the moon surrounded by stars, was encircled by thousands of islands of various sizes. The main body of this island spanned hundreds of millions of miles with lush trees and many rare and exotic beasts living on it. At the center of the island stood the towering purple Ganoderma cliff, which was perfectly suitable for building the Bio Palace at its summit. Indeed, it is a good place. With a wave of his hand, Shangqing Tongtian conjured an image of Jinao Island out of thin air in the Bio Palace. The GS sect disciples gazed at the picturesque and spiritually rich Jinao Island in the image, feeling quite satisfied. Since you all have no objections, let's settle this matter. In 3 days the sect will move to Jinao Island. Shangqing Tongtian made a decisive announcement. After Li Qingxu and the others exited the Bio Palace, they informed the other GS sect disciples of this. Those GS sect disciples who did not go to the demon court were first taken aback, and then upon learning the cause of the incident were filled with righteous indignation and burning anger. The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit even smashed a 1,000-year-old black jade table with her palm, and stood up ready to find Qingxu Qingxi and the others to let them know why the sun was so bright and why the flowers were so red. However, since it had already been decided to leave Kunlun Mountain, Shangqing Tongtian did not want the relationship between the three sects to continue to deteriorate, so he immediately announced that the GS sect disciples must not initiate conflicts within these 3 days. With Shangqing Tongtian issuing the sacred order, the anger of the GS sect disciples was suppressed. When Li Qingxu and the others began to tidy up the dojo to prepare for the move to Jinao Island, the heavenly wedding at the demon court had already been completed. The Holy Nuwa used the supreme innate treasure, the red embroidered ball, to officiate the heavenly wedding for Dijun and Taiyi, which resulted in the recognition of the heavenly Tao descending merits as a reward. However, due to the battle between Li Qingxu and Qingxi scaring off many powerful beings of the Honghuang, the merits bestowed by the heavenly Tao were rather limited. Even though Dijun and Taiyi and others absorbed these merits, it only slightly enhanced their cultivation and did not result in a breakthrough in their realms. When these powerful beings of the Honghuang returned from the demon court to the Honghuang mainland, the news that the Chan sect's chief disciple Qingxi was defeated by Li Qingxu, who had just joined the GS sect not long ago and was struck by Shangqing's divine thunder, soon spread. For a time, many beings of the Honghuang were astonished and very surprised. After all, Yuanshi Tianzuan places great emphasis on the background and roots of his disciples, especially for the chief disciple. Li Qingxu, however, was merely an innate human who had just joined the GS sect for over 100,000 years, far inferior to Qingxi in terms of both background and cultivation. Logically speaking, Qingxi should have easily defeated Li Qingxu. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. For a time, the image and status of the Chan sect disciples plummeted in the eyes of many beings of the Honghuang. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan felt displeased that Li Qingxu had caused the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun to lose face in front of everyone and had seized 2 innate treasures from Qingxi, he was still too embarrassed to confront Shangqing Tongtian about it, and had to let it go. 3 days later, tens of thousands of GS sect disciples, led by Shangqing Tongtian, moved away from Kunlun Mountain through the spatial gate to establish a new GS sect dojo on Jinao Island. On the same day, Taiji Laozu also led disciples, including Xuandu Daoren and Du Jinren, away from Kunlun Mountain to establish the 8 Scenery Palace on Mount Daoyuo. The myriad beings of the Honghuang were once again shaken, as they did not expect that the 3 sects traditionally viewed as one would suddenly branch off in a single day. In the sky over the east, see a massive spatial gate opened, and a powerful holy might swept across billions of miles. Shangqing Tongtian led Daobao Doran, Holy Mother of Gold Spirit, Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit Li Qingxu, and hundreds of thousands of GS sect disciples, continuously flying out from within, arriving above Janeo Island. Boom. Following that, the towering Janeo Island, several million zhong high, flew out from the spatial gate, and precisely landed atop the billions of zhong high purple Genoderma cliff. From now on, this Janeo Island shall be the residence of our GS sect. You may establish your dojos on Janeo Island and the nearby islands. Later I will arrange a massive gathering array to make the spiritual energy here even richer. Shangqing Tongtian instructed the disciples. Yes. The disciples responded, scattering in all directions to begin capturing the rare and exotic beasts on the island and establishing their dojos. Just as Li Qingxu was still pondering where to establish his Qingxu palace, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao flew in front of him. Junior brother, we have our eyes on two neighboring islands, both of which have great positions and beautiful scenery. Shall we build our dojo there? It would also be convenient for us to consult you on cultivation matters. Bixiao said to Li Qingxu excitedly, her eyes filled with anticipation. That's fine. Li Qingxu replied after a moment of contemplation. He had no special requirements for the location of the dojo, and among the hundreds of thousands of GS sect disciples, he was most familiar with the three sisters. Since they extended the invitation, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Great. Let's go, we'll stake our claim first to prevent others from getting there before us. Bixiao, seeing that Li Qingxu agreed, had her eyes curved like crescent moons and quickly grabbed his wrist, hurrying towards the periphery of Janeo Island. Soon they arrived at the two neighboring islands on the outskirts of Janeo Island. These two islands were roughly the same size, about 10,000 miles in circumference, and were filled with lush trees and beautiful scenery, resembling two pearls embedded in the azure sea. These two islands are indeed excellent, Li Qingxu said after surveying them. That's right, I had my eye on these two islands the moment Master showed us the situation of Janeo Island. Bixiao boasted somewhat, as if seeking praise. You're quite clever. Yunxiao teased Bixiao, then addressed Li Qingxu, saying, Senior brother, which of these two islands do you prefer? Li Qingxu understood that Yunxiao was giving him the first choice. He did not hesitate, and made his selection. I prefer the left island. The left island had a coastal cliff wall with a cove, which clearly was a great spot for sea fishing. If he got tired during closed-door cultivation, he could go there to cast a line and relax. Then we'll choose the right island. From today on, this island shall be called Sanxian Island, Bixiao said happily, naming the right island on the spot. In fact, the three sisters also preferred the right island, which was bursting with flowers. Now both parties were pleased with the outcome. After selecting the location, Li Qingxu and the three sisters began to construct their respective dojos. The three Shaos built the three immortal halls, while Li Qingxu constructed the Qingxu Hall once again. Due to his significantly improved cultivation, this newly built Qingxu Hall was even taller and grander than the previous one. Meanwhile, the Shangqing Tongtian quickly arranged a massive gathering spirit array covering Janeo Island and many nearby islands. As the gathering spirit array merged and began to operate in the void, the density of spiritual energy within a radius of billions of miles skyrocketed by hundreds of times, almost rivaling that of Kunlun Mountain. In the timeless expanse of the primordial world, hundreds of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Splash! The waves crashed against the rocks, producing a deafening sound. Li Qingxu sat on a massive stone at the cliff's edge, holding a spiral-patterned iron fishing rod, fishing over the precipice. After intermittently meditating for several 100,000 years, he finally broke through to the Taiyi golden immortal realm, significantly enhancing his strength once more. He was only a great realm away from the Grand Luo golden immortal, who was said to share a lifespan with the heavens. Logically, today was a fine day, and Li Qingxu had just completed his breakthrough, so he should have been in high spirits. However, at this moment, he was frowning with no trace of joy on his face. He had been fishing for 3 consecutive hours without catching a single thing. Moreover, a large fish had been circling his hook for quite some time, occasionally bumping against it, yet it never took the bait, as if it were teasing him. Junior brother. A clear and melodious voice rang out. Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao descended from the sky, landing at the top of the cliff. Junior brother, you've broken through to the Taiyi golden immortal. The three of them expressed surprise upon sensing the aura radiating from Li Qingxu. Having cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years to reach the mid-stage golden immortal realm, they initially thought they had narrowed the gap in strength with Li Qingxu. To their astonishment, the gap had not only remained, but had actually widened. Yes, just broke through, Li Qingxu replied. How's the fishing today? Bixiao walked over to the fish basket to take a peek, only to find it completely empty. Ahem. Seeing this, Li Qingxu awkwardly coughed twice, hastily shifting the topic. Is there any news regarding the situation with the demon court? During his seclusion, he had mostly been in a deep state of comprehension with diminished awareness of the outside world, so he had asked the three Xiaos to keep an eye on the movements of the demon race. The three Xiaos assumed that Li Qingxu was concerned for the safety of the human race, so they agreed to help. Currently, the ceasefire order from our Grandmaster Hongyun is still in effect, and the demon court has been quite peaceful lately. However, the demon queen Shiha has given birth to 10 little golden crows. These 10 little golden crows, due to their fusion of the bloodlines of Emperor Jun's golden crow and Zai's Taiyin, possess an exceptionally high foundation, already reaching the golden immortal realm upon birth, and they wield the true fire of the sun. Aside from that, there haven't been any other significant events in the demon court. After considering for a moment, Bishao responded. Li Qingxu nodded slightly. The situation was as he had anticipated. According to his memories from his past life, next Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taiyi would, with the covert assistance of Zundi and Jiejing, ambush the ancestor Hongyun in an attempt to seize the primordial purple energy from him, which was crucial for attaining sainthood. Knowing that his death was inevitable, ancestor Hongyun would ultimately choose to self-destruct, causing the seventh strand of primordial purple energy to vanish from the primordial world. Although Li Qingxu was aware of all this and considered the demon race an enemy rather than a friend, he had no intention of saving ancestor Hongyun. As the saying goes, let go of the urge to help others and respect their fate. With ancestor Hongyun's saintly personality surviving in the treacherous and life-or-death primordial world until now was already a miracle. Moreover, aside from the collusion of the demon court, Zuni, and Jiejing, it seemed there was also the hand of Grandmaster Hongjun involved. Given his current situation, it was wiser to focus on developing steadily. Involving himself in the schemes of saints, or even Dao ancestors at this point, would be akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, seeking death. Thus, both logically and emotionally, Li Qingxu could not save ancestor Hongyun. However, as a top-tier powerhouse of the primordial world, ancestor Hongyun bore 2 golden attributes. If he could retrieve them upon the ancestor's fall, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his own strength. With this thought, Li Qingxu's mind suddenly became clear. Junior brother, a fish is biting. Just as Li Qingxu was lost in thought, he felt a tug on his fishing rod, and the bobber began to bob on the surface of the sea. He quickly snapped back to reality and pulled the hook out of the water, only to find it completely empty, with even the bait having been devoured. The large fish was floating next to the hook, splashing its tail against the water's surface, clearly toying with him. Damn it, I can tolerate a lot, but not this. I can't just let this fish get away with it. As a passionate fisherman, seeing the fish repeatedly tease him, Li Qingxu could no longer contain himself. He swung his fishing rod aside and leaped off the cliff, plunging into the sea with a splash. The large fish panicked at the sight, twisting its body in an attempt to escape to the depths of the East Sea. But in front of Li Qingxu, a Taiyi golden immortal, the fish had no chance of escape. Soon Li Qingxu emerged from the depths, holding a fish over several dozen meters long. Slap! Li Qingxu tightly grasped the large fish with one hand and rained down dozens of crisp slaps on its face with the other. After receiving dozens of slaps, the fish was knocked unconscious and stopped moving. Letting you toy with me. Get the pot, heat the oil, add spices and chili. Li Qingxu shouted to the 3 Xiaos. All right, brother. Bixio's eyes sparkled as she skillfully summoned the Honghuang golden cauldron. During the past several 100,000 years, Li Qingxu had cooked many spirit beasts from the island. Having tasted his cooking several times, the 3 Xiaos were greatly impressed by his culinary skills. Half an hour later, Li Qingxu, Yunxiao, Bishao, and Xiongxiao sat around the Honghuang golden cauldron, feasting heartily. The boiling broth in the cauldron emitted steam, and pieces of crystal-clear fish meat, soaked with various flavors, wafted an irresistible aroma. This fish had only just begun to awaken its intellect, yet it dared to tease a direct disciple of the GS sect, ultimately resulting in its fate of being served as a meal. Sisters, I plan to travel through the primordial world recently to see if I can encounter any opportunities, Li Qingxu said while eating. Although his system could retrieve the attributes of fallen beings, there was a time limit. If too much time passed since their demise, these attributes would completely dissipate. In his memories from his past life, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taiyi ambushed ancestor Hongyun in the northern part of the primordial world. Only those above the golden immortal realm had the ability to traverse the void. Thus, to prevent missing out, Li Qingxu decided to head to the northern part of the primordial world early to wait for an opportunity. Moreover, he had already spent several 100,000 years in seclusion, and he had comprehended most of what he needed to. Continuing to meditate aimlessly would not yield significant results. Traveling through the primordial world could not only enhance his understanding of the heavens and the Tao, aiding his breakthrough to the Grand Luo Golden Immortal, but it might also lead to unexpected opportunities. Senior brother, you're leaving. In Bai Xiao, who had been busily devouring her meal, instantly paused mid-bite and lifted her head to ask. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao, upon hearing this, also felt a pang of reluctance. After all, their rapid ascension to the golden immortal realm had been made possible only through Li Qingxu's guidance. Moreover, once Li Qingxu departed, they would no longer be able to visit for shared meals and companionship. Yes, only for a time. I shall return soon. Li Qingxu replied. Very well. Bai Xiao murmured, softly nodding in quiet resignation, then channeled her sorrow into renewed appetite, hastening her pace through the meal. After finishing the entire fish down to the last morsel, the three Xiao returned to Sanxian Island, while Li Qingxu resolved, before embarking on his journey, to pay formal respects at Bo Palace and seek his master's blessing. Though his master, a celestial sage, had most likely already foreseen his intent to wander the primordial chaos, propriety demanded reverence. Knowing and acknowledging were two distinct acts. This was a matter of principle. Naturally, should his master bestow upon him a relic capable of preserving his life, it would be all the better. Having settled his resolve, Li Qingxu stepped upon auspicious white clouds and soared toward Ziji Cliff on Jineo Island. En route, he noticed that Jineo Island now bristled with countless Taoist abodes, large and small, bizarre in shape. While among the Jie sect disciples, many unfamiliar faces appeared, newly initiated cultivators who had joined the sect over the past several 100,000 years. Soon Li Qingxu arrived before Bo Palace atop Ziji Cliff. Your disciple humbly requests an audience with master, he declared, bowing deeply before the palace gates. Enter. Na resonant, thunderous voice emanated from within Bo Palace, the voice of Shangqing Tongtian. Yes. Li Qingxu composed himself, adjusted his robes, and glided gracefully into the grand hall. Within the hall sat Shangqing Tongtian, robed in pristine white, the Qingping sword resting across his back, serenely cross-legged upon a rush mat awaiting his arrival. Your disciple pays homage to master. Li Qingxu bowed again. Shangqing Tongtian gave a faint, imperceptible nod. Your disciple wishes to depart Jineo Island for a period of cultivation and exploration throughout the primordial chaos, and thus comes to request master's formal leave. Li Qingxu stated his purpose without hesitation. Shangqing Tongtian remained utterly unruffled. Evidently, he had long anticipated this moment. The cultivation of the Taiyi golden immortal refines the 5 qi within the chest. Yet to transcend into the Dailuo golden immortal realm, one must irrigate one's Dao fruit with those 5 qi until it blossoms into the 3 flowers above the crown. During your journey through the primordial chaos, deepen your attunement to the celestial principles and cosmic laws. Lay the foundation early for your ascension to the Dailuo golden immortal realm. Shangqing Tongtian imparted this counsel with quiet authority. Li Qingxu, grateful for master's guidance. I shall engrave these words upon my heart. Shangqing Tongtian offered a slight nod, then continued. Though your cultivation level remains modest, you have already grasped the essence-cutting sword intent of the Jie sect and mastered the Shangqing thunder art, a testament to extraordinary insight. Thus I shall transmit to you an unsurpassed divine technique inherited directly from the primordial ancestor Fengdu. Have you prepared yourself? Upon hearing these words, Li Qingxu's heart surged, uncontrollably pounding with overwhelming exhilaration. After all, at the zenith of his power, the great ancestor Fengdu stood but a step away from the supreme Tao itself. And the 3 pure ones, Shangqing Tongtian included, were born from Fengdu's primordial spirit. Any art passed down from such a source could only be inconceivably supreme. Your disciple stands ready. Once his initial fervor subsided, he swiftly calmed his mind and cleared his spiritual awareness. Then a golden divine light shot forth from Shangqing Tongtian's fingertip and vanished into Li Qingxu's consciousness. Instantly, a breathtaking vision unfolded within Li Qingxu's mind. A colossus towering millions upon millions of zhang stood upright between heaven and earth, his form wreathed in primordial chaos rooted in the infinite void. Though his features remained veiled, the aura radiating from him shook star seas and made all realms tremble, an overwhelming, indescribable might beyond mortal comprehension. Slowly the giant raised his palm, boundless Tao patterns coalesced within it. Then with a decisive sweep, he cleaved forward into the boundless expanse of emptiness. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion echoed, as if the universe itself were being forged anew, revealing a rift stretching millions upon millions of li, shimmering like a galaxy condensed into pure radiant light. Within that fissure churned the elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire, and slowly, majestically, a true grand cosmos began to take shape. The vision lasted but a few seconds before fading from his mind. As Li Qingxu regained his senses, a searing, splitting pain erupted in his skull, his spiritual sea threatening to shatter entirely. His current cultivation was too limited, even a hazy, fragmented echo of such a world-shattering act inflicted violent shock upon his consciousness. Still, at that moment Shangqing Tongtian uttered a single crystalline word. As a celestial sage aligned with heaven's law, every syllable he spoke resonated with cosmic order and fundamental law. The instant the word left his lips, an invisible force descended, soothing, stabilizing, calming Li Qingxu's turbulent, boiling spiritual sea. And Li Qingxu exhaled deeply, wiping cold sweat from his brow, profoundly awestruck by the sheer incomparable magnitude of this divine technique. The technique I now entrust to you is named Heaven-Splitting Divine Palm. Nas the ancient verse declares, within the Taiji Bagua palm lies its essence. First to cleave heaven and earth I stand supreme. The heaven-splitting divine palm comprises 9 forms. First form. Mountains uplifted. Second form. Ocean severed. A third form. Clouds pierced. Sun transfixed. Fourth form. Dark dragon shatters heaven. Fifth form. Heaven-tearing palm. Sixth form. Solar radiance shakes the cosmos. Seventh form. Star-shattering moonstrike. Eighth form. Primordial unity. Ninth form. Divine palm opens heaven. Each successive form magnifies its power exponentially. Truly an unsurpassed, peerless, yet correspondingly its cultivation demands extraordinary rigor. Your senior brother Duobao has after all this time barely mastered the first form. In Shangqing Tongtian explained with measured gravity. Li Qingxu bowed deeply once more. Grateful for Master's transmission of this sacred art, he said, his heart swelling with sincere reverence. The heaven-splitting divine palm was an ultimate divine art inherited from the great ancestor Fengdu, and one of Shangqing Tongtian's most formidable techniques. That his master bestowed it upon him unreservedly revealed profound trust. Indeed, Li Qingxu was being nurtured as a true inheritor of his master's legacy. In this jade pendant contains a single thread of my divine consciousness, capable of withstanding the full-force strike of a celestial sage. And keep it close, wear it always. Shangqing Tongtian waved his hand once more, and before him materialized an ancient emerald green jade pendant, simple, yet imbued with timeless elegance. And thank you, Master. Li Qingxu immediately received the pendant reverently with both hands and fastened it securely at his waist. With his status as a direct disciple of the Jie sect, and now protected by this talisman, even amid the current cataclysmic calamity sweeping the primordial chaos, he could face the world without fear. And all that needed saying has been said. You may go. And Shangqing Tongtian dismissed him with a casual wave. Yes. And Li Qingxu bowed deeply once more, then turned and soared from Bo Palace, heading eastward toward the vast expanse of the eastern continent of the primordial chaos. In the boundless expanse of the East Sea, where emerald waves stretch endlessly beneath the sky, Li Qingxu soared upon white clouds, the cool sea breeze tousling his hair and Dao robe. As he admired the magnificent scenery before him, he attempted to practice the heaven-splitting divine palm. The 5 mountains support the sky, the vast sea cuts off the flow. Li Qingxu muttered the names of the first and second forms of the heaven-splitting divine palm, feeling somewhat puzzled. However, he quickly came to a realization. Since this divine ability was inherited from the Fengdu Great Deity, the 5 mountains should not refer to the 5 mountains of the primordial era, but rather the 5 most magnificent chaotic mountains of the chaos world, and the vast sea refers to the chaotic star sea. The 5 mountains support the sky, the Tathagata divine palm, the 5-finger mountain. It seems that after the Taoist Duobao was absorbed into the Buddhist sect during the Fengshan calamity, he renamed the first form of the heaven-splitting divine palm to the Tathagata divine palm to distance himself from the Jie sect. Li Qingxu speculated. Although he knew that Duobao would later betray the Jie sect during the Fengshan calamity to join the Buddhist sect. However, from his initial understanding, Duobao was quite deep-minded and had joined the Shangqing sect before attaining Dao and becoming a saint holding significant status within the Jie sect. Without clear evidence, if he rashly reported the other party, he might be bitten back, achieving the opposite of his intentions. Thus, the task of eliminating the first internal traitor of the Jie sect had to be approached gradually and could not be rushed. In his memories from his past life, aside from Duobao, there were also Yuding Junren, Fox sister and 5th brother, who had mastered the heaven-splitting divine palm. However, even with the integration of the golden-winged rock's roots and Duobao's insight, it was still exceedingly difficult for him to comprehend the heaven-splitting divine palm, and he could not find a clue in a short time. Yuding Junren was likely practicing a lower version of the heaven-splitting divine palm. As for Fox sister and 5th brother, they were even more of a lower version. Yet even the lowest version of the heaven-splitting divine palm allowed Fox sister to repel the first war god of the heavenly court, Yang Jian demonstrating the overwhelming might of this divine ability. While contemplating his future plans, Li Qingxu devoted himself to comprehending the first form of the heaven-splitting divine palm. Months later, what lay before his eyes was no longer the endless ocean, but a continuous stretch of beach. Moreover, this was precisely the place he had just crossed over to, where he had listened to Shangqing Tongtian expound the Tao, and was later accepted as his direct disciple. Fortunately, I awakened the system. Otherwise, if I were to cross over as an ordinary human, this catastrophic beginning would be worse than hanging myself from a crooked tree. At least, that would be a more dignified death. Li Qingxu sighed from the depths of his heart. Although the cultivation system in the primordial world is divided into over 20 realms for the survival of the fittest beings in the primordial era, there were only 3 realms. These 3 realms are the ant realm, where one can be killed at will, the Taoist friend realm, where one may not necessarily be able to defeat others, and the senior realm, where one can be easily crushed. If he did not have the system, he would most likely either die at the hands of other races, or be eradicated later as materials for the demon race's slaughtering weapons. After his lament, Li Qingxu flew over the beach and entered the densely forested and mountainous eastern continent of the primordial world. Just as he planned to locate Wui Mountain to collect the exquisite innate spirit treasure, the falling treasure gold, and the medium-grade innate spirit root, the great red robe, he suddenly heard intense sounds of battle from afar. It's in the direction of the treading heaven tribe of the human race. Li Qingxu followed the sound and quickly locked onto his target, hastening forward atop the white clouds. Meanwhile, within the treading heaven tribe, covering millions of miles, flames soared into the sky, and anguished cries and weeping filled the air. Countless human beings fled in terror like ants on a hot stove, frantically scurrying about. A giant claw covered in scales and sharp claws crashed down heavily, directly smashing dozens of houses into fragments, scattering rocks and wooden sticks. Immediately after this, wolf demon opened its blood-stained maw, and in the terrified eyes of nearby humans swallowed thousands whole red blood oozing from its knife-like teeth, creating an incredibly gruesome sight. In addition to the wolf demons, there were also hundreds of thousands of various demon races rampaging through the treading heaven tribe, violently devouring large numbers of humans. My child, return my husband's life. Don't run, grab your weapons and fight these beasts. Kill them, fight these beasts to the death. The rampage of hundreds of thousands of demons turned the entire treading heaven tribe into a hell on earth, while those who had lost their loved ones with bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth clutched simple weapons, yearning to fight these demons to the death. However, the human race already had a weak foundation. Even the innate humans created by the Saint Nuwa were merely at the level of innate beings at the bottom. Moreover, the golden core method casually passed down by Laozi of the Taiji sect was not suitable for human cultivation. This led to the human race being extremely weak. Even with over 100 billion people in the treading heaven tribe, there were only about 2,000 or 3,000 cultivators above the human immortal realm. Such feeble strength posed no threat in the face of the demon army. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded from the skies above the treading heaven tribe. The leader of the treading heaven tribe, Taishuan, was swept away by a giant demon of the golden immortal realm, crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. Covered in blood, Taishuan stood up amidst the swirling smoke and dust, gazing at the corpses strewn across the tribe, tears streaming down his face as he mournfully cried out, "Heavens! What did my treading heaven tribe's hundreds of billions of people do wrong? Why must we suffer this calamity?" The treading heaven tribe was already one of the closest human tribes to the East Sea. Under the protection of the ancestral human tribe in the front, the people of the treading heaven tribe had peacefully thrived for nearly 1,000,000 years, yet today they were unexpectedly struck by misfortune, meeting a group of demons seeking food from the lower realms. Roar! In the high skies, 5 giant birds, each thousands of zhang long, opened their blood-stained mouths and dove toward Taishuan, their fierce eyes filled with violent, killing intent. Demon spawn. Even if I die today, I will never let you succeed. Seeing the 5 monstrous birds aiming to make him their meal, Taishuan shouted angrily and prepared to self-destruct. Just as Taishuan braced himself for death, the 5 monstrous birds, rapidly diving and exuding murderous intent, suddenly trembled violently. Boom! In the next moment, the colossal bodies of the monstrous birds, which blotted out the sky, exploded into a rain of blood. This sudden turn of events left all the humans and demons present in shock, frozen in place. Following this, Li Qingxu, clad in a Dao robe with a jade pendant at his waist and long hair cascading down his shoulders, appeared in the high skies above the treading heaven tribe. Looking down at the ferocious demons and the treading heaven tribe that resembled a hell on earth, the fury within Li Qingxu erupted like a volcano. "You beasts, none of you will leave here alive today." Li Qingxu spoke each word with fierce intent. Feeling the terrifying pressure and sharp killing intent radiating from Li Qingxu, all the demons felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, hastily scattering in fear. The demon clans at the levels of Golden Immortal, True Immortal, and Celestial Immortal were utterly insignificant before Li Qingxu. As he spread his 5 fingers, thousands upon thousands of purple arcs of electricity instantly surged forth. These minute-Shangqing divine thunders were not only incredibly swift, but also unsurprisingly precise, under Li Qingxu's spiritual sense control piercing directly into the minds of the demons. Immediately, the Shangqing divine thunders detonated within the demons' minds, obliterating their brains along with their nascent souls in an instant. Within a mere few seconds, the tens of thousands of once ferocious demons were all annihilated by Li Qingxu. In an instant, the entire Taishan tribe was strewn with the enormous corpses of the demons lying in disarray. From the brink of extinction to total destruction of the demon forces, it was but the blink of an eye. Such a drastic transformation left all members of the Taishan tribe in disbelief, some even suspecting that this was merely a hallucination before their death. Only after a short while did they finally accept that what lay before their eyes was no illusion, but the undeniable reality. "I am not dead. I have survived." At first the people cheered and rejoiced, celebrating their escape from becoming the demons' bloodthirsty prey. But gazing upon the ravaged tribe, and recalling the loved ones who had been consumed by the demons, they were instantly engulfed by heart-wrenching pain. Some clawed through the ruins, desperately searching for the severed limbs of their kin. Others wept blood tears, crying out to the heavens in utter agony. Some gazes turned vacant, as if their souls had been extracted, leaving behind mere walking corpses. Seeing this, Li Qingxu felt a heavy weight upon his heart, as if he could scarcely breathe. The suffering of the Taishan tribe was merely the tip of the iceberg of humanity's current plight. Though he had saved the tribe today, countless other human clans on the primordial land remained slaughtered by the demons. In fact, according to his past life memories, the demons had once slaughtered hundreds of billions of humans to near extinction in order to forge the witch-slaying sword. "I am old and injured, but I have come to meet you. Are you brotherly?" The Taishan elder supporting his grievously wounded body trembled as he approached Li Qingxu to express his gratitude. But upon seeing Li Qingxu up close, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother Taishuan," Li Qingxu greeted with a respectful bow. In the memories he had absorbed, both the Taishan elder and his former self were among the 129600 innate humans created by Nuwa, and had once fled together to the eastern primordial lands, making them acquainted. "Brotherly, how have you changed so drastically?" the Taishan elder asked in shock. He had lost all news of Li Qingxu tens of thousands of years ago. The Taishan elder had presumed Li Qingxu perished, tragically swallowed by demons, but unexpectedly, he was not only alive, but had manifested power beyond his wildest imagination. "Previously, while listening to the teachings of the Tongtian sage by the Eastern Sea, I was fortunate to be accepted as his disciple," Li Qingxu replied. "I have been cultivating by his side all these years." "You were the one who defeated Guangchengzi at the Demon Court's celestial marriage." When the great powers of the primordial world returned from the Demon Court, the tale of Li Qingxu, the youngest direct disciple of the Jie sect, utterly defeating the chief Guangchengzi of the Chan sect at the Jade Pool, spread throughout. The Taishan elder had heard whispers, but never gave it much thought, assuming it was merely a namesake. Indeed, Li Qingxu nodded, channeling a pure divine force to aid the Taishan elder's recovery. "Li, Senior, you are truly blessed by heaven with profound fortune," the Taishan elder exclaimed in envy. If Li Qingxu had risen due to some treasure or opportunity, he could still shamelessly call him brotherly, based on their past relationship. But now not only was Li Qingxu vastly superior in strength, he was also a revered sage's direct disciple, placing them worlds apart. Thus the Taishan elder regarded Li Qingxu with both respect and reverence, no longer daring to address him as an equal. Hearing this, Li Qingxu slightly furrowed his brows. He had intended to tell the Taishan elder not to mind his status, and to continue with their previous form of address. However, seeing the elder's cautious demeanor, he realized that insisting might only make him more uneasy, fearful of inadvertently offending the sage. But this was unavoidable. Survival of the fittest and precedence of the strong were iron laws of the primordial world, deeply ingrained in the minds of all humans as inherent truths. Subsequently, Li Qingxu and the Taishan elder helped heal other injured humans, and then directed the tribe in processing the massive demon corpses. Each demon was as large as a mountain, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. the Taishan tribe would not have to worry about food for centuries to come. During this period, Qingxu learned why the Taishan elder had become so decrepit. Shortly after joining the GS sect, the elder had fortuitously discovered a peculiar, innate spiritual fruit. To survive the perils of the primordial world, the Taishan elder took the risk and swallowed the fruit. Though the innate spiritual fruit contained many fragments of cosmic laws and divine essence, it was also laced with potent toxins. After months of unconsciousness, the Taishan elder found his cultivation had leapt to the early golden immortal stage, but his origin had suffered irreversible damage, transforming him from a vigorous youth into a white-haired elder. Additionally, years of battling the demons had left him with chronic ailments, culminating in his current frailty. The tribe's situation is truly dire. Qingxu sighed softly as he observed the humans of the Tai. The 129600 innate humans created by the Nuwa sage were nearly the weakest among innate beings. Those born later, the acquired humans, were even more feeble. Most adult humans in the Taishan tribe now possessed only the cultivation from refining essence to refining qi and transforming spirit stages, unable even to contend with the most common beasts like wolves or tigers in the primordial realm. There is no remedy, such as humanity's innate foundation. When the old patriarch of Taiching passed down the golden core, Tao, it was thought to be the hope for humanity's rise, but the Taishan elder harbored much resentment, but dared not speak further, fearing to anger the sage. The old patriarch of Taiching founded the human sect, imparted the golden core Tao, attained Tao merit, and became a sage, even siphoning some of humanity's fortune. Yet after his ascension, he neither cared for humanity, nor did the golden core cultivation method he left behind show any real effect. Moreover, the Grand Master Xuandu, also human, and a disciple of the old patriarch, similarly neglected humanity and never extended help. Thus, the Taishan elder was profoundly grateful to Qingxu, who as a sage's direct disciple still stepped forward to aid humanity in dire times. Qingxu silently nodded upon hearing this. He had also practiced the golden core Tao. In his view, the golden core Tao was likely a trash cultivation method casually fabricated by the old patriarch during alchemical refinement, utterly relying on luck. Though his current cultivation was not considered strong in the primordial world and other fantasy realms, he would at least be ranked as an immortal king or divine emperor. Given his human identity and formidable comprehension, with time, he might truly be able to devise cultivation methods more suited for humanity. After making up his mind, Qingxu immediately informed Tai Xuanshi of his thoughts. Tai Xuanshi, upon hearing this, expressed unwavering support. After all, Qingxu was a direct disciple of a sage with strength and comprehension far exceeding that of ordinary people. Moreover, as a member of the human race, the techniques he created would undoubtedly be more suitable for human cultivation. Without hesitation, they proceeded. Under the guidance of Tai Xuanshi, Qingxu arrived at the cave where Tai Xuanxi's dojo was located to begin his closed-door cultivation. Qingxu sat cross-legged in midair, carefully contemplating the structure of his body, the position of his meridians, and the pathways of his divine energy. His desire to create a technique was not only for the human race, but also for himself. Although the Shangqing Xianjue was an unparalleled art created after Shangqing Tongtian attained sainthood, it was akin to a path of cultivation opened up by Shangqing Tongtian. Disciples of the Jiejiao would indeed traverse this path faster and further than other beings of the primordial chaos. However, the ultimate achievements of all Jiejiao disciples who practiced this method would never surpass those of the path's originator, Shangqing Tongtian. Just as the law of force is Pangus Dao, the immortal path is the Dao of Hongyun Daozu. All true supreme experts must forge their own Dao. Naturally, as a member of the 6 saints of the primordial chaos Pangus true lineage, other Jiejiao disciples only needed to diligently cultivate the Shangqing Xianjue. Because they could never reach the level of Shangqing Tongtian, Qingxu's situation was different. He had a system, boundless potential and possibilities, and his vision naturally had to be broader. Moreover, the Fengshan calamity, as recalled from his past life, was not only plotted by figures like Taiji Laozi Yuanshi, Tianzuan Juni Jin, and Nuwa, but also by that high and mighty figure who looked down upon the primordial chaos. He wished to avoid the annihilation of the Jiejiao and prevent himself from meeting a tragic end. Some matters required him to prepare in advance. After over 10,000 years of closed-door cultivation, Qingxu successfully created a technique called Dao Yixian Jing, based on the human physique and his own insights. Dao Yixian Jing was not merely about refining the physical body or the primordial spirit, but rather about enhancing strength through the internal evolution of one's own world. Before reaching the realm of human immortals, this scripture emphasized refining the physical body and enhancing divine energy, opening up a spiritual sea in the dantian within the body. When a cultivator successfully established an ancient star in their dantian's spiritual sea, they would enter the realm of human immortals. Increasing the number of ancient stars to 108 would lead to the realm of earth immortals. When ancient stars began to exist not only in the spiritual sea, but also throughout the body, reaching 365 to form the small circulatory system, it meant one had become a celestial immortal. As the number of ancient stars continued to increase, reaching 3,650 to form the large circulatory system, one would be promoted to the realm of true immortals. If Li Qingxu could cultivate this method to its utmost limits, he could make every inch of his blood and flesh contain boundless stars, forming a vast world. At that time, with every gesture, he could suppress all foes with the power of the vast world, and would not be restricted by any rules of the primordial world, free from calamities, even the boundless tribulations, achieving true immortality. Thus he named this technique Dao Yixianjing. Of course, his 10,000 years of seclusion only allowed him to deduce this technique to the level of true immortality. The subsequent stages were merely his conjectures. To truly perfect this technique, he would need to invest vast amounts of time and energy in further deductions. However, given the current condition of the human race, the true immortal level Dao Yixianjing would be sufficient for the time being. He could first pass down this portion of the cultivation method, and later continue to teach the subsequent parts once they were deduced. Boom! The stone door of the cave opened, and Li Qingxu flew out. Seniorly. Upon seeing that Li Qingxu had finished his seclusion, Tai Xianshi hurriedly approached, his face filled with anticipation. After the experience of narrowly escaping death, Tai Xianshi and the members of the tribe increasingly felt the importance of strength. Thus Tai Xianshi and the hundreds of billions of human beings were eager for Li Qingxu to create a technique truly suitable for their cultivation, allowing them the possibility to grow stronger. I have already created the technique, but it is currently only deduced to the true immortal stage. Seeing Tai Xuanxi's eager expression, Li Qingxu straightforwardly responded, "That's wonderful." Tai Xuanxi's face turned visibly red upon hearing this, and his heart was extremely excited. In this brutal world of the primordial chaos, being weak was a sin. Not only did it mean surviving in the cracks, but it also carried the constant possibility of annihilation. All human beings were aware of this, but their roots were too weak, and there were no suitable cultivation methods. Even if they had the heart to become stronger and an unwavering belief in their potential, they had no means. Li Qingxu was not only a direct disciple of Shangqing Tongtian, but also a member of the human race, so the techniques he created would undoubtedly be more suitable for human cultivation than the Jindanju. Gather the clan members, I will pass down the cultivation method to you. Li Qingxu said to Tai Xianshi. All right. Tai Xianshi nodded to Li Qingxu and began to gather the members of the Taixian tribe. With the aid of divine energy, Tai Xuanxi's voice echoed throughout the world, resonating in the minds of hundreds of billions of human beings. Soon a throng of human beings was gathering from all directions, forming a dense mass. Although the Taixian tribe suffered heavy casualties 10,000 years ago, after a period of recuperation, not only was the tribe rebuilt, but its population had also recovered to hundreds of billions. After a quarter of an hour, all the human beings gathered, their heads bobbing and filling the nearby dozens of large mountains. We bow to seniorly. Hundreds of billions of human beings bowed to Li Qingxu in unison, their synchronized and resonant voices shaking the heavens. Sit down and listen attentively. Li Qingxu spoke. Yes. All the human beings present immediately sat down in unison, casting eager looks toward Li Qingxu. I have been in seclusion for 10,000 years, relying on the roots of the human race and my own insights, initially creating the technique Dao Yixianjing, and I will now impart this method to you. Li Qingxu sat cross-legged in midair, clad in flowing white robes, his demeanor majestic, and began to teach the gathered crowd. After 100 days, Li Qingxu imparted the entirety of the Dao Yixianjing that he had deduced. He explained each realm in great detail, and while explaining, he cultivated, sharing all insights gained from the cultivation process, striving to help the Taixian tribe's people avoid detours in their future practice. I have explained everything I can. As for whether you can successfully cultivate it, that depends on yourselves. Li Qingxu stood up and addressed the crowd. Thank you, Senior, for imparting the teachings to us. We will definitely cultivate with all our might, not disappointing your earnest intentions. The crowd of human beings again bowed to Li Qingxu, deeply moved and grateful. Although the creator of the human race was the Saint Nuwa and the leader of the human teaching was Taiji Laozu, both of these saints treated the human race as expendable, completely disregarding them. In comparison to those two lofty saints, all the human beings present clearly felt that Li Qingxu, the direct disciple of Jie Jiao, truly cared about the human race and was concerned for their lives. The hundreds of billions of human beings present were determined that from now on, as long as they could cultivate, they would cultivate to the utmost. Even if it meant dying from going astray in their cultivation, it would be more dignified. The hundreds of billions of human beings present were determined that from now on, as long as they could cultivate, they would cultivate to the utmost. Even if it meant dying from going astray in their cultivation, it would be more dignified than dying hopelessly at the hands of the demon race. Li Qingxu looked at the passionate and invigorated faces of the human beings before him, feeling quite gratified. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. For the human race to become the true masters of heaven and earth, they must not rely on external protection, but must strengthen themselves. Moreover, in the Fengshan calamity, the human teaching and the Chan teaching both used the human race as pawns pulling Jie Jiao into the calamity. If the strength of the human race were to increase, it would not be so easy for the two teachings to plot against them in the future. After imparting the Daoyi immortal art, Li Qingxu did not linger in the Taishan tribe. Having delivered a few parting instructions, he turned and departed, resuming his quest for Wui Mountain as planned. Along the way, he encountered several demonic assaults upon human tribes, and each time, he intervened, slaying every demon without mercy. Upon learning that their subordinates had been repeatedly slain by Li Qingxu, the Demon Kings, each a Luo golden immortal of the demon court, clenched their teeth in furious rage. Yet Li Qingxu bore the title of direct disciple of Yuqing Tongtian, a fact so weighty that even amid seething resentment none dared act against him. They could only swallow their fury whole, grinding their teeth into dust. The world of Honghuang stretched beyond comprehension. Its ordinary mountains dwarfed even the blue planet of his past life, and with no reliable cartographic aid, navigation proved profoundly arduous. For over a millennium, he searched tirelessly, yet Wui Mountain remained elusive. All the while he cultivated diligently and continued his profound contemplation of the heaven-splitting divine palm. This divine art is exceedingly difficult to fathom. After such prolonged meditation, I have barely grasped its faintest outline. Li Qingxu murmured inwardly, his voice steeped in genuine awe. Yet the heaven-splitting divine palm was an unsurpassed technique inherited from the primordial deity Pengdu. Its power immeasurable, its profundity unsurprising. Indeed, even Yuanshi Tianzuan had distilled a simplified version, the so-called Beggar's Edition, to bestow upon the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. After thousands of years spent searching and questioning, Li Qingxu finally arrived at the foot of Wui Mountain. Towering tens of millions of zhang high, its peak pierced the heavens, its slopes studded with bizarre jagged boulders. Dense forests cloaked its flanks in emerald abundance, rare blossoms and wondrous herbs vied for splendor. A sinuous river wound beneath its base, mirroring both mountain and sky, a vision of transcendent beauty. This must be it, Li Qingxu whispered softly, then stepped upon drifting white clouds and soared upward, ascending to the very summit of Wui Mountain. The mountaintop terrain was rugged and uneven, dominated by barren, grotesque stones. Only sparse vegetation clung tenaciously within fissures between them. Dawn mist veiled the summit, reducing visibility to near nothingness. Yet Li Qingxu's formidable divine sense swept across the peak and instantly detected the presence of a primordial restriction. Guided by that awareness, he flew toward a colossal stone, 10,000 zhang tall. Gray-hued and coarse-grained, its surface bristled with countless tiny protrusions. Centuries of wind and rain had draped vast swathes in dark green moss. Were it not for his prior knowledge of the treasure hidden here, and his peerless divine perception, he might never have discerned it at all. Confident in his location, he raised his right hand, fingers sharpened into a blade, and unleashed a razor-edged sword chi straight at the monolith. Shink! The sword chi held forth, plunging deep into the stone and cleaving it cleanly, and instantly blinding golden radiance erupted from the fissure, like a miniature sun bursting forth, dispelling the summit's mist in a single luminous sweep. Whoosh! A bronze coin, bullseye square within a circular rim, shot forth from the crack, adorned with primordial Tao patterns and bearing a pair of white wings. It streaked away at breathtaking speed. Clearly this was the very object of Li Qingxu's journey, the supreme primordial spirit treasure, the falling treasure coin. You think to flee, eh? Anticipating precisely this, Li Qingxu instantly condensed divine energy into a vast shimmering net, hurling it skyward to ensnare the coin. The falling treasure coin struck the net and recoiled, momentarily trapped. Yet its engraved Tao patterns flared anew, brighter, fiercer, straining to shatter the net and vanish once more. Yuqing divine thunder. With a single pointed finger, Li Qingxu summoned purple Yuqing divine thunder from the heavens, a bolt of absolute precision that struck the coin unerringly. Knowing the falling treasure coin to be an indestructible supreme primordial spirit treasure, eternal impervious to calamity, he spared no restraint, unleashing his full might. As brilliant thunder detonated across its surface, the coin's protective Dao patterns were utterly obliterated. Li Qingxu reached out, not with hand, but with will, and drew the coin directly into his grasp. A most auspicious acquisition. This journey was truly worthwhile. Gazing upon the radiant coin in his palm, its surface shimmering with iridescent light, its white wings gleaming, he felt genuine elation. One supreme primordial spirit treasure equated to 10 million origin points, a boon equivalent to 10 golden tier traits, or 1 violet gold tier trait, capable of elevating his cultivation realm by several echelons. At that moment, 2 middle-aged cultivators, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, descended from another direction atop Wui Mountain, clad in crimson and azure robes drawn by the recent commotion. Li Qingxu focused his attention upon them, and their attribute interfaces manifested before his eyes. Xiaosheng, cultivation realm peak, true immortal. Traits: primordial being, green fortune and misfortune intertwined, white affinity, for male companionship, white dire fate, black. Xiaobao, cultivation realm peak, true immortal. Traits: primordial being, green fortune and misfortune intertwined, white preference for same-sex bonds, white untimely demise, black. Junior disciples Xiaosheng and Xiaobao pay homage to senior cultivator. Red and blue always herald a destined bond. Truly ancient wisdom does not deceive. Li Qingxu observed them silently, his thoughts turning inward. No wonder in his past life memory, after Xiaosheng fell to Zhao Gongming's hands, Xiaobao sacrificed his life without hesitation to avenge him. Noticing their hesitant, unspoken tension, Li Qingxu instantly divined their thoughts. As native cultivators of Wui Mountain, Xiaosheng and Xiaobao had long known of the falling treasure coin's existence. Yet the primordial restriction guarding it proved too formidable for their current cultivation, rendering it inaccessible. Now seeing Li Qingxu appear seemingly from nowhere and claim the treasure they had guarded for eons, their hearts burned with bitter resentment. Still constrained by Li Qingxu's overwhelming strength, they dared not voice their grievance, choosing instead to wait and watch for opportunity. This artifact is called the falling treasure coin, an innate spirit treasure, yet fraught with grave peril. Should it fall into your hands, it would only bring ruin upon you. Li Qingxu spoke calmly to Xiaosheng and Xiaobao. May we inquire, senior cultivator, why is this so? Its sole function is to use your own fortune to dislodge an enemy's treasures. The stronger the foe, and the more precious the artifact, the greater the fortune you must expend. You are merely ordinary primordial beings. Using it once or twice may suffice, but repeated usage will exhaust your fortune entirely, inviting utter annihilation. Li Qingxu replied with quiet gravity. In his past life memory, Xiaosheng and Xiaobao had perished precisely thus. After attempting to seize Zhao Gongming's 24 ocean-stabilizing pearls, their fortune drained to negative infinity, sealing their doom. Ah, so that is the truth. Hearing this, Xiaosheng and Xiaobao exchanged glances, then shuddered involuntarily, seized by profound dread. They realized with chilling relief how narrowly they had escaped catastrophe. Had Li Qingxu not warned them, they might have claimed the coin, blindly dying without ever understanding why. Their trust in his words stemmed from the stark disparity in power. Before Li Qingxu, their strength was negligible, mere motes of dust before a celestial storm. Had he wished to seize the coin by force, he could have erased them with a gesture. No deception would have been necessary. Thank you for your enlightenment, senior. Unlike other powerful beings of the primordial era, the two of them had little desire for strength and treasures. They simply wished to live a leisurely life, without strife, on Wui Mountain. Li Qingxu's visit had in an intangible way helped them avert a significant calamity. Li Qingxu nodded, surprised by their openness. With a flick of his finger, 2 faint golden beams of light immediately entered the minds of the 2 men. These are some insights from me. After your comprehension, you should be able to break through the bottleneck and advance to the golden immortal stage. Li Qingxu said to Xiaosheng and Xiaobao. Though taking the fallen treasure money was a win-win for them, since Wui Mountain was their dojo, his offering of compensation was a way to resolve this karmic debt. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Upon seeing this, Xiaosheng and Xiaobao were overjoyed. Their roots were at the ordinary level of innate beings stuck at the peak of the true immortal realm for hundreds of thousands of years without any progress. Li Qingxu's guidance was like a long-awaited rain after a drought for them. Once they broke through to the golden immortal realm, their lifespans would surge to billions of years. Li Qingxu replied, then stepped onto the white clouds and continued flying toward the northern part of the primordial region. Meanwhile, he directly refined the top-grade innate spirit treasure, the fallen treasure money, into 10 million source points. After all, although the fallen treasure money possessed the unique ability to claim treasures from others, its side effects were far too significant compared to the golden and purple golden treasures. The primordial world was simply too vast. Li Qingxu's flight took several thousand years. This was under the condition that he had already broken through to the Taiyi golden immortal realm and was traveling at full speed. If an ordinary innate being in the immortal realm were to attempt this, they would likely find it impossible to traverse the primordial world in their entire lifetime. After tens of thousands of years of continuous comprehension, heaven does not disappoint those who are diligent, and Li Qingxu finally grasped the first move of the heaven-splitting divine palm, 5 mountains supporting heaven. At the same time, he had also crossed through the eastern part of the primordial world and arrived at its central region. The spiritual energy in the central part of the primordial world was much denser than in other places, and from afar one could see the towering Mount Buzhou, which rose to unimaginable heights and pierced into the chaotic world, resembling the backbone of heaven and earth. Just by gazing at it from millions of miles away, the residual pressure of Fengdu seemed to descend upon him, giving him a thrilling sensation. Although Kunlun Mountain was known as the second mountain of the primordial world compared to Mount Buzhou, which was formed from Panga spine, it seemed somewhat inferior. As he passed through the central part of the primordial world toward the north, Li Qingxu noticed that even though the spiritual energy was abundant, the number of living beings was far less than in the eastern part. Evidently, the races in the central part of the primordial world had been terrified by the catastrophic events of the previous 2 wars between the witches and demons, fleeing to other places in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Boom! Suddenly, a mountain several tens of millions of feet tall in the distance exploded, scattering rocks and dust everywhere. Immediately after, a massive black serpent with 9 heads and covered in scales charged toward the shattered mountain. The giant serpent opened its gaping maw and bit down on a demon general buried in the rubble, then forcefully tore its head off and swallowed it with a gulp. Li Qingxu extended his divine sense and discovered that a fierce battle was raging among millions of demons and witches in the distance, causing mountains to collapse and rivers to flow with blood. Though these ordinary demons and witches were evenly matched with the death of a Taiyi golden immortal demon general at the hands of the Great Witch Xiang Lu, the situation quickly turned to one-sided chaos. With Xiang Lu joining the battlefield, the demon army was soon left in disarray, with only a few demons managing to escape in a panic. Seeing this, Li Qingxu had no intention of engaging in conversation with the witches. He had already wasted a lot of time in the Taishan tribe, and according to his past life memories, Dijun and Taiyi were likely about to make a move to ambush the ancestor Hongyun. He now only wanted to hasten to the 10,000 great mountains in the northern part of the primordial world to prepare for looting. Moreover, the witches were a race born from the fusion of Pangus blood and the earth's malevolent energy. They were not only simple-minded and strong, but also extremely violent. Given that the witches were now burdened with immense karma, Li Qingxu was even less inclined to get involved with them. "Halt! Who are you?" Just as Li Qingxu was rushing forward, a voice like thunder rang out from afar. Immediately, the 9-headed Xiang Lu twisted its massive body and flew in front of Li Qingxu. Xiang Lu was towering, its entire body covered in scales resembling black iron reflecting a cold light. With its pair of piercing eyes, sharp fangs, and bright red core, it gave off an eerie feeling. At this moment, Xiang Lu was sizing up Li Qingxu with a chilling gaze, looking as if it could devour him at any moment. Feeling its scrutinizing gaze, Li Qingxu frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. However, he suppressed his discomfort and did not want to create conflict over this matter. "I am Li Qingxu, a direct disciple of the Tongtian saint of the Zhejiao." Li Qingxu stated his identity calmly. He had thought that after revealing his identity, Xiang Lu would However, to his surprise, Xiang Lu showed no intention of leaving, instead circling around him for a closer look. "A direct disciple of the Zhejiao. You are the one who defeated Guang Qingxi across realms at the Yaoqi heavenly wedding." Although Li Qingxu did not understand what the other party meant, he still responded truthfully, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Xiang Lu let out a cold snort. "Though Guang Qingxi is but a flower pillow, good to look at, but useless. But he is after all a top-tier innate being. You are merely a mere human. How could you possibly defeat him across realms? Could it be that your Zhejiao is spreading false information and posturing?" At this, Li Qingxi's frown deepened. From the brief words of Xiang Lu, he sensed a disdain towards the human race and the Zhejiao. "Whether you believe it or not is your own business. It has nothing to do with me," Li Qingxu coldly replied, stepping onto the white clouds and attempting to leave. But at that moment Xiang Lu suddenly flew in front of him, its mountainous body blocking his way. "What do you mean?" Provoked repeatedly, Li Qingxi's anger flared up immediately, and he coldly said, "I want to personally test whether you truly have the strength to battle across realms as rumored." Xiang Lu said, exposing its sharp fangs, and a surging violent aura erupted from its body. Upon seeing this, Li Qingxu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The witches were indeed ignorant of the cosmic order and had become arrogantly inflated to the extreme. The second war between witches and demons ended with Taiching Laozu breaking the Zhou Tian star array and the Dou Tian divine killing array with a single finger. After witnessing the supremacy of the saints, the demon race sought every means to draw closer to the Saint Nuwa. Yet the witches still maintained an attitude of heaven is old, I am second, completely disregarding him, the direct disciple of a saint, and the entire Jiejiao. "Get out of my way." Li Qingxu, fury surging in his heart, hurled a thunderous fist straight at Xiang. Thud! A muffled impact echoed as Xiang Lu was sent hurtling thousands of li, until he shattered a colossal mountain clean in two before finally halting. Interesting. Xiang Lu felt a faint dull ache radiating from his chest, and for the first time genuine astonishment flickered across his face. In his estimation, Li Qingxu's cultivation level lagged behind his own by 2 minor realms. Moreover, he was the authentic descendant born from Panga's blood, having also absorbed the refined essence of the primordial witch of poison, his strength unparalleled. Li Qingxu, by contrast, was but an insignificant human, yet that single blow had forced him back. It defied all expectation. Li Qingxu, witnessing Xiang Lu endure his wrathful strike unscathed, could not suppress his own awe. Though the Wu clan possessed no nascent spirit and remained oblivious to celestial fate, their physical bodies were astonishingly formidable. Of course, this was also due to Li Qingxu's cultivation being vastly inferior. Were they matched in realm, he was confident that even a single punch would shatter Xiang Lu's liver and gallbladder, or at the very least fracture every bone and tear every tendon. "Come, battle me." Li Qingxu's ferocious assault ignited Xiang Lu's battle lust anew. With a deafening roar, he coiled his titanic form, like a black divine metal mountain hurtling forward, bearing down upon Li Qingxu with suffocating pressure. Just as Xiang Lu closed in, he whirled violently, his colossal serpentine tail lashing down like a mountain range itself, crashing toward Li Qingxu with devastating force. Crack! That strike combined overwhelming power with blinding speed, igniting a cascade of explosive sonic booms. Li Qingxu barely evaded it, using the Golden Pang's ultimate speed. Yet even the passing shockwave seared his flesh, sending sharp pain rippling across his body. RRR. Seeing Li Qingxu evade, Xiang Lu flared open all 9 gaping maws, spewing torrents of viridian black venom. Each head functioned like a sluice gate, unleashing ceaseless waves of poison that blanketed the heavens, descending upon Li Qingxu like an apocalyptic deluge. SSSSHHH. SSSSHHH. Bolstered by the Golden Pang's ultimate speed, Li Qingxu darted and weaved, dodging each lethal spray with razor-thin margins. Where the venom struck the earth, thick, white fumes erupted instantly, the ground dissolving into churning, boiling black sludge. Even towering peaks brushing mere droplets of that toxin crumbled visibly, disintegrating into liquid runoff within moments. Li Qingxu's brow furrowed again. Judging by its terrifying corrosive potency, even a glancing touch would devour vast swathes of flesh, and perhaps pierce deep into the nascent soul itself. Xiang Lu truly meant to kill him. Very well, then neither would he hold back. Supreme clear divine thunder. With a sweeping gesture, Li Qingxu summoned a bolt of violet gold lightning, 10,000 zhang thick, that descended with cataclysmic force, as if rending heaven and shattering earth. Boom! Xiang Lu failed to evade. The supreme clear divine thunder struck him, heat erupting in blinding arcs of lightning and deafening detonations. Roar! Xiang Lu burst forth from the storm roaring, his hide charred black in vast patches, scales blasted away, grievously wounded. Yet injury only awakened his primal savagery, his eyes burned crimson, gaze ravenous and monstrous, as though hungering to devour flesh and soul alike. He lunged at Li Qingxu, 5 heads snapping, open fangs dripping venom aimed straight at him, while the remaining 4 continued spewing torrents to suppress his movement. Is this never-ending? Li Qingxu had assumed his earlier strike would instill fear, but instead Xiang Lu grew ever more vicious, as if determined to fight to the death, no quarter given. As Xiang Lu's assault intensified, faster, sharper, deadlier, Li Qingxu gathered the full might of the supreme, clear divine thunder into his fists, then drove one crushing blow straight into the serpent's biting maw. Blinding lightning, radiant as a newborn sun, surged into Xiang Lu's skull and detonated inward. Boom! One head exploded into fragments, blood and gore raining down in a grisly cascade. Xiang Lu screamed, a sound that shook the heavens, plunging fully into berserk fury, his attacks growing exponentially more savage. Do you truly believe I dare not slay you? Li Qingxu's eyes turned glacial, cold, merciless. Not only had Xiang Lu provoked him without cause, but now sought to tear him limb from limb. As a direct disciple of the Jia sect, his conduct in the vast wilderness of Honghuang bore the weight of the entire sect and the authority of Saint Tantian himself. To strike down such an aggressor was not merely justified, it was righteous. 5 peaks uplifting heaven. Li Qingxu's eyes blazed with incandescent light. Divine energy surged through him like a torrential river. His palms formed the mountain ceiling seal, and with a single thrust he unleashed it. Instantly, a colossal mountain, composed of 5 peaks each over 100,000 zhang tall, materialized high above, descending with unstoppable world-shattering force. Xiang Lu's body sank under unimaginable pressure. He roared upward at the descending peak, channeling every ounce of strength to overturn it. Tum! Their collision echoed like a volcano slamming into a planet, shaking the cosmos with apocalyptic resonance. Before the stunned gazes of millions of Wu clan warriors, Xiang Lu's remaining 8 heads simultaneously vomited torrents of blood, then detonated one after another, leaving only the central head intact. Moreover, the colossal mountain drove him downward at meteoric speed, crashing into the earth like a falling star. Bum! The land within millions of li trembled violently, vast tracts collapsing, surrounding mountains fracturing and crumbling in rapid succession. The fused 5 peaks stood rigid and unyielding upon the earth, Xiang Lu imprisoned beneath them, utterly immobilized. Xiang Lu bellowed, ceaselessly straining to break free, but the mountain held fast, immovable as destiny itself. Who dare strike a great Wu of our clan? A voice like bronze bells reverberating through eternity rang out, and a towering Wu warrior appeared, bare-chested muscles like forged iron radiating raw primordial might. With a single unadorned fist, he shattered the 100,000 Zhang mountain into dust. The aura emitted by the muscular man was terrifying, akin to a god of slaughter, descending overwhelmingly Qingxu to the point where he felt breathless. He fixed his gaze, and the attributes of the other party instantly appeared before him. Xingtian. Cultivation level peak de Luo Jin Xian. Attributes law of battle, gold root of the great, which red, simple-minded, white, unfortunate, in black. So it is the great witch Xingtian. Li Qingxu murmured in his heart. Among all the great witches of the witch clan, Xingtian was the strongest. Even after being beheaded by Hao Yin, he was still able to use his breast as an eye and wield the axe to continue fighting. And the law of battle is ranked among the top 30 of the 3,000 great laws, which is also the main reason why Xingtian could fight bravely. Download the law of battle. Download the root of the great witch. Li Qingxu secretly commanded the system. Downloading law of battle, gold and root of the great, which red requires 230,000 source points. Would you like to download it immediately? The system's prompt sounded. Isn't the gold attribute supposed to only require 100,000 source points? Upon hearing this, Li Qingxu immediately felt confused and inquired. Replying to the host, there are also significant differences between attributes of the same color. The more precious the attribute, the more source points required for download. The system immediately responded. I see. Li Qingxu nodded in realization. It seems that although Xingtian's law of battle attribute has not reached the purple gold level, it is still among the top 30 in the 3,000 great laws, much more precious than an ordinary gold attribute. Thus, the consumption of source points for downloading it would also increase accordingly. Who are you to dare to harm our clan's great witch? While Li Qingxu was secretly communicating with the system, Xingtian had already flown in front of him, looking at him with a face full of anger, emitting a terrifying aura, as if ready to kill him at any moment. I am Li Qingxu, a direct disciple of the Saint of Heaven. Li Qingxu replied calmly. Although the cultivation of the great, which Xingtian far surpassed his own, he was not afraid at all, as he had a life-saving jade pendant left by his master. As long as Xingtian dared to make a move against him, activating the jade pendant would surely prompt his master to appear and slay the opponent. In front of a true heavenly Tao, Saint, even the 12 Ancestral Witches would be useless. Saint's direct disciple. Upon hearing this, Xingtian's expression changed slightly, and the aura he emitted was no longer as imposing as before, clearly showing some caution towards Li Qingxu's identity. So what if you're a Saint's direct disciple? That does not justify your attack on our clan's Great Witch. If you don't give a proper explanation, you might not leave easily today, Xingtian said in a deep voice. Explanation? If it's you who should be giving an explanation. Li Qingxu snorted coldly. What happened? Seeing Li Qingxu's righteous demeanor, Xingtian turned his gaze towards Xiang Lu, who had just crawled up from the ground, asking him. Though he was powerful, he had no idea what had transpired earlier due to the Witch clan's lack of a primordial spirit. It was like this. Xiang Lu, facing Xingtian's questioning gaze, felt somewhat embarrassed, but still mustered the courage to recount the events that led to the situation. After hearing the sequence of events, Xingtian's expression immediately turned grim. The physical bodies of the Witch clan are invincible at the same realm, and even a Taiyi Jin Xian would be insignificant before Xiang Lu. He did not expect that Xiang Lu would provoke Li Qingxu, and despite being 2 minor realms higher, he still lost to Li Qingxu and was thoroughly suppressed. Had he not sensed the commotion here and rushed over, Xiang Liu's fate would have been even more tragic. What a disgraceful situation. Xingtian cursed inwardly. Knowing he was in the wrong but unwilling to back down, Xingtian waved his hand and instantly took Xiang Lu into the void, disappearing. Even a great witch of the Deluo Jin Xian level is like this. The destruction of the Witch clan is truly not unjust. Li Qingxu murmured as he watched the direction in which Xingtian and Xiang Lu left. Now it seems his decision was indeed correct. However, fortunately, Li Qingxu had successfully downloaded Xingtian's Law of Battle and Root of the Great Witch. Now it seems his decision was indeed correct. However, fortunately, Li Qingxu had successfully downloaded Xingtian's Law of Battle and Root of the Great Witch, which was not without reward. Moreover, he had just used 5 mountains supporting the sky for the first time and easily suppressed the rebellious Great Witch Xiang Lu. Such power made him quite satisfied. In my past life, the reason why the Intercepting Teach perished during the Fengshan calamity, aside from the schemes of Taiching, Laozu Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the Western Two Saints, was also due to the disciples of the Intercepting Teach who acted recklessly under the guise of being saints' disciples and accumulated a great deal of karmic retribution. It seems that when I return, I must suggest to my master that we need to rectify our clan's culture and restrain the behavior of the other brothers. After witnessing the rudeness and recklessness of the Witch clan, Li Qingxu also reflected deeply on the Intercepting Teach he was a part of. As the saying goes, there can be no order without rules. If the Intercepting Teach wants to avoid destruction during the Fengshan calamity, it must undergo a thorough transformation. Thousands of years later, Li Qingxu finally passed through the central part of the wilderness and arrived in the northern part of the wilderness, the 10,000 Great Mountains. The mountains in the northern wilderness were continuous and crisscrossed, vast in number, with hardly any plains in sight, and as far as the eye could see, it was all lush greenery. Moreover, the mountains here were at least tens of millions of zhang high, and combined with the towering trees that blocked out the sun, it resembled a remote and untouched primitive forest. This should be the area. As Li Qingxu walked among the 10,000 Great Mountains, he observed for a while, and immediately decided to enter seclusion and cultivate here, waiting for good things to happen. Meanwhile, at Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, Hongyun Laozu sat by the stone table under the ginseng fruit tree, drinking and playing chess, looking content. Since he obtained the last trace of primordial purple energy in the Zixiao Palace, Xinyuanzi, worried for his safety, had him temporarily cultivate in Wuzhuang Temple, planning to consider the next steps after completely refining the primordial purple energy. However, although tens of millions of years have passed since he obtained the primordial purple energy, he still could not refine it, as if something was missing. Suddenly, while drinking, Hongyun Laozu felt a stir in his heart and gazed towards the northern wilderness. He sensed that there was a destined opportunity awaiting him in the northern wilderness. As long as he could seize this opportunity, he could completely refine the primordial purple energy and establish the foundation for a saint. Hongyun Laozu stood up, intending to traverse the void to take a look. But he recalled that Xinyuanzi had repeatedly advised him before entering seclusion that he must not leave Wuzhuang Temple under any circumstances. I should wait until my friend Xinyuanzi's seclusion ends, then discuss this matter with him. Hongyun Laozu sat down again, suppressing the stirring in his heart, and continued drinking and playing chess. However, as time passed, that stirring not only did not diminish but became increasingly intense. 100 years later, Hongyun Laozu was pacing back and forth under the ginseng fruit tree, occasionally glancing towards the northern wilderness with his mind in a battle. I cannot disappoint the good intentions of my friend Xinyuanzi. In the end, reason triumphed over impulse. Hongyun Laozu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and decided to calm his thoughts through cultivation. This method was initially effective, but after several hundred years, Hongyun Laozu could no longer maintain a focused mind, and it seemed as though voices were constantly urging him to head to the northern wilderness for the opportunity. This voice made him restless and anxious, constantly troubling him, and it only grew more intense. Hongyun Laozu initially wanted to discuss a countermeasure with Xinyuanzi. However, Xinyuanzi was currently in seclusion attempting to reach the peak of quasi-saint level, and if disturbed, he might very well fail, making it difficult to find a breakthrough opportunity in the future. With my speed, it won't take long to reach the northern wilderness. If I just go and come back, there shouldn't be any issue. Once I refine the primordial purple energy, I can still guide my friend Xinyuanzi later. Hongyun Laozu murmured, then made up his mind, and pushed open the door of Wuzhuang Temple, flying towards the northern wilderness. What the elder Hongyun did not know was that although the Honghuang world appeared calm on the surface, there were many eyes secretly watching Wuzhuang Temple. Upon sensing that elder Hongyun had left Wuzhuang Temple, the Emperor Jun Dongwang Tai, the ancestor Kunping, and the ancestor of the Netherblood Sea Mingi immediately sprang into action. In the next moment, Li Qingxu, who was in closed-door cultivation within the 10,000 Great Mountains, sensed something amiss. He opened his eyes to find a portal to another space opening above him. Soon after, the elder Hongyun, dressed in a red Taoist robe, with fiery red hair, stepped out from within. They really came. Li Qingxu thought, feeling a tightening in his heart. The elder Hongyun was indeed just as he remembered from his past life, having fallen into the schemes of Zhuanti and Jiejing, leading him here. Upon arriving at the 10,000 Great Mountains, elder Hongyun immediately began to meticulously search for his destined opportunities. However, as he flew, he suddenly vanished into thin air, as if he did not exist in this world. In the next moment, another portal opened. Dressed in a black robe and exuding terrifying killing intent, the ancestor Mingi rushed out, holding Yuan Tu and Ubi. Where are they? The ancestor Mingi glanced around while releasing his divine sense in search of elder Hongyun. He had cultivated the laws of killing, using killing to prove his Tao. Now, with an opportunity that could both affirm the killing Tao and gain the primordial purple energy, the ancestor Mingi naturally would not let it slip by. Yet after searching with his divine sense for half a day, he found nothing, not even a hair of elder Hongyun. Li Qingxu knew that elder Hongyun had entered the world of He Tu Luo Shu. Moreover, with Zhuanti and Jiejing using their saintly powers to obscure movements and heavenly secrets, other great powers of the Honghuang would not be able to detect a thing, even if they dug 3 feet into the ground. As the ancestor Mingi anxiously searched the skies above the 10,000 Great Mountains for elder Hongyun, Li Qingxu focused his gaze, and the attributes of the former immediately appeared before him. Mingi ancestor. Cultivation level peak of quasi-saint. Attributes: top level innate gold, killing Tao rule gold, exceptional comprehension, red, violent temperament white. Due to imitating the Saint Yuhua and creating the Azura race in the Netherblood Sea, he absorbed some of the heavenly Taoist merits to enhance his strength. His cultivation surpassed that of most top powers in Honghuang, reaching the peak of quasi-saint. Additionally, the location of Mingi ancestors' Tao field was in the Honghuang garbage dump, the Netherblood Sea, and he had 480 million blood god avatars to preserve his life. He was also one of the few great powers in Honghuang, from Li Qingxu's past life memories, who had a good beginning and in surviving through many tribulations. How many source points are needed to download the top-level innate killing Tao rule and exceptional comprehension attributes of Mingi ancestor? Li Qingxu silently inquired of the system. Having previously refined a top-tier innate spirit treasure, the falling treasure money, and obtained 10 million source points, he spent 230,000 to download the attributes of Xing Tian, leaving him with over 700,000 source points. For him, source points existed in the system merely as cold numbers, far less valuable than using them to download attributes to enhance his strength. Host: 590,000 source points are required. The system quickly responded. Download. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxu immediately issued the order without hesitation. Ding. Attributes are being downloaded. As Li Qingxu downloaded the attributes of Mingi ancestor, the latter continued his relentless search in the 10,000 Great Mountains for the trace of elder Hongyun, wanting to slay him and seize his primordial purple energy. A quarter of an hour later, boom! A thunderous explosion that shook the heavens and split the earth suddenly erupted above the 10,000 Great Mountains. A dazzling light emerged, as if a multitude of blazing suns were illuminating the area, blinding everyone. Following that, an incomparably terrifying energy erupted like a flooding river, sweeping across the 9 skies and 10 lands, instantly reducing everything within a radius of tens of millions of miles to dust. The space collapsed over a vast area, shattering into an unrecognizable state, leaving behind nothing but endless void. The ancestor Mingi, having been too close, was violently thrown away by this terrifying force. As a peak quasi-saint, the self-detonation of elder Hongyun was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Had it not been for the He-Tu Luo Shu of Emperor Jun and the saintly powers of Zhuanti and Jiejing absorbing most of the energy, the entire northern part of Honghuang, the 10,000 Great Mountains, would have vanished. Within the shattered space, Emperor Jun Donghong Taiyi and the ancestor Mingyi emerged, blood spilling from their mouths. The expressions of the three were incredibly grim, looking as if they had seen the worst. Elder Hongyun's self-detonation resulted in his demise, taking with it the primordial purple energy on his person and the top-tier innate spirit treasure, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, which were swept away by the chaotic currents of the shattered space to an unknown location. Their carefully laid plans ultimately came to naught, and not only did they gain nothing, but they were also severely injured by Elder Hongyun's self-explosion. Although the three were extremely reluctant, in order to avoid Zenyuanzi seeking them out for a life-and-death struggle, they immediately traversed the void to return to the demon court and erased all traces and auras completely. The commotion caused by Elder Hongyun's self-detonation was too great, instantly alarming the entire Honghuang world. In an instant, many great powers of Honghuang rushed through the void, and Qingxu, stifling his excitement, blended into the crowd as he moved toward the location of Elder Hongyun's explosion. When he approached to a certain distance, the voice of the system finally echoed in his mind, detected the attributes dropped by Elder Hongyun. Top-level innate gold fate, has death tribulation black. Do you wish to pick them up? What a pity only one of Elder Hongyun's 2 gold attributes dropped. Qingxu murmured. However, he noticed that the colors of both attributes were growing dimmer, seemingly on the verge of disappearing entirely. He could not afford to care about anything else, immediately ordering the system pick up the gold attribute. Yes. Top-level innate gold has been picked up. Your attributes top-level innate gold X2, golden wing Dapeng gold, and great, which root foot red have fused and been sublimated into ultimate innate purple gold. As the system's voice echoed, the 2 gold and 1 red root foot attributes that Qingxu had previously downloaded fused with the newly acquired gold root foot attribute, advancing to the purple gold ultimate innate. Due to the immense enhancement of the root foot, his cultivation level also soared 2 small realms. Host Qingxu. Cultivation level late stage of Taiyi golden immortal. Attributes ultimate innate purple gold splitting heaven divine palm purple gold extremely high comprehension gold upper clear immortal decision gold law of war gold killing Dao rule gold. Finally, I have a second purple gold attribute. Qingxu murmured with great satisfaction. His current attributes could be considered extremely luxurious. Although they did not match the 3 purities, they exceeded those of the vast majority of great powers in Honghuang. It was a pity that Elder Hongyun's primordial purple energy and top-tier innate spirit treasure, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, had disappeared without a trace. Otherwise, if he could obtain them, his strength would surely ascend to another level. Just as Qingxu was secretly rejoicing, Zenyuanzi burst forth from the portal. Unlike before, Zenyuanzi's expression was grim, his sword-like brows raised, and he emanated an incomparably terrifying killing intent, warping the very space around him, making him appear as a god of death, descending upon the world. He had just finished his closed-door cultivation at Wuzhuang Temple and had intended to share his joy of breaking through with Elder Hongyun. However, upon emerging from seclusion, he found that Elder Hongyun was not present in Wuzhuang Temple. A sinking feeling arose in Zenyuanzi's heart, giving rise to a dreadful premonition. Just as he prepared to search for Elder Hongyun, a tremendous explosion erupted in the northern part of Honghuang. He immediately traversed the void, only to find that Elder Hongyun's aura was continuing to dissipate, clearly indicating that he had perished. Upon his arrival, Zenyuanzi immediately released his divine sense, meticulously searching the surrounding heavens and earth, hoping to find even a trace of his old friend's remnant soul or true spirit. But Elder Hongyun's self-detonation had left him utterly dead, with no shred of life remaining. Who murdered my friend Hongyun? I will make him pay in blood, leaving him without a place to be buried. Zenyuanzi's black hair danced wildly, looking as mad as a demon as he howled at the sky, his voice carrying boundless rage that sent shivers down the spines of all living beings in the northern part of Honghuang. The beings of Honghuang who had gathered in the 10,000 Great Mountains, hoping to pick up the scraps, scattered in all directions, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Qingxu followed the crowd, leaving this place of strife. As for Zenyuanzi, although he knew that with Elder Hongyun's cultivation level, the only ones capable of killing him in the entire Honghuang world were top-tier powers like Emperor Jun Donghong, Taiyi Mingyi Ancestor, and Zhuangmu. Due to his inability to find any evidence after a period of frenzied desperation, Zenyuanzi could only suppress his fury in his heart for the time being, leaving the matter unresolved. After leaving the 10,000 Great Mountains, Qingxu did not immediately return to Golden Aod Island. Instead, he planned to travel to the northern sea of the primordial world. According to his memories from his past life during the third battle between the Wu and the Yao, the ancestral witches would self-destruct, perishing alongside Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi. Later, the ancestral witch Gong would break the unbreakable mountain, causing the primordial world to show signs of the heavens and earth collapsing back into chaos due to the loss of support. At that time, the saints would slay the northern sea's Xian turtle and use its 4 limbs to prop up the heavens and earth anew. If he could find out the location of the northern sea's Xian turtle and arrive early to persuade it to vow to the great Tao, voluntarily offering its body to support the heavens, he could gain a portion of the merit from the great Tao. That would be the merit of the great Tao. Even if he did not absorb it to enhance his strength, he could integrate it into a spiritual treasure, transforming it into a treasure of great Tao merit, allowing him to kill without bearing the consequences. Moreover, obtaining merit from the great Tao is equivalent to receiving recognition and protection from the great Tao. With this layer of merit shielding him, anyone who wishes to harm him would have to weigh whether they could withstand the great Tao's punishment. Since the 10,000 great mountains were not far from the northern sea of the primordial world, and due to Qingxu's recent rapid progress in cultivation, he spent merely a few hundred years to arrive at the northern sea. Among the 4 seas of the primordial world, the northern sea is considered the most mysterious. It not only conceals the return ruins, which is said to be the place where all things return, but also harbors countless strange creatures within the Biming Sea. Legend has it that the ancestor Kunpeng was once merely a golden-winged Daping, and it only transformed into the top innate being of the primordial world after devouring a Kun in the Biming Sea. Qingxu stepped on white clouds continuously flying toward the depths of the northern sea. The sea water of the eastern sea is deep blue, while the northern sea appears pitch black, as if some unknown great terror lurks beneath the surface, stirring a feeling of unease in the heart. Qingxu flew for a full 10,000 years. In this boundless expanse where not even a single island can be found in the depths of the northern sea, an ordinary being would likely become utterly lost. Relying on his formidable divine sense, Qingxu could barely discern the direction. Suddenly, he noticed the sea beneath him starting to churn violently, as if it were boiling. Then a fiery red light appeared not far away from the originally dark seabed, and the area of light was expanding rapidly. He released his divine sense and discovered that thousands of underwater volcanoes in this area had begun to erupt collectively due to tectonic movements. White mist rose from the surface of the sea, and many fish and shrimp, scalded red, turned belly up and floated to the surface. Just as Qingxu contemplated leaving this body of water, he suddenly spotted 12 azure orbs erupting from the largest volcanic crater. With a wave of his hand, a powerful divine force instantly enveloped the 12 orbs, bringing them before him. These orbs were the size of fists, radiating light, with their surfaces inscribed with faint innate Tao patterns. These are the 12 sea-settling pearls. Qingxu was slightly taken aback. It seemed that after upgrading his foundational attribute to the purple gold level, his fortune had also significantly improved, allowing him to encounter such a fortuitous event. Though these 12 sea-settling pearls were only of mid-grade innate spiritual treasure quality, when combined with the 24 pearls in Zhao Gongming's possession, they would be treasures of the highest quality innate spiritual treasure level. Just as Qingxu intended to collect them, he suddenly felt the hair on his body stand on end, and a sharp pain pierced his brow as if it were about to be penetrated. Without any hesitation, Qingxu immediately unleashed his Golden Peng rapid escape technique to leave his current position. In the next moment, a black-red beam of light pierced through the shadow he left behind, even carving a deep crack in the surrounding space. Qingxu focused his gaze and discovered that the creature that had just attacked him was an oddly shaped mosquito. This mosquito was as large as a calf, its body pitch black as ink, yet it possessed 6 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings, along with sharp mandibles that glinted coldly. Mosquito Taoist. Cultivation Great Luo Golden Immortal. Attributes: blood-winged black mosquito, gold flying trace, gold reckless, white average fortune green. So it's the mosquito Taoist. Qingxu murmured to himself. Initially, he was puzzled as to why someone would dare to suddenly launch an attack against him, a direct disciple of the Jiejiao. But if it was the mosquito Taoist, then it was not surprising. After all, the mosquito Taoist was famously in his past life memories during the end of the Fengshan catastrophe. When Zhuanti and Jiejin went to the Wanshan array to seize Jiejiao disciples, it had escaped the supervision of the boy and directly flown to Ling Mountain, absorbing 3 grades of merit from the 12-petal golden lotus of the saint of Jiejin, transforming it into a 9-petal golden lotus. If it weren't for Zhuanti and Jiejin noticing in time, the remaining 9 petals would likely have been complete. Moreover, the mosquito Taoist's attribute effect Flying Trace allows it to hide within the heavens and earth, roaming the 4 seas, undetectable, untraceable, and unobservable, existing in the world, yet unseen by the world. This made Zhuanti and Jiejin furious, but despite their celestial abilities, they still could not deduce the mosquito Taoist's whereabouts. Thinking of this, Li Qingxi's heart suddenly ignited with excitement. A saint can perceive the myriad affairs of the primordial world with a single thought. If he wished to alter the course of the Fengshan catastrophe in the future, allowing Jiejiao to escape from destruction, then this flying trace attribute would be absolutely essential. System: how many origin points are needed to download flying trace? Li Qingxu secretly inquired of the system. To avoid any mishaps, he planned to directly download the flying trace attribute onto himself. System host: it requires 800,000 origin points. Hiss. 800,000. No wonder it is a divine ability that can isolate the deduction of saints, nearly reaching the level of a purple gold attribute. Li Qingxu murmured to himself. He initially wanted to use his remaining 100,000 origin points to download this attribute. But now it seemed he would have to take a risk, kill the other party, and see if he could obtain this attribute. While Li Qingxu was assessing the mosquito Taoist was also scrutinizing him. As expected of a direct disciple of a saint, you were able to dodge my attack. The mosquito Taoist spoke, its voice sharp and unpleasant as if squeezed from its throat. Knowing my identity, how dare you act so presumptuously? What does it matter if you are a direct disciple of a saint? Li Qingxu responded, his internal divine power beginning to surge rapidly, preparing for a thunderous strike. Others may fear you, but I do not. Hand over all your treasures, and out of consideration for the heavenly Tao, I will spare your life. Li Qingxu did not respond, but instead looked respectfully at the mosquito Taoist, back bowing and saying, disciple greets master. The mosquito Taoist was taken aback, its heart racing, body stiffening, and complexion changing suddenly. Although its speed is seldom matched below the quasi-saint realm, and its whereabouts cannot be deduced. If a saint were to directly seal off the space around it, no matter how great its divine ability, it would be. In that moment when the mosquito Taoist's mind was affected, Li Qingxu did not hesitate to unleash a thunderous strike, heaven-splitting sword chi. Li Qingxu pointed his sword with another sword, and the divine power within him surged forth, instantly transforming into 2 exceptionally sharp sword energies. The brilliant sword light contained an indomitable and terrifying power, slicing through the firmament at breakneck speed, landing in an instant at the connection between the mosquito man's wings and body. As the fierce sword energy howled past, the mosquito man's pair of wings, as thin as cicada wings, were severed at the root, spiraling gently down towards the sea. Li Qingxu felt that the mosquito man was a blood-winged black mosquito at the realm of Great Luo Jingxian. If he wanted to instantly kill his opponent, it might not be very realistic. Moreover, once the mosquito man was heavily injured and sensed danger, he would surely flee without hesitation. In that case, Li Qingxu would be unable to obtain the golden term, Fei Shen Tuaji. Therefore, to be prudent, he chose the latter, severing the opponent's wings instead of heavily wounding him. Junior, you dare to ambush me? Blood gushed from the wound on the mosquito man's body, and his expression instantly darkened, with a fierce killing intent erupting from his eyes. Originally, I intended to seize your treasure and let it be. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant of death, daring to strike at me. Do you really think that just because you are a disciple of the heavenly path, I would not dare to kill you? The mosquito man had not only been a guest at the Zhixiao Palace, but was also a powerful being at the Great Luo Jingxian realm. Seeing himself unexpectedly ambushed by this junior Li Qingxu, and having his wings severed, he was filled with uncontrollable rage. Li Qingxu did not respond to these words, but instead enveloped himself with the power of the upper clear divine thunder, and actively charged towards the mosquito man. After all, with the mosquito man's cultivation at the Great Luo Jingxian realm, as long as his nascent soul or true spirit was not harmed, his physical injuries could quickly recover. He had to suppress his opponent with the most ferocious attack, not giving the mosquito man time to heal his wings. Seeking death. Although Li Qingxu had previously injured himself, catching the mosquito man somewhat off guard. However, his wings were indeed the most vulnerable spot, and Li Qingxu had only succeeded through a sneak attack. Thus the mosquito man was confident that his strength far surpassed that of his opponent. Due to the inconvenience of the mosquito man's true form for combat, he transformed directly into a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. Under the enhancement of the law of battle, the divine power within Li Qingxu, along with his blood, seemed to boil, reaching an unparalleled level of fighting spirit. He charged forward with a coiled fist towards the mosquito man, a fierce punch wrapped in the blazing upper clear divine thunder exploded instantly. The Mosquito Man also threw a punch at Li Qingxu, and the two fists collided violently in the blink of an eye. Boom! The terrifying thunderous power erupted like a blazing sun, sending the Mosquito Man flying as if struck by a rampaging chaotic beast soaring hundreds of thousands of miles away. Crackling thunder echoed across his body, leaving him charred and causing dark red blood to spill from the corners of his mouth. Shock filled the Mosquito Man's elongated eyes. While his true form, the blood-winged black mosquito, was not as physically robust as the golden-winged roc or golden dragon, it was still a top-tier innate creature. Moreover, he was a genuine great Luo Jinxian, mastering the power of the laws of devouring. He did not expect to suffer such a significant loss in their initial collision, with his internal organs being scorched by the violent upper clear divine thunder. As the saying goes, preparation leads to success, while hesitance leads to failure. In a fight, as long as you hesitate, your opponent will rise. If you do not hesitate, you can directly crush your opponent. Li Qingxu seized the opportunity of a successful strike, not giving the Mosquito Man any chance to breathe, stepping again on the upper clear divine thunder and charging toward him. The greatest difference between the great Luo Jinxian and the Taiyi Jinxian lies in the mastery of the laws. Now he had mastered the law of battle and the law of killing, two of the top 50 laws among the 3,000 great laws, fully confident against the Mosquito Man. Moreover, due to his foundational level reaching the level of a purple gold term, the intensity of the divine power within him far exceeded that of an ordinary Taiyi Jinxian. Thus Li Qingxu was completely unafraid of the Mosquito Man and was determined to slay him, extracting the golden term Feishan Tuoji for his own use. As a dignified great Luo Jinxian, I cannot be defeated by you, a junior. The Mosquito Man regrouped, activating the law of devouring, intending to consume Li Qingxu's body and origin to strengthen himself. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides engaged in an intense battle deep in the North Sea, with surging divine power ravaging the heavens, endless Tao patterns overwhelming and colliding with each other. Billions of hectares of seawater seemed to have boiled, rolling and surging, erupting countless columns of water into the sky. Even the surrounding space showed large cracks, as if shattered like glass. Although the Mosquito Man had unleashed all his hidden techniques and ultimate skills, he remained at it. Li Qingxu's attacks were not only as ferocious as a volcanic eruption, but also as dense as a torrential rain, leaving him no breathing room, relentlessly pursuing and striking. Moreover, although he mastered the law of devouring, allowing him to absorb the opponent's origin to strengthen himself, Li Qingxu's body was incredibly solid, almost as if forged from divine gold. Additionally, as Li Qingxu was enveloped in the upper clear divine thunder, whenever the Mosquito Man's mouthpart approached within a certain range, it would be electrified by the upper clear divine thunder, causing numbness. Seizing this opportunity, Li Qingxu fiercely struck his mouthpart, nearly shattering it with sheer force. Dong! Another dull collision echoed. The Mosquito Man was struck by Li Qingxu's overwhelmingly powerful punch, falling like a meteor from the sky, crashing heavily onto the water's surface and splashing up a waterfall 1,000,000 feet high. Cough, cough. The Mosquito Man struggled to stand up with his heavily injured body, his heart already filled with the urge to retreat. He realized that as time passed, Li Qingxu's fighting power not only did not diminish, but instead grew stronger, significantly more formidable than at the beginning of the fight. Moreover, Li Qingxu radiated a terrifying killing aura, a sharp killing intent that infiltrated everywhere, constantly eroding his mind and assaulting his nerves. This kid is truly sinister. It's like the door to a sinister place has been opened. Pure sinister. If this continues, I am afraid I will face dire consequences. The Mosquito Man murmured to himself, deciding to flee. How could Li Qingxu not guess the Mosquito Man's? When the Mosquito Man attempted to open a spatial door to escape, he found himself completely trapped within a cage formed by the condensed upper clear divine thunder. The Mosquito Man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly used all his strength to attack the thunder prison. Intercepting Heaven's Sword Qi. Thunderbolt of 1,000 tons. 5 mountains supporting heaven. Li Qingxu was enveloped in dazzling upper clear divine thunder, his eyes fierce, and his aura overwhelming, as if the thunder god had descended to the mortal realm. First he used his fingers to represent the sword, consecutively slashing out 3 fierce, intercepting sword energies, then suddenly pressed down with both palms, summoning tens of thousands of blazing upper clear divine thunders to strike at the Mosquito Man. Finally, he formed the Mount Embrace seal, directly unleashing the first move of the sky-splitting divine palm, 5 mountains supporting heaven. Boom, boom. The fierce, intercepting sword energies howled past, cleaving the heavily wounded Mosquito Man into 4 pieces. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of upper clear divine thunders poured down, reducing the mosquito man's body to dust. In the next moment, a gigantic mountain descended, resembling the grinding disk of the heavenly path, completely annihilating the mosquito man's nascent soul along with his true spirit. Thus, the powerful mosquito man, a guest at the Zixiao Palace, was utterly obliterated. A notification appeared before Li Qingxu detected the dropped items from the Mosquito Daoist Flying Trace Gold Average Luck Blue. Would you like to pick them up immediately? It's a real drop. Li Qingxu was instantly delighted upon seeing this. Finally, he obtained the item he desired, not in vain for his efforts in slaying the Mosquito Daoist. Pick it up immediately. Li Qingxu commanded the system. Understood. Pickup successful. As the system's voice echoed, the two items immediately fused into one. With this flying trace, I won't have to act so cautiously in the wilderness anymore. Li Qingxu murmured. After integrating the items, he began to reflect on the battle with the Mosquito Daoist. The strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal is indeed incomparable to that of a Taiyi Golden Immortal. If I hadn't struck first to sever its wings, and the Mosquito Daoist's devouring laws hadn't been effective in battle, I might not have been able to defeat it. Li Qingxu concluded in his heart. His practice time was still short, and his realm was relatively low. The few battles he had experienced since his arrival were all cross-realm confrontations, which carried significant risks. Now the urgent task was to elevate his realm as much as possible. However, I've heard that when breaking through to Great Luo Golden Immortal, the quality of the three flowers is crucial and greatly influences the future path of cultivation. It seems I must improve myself as much as possible before breaking through to Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although being a Great Luo Golden Immortal is considered powerful in the wilderness world, it is merely another beginning for true powerhouses. The sturdier the foundation built during the breakthrough to Great Luo Golden Immortal, the higher the potential achievements in the future. Just as Li Qingxu was pondering this, the nearby land suddenly began to rumble. The trees on the land shook violently, and large chunks of mountain soil and boulders rolled down, crashing into the sea and splashing up towering waves. Moreover, due to the intensity of the land's tremors, the surrounding sea, stretching for millions of miles, seemed to boil, raising waves of hundreds of thousands of feet. Following the sound, Li Qingxu looked over and discovered an enormous head emerging from the seabed. Hiss! This head was astonishingly large, spanning billions of miles, akin to the Golden Ao Island of the Jie sect. The eyes embedded in the head resembled suns radiating piercing light. Not only that, but Li Qingxu also realized that the trembling land was not an island, but the body of this creature. As he concentrated, the information about this creature appeared before him. North Sea Shin Turtle. Cultivation Subsaint. Items: Ultimate Innate Purple Gold, Innate Spiritual Communication, Gold-Born Strong Gold, Fortune, and Misfortune Interlinked White. Upon seeing the information, Li Qingxu realized that this was the North Sea Shin Turtle he sought. It seemed that his earlier battle with the Mosquito Daoist had disturbed the previously slumbering creature. However, the vastness of the North Sea Shin Turtle exceeded his expectations, far surpassing even the galaxy where he lived in his past life. Furthermore, the cultivation of the North Sea Shin Turtle had reached the sub-saint realm, position between quasi-saints and saints, far exceeding other top powerhouses of the wilderness, and only a step away from becoming a true saint. Only such a colossal creature can support the wilderness world in place of the unmoving mountain in the future, Li Qingxu murmured to himself. Young one, what era is it now? The voice of the North Sea Shin Turtle resonated in Li Qingxu's ears, ancient and profound. Reporting to the elder, the Longhong calamity has ended, and it has been tens of millions of years since the Tao ancestor Hongyun attained sainthood. Li Qingxu replied respectfully. Longhong calamity. Attaining sainthood. I must have slept for quite a long time. I still remember the last time I awakened, this little dragon had just begun to show its talents, vowing to make a name for itself. The North Sea Shin Turtle looked up at the sky with a sigh. Its true form was one of the top innate beings of the wilderness, possessing the peak cultivation of a Great Luo Golden Immortal at birth and an endless lifespan. Moreover, due to its disinterest in interfering with matters of the wilderness, it had been sleeping in the North Sea. During its slumber, its body continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, reaching the sub-saint realm. However, it vaguely sensed that without an immense opportunity, its cultivation would reach this level and would forever be unable to cross that seemingly close, yet truly unreachable step. What little dragon? Li Qingxu was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. Elder, it's been a long time since we last met. At this moment, a weary voice emerged from the depths of the sea. Li Qingxu released his divine sense and discovered that the seabed here was extremely deep, reaching billions of feet, far exceeding other places. Moreover, the terrain resembled a giant funnel. A 9-clawed golden dragon measuring tens of millions of feet long and covered in golden scales lay coiled at the bottom of this funnel. Upon opening its eyes, they shone like two blazing suns, emitting a tangible golden light. Its red whiskers floated in the seawater, its expression imposing, yet the scales on its body dimmed, and its aura fluctuated, revealing a feeling of a candle flickering in the wind. Ancestral Dragon. Cultivation perfected Hongyun Golden Immortal. Items: 9-clawed Golden Dragon, Gold Extraordinary Luck, Gold Monarchs, Fate, Gold Prosperity, followed by Decline Black. The Ancestral Dragon is still alive. Li Qingxu was shocked upon learning the identity of the creature. He and all beings of the wilderness had believed that the Ancestral Dragon had voluntarily transformed into a Tao to leave a glimmer of hope for the remaining descendants like the first Qilin. Unexpectedly, the Ancestral Dragon was actually hiding in the depths of the North Sea. Combining the seabed's terrain and the current state of the Ancestral Dragon, Li Qingxu suddenly formed a guess in his heart. It seems this place should be the legendary resting place of all things, the Returning Ruins. At the bottom of the Returning Ruins lies the North Sea Eye. The Ancestral Dragon, like the primordial phoenix, suppressing the undying volcano, is here guarding the North Sea, by preventing the rules of the chaotic world from invading the wilderness and returning it to chaos. Although the wilderness world is one of the top grand worlds beneath the Great Tao, due to the premature death of its creator Fengdu, it still has its fair share of bugs. For example, the prematurely awakened heavenly Tao, the incomplete earth Tao, and the absent human Tao. Moreover, if the undying volcano erupts, it could destroy half of the western wilderness along with 4 sea eyes connecting to the chaotic world. Now the Ancestral Dragon serves as a plug, temporarily blocking the largest North Sea Eye to prevent the rules of the chaotic world from assimilating the wilderness. However, while this protects the wilderness world, the Ancestral Dragon's physical body must constantly endure the erosion of chaotic laws. Moreover, the Ancestral Dragon is now engulfed in tribulations, no longer at its peak state, and it could be said to be on the verge of exhaustion and disintegration. Xiaolong, weren't you once adamant about leading the clan to achieve greatness? How have you fallen to such a state? The Beihai Xingui inquired of the Ancestor Dragon. Alas, I led the Dragon clan to compete with the Phoenix and Qilin clans in the primordial chaos, but it ultimately triggered a calamity, resulting in our reckoning by the heavenly Tao. The Ancestor Dragon sighed deeply. In the past, your Dragon clan alongside the Phoenix and Qilin clans attacked the Heavenly Court, ending the Beast Emperor dynasty and the calamity. You should know how terrifying the calamity is. Why did we repeat the mistakes of the Divine Rebellion? The Beihai Xingui asked. We undoubtedly understand the consequences of triggering the calamity. Originally, after sensing the significant increase in heavenly karmic force, our 3 clans ceased their actions. If it weren't for someone secretly stirring the pot, we wouldn't have ended up like this. The Ancestor Dragon's gaze turned towards the direction of the chaotic world, speaking with evident trepidation in his eyes, wary of saying too much. It is wise of you, Senior, to remain here in seclusion, untouched by karmic forces, living free from disaster. The Ancestor Dragon remarked, filled with envy. If it weren't for his initial ambition leading his people down the path of dominance over the primordial chaos, the Dragon clan and himself would not have faced such a fate. Although he was still alive under the erosion of chaotic laws and the burning of karmic flames, he resembled a candle flickering in the wind, barely holding on. The tree wishes to remain still, but the wind does not cease. In the primordial chaos, who can claim to be forever self-sufficient? I have a vague feeling that a great calamity may befall us in the future. If we cannot transcend it, we might very well be scattered, our millions of years of cultivation reduced to nothing. The Beihai Xingui also raised his head, murmuring as he gazed at the sky. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxu maintained his calm facade, though a storm raged within his heart. Currently, the primordial world is engulfed in calamity, with the heavenly secrets in utter chaos. Even saints cannot discern a fraction of it. Yet the Beihai Xingui could foresee a great calamity ahead, which is quite astonishing. However, turtles are naturally more attuned to the spiritual realm. Fuxi established the innate 8 trigrams through the patterns on a turtle's shell for divination. As the most advanced turtle-like being, the instinct for good fortune and disaster avoidance possessed by the Beihai Xingui is certainly unparalleled by other cultivators. Though spoken thus, it is said that all things possess a thread of hope. My teachings of the Jia sect are precisely this. If possible, I shall find a way to assist you in avoiding disasters and transcending this calamity. Li Qingxu recognized that his opportunity had come and immediately recommended himself. Jia sect. The Beihai Xingui inquired, somewhat puzzled. It was the first time he had heard of this power. Currently, there are 7 saints in the primordial realm, among which the Shanking Tongtian, transformed from Panga's primordial spirit, is one. The Jia sect is the sect established by Shanking Tongtian. The ancestor dragon explained voluntarily. The Beihai Xian Gui nodded lightly at this. In that case, I thank you in advance for your kind intentions. He had slept for hundreds of billions of years, and now awakened due to Li Qingxu. He felt as if there was some predestined connection in this. Seeing that he had successfully made an agreement with the Beihai Xian Gui and established initial trust, Li Qingxu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. With this agreement in place, when the Buzhou mountain collapses, he could directly come here to persuade the Beihai Xian Gui to support the heavens, gaining invaluable merit in the process. Moreover, due to today's groundwork, Li Qingxu's persuasion for the Beihai Xian Gui to support the heavens would also be reasonable and inevitable, not raising undue suspicion from Hongyun Daozu. After chatting for a while with Li Qingxu and the Beihai Xian Gui, the ancestor dragon became utterly exhausted and ceased speaking. The Beihai Xian Gui fell back into slumber while Li Qingxu embarked on his journey back to Jinao Island. During this period, while continuing to cultivate the Shangqing immortal technique and heaven-splitting divine palm, he did not forget to deduce his own Dao immortal scripture. After tens of thousands of years, the greatly enlightened Li Qingxu not only advanced the Dao immortal scripture to the pinnacle realm of golden immortal, but also faintly touched upon the second form of the heaven-splitting divine palm, Songhai Duan Lu. In contrast, Daobao Daoist had practiced this divine ability for so many years, and had only encountered the first form, 5 mountains lifting the sky. Yet Li Qingxu, having cultivated for merely tens of thousands of years, was on the verge of comprehending the second form. This shows that some things cannot simply be achieved by the passage of time. Without sufficient comprehension, no amount of time spent in stubbornness will yield results. Tens of thousands of years later, Li Qingxu arrived at a great mountain located at the intersection of the eastern and northern primordial realms. Most other mountains are continuous, forming ranges, and even solitary peaks are relatively gentle, divided into ridges and mid-slopes. However, the massive mountain before Li Qingxu, standing at billions of zhang in height, shot up from the ground, like a sword thrust into the vast earth, appearing quite abrupt. This mountain is called Shouyang Mountain, and it ranks among the significant mountains in the entire primordial world. Truly magnificent. However, there is a saying that Shouyang Mountain is transformed from Panga's bull sun. I wonder if it's true. Li Qingxu raised his head and gazed at the imposing Shouyang Mountain, unable to help but exclaim. However, the reason he traveled countless miles to this place was not merely to pay homage to Panga's divine offspring, but for a more crucial purpose. In his memories from his past life, the reason why Taiji, Laozu, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and other saints could so effortlessly toy with humanity lay not only in their formidable cultivation. A significant factor was that the supreme treasure of humanity, the Kongtong Seal, had fallen into the hands of these saints. As the supreme treasure of humanity, the Kongtong Seal has the power to establish or dispose of the human emperor. If he could not obtain the Kongtong Seal, even if humanity truly became the masters of heaven and earth in the future, Taiji, Laozu, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and others could still support a puppet human emperor, continuing to treat humanity as a crop of fortune. Let me see where this Kongtong Seal is. Li Qingxu murmured, sending his divine sense towards Shouyang Mountain. After several hours, he finally sensed an extremely concealed innate restriction at the center of the mountain. It was this innate restriction that cloaked the aura of the Kongtong Seal, preventing other primordial beings from detecting it. If Li Qingxu had not been aware beforehand that the Kongtong Seal was hidden in Shouyang Mountain and his cultivation had greatly increased recently, he truly might not have sensed it. Come out. After pinpointing the location of the Kongtong Seal, Li Qingxu immediately unleashed a surge of pure and vast divine power, beginning to dispel this innate restriction. After a quarter of an hour, a dazzling golden light erupted from the stone crevice on the mountainside of Shouyang Mountain. Following that, a square golden seal flew out. This seal was the size of a human head, carved on all 4 sides, with the 4 holy beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Above it coiled 9 vividly depicted golden dragons, and it bore the inscription Kongtong, surrounded by countless faintly visible innate Dao patterns exuding a majestic and imposing aura. I shall take this Kongtong Seal for the sake of humanity, Li Qingxu thought to himself. Given the current situation of humanity, even if he handed the Kongtong Seal to the 3 ancestors of humanity, it would likely end up in the hands of Taiji, Laozu, and others. Thus, it is most suitable for him to temporarily keep this critically important treasure for humanity. Just as Li Qingxu was about to store the Kongtong Seal and return to Jinao Island, the space nearby suddenly twisted. In the next moment, a portal to space opened. A Grand Master dressed in a white Daoist robe flew out. Brother Qingxu, it has been quite some time since we last met. Fengdu Great Sage wore a faint smile as he addressed Li Qingxu. Upon seeing the other traverse the void itself, Li Qingxu felt a subtle ripple of astonishment within his heart. After all, traversing the void was a feat reserved exclusively for the Luo Golden Immortals. Last they had met, during the Three Pure Ones discourse, he had still been only at the mid-stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation. Yet merely tens of thousands of years had passed. Could it be that Lord Taiching had fed Xuandu the ninefold refining elixir, like candy, forcing premature transcendence and catapulting him directly into the Luo Golden Immortality? When Li Qingxu focused his divine sense upon Xuandu Great Sage, the latter's detailed cultivation profile reappeared before his eyes. Both now stood at the latest stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation. It appeared Lord Taiching had bestowed upon him a unique artifact, granting him void-traversing capability even before attaining the Luo Golden Immortality. Senior brother Xuandu. Though Li Qingxu inwardly resented Xuandu's human origins, and yet utter disregard for humanity, he still offered a formal bow constrained by decorum. So soon after tens of thousands of years, brother Qingxu has already advanced to the latest stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation. Such rapid progress is truly awe-inspiring, beyond mortal comprehension. Xuandu Great Sage murmured in quiet admiration, sensing the profound aura radiating from. As the sole direct disciple of Lord Taiching, he had long received private discourses from his master, supplemented by rare treasures, immortal elixirs, and wondrous artifacts, all converging to forge his current cultivation. Yet Li Qingxu's ascent had outpaced even his own, a fact that left him deeply astonished. I wandered the primordial chaos, chancing upon minor opportunities, barely enough to breach the latest stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation. Might I ask, senior brother Xuandu, what brings you here? Li Qingxu had no desire for idle chatter. With polite brevity, he cut straight to the matter at hand. I come by my master's decree, to reclaim the Kongtong seal from Shouyang Mountain. Xuandu Great Sage gestured toward the seal hovering above Li Qingxu's palm. Ah, I see. Alas, senior brother arrives a moment too late. This treasure is already mine. With a soft smile, Li Qingxu withdrew the Kongtong seal into his internal spatial realm. Xuandu Great Sage's brow furrowed. Brother Qingxu, as Lord Taiching's sole direct disciple, I have basked in his boundless grace for countless eons. This is the first commission he has entrusted to me, my very first act as his emissary. I dare not disappoint him. For the sake of our shared Taoist lineage, please yield the Kongtong seal to me. Xuandu Great Sage appealed to sentiment, but Li Qingxu felt not the slightest stir of emotion. Instead, his disdain deepened at this veiled moral coercion. Your debt to your master means nothing to me, Li Qingxu thought coldly. The Kongtong seal was a supreme, innate spirit treasure, yet this old fellow presumed he could claim it with naught but a flick of his lips. Such effortless acquisition existed nowhere in heaven or earth. Though inwardly seething, Li Qingxu outwardly declined with courteous restraint. Seeing his emotional appeal fail, Xuandu Great Sage swiftly shifted tactics. Brother Qingxu, perhaps you are unaware. The Kongtong seal is the supreme treasure of humanity, bearing upon the very fate of our entire race. My master dispatched me precisely to safeguard it, for should it fall into the hands of those with ill intent, calamity would follow. For the greater good, for humanity itself, I beg you to reconsider. Li Qingxu nearly rolled his eyes skyward. Safeguard it from those who harbor ill intent toward humanity. Across the entire primordial chaos, who bore greater ill will toward humanity than Lord Taiching himself. Even Nuwa, though indifferent, had forged humanity. Her claim upon their fortune was just and earned. Lord Taiching, however, had founded the human teaching solely to harvest celestial Tao merit and absorb humanity's fortune, granting them neither protection nor guidance in return. Thus, no matter how sanctimonious Xuandu's rhetoric grew, Li Qingxu's resolve remained unshaken. I see. Thank you for enlightening me. Yet as a direct disciple of the Jia teaching, few dare raise a hand against me across the primordial chaos. In my possession, the Kongtong seal remains perfectly secure. No need for your concern. Li Qingxu replied with serene composure. Xuandu Great Sage, reading his unwavering resolve, let his smile fade. His voice lowered, grave and firm. Brother Qingxu, the Kongtong seal is humanity's supreme treasure and rightfully belongs under the human teaching stewardship. I urge you to grasp this truth and refrain from interfering in our sacred affairs. Li Qingxu, weary of pretense, retorted plainly, Senior brother, have you forgotten? I too am of human blood. Why should I not wield the Kongtong seal? Moreover, in the primordial chaos, unclaimed treasures belong to the first who claims them. Since I found the Kongtong seal first, it is mine by right. Or do you intend to wield your authority unjustly and seize your junior brother's treasured artifact? Xuandu wielded moral pressure, But Li Qingxu was no novice. He swiftly countered, casting 3 heavy accusations, fracturing the 3 teachings: unity, abusing power, and plundering another's sacred treasure. Xuandu's expression flickered. Though Lord Taiqing coveted the Kongtong seal, fiercely Li Qingxu proved utterly impervious to persuasion. After all, Li Qingxu now matched him in cultivation. Even if Xuandu sought to seize the seal first, leaving negotiation to his master, he knew such force would fail. Li Qingxu, while still a golden immortal, had already bested Guangchengzi, a Taiyi golden immortal. Now equal in rank, Xuandu's own advancement had relied heavily on elixirs and artifacts. Should he truly strike, he would likely fail to seize the seal, and 9 times out of 10 leave battered and humiliated. Since Brother Qingxu's mind is made up, I shall report the matter faithfully to my master. Xuandu invoked Lord Taiqing, hoping to intimidate. Li Qingxu replied coolly, by all means, senior brother. He was human-born, and had claimed the seal first. Justice lay squarely with him. Xuandu need not inform Lord Taiqing. Even appealing to Lord Hongyun himself would move Li Qingxu not an inch. With a curt nod, Xuandu activated his artifact, tore open a rift in space, and departed for Bairing Palace atop Daluo Mountain. Having secured the Kongtong seal, Li Qingxu resumed his journey back to Jinao Island. In the eastern reaches of the primordial chaos lay Qingxiu Mountain, towering millions of zhang high, though lacking the sheer grandeur of Buzhou or Kunlun Mountains. Yet its beauty was peerless. Azure waters embraced its base, mid-slopes bloomed with endless vibrant flower fields, and at its summit stood Qingxiu tree, a lower-rank postnatal spirit root. Rising hundreds of thousands of zhang Qingxiu tree spread vast luxuriant boughs that blotted out the sky, showering the mountain in boundless emerald divine light. Its radiance bathed Qingxiu Mountain in sacred serenity, an aura of profound peace and holiness. This was the ancestral home of the Qingxiu Fox clan, a reclusive lineage dwelling here for eons, untouched by conflict, living in tranquil seclusion. But today that serenity shattered beneath the arrival of uninvited guests. At Qingxiu Mountain's peak, the clan's aged patriarch, white-haired Whitebeard, and several elders hosted a banquet beneath Qingxiu tree for disciples of the Jie teaching. Behind them stood several young Fox clan prodigies, standing respectfully. The presence of saints' disciples graces Qingxiu Mountain. We are profoundly honored. The patriarch beamed. The Jie teaching, founded by a celestial sovereign, ranked among the mightiest sects in the primordial chaos. They hoped to cultivate goodwill, exchange insights, deepen cultivation through discourse, and perhaps in future tribulations rely upon this connection to escape disaster. Chang'e Dingwangxian wore yellow robes, his narrow eyes darting like a rodent's, his arched eyebrows curved downward to his shoulders, his gaze roving hungrily over the young fox women. Indeed, every member of the Fox clan possessed extraordinary beauty. Youthful men and women alike were strikingly handsome or radiant. The women in particular carried voluptuous, breathtaking figures, arousing Chang'e Dingwangxian's lustful hunger. Who are these people? The long-eared Dingwang immortal downed the exquisite wine in his cup, and then pointed to the several Fox clan men and women standing. To be honest, I hope the immortal can recommend them to see if they can join the Jie sect, even if only as registered. The Fox clan leader personally stood up to pour a cup of wine for the long-eared Dingwang immortal, and then placed a space pouch filled with treasures on the table in front of him. Our Jie sect has always accepted disciples without discrimination. As long as one sincerely seeks the Tao, everyone has the opportunity to become a member of our Jie sect. The long-eared Dingwang immortal smiled slightly and put away the pouch. The Fox clan leader felt that the matter was settled upon seeing the long-eared Dingwang immortal accept the pouch, and he immediately beamed with joy. However, at this moment the long-eared Dingwang immortal changed his tone, casting a brazen gaze over the young Fox clan girl. The young Fox clan girl felt the aggressive gaze of the long-eared Dingwang immortal, and suddenly felt a chill in her heart, wanting to rage. But due to his status, they could only endure the discomfort and bury their anger deep inside. Whether their hearts are sincere in seeking the Tao is hard to determine. The long-eared Dingwang immortal once again downed his cup of wine and spoke meaningfully. The Fox clan leader exchanged glances with several elders, both feeling puzzled, not understanding the meaning behind the long-eared Dingwang immortal's words. This old fool is dull and cannot grasp the true meaning of your words. Please clarify, immortal. The Fox clan leader said to the long-eared Dingwang immortal. Let them follow me back to my cave abode later, so I can personally test their resolve in seeking the Tao. The long-eared Dingwang immortal licked his lips, his long eyes revealing a lascivious glint. Upon hearing this, the Fox clan leader and several elders suddenly turned pale. The young Fox clan girls turned ashen and could not help but retreat a few steps. Immortal, they are my beloved granddaughters. Once a Fox Clan girl loses her primordial, her cultivation talent will be greatly diminished. I implore you to show mercy, Immortal. Oomph. The long-eared Dingwang Immortal, upon hearing this, smashed his wine cup heavily on the table, shattering it into pieces and splashing wine everywhere. Do you think that with my status I am unworthy of your granddaughters? The long-eared Dingwang Immortal said coldly. Exactly, our senior brother considers them a privilege to him. Old man, don't be ungrateful. The few GS sect disciples beside the long-eared Dingwang Immortal immediately pointed at the Fox Clan leader and elders, shouting loudly in a very arrogant manner. Immortal, please calm down, or I absolutely did not mean that. The Fox Clan leader hurriedly explained. If the long-eared Dingwang Immortal truly wished to take his granddaughters as partners, he would definitely not oppose. But it was clear that the other party was driven by lust, wanting to treat them as playthings, and he naturally could not push his granddaughters into the fire. Oomph. Every day in the primordial world, clans are annihilated. As one of the 7 attendants of the saints, my status is only below the saints and their direct disciples. If you provoke me, beware that your Qingxu Fox clan will be erased from the primordial world. The long-eared Dingwang Immortal said with a cold face, making a blatant threat. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the Fox clan members sank. Although the Qingxu Fox clan was not at the bottom in the primordial world, it was still insignificant compared to the giant that was the GS sect. As one of the 7 attendants of the saints, the long-eared Dingwang Immortal was indeed a person they could not afford to offend. This Qingxu tree looks good, it would be a waste to leave it here. Just when the Fox clan members were uncertain about what to do, the long-eared Dingwang Immortal spoke again. What my senior brother said is indeed correct. In my opinion, this Qingxu tree is more suitable to be planted on my senior brother's island. Indeed, it would be perfect. The other GS sect disciples immediately understood the long-eared Dingwang Immortal's intent and hurriedly echoed in agreement. Long-eared Immortal, this Qingxu tree is the sacred tree that our Fox clan relies on for survival. It is the foundation of our clan. I implore you to show mercy, who I would be immensely grateful. Upon hearing this, the Fox clan leader immediately stood up, bowing deeply in supplication. Enough. The long-eared Dingwang Immortal, facing the Fox clan leader's plea, immediately raised his eyebrows and unceremoniously slapped him. Smack! The Fox clan leader was sent flying, dozens of meters, a tooth flying out and blood stained his white hair. I do not wish to waste words with you, now choose one of 2 paths. Either hand over this Qingxu tree and them to me, or prepare for the annihilation of your Qingxu Fox clan. The long-eared Dingwang Immortal sat coldly in his chair after pouring himself a cup of fine wine. Upon hearing this, the several elders and young girls of the Fox clan suddenly felt a deep despair. They never expected that their warm hospitality towards the long-eared Dingwang Immortal and others would result in such strong-arm robbery and threats of extermination. If our Qingxu Fox clan loses the sacred tree, even if the Immortal does not take action, our clan will only have the path to destruction left. Therefore, we cannot agree to the Immortal's demands. The elder of the Fox clan spoke decisively. Good, good, good. Upon hearing this, the long-eared Dingwang Immortal couldn't help but laugh in anger, repeating good thrice. He initially thought that by joining the GS sect and becoming one of the 7 attendants of the saints, he could dominate the primordial world. He never expected that this small Qingxu Fox clan would dare to defy him. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. The long-eared Dingwang Immortal slammed his palm on the table, and a murderous aura as thick as substance erupted from him. The other GS sect disciples also directly overturned the table and took out their magical treasures, preparing to carry out the extermination of the Qingxu Fox clan. Just when the Fox clan members felt that they were doomed today, a loud voice suddenly echoed from the distance. Long-eared, you have quite the power. This voice carried a mocking tone, causing the long-eared Dingwang Immortal to fly into a rage. Who dares to act so arrogantly, directly calling my name? The long-eared Dingwang Immortal shouted with arrogance towards the direction of the voice. In the next moment, a tall man wearing a white Taoist robe with long hair flowing down his back descended on white clouds, landing at the peak of Qingxu Mountain. Seeing this, the long-eared Dingwang Immortal and several GS sect disciples immediately felt their legs go weak and hurriedly bowed their heads, saying, Qingxu, senior, brother. The Fox clan welcomed them warmly, yet, because they did not fulfill your unreasonable demands, you wish to bring about their extinction. Li Qingxu gazed darkly at the long-eared luminescent immortal and several disciples of the Jiao, an invisible aura pressing down on them, like a mighty ocean, causing them to sweat profusely and tremble like chaff. Though he had long anticipated that the arrogant disciples of the Jiao were not easy to deal with, he did not expect them to go this far. Had he not fortuitously passed through this place on his return to Jinao Island, wouldn't the millions of foxes in Qingxu Mountain be in grave danger today? Seeing this, the members of the Qingxu Fox clan sighed in relief, feeling as though they had escaped death. The 7 immortals serving them held status in the Jiejiao, equivalent to that of inner disciples. It is only the true disciples of a saint who could make the previously arrogant Longier luminescent immortal tremble in fear. Senior brother, you misunderstood. The Longier luminescent immortal felt as if he were bearing an invisible mountain, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. Misunderstanding. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and you call it a misunderstanding. Do you really think I am easy to deceive? Li Qingxu swung his hand, striking the Longier luminescent immortal, sending him flying into the stone wall, where he spat blood. In his past life's memories, after the extermination sword array was broken, the Shangqing Tantian began to arrange the 10,000 immortals array, writing the names of Tai Qing and others on the 6-soul banner, intending to lead the Jiejiao to turn the tide. Moreover, before the battle commenced, the Shangqing Tantian entrusted the 6-soul banner to the Longier luminescent immortal for safekeeping, demonstrating the high regard and trust placed in him. However, the Longier luminescent immortal betrayed the Jiejiao and his master, directly handing over the 6-soul banner, which resulted in the complete shattering of the Jiejiao's last hope for a comeback, leading to countless disciples' deaths and injuries. Yet the Longier luminescent immortal joined the Buddhist sect after the Fengshan calamity, being conferred the title of the Joyful Buddha of Luminescence. Thus Li Qingxu harbored no goodwill towards this treacherous Longier rabbit, even wishing to flay him. However, he did not intend to kill him right away, but rather keep him for future use. Li Qingxu's physical body and strength were exceptionally robust, and with a furious strike he turned the Longier luminescent immortal's organs into a mist of blood. This scene nearly frightened the Longier luminescent immortal's sycophants to the point of wetting themselves. Li Qingxu's might was so formidable that if this slap landed on them, they would likely be reduced to ashes. At the same time, he released a pure divine power to heal the wounds of the Qingxu Fox clan's leader. Today's matter is due to my negligence as a senior brother, for which I apologize to you all. Once I return to Jinao Island to report to my master, I will ensure that they are severely punished and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Li Qingxu addressed the Fox clan. It is precisely because he has endured the rain that he wishes to hold an umbrella for others. Coming from the human race, he understands all too well the despair of being at the mercy of others. You flatter me, esteemed immortal. The leader of the Qingxu Fox clan felt a surge of surprise upon which he did not expect Li Qingxu, a disciple of such noble status and a direct disciple of a saint, to not act arrogantly like the Longier luminescent immortal, but instead to be so reasonable. In an instant, the impression of the Jiejiao disciples among the Fox clan greatly changed. What a disgraceful thing! Why don't you return to my master and confess your sins? Li Qingxu stepped forward, directly twisting the ear of the Longier rabbit and lifting him up, then reprimanded the other outer disciples of the Jiejiao. Yes. The outer disciples of the Jiejiao hurriedly followed. Although they knew they would face punishment upon returning to Jinao Island, they dared not disobey. After all, as a direct disciple of the Jiejiao, even if Li Qingxu killed them with a single strike, it would be seen as cleansing the sect's conduct. Dying would be in vain. After some time, Li Qingxu led the Longier luminescent immortal and those outer disciples of the Jiejiao back to Jinao Island. Upon his arrival, he immediately attracted the attention of many Jiejiao disciples. Senior Brother Li has returned from his travels in the wilderness. It really is Senior Brother Li. From the aura emanating from Senior Brother Li, it seems that his cultivation has significantly advanced. As expected of the most gifted senior brother, the speed at which he has improved is truly beyond comparison. After expressing their admiration for Li Qingxu's advancement, everyone turned their gaze to the Longier luminescent immortal. Alas, what has the Longier senior brother done to provoke Senior Brother Li? He was actually brought back by him by the ear. Previously, Senior Brother Li even defeated Qingxu. He shouldn't have dared to provoke him. In my opinion, he must have done something bad outside and happened to cross paths with Senior Brother Li. The disciples quickly guessed the truth amidst their chatter. After all, the Longier luminescent immortal had relied on his identity as a Jiejiao disciple in recent years, leading a few sycophants to bully others in the outside world, causing many clans in the eastern regions of the wilderness to harbor great resentment. Under the gaze of the other disciples, Li Qingxu brought the Longier luminescent immortal to the entrance of the Bio Palace at Ziji Cliff. Disciple seeks an audience with the master. With Li Qingxu's words, the gates of the Bio Palace quickly opened. He stepped onto the white clouds and effortlessly passed through the gates, arriving before the Shangqing Tongtian in the center of the Grand Hall. Disciple greets the master. Li Qingxu threw the Longier luminescent immortal to the ground, then solemnly bowed to Shangqing Tongtian. The thrown Longier luminescent immortal staggered a few steps before managing to stand firm. Once steady, the Longier luminescent immortal and the other outer disciples of the Jiejiao looked up at Shangqing Tongtian, who was gazing down at them, feeling immense pressure and their heads spinning, yet they could only blush and grit their teeth to bow. We pay our respects to the master. Shangqing Tongtian nodded, feeling a slight shock upon sensing Li Qingxu's late-stage attainment of the Taiyi golden immortal realm. He did not expect the cultivation speed of this disciple to be so rapid, nearly rivaling that of the Daobao Daoist and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. What has happened? Shangqing Tongtian asked. He had been in deep seclusion during this time, pondering the sword path of the Jiejiao, only paying attention to the disciples within the Janeo Island and neglecting the outside world. In response to the master, Li Qingxu carefully recounted the events leading up to the incident. Upon hearing this, Shangqing Tongtian frowned slightly. He had originally thought the Longier luminescent immortal was merely a bit unruly, but he did not expect him to be so arrogant outside, even willing to exterminate an entire clan over a disagreement. Such behavior was even more brutal and bloody than that of demon cultivators. Long-ear, do you realize your fault? Shangqing Tongtian asked solemnly. He initially planned to expel the Longier luminescent immortal from the Jiejiao outright, but remembering the years of service he had provided, he could not help but soften his heart. Disciple realizes my mistake. The Longier luminescent immortal and the other outer disciples immediately knelt on the ground, banging their heads like garlic, fearing that Shangqing Tongtian would annihilate them to uphold the sect rules. Given the grave error you have committed, you shall be punished to stand facing the wall beneath the Ziji cliff for 30 million years. I hope you will reflect earnestly and improve yourselves. After pondering for a moment, Shangqing Tongtian spoke. Upon hearing this, the Longier luminescent immortal and the others turned pale, their minds reeling, feeling as if struck by lightning, as if the sky had collapsed. Though 30 million years is not long for top-tier beings in the wilderness, they have only existed for a few tens of millions of years. With this punishment, they would not only lose their freedom, but also become the laughingstock of tens of thousands of disciples in the Jiejiao. Yes. Thank you, Master. Although the Longier luminescent immortal and the others felt as though they had just swallowed a bitter pill, they dared not oppose the saint's will and could only accept their punishment, silently blaming Li Qingxu for it all. Qingxu, your speed of cultivation truly surprises your master, Shangqing Tongtian said with satisfaction as he looked at Li Qingxu. Thanks to Master's blessings, I have encountered some opportunities during my travels, Li Qingxu replied with cupped hands. How has your cultivation of the heaven-splitting divine palm been going? Is there anything you do not understand? Shangqing Tongtian inquired, intending to take this opportunity to explain further to Li Qingxu. In response to Master, I have successfully cultivated the first form 5 mountains supporting the sky, and I have gained some insights into the second form Song High distant flow. I should be able to master it in some time, Li Qingxu answered truthfully. Shangqing Tongtian was once again astonished upon hearing this. Shortly after founding the Jiejiao, he had uniformly taught the heaven-splitting divine palm to Daobao Doran Jinling, Shimu Gui Ling Xingmu, and Wudong Xingmu. Yet to this day, only Daobao Daoran had barely grasped the rudiments of the first form and had not yet properly mastered it. Meanwhile, Li Qingxu had only cultivated for several 100,000 years and was already close to mastering the second form. Such comprehension is truly astonishing. It seems I have indeed stumbled upon a hidden gem from the vast sea, Shangqing Tongtian murmured, increasingly pleased with Li Qingxu. With Li Qingxu's rate of growth and extraordinary comprehension surpassing Daobao Daoran and Jinling Xingmu, to become the foremost disciple of the Jiejiao is likely just a matter of time. Very well, but the path of cultivation is long and arduous. One must not be overly hasty. Especially during the breakthrough to the Deluo Golden Immortal stage, the quality of the flowering will have a significant impact on future achievements. I suggest you take time to solidify and refine your cultivation in the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. If you can break through to Deluo while achieving a flowering of 9 grades or above, your future accomplishments will not be inferior to top powers like Shi Wangmu or Jin Yuanzi, Shangqing Tongtian advised Li Qingxu. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Li Qingxu replied, nodding as he had already made such a decision. Master, I have something else to discuss, Li Qingxu continued. What is it? Seeing Li Qingxu's serious expression, Shangqing Tongtian became intrigued. The Jiejiao is inclusive and has many disciples, with countless immortals coming to pay their respects. While this has greatly prospered the Jiejiao, it has also brought about significant drawbacks. Setting aside the roots, the character of these disciples is highly varied. For instance, the Chang'er Dingguangxian has been using the Jiejiao's name to commit evil deeds, and there are many such cases of poisoning the tea of myriad spirits. Such actions not only tarnish the reputation of our Jiejiao and undermine your standing, but they will also lead to a large accumulation of karmic retribution. While the Jiejiao has you overseeing it, and will not face immediate consequences, if left unchecked, the gradual accumulation of karmic retribution may eventually become a hidden danger for the Jiejiao, bringing unimaginable repercussions. Li Qingxu spoke passionately, expressing all his thoughts. Shangqing Tongtian's expression grew grave, his gaze deep, clearly pondering Li Qingxu's words. Seeing this, Li Qingxu decided to seize the moment and persuasively reason with Shangqing Tongtian. It is said that the beast emperor of the catastrophe of fierce beasts, as well as the dragon phoenix and Qilin clans from the Dragon Han catastrophe, which were once mighty powers, ultimately perished due to excess karmic retribution. Though Master is a saint of the heavenly Tao far stronger than Shun and I, or Zhu Long, the Jiao does not possess the innate treasures to suppress fate like the Ren Jiao or Chan Jiao. Thus I believe we should establish rules to regulate the behavior of Jiejiao disciples to prevent their actions from causing calamity for the Jiejiao in the future. After finishing his words, Li Qingxu felt somewhat anxious and nervously observed Shangqing Tongtian's expression, worried that his words might displease his master. After all, his words were akin to directly pointing out that Shangqing Tongtian's previous approach to managing the Jiejiao disciples was incorrect. However, for the survival of the tens of thousands of disciples of the Jiejiao, and to prevent the Jiejiao from being destroyed in the impending calamity of the Fengshun, he had to sincerely present his advice to his master. After listening to Li Qingxu's words, Shangqing Tongtian fell into deep thought. He founded the Jiejiao based on the doctrine of inclusiveness. He believed that all beings in the wilderness, regardless of their birth status, should have the qualification to cultivate as long as they had the heart to pursue the Tao. He did not wish to create a power that oppresses the weak and poisons the myriad spirits. If he continued to allow disciples like Chang'er Dingguangxian to act recklessly, the Jiejiao would eventually become a target for disdain among all beings. I initially intended not to suppress the nature of any disciple, but I did not expect that in doing so I neglected their education and allowed their misconduct to run rampant. It is indeed time for a change, Shangqing Tongtian said after taking a deep breath. Hearing this, Li Qingxu's heart filled with joy, and he felt deep respect for Shangqing Tongtian. It was rare and precious for his master, who was of the Pango lineage, the Tao ancestors' direct disciple, and a saint of the heavenly Tao, to calmly admit his oversight. If he were the proud Yuan Shi Tianzun, even if he realized he was wrong, he would not lower himself to admit it before his disciples, and might even lash out in anger with punishment. Master is wise, Li Qingxu saluted. Recently I have been in a critical moment of comprehending the sword Tao of Jietian, and I cannot spare energy to supervise the disciples. Master is wise, Li Qingxu saluted. Recently I have been in a critical moment of comprehending the sword Tao of Jietian, and I cannot spare energy. He felt that since Li Qingxu had taken the initiative to bring this up, he must have detailed rules and execution methods in mind. Li Qingxu was taken aback upon hearing this. After all, the responsibility of managing the rules and supervising the disciples generally falls to the leader or the senior disciple. He was merely the youngest direct disciple of the Jiejiao. I am concerned that I might not have the ability to live up to Master's trust, Li Qingxu said. He primarily worried about his lack of seniority and qualifications, fearing that the tens of thousands of disciples might not respect him. At that point he would be caught in a dilemma, unable to enforce authority nor avoid it. There is no need to worry, Shangqing Tongtian replied. With me backing you, go ahead and act freely. Shangqing Tongtian smiled slightly, having seen through Li Qingxu's concerns, and immediately tossed a jade token to him. This token resembled a delicate little sword, faintly radiating a hint of saintly sword intent, with the words Shangqing engraved at its center. In truth, Shangqing Tongtian had assigned this task to Li Qingxu not only because he would soon enter deep seclusion to comprehend the sword Tao of Jietian. More importantly, he had the intention of cultivating Li Qingxu as his successor to take over the Jiejiao's leadership in the future. After all, Li Qingxu not only possesses extraordinary talent in the sword Tao, but he is also greatly fated with him, and his comprehension is exceptional, with the potential to surpass Daobao Daoran and Jinling Xingmu in the future. Moreover, Daobao Daoran, Jinling Xingmu, and other disciples have been with Jiejiao for so many years, and certainly know better than Li Qingxu about the actions of other Jiejiao disciples, yet they have never suggested organizing rules or regulating disciple behavior. Thus, in Shangqing Tongtian's view, they either lack the vision and broad perspective to see the hidden dangers, or have recognized them, but do not dare to bring them up to him, lacking Li Qingxu's audacity and determination. Li Qingxu gazed at the crystal-clear token in his palm, then raised his head to meet the smiling gaze of Shangqing Tontian. He could vaguely guess his master's intentions. Since master placed such importance and trust in him, he naturally had no reason to retreat. Thank you for your trust, master. I will do my utmost to uphold the discipline of the sect. Li Qingxu put away the token and bowed respectfully to Shangqing Tontian. Shangqing Tontian waved his hand dismissively. Go on. Yes. Li Qingxu once again bowed solemnly to Shangqing Tontian before exiting the Bio Palace. Boom. After Li Qingxu left, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Clearly Shangqing Tontian had officially entered seclusion to comprehend the sword Tao of cutting heaven, striving to reach a higher realm. At that moment a sweet and crisp voice called out. Bai Xiao, who was waiting not far away, waved at him with a cheerful smile, and then flew towards Li Qingxu along with Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao. Li Qingxu nodded slightly. Looking at the three familiar faces before him, a faint smile appeared on his face, yet he was still pondering how to establish the sect rules and ensure that the hundreds of thousands of unruly and savage disciples of the GS sect would comply. Senior brother, did Chang Erdingwang Xian do something wrong and get punished by master? Yun Xiao asked curiously. Just a moment ago, Chang Erdingwang Xian had flown out of the Bo Palace looking dejected with a few GS sect disciples. They had wanted to ask what happened, but he had merely shot them a glare before flying to the bottom of Jiji Cliff to reflect. On my journey back from the wilderness, I happened to catch him abusing his position as a GS sect disciple on Qingxu Mountain, even threatening to annihilate the entire Qingxu Fox clan for not meeting his unreasonable demands. So I captured him and brought him back to Jinao Island to be dealt with by master. Master punished him to reflect at the bottom of Jiji Cliff for 30 million years. Li Qingxu replied. He deserves it. That Chang'er rabbit has been causing trouble with his lackeys, ruining our GS sect's reputation, and now he even dares to commit acts of genocide against entire clans. He must be punished severely to teach him a lesson, Bai Xiao said, raising her fist. However, given Chang Erdingwang Xian's narrow-mindedness, he will likely hold a grudge against you, senior brother. No matter, Li Qingxu said nonchalantly. Since he had decided to use Chang Erdingwang Xian as an example, he was not concerned about his resentment and revenge. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that this Chang'er rabbit still had great use in the future, he would have already made this rabbit disappear from Qingxu Mountain. Moreover, his current cultivation far surpassed that of Chang Erdingwang Xian, and this gap would only widen in the future, so he naturally had no need to fear this Chang'er rabbit. Meanwhile, Li Qingxu had already formulated the methods for establishing and enforcing the sect rules. All GS sect disciples come to Jiji Cliff to see me. Li Qingxu's powerful voice, bolstered by divine might, resounded through the sky, like a great bell echoing across the entire Jinao Island and over the thousands of nearby islands. Soon all the GS sect disciples heard his call. As a direct disciple of a sage, he had once forcefully intervened on behalf of the GS sect disciples during the Yao court wedding. Thus, he held considerable prestige among the many GS sect disciples. Upon hearing Li Qingxu's summons, numerous outer and inner disciples as well as the feathered immortals abandoned their tasks and soared into the sky towards Jiji Cliff. In the Daobao Palace, Daobao Daoist opened his eyes and frowned. In his view, he as the chief direct disciple was the only one qualified to command the other GS sect disciples. Li Qingxu was merely the youngest direct disciple, whose such behavior was a blatant provocation of his status and authority. Let me see what scheme you are plotting, Daobao Daoist murmured, a malicious glint flickering in his narrow eyes. If Li Qingxu was making a mountain out of a molehill and summoned all the GS sect disciples without a suitable reason, he would certainly seize this opportunity to make Li Qingxu lose face in front of all the GS sect disciples, completely eliminating his chances of competing with him for control of the GS sect. Soon hundreds of thousands of GS sect disciples gathered in front of Jiji Cliff, forming a dense dark mass. Following that, the three women, Jin Ling Xingmu, Wu Dang Xingmu, and Gue Ling Xingmu, dressed in palace attire and adorned with phoenix crowns, descended from the sky on white clouds, arriving at the forefront of the GS sect disciples. Junior brother greets the three senior sisters, Li Qingxu said, bowing to the three senior sisters. May I ask why junior brother has called us here? Jin Ling Xingmu inquired. Junior brother has received master's order and has an important announcement to make. Please be patient, senior sisters, and wait a moment. Li Qingxu replied. All right. Jin Ling Xingmu, Wu Dang Xingmu, and Gue Ling Xingmu nodded with smiles, not asking further questions. Before long, Daobao Daoist Yu Yi Xian, Ling Yi Xian, Xiao Shou Xian, Zhao Gongming, and other disciples also arrived in succession. Li Qingxu greeted Daobao Daoist with a token gesture, and Daobao Daoist merely nodded slightly in response. A quarter of an hour later, a vast sea of GS sect disciples had formed in front of Jiji Cliff. These GS sect disciples whispered among themselves, unsure why Li Qingxu had suddenly summoned them, all casting curious glances towards him. Li Qingxu released his divine sense and confirmed that all GS sect disciples still on Jinao Island had gathered before clearing his throat and speaking, "Brothers and sisters, the reason I have called you all here is to announce an important matter." As soon as Li Qingxu spoke, the murmurs in the crowd instantly ceased, and everyone listened attentively. Without wasting words, he continued directly to the point. "When I returned from my journey in the wilderness, I passed by Qingxu Mountain in the eastern wilderness and discovered that Chang Erdingguang Xian, relying on his status as a GS sect disciple, was acting as a henchman oppressing the Qingxu clan and threatened to exterminate the entire Qingxu clan of millions because they did not meet his unreasonable demands. I captured him and handed him over to Master for punishment. Master has sentenced him to reflect at the bottom of Jiji Cliff for 30 million years." As soon as Li Qingxu said this, gasps erupted from the crowd. Many GS sect disciples were astonished at the brutality of Chang Erdingguang Xian's actions, which were beyond merely poor character, they were utterly inhumane. Others marveled at the severity of Chang Erdingguang Xian's punishment, having to face the wall for a full 30 million years. For someone like Chang Erdingguang Xian, who valued reputation and had grown accustomed to freedom, 30 million years would surely be an excruciating ordeal, even worse than death. In the past, our master, upholding the principle of teaching all without discrimination and unwilling to stifle your innate natures, refrained from excessive intervention, hoping you would cultivate self-discipline and moral integrity. Yet from my observation, there are countless disciples, such as Changer Dingguang Immortal, who brazenly commit misdeeds under the banner of the GS sect. These individuals not only tarnish the GS sect's reputation, but also sully the image of our master, the legitimate inheritor of Pangu's Tao, while accumulating vast karmic burdens. Though these karmic entanglements bear no immediate consequence, their accumulation over time will inevitably become a latent peril for the entire GS sect, plunging every disciple into grave danger. Li Qingxu spoke with unbroken eloquence, his voice thunderous and his bearing commanding. Many GS sect disciples instinctively lowered their heads, too ashamed to meet his piercing gaze. Most had once been lowly beings of the primordial chaos. Upon gaining entry into the GS sect, they swiftly grew arrogant, believing themselves elevated far above their former station, and began bullying fellow cultivators across the realms. Now exposed by Li Qingxu, and reminded of Changer Dingguang Immortal's grim fate, they broke into cold sweat, gripped by overwhelming dread. Conversely, upright disciples such as the Three Shao sisters and Zhao Gongming felt profound vindication and wholeheartedly endorsed Li Qingxu's words. They had long resented such haughty behavior among their peers, but remained silent, daunted by the sheer number of offenders. Moreover, neither their master nor senior disciples like Duo Bao Daoren or Jinling Shengmu intervened. Thus, they dared not speak out, lest be accused of fracturing sect unity. From the GS sect's collective standpoint, the Three Shao sisters and others feared its name would be irreparably stained by disciples like Changer Dingguang Immortal, reducing it to a reviled pariah hunted across the primordial chaos. Thus, whether for the greater good or private conscience, disciples like the Three Shao sisters and Zhao Gongming had long yearned for reform. To mete out stern justice upon those who abused their status. Li Qingxu observed each disciple's expression with quiet precision. After a brief pause, he continued, "Having discerned this crisis, our master entrusted me with drafting sect regulations to govern and oversee the conduct of every GS sect disciple. Henceforth, all GS sect cultivators must remain vigilant. None shall wield strength to oppress the weak, exploit authority to bully others, provoke conflict without cause, or exterminate innocent races. Violators shall face punishment. Minor offenses warrant 10,000 swords piercing the heart and solitary confinement for reflection. Grave transgressions demand cultivation, annihilation, expulsion from the sect, or outright execution, reducing soul and spirit to utter oblivion." Li Qingxu declared each word with ironclad resolve. His voice, resonant as celestial thunder, reverberated across Jinao Island, stirring the eastern sea into towering, churning tempests. Upright disciples like the Three Shao sisters and Zhao Gongming rejoiced inwardly, elated and emboldened. This regulation had been their fervent hope for decades. The arrogant disciples trembled inwardly at the phrase, execution and obliteration of soul and spirit. Their hearts sank, icy dread seizing their limbs, breath catching in their throats. Jinling Shengmu Wudong Shengmu, and Guiling Shengmu exchanged quiet glances, marveling that their youngest junior brother newly joined to the sect had earned such extraordinary trust from their master. Yet admiration did not override principle. As the saying goes, without rules no square or circle can be formed. Even the celestial Tao obeys the cosmic order of the primordial chaos, so too must the Jie sect. They fully honored their master's decree, voicing no dissent. Duo Bao Daoren, standing foremost among all disciples, darkened instantly, a flash of murderous intent flickering deep within his eyes. He had never anticipated that Tongtian Shangqing would commission Li Qingxu to codify the Jie sect statutes and enforce them upon every disciple, himself included. This was unmistakable proof that Tongtian Shangqing regarded Li Qingxu as his rightful heir and had already begun delegating governance of the sect to him. And all this should have belonged to him. I am the eldest disciple, the first to pledge fealty to our master. You, a lowly human, dare presume to govern the Jie sect in his stead? Though Duo Bao Daoren maintained outward composure, fury raged within. Upon recovering from their shock, hundreds of thousands of disciples instinctively turned their gazes toward him. Some felt bewildered. After all, promulgating sect statutes was a duty rightfully belonging to the eldest senior brother. Now Tongtian Shangqing had bestowed this authority upon Li Qingxu. Instantly whispers stirred had Duo Bao Daoren's standing in their master's esteem plummeted beyond recovery. Others, long accustomed to unchecked arrogance beyond the sect's walls, chafed at Li Qingxu's stringent edicts and silently hoped Duo Bao Daoren would publicly reject them. Feeling those expectant eyes upon him, Duo Bao Daoren knew failure to handle this moment decisively would shatter his authority across the Jie sect. Yet Li Qingxu had announced the statutes before the Bayou Palace on Ziji Cliff, meaning Tongtian Shangqing's explicit sanction. Open opposition was therefore impossible. The statutes have been proclaimed. Does any dissent? Li Qingxu's voice lowered, grave and resonant, as his gaze swept the assembly, measuring every soul present. Li Qingxu, you are merely the youngest direct disciple of the Jie sect, having joined later than I. By what right do you usurp authority, drafting and enforcing statutes in place of our revered master? A sharp voice pierced the silence. All turned to see Huoling Shengmu, Duo Bao Daoren's own direct disciple, standing forth. Li Qingxu glanced briefly at Huoling Shengmu, then fixed his gaze upon Duo Bao Daoren, motionless and silent at the front, feigning indifference. Yet Li Qingxu understood perfectly, as a second-generation disciple, Huoling Shengmu would never dare confront him so brazenly without Duo Bao Daoren's tacit approval. Moreover, given her seniority, Duo Bao Daoren could easily dismiss her outburst post facto as youthful impetuousness or ignorance of propriety, thus diffusing the matter entirely. She was in essence his flawless mouthpiece. At Huoling Shengmu's challenge, countless disciples turned their eyes to Li Qingxu, awaiting his response. Yet he had foreseen precisely such resistance and prepared his countermeasure long before proclaiming the statutes. Amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, Li Qingxu raised his left hand. With a flash of divine light, a completely white token resembling a small sword appeared in his palm. In the next moment, the two characters Shangqing on the token emitted an invisible aura of a saint, causing the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of Jie Jiao disciples present to tremble violently, their pupils constricting. The Shangqing saint token, as if the saint had personally arrived. Originally, it was already unexpected for Li Qingxu to establish the rules of the sect under the authority of Shangqing Tongtian. But now it seemed that the degree of trust the Shangqing saint had in Li Qingxu was far beyond their imagination. With the Shangqing saint token in hand, it is as if the saint is here in person. Do you think I am not qualified? Li Qingxu chuckled lightly, stepping forward towards the fire spirit saint mother, simultaneously swinging his right hand forcefully towards her. Slap. The fire spirit saint mother was sent flying by this slap, spitting out blood midair. As soon as she landed, Li Qingxu delivered another slap. In just a few seconds, the fire spirit saint mother had endured nearly 10 slaps, leaving her with a bruised face, stars in her eyes, and her clothes stained red with blood. The disciples also understood that the others mentioned by Li Qingxu referred to the fire spirit saint mother's master, Duo Bao Daoren. And while Li Qingxu's slap seemed to strike the fire spirit saint mother, it was actually aimed at Duo Bao Daoren's face. Seeing one of their own disciples act against his wishes and be ruthlessly slapped by Li Qingxu in front of all Jie Jiao disciples, Duo Bao Daoren's face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it, his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves. However, with Li Qingxu now holding the Shangqing saint token akin to the presence of a saint, every word and action represented Shangqing Tongtian. Despite nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, he dared not act recklessly. At this moment, the fire cloud saint mother, covered in blood, lay on the ground after rolling several times, while Li Qingxu, holding the saint token, looked down upon her from a high vantage point. In chaotic times, strict measures were necessary. On his first day establishing the sect rules, he had to establish sufficient authority. Otherwise, these rules would be mere empty words serving no purpose. Understood, understood. The fire spirit saint mother quickly nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice, fearing she might receive another slap. You have committed an offense against your superior and disrespected your elders, and thus should be severely punished. However, considering this is your first offense, I will let this matter pass. If there is a next time, I will not be lenient. Li Qingxu stated each word with determination. Yes, thank you, Uncle Master, for your leniency. As the saying goes, 3 slaps disperse the rebellious soul. We are not from Zhuan. Having received these heavy slaps, the fire spirit saint mother was thoroughly subdued, not daring to look Li Qingxu directly in the eyes. Does anyone else have any objections? Once the fire spirit saint mother was completely subdued, Li Qingxu turned his gaze towards the crowd and inquired. The onlookers saw how severely the fire spirit saint mother was beaten, while Duobao Daoren did not dare to make a sound. Those disciples with ulterior motives who wished to escape the constraints of the sect rules immediately withdrew their thoughts. Very well. Since you all have no objections, from today onward, all Jiejiao disciples must strictly adhere to the sect rules. Should anyone violate them, regardless of who it is, I will ensure they face severe punishment. Seeing that no one stepped forward to oppose, Li Qingxu immediately made a final decision. Yes, the disciples replied in unison. You may disperse now. Li Qingxu put away the saint token and waved his hand to dismiss them. Upon hearing this, the disciples immediately began to disperse, returning to their respective places. Junior brother Li, the establishment of this sect rule today was quite timely. I will remember it, senior brother. Duobao Daoren said meaningfully to Li Qingxu. Thank you for your recognition, senior brother. Li Qingxu responded calmly. Duobao Daoren nodded, then stepped onto a white cloud, turning to leave with the injured fire spirit saint mother. Watching Duobao Daoren's retreating figure, Li Qingxu knew that although they had not yet torn their faces apart, they were almost there. However, he did not care too much. After all, everything he did was with the consent of his master, Shangqing Tontian. Moreover, given the current situation, it was only a matter of time before his strength caught up to, or even surpassed, Duobao Daoren. As for the possibility of their relationship souring, leading to Duobao Daoren's potential consequences of not helping during the Fengshan calamity, he need not worry at all. In his memories from his past life, Duobao Daoren had been exceedingly cowardly during the early stages of the Fengshan calamity, akin to a turtle withdrawing its head, not daring to stand up for the Jiejiao disciples. In the middle stage, he fanned the flames, leading Shangqing Tontian to completely involve all Jiejiao disciples in the calamity. In the later stage, he turned traitor, sending heads to Taiching Laozu in the 10,000 Immortals array, and then joined the Western sect to become the Buddha. Seeing the disciples leaving one after another, Li Qingxu did not linger, riding on a white cloud along with the San Shao and Zhao Gongming towards the outskirts of the Golden Ao Islands dojo. Senior brother, the establishment of this sect rule was indeed timely. During my previous travels in the wilderness, I often encountered Jiejiao disciples acting recklessly outside. Even when I kindly advised them, they would not listen at all. Now that the number of Jiejiao disciples is increasing, if this kind of misconduct continues to spread, it will certainly lead to great trouble. Zhao Gongming sincerely spoke to Li Qingxu. He felt that merely retreating into seclusion would not be effective, so he spent most of his time traveling through the wilderness seeking opportunities, making him the most qualified to speak on this matter. Now that the sect rules have been established, the situation should change for the better. Li Qingxu replied, as long as Jiejiao does not become entangled in excessive karma, even if humans chon the Western sect, or even that high-ranking person in the wilderness wish to draw Jiejiao into the calamity, it won't be so simple. However, the fact that Jiejiao lacks a primordial treasure to suppress its fate remains a fatal flaw. If given the chance, he must try his best to obtain a primordial treasure to stabilize Jiejiao's fate. Gongming, what do you see here? Li Qingxu waved his hand, and 12 azure spheres suddenly floated before him. This is the sea-calming pearl. Zhao Gongming's eyes widened in shock, his heart surging with waves, not expecting that the sea-calming pearl was not limited to the 24 pieces he possessed. I obtained this item during my previous travels in the North Sea. It is the same spiritual treasure as your 24 sea-calming pearls. Together, they should reach the level of an excellent primordial spiritual treasure. As Li Qingxu spoke, he let the 12 sea-calming pearls fly before Zhao Gongming. I give you these 12. Upon hearing this, although Zhao Gongming's heart was ablaze, his eyes shining as he looked at the 12 sea-calming pearls, he felt too precious to accept. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I cannot accept. Zhao Gongming said after swallowing hard. This pearl in my hands is merely a medium-grade primordial spiritual treasure. It is far less valuable than being combined into an excellent primordial spiritual treasure. Moreover, this pearl is not given for free. When I reach the great perfection of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm and challenge the Deluo Golden Immortal, you must lend me those 36 sea-calming pearls for a while to comprehend. Li Qingxu chuckled. Even if he refined the 12 sea-calming pearls, he would only obtain 100,000 origin points, which would not be of much use. In contrast, a complete sea-calming pearl could form the 36 heavens containing the power of spatial laws. If he could comprehend the power of spatial laws from it, its value would far exceed 100,000 origin points. All right, thank you, senior brother. Zhao Gongming, hearing this, immediately joyfully accepted the 12 sea-calming pearls, grinning widely, his smile stretching from ear to ear. An excellent primordial spiritual treasure. There are not many in the entire wilderness world. With such a treasure, his strength would surely experience a leap in improvement. Li Qingxu returned to the dojo and continued to cultivate the Shangqing Immortal Sutra, while also deducing the second technique of the Tao-I Immortal Canon and the Heavenly Split Divine Palm. However, this time his cultivation was not as deeply secluded as before. After all, now that the rules of the Jia sect were newly established, as the creator and supervisor of these rules, he could not simply become a hands-off manager. Those arrogant and willful Jia sect disciples were also likely to be unable to restrain themselves and violate the rules. If someone were to violate the rules without facing appropriate punishment, the deterrent effect of the rules would be severely diminished, and over time, they could even become mere empty words. This matter concerned the future fate of the Jia sect, and it was the first task entrusted to him by his master Shangqing, so naturally, he had to spare no effort in handling it well. Hundreds of years later, Li Qingxu was sitting on a rock at the cliff fishing. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry echoed like the sound of gold splitting stone as a majestic golden-winged rock several tens of thousands of feet long swooped down from the clouds. The golden-winged rock's claws were clutching dozens of pale-faced Jia sect disciples. The rock dove towards the cliff and released its grip, dropping these dozens of disciples. The disciples fell heavily to the ground, rolling several dozen times before accurately landing at Li Qingxu's feet. Meanwhile, the feathered immortal transformed into human form and landed beside them. Reporting to senior brother, these people began to act recklessly upon arriving in the eastern part of the wilderness, completely disregarding the rules. I have brought them all back, the feathered immortal said, cupping his hands to Li Qingxu. Although there had been conflicts between them before, Li Qingxu had forcefully supported him in the demon court, admonishing Guang Qingzi, which made the feathered immortal deeply grateful. Moreover, since Li Qingxu joined the Jia sect, his rapidly advancing strength had completely impressed the originally rebellious feathered immortal. Now he could be considered Li Qingxu's most fervent little fan. Well done. Li Qingxu nodded lightly. Now tell me, what were you all doing outside? The feathered immortal kicked a Jia sect disciple hard on the backside. Yes. The disciples, pale-faced and sweating profusely, trembled as they recounted the events. Although Li Qingxu had previously established authority with the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, successfully intimidating the majority of the Jia sect disciples. After leaving Golden Ao Island and arriving in the eastern wilderness, they felt far removed from the authority and thought that Li Qingxu, who only had the cultivation of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, would certainly not be aware of their actions. Some of these Jia sect disciples committed murder and robbery, while others, under the name of the Jia sect, extorted protection fees from the eastern races. Even more shockingly, some refined a postnatal spiritual treasure, the 10,000 Souls banner, specifically to slaughter innocent beings to enhance its power. Li Shixiang, we know we were wrong. Please, for the sake of our brotherhood, spare us this time. After confessing, the disciples pleaded for mercy from Li Qingxu. No, you were wrong. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxu chuckled lightly. When I issued the rules, I made it very clear that those who violate the rules will face severe punishment. You didn't take it seriously, continuing to act recklessly, and now that you've been caught in front of me, you say you know you were wrong. I see that you don't truly know you were wrong, but rather that you know you're going to die. After Li Qingxu finished speaking, he flicked the fishing hook in his hand. The sharp hook shot up from the sea like a cold light, instantly piercing the brow of the Jia sect disciple who had refined the 10,000 Souls banner. The pupil of this Jia sect disciple instantly turned gray and his body fell weakly to the ground. Hiss! The other disciples gasped in shock, their hearts chilled, unable to even kneel. Having always looked down upon others' lives, they finally experienced the terror of death firsthand. Feathered Immortal, take them to Ziji Cliff, where they will be pierced by 10,000 swords every day. Li Qingxu instructed the Feathered Immortal, casting the hook back into the sea. Yes. The Feathered Immortal grinned wickedly, and directly flew away with these disciples towards Ziji Cliff. Aside from the Feathered Immortal in the following period, others like the Dragon-Head Immortal and Zhao Gongming also captured many disciples who violated the rules. For these individuals, Li Qingxu showed no mercy. Those who deserved to die were killed, those who deserved punishment were punished, and those who needed to be expelled from the Jie sect were expelled. As the saying goes, one rotten apple spoils the barrel, and a harmful horse cannot be retained. Under his firm measures, those Jie sect disciples who still held hopes of luck became completely obedient, no longer daring to violate the rules. The wilderness did not keep track of years. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years passed. During these hundreds of thousands of years, the various races in the wilderness were astonished to find a tremendous change in the behavior of the Jie sect disciples. Those originally arrogant and domineering Jie sect disciples became more balanced, truly embodying the demeanor of saintly disciples and the orthodox path. The races that had once feared the Jie sect disciples no longer regarded them with trepidation, and the reputation of the Jie sect rose sharply. Li Qingxu felt very gratified by this. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. As long as the current Jie sect disciples can abide by the rules, the newcomers who join later will naturally not dare to go against them. Calculating the days, Hutu is also about to undergo reincarnation. Sitting on the rock above the cliff, Li Qingxu held his fishing rod, gazing towards the direction of the Unzao mountain, murmuring. In his past life memories, the ancestral witch Hutu would be secretly guided by Hongyun Daozu before the third war of witches and demons, undergoing transformation into the 6 paths of reincarnation to complete the earthly path. He could take this opportunity, like picking up the fallen item of Hongyun Laozu, to gather the item of Hutu ancestral, which to enhance his strength. Actually, Li Qingxu had also considered guiding Hutu ancestral witch through reincarnation and then taking this opportunity to share in some merit. But after careful consideration, he ultimately abandoned this idea. After all, this was one of the important plans and calculations of Hongyun Daozu, the spokesperson of the. If a mere Jie sect disciple like him dared to intercept Hongyun Daozu's words, it would surely attract the others' attention and suspicion, and he might even be eliminated as an unforeseen variable. Hongyun Daozu, being the spokesperson of the heavenly Dao, a saint, the ancestral being of the wilderness, and the leader of the orthodox path, even if he had merits to rely on at that time, he would still not escape various plans and schemes. Moreover, through previous interactions, Li Qingxu also held no goodwill towards the Wu clan. If his intervention were to result in such a violent, warlike, and overbearing race continuing to exist in the wilderness world, it might not be a good thing. Now for him, who possessed the item system, the most favorable situation would be for the 2 races of witches and demons to perish together during the calamity, exiting the wilderness world together. Only then would humanity truly have the opportunity to rise and become the masters of heaven and earth. At that time, he would also be able to gather the items dropped by the ancestral witches and Emperor Jun Dong, Huang Taiyi, directly transforming and soaring. If he could obtain the chaos bell dropped by Dong Huang Taiyi and use it to suppress the fate of the Jie sect, the fate of the Jie sect would be as stable as Mount Tai. However, although Li Qingxu would not actively guide Hutu ancestral witch to undergo reincarnation, he still had other methods to profit significantly from this event. The era of the primal chaos knows no years. The 100,000-year truce established by Hongjun, the Dao ancestors, soon came to an end. The witch and demon clans who had been restrained for 1,000,000 years waged war across the world the very next day after the truce ended, clashing fiercely. Xingtian Shio Xingliu Hoi Quafu and the 10 great demon gods fought intensely, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to crack, with countless beings of the primal chaos being swept away into oblivion. However, the overall strength of the witch and demon clans was evenly matched. After a brutal battle, both sides suffered significant injuries, unable to gain the upper hand over each other. As for Dijun, Dongwang, Taiyi, Fushi, Kuanping the ancestor, and the 12 ancestral witches, they were all in closed-door cultivation, striving to break through to the perfected Saint Hongyun golden immortal realm before the others, seeking to gain a decisive advantage. At Buzhou Mountain, within the ancestral witch hall, the 12 ancestral witches were all in their respective halls in seclusion. In the hall of the earth ancestral witch, with a human body and a serpent's tail, 7 hands on her back and 2 hands holding a coiling serpent, the earth ancestral which was hovering in midair. The earth ancestral witch bore a solemn appearance, her eyes slightly closed, enveloped in dense patterns of earth's way, exuding a majestic and grand aura. Suddenly the earth ancestral witch furrowed her brow, feeling her consciousness uncontrollably detach from her body, rising along the Buzhou Mountain to the high skies of the primal chaos. In her current vision, the entire primal chaos was densely populated with various true spirits. These true spirits were all kinds of beings that had existed since the birth of the primal chaos, including fierce beasts, dragon clans, phoenix clans, and Shielan clans, numbering in the countless, nearly filling the entire primal chaos. The billions upon billions of true spirits seemed boundless, resembling a vast gray ocean. It's so unbearable. Someone save us. I have been dead for billions of years, yet the true spirits still have no place to return to suffering under the scorching sun by day and the bone-chilling night. Grant me a quick end. I can't hold on much longer. If this continues, my true spirit will dissipate. I painstakingly cultivated to the Taiyi golden immortal realm in my lifetime, and I refuse to dissipate so utterly. The wails of countless true spirits echoed in the Earth Ancestral Witch's mind like a demonic melody. At that moment, the Earth Ancestral Witch seemed to personally experience the pain of these true spirits, feeling utterly distressed, and tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. She felt a rising impulse to sacrifice herself to free these true spirits of the primal chaos. However, this thought only surfaced for an instant before being quickly suppressed. After all, the witch and demon clans were like fire and water, forming a stalemate. If she sacrificed herself, the witch clan would lose their strongest trump card, the Dutian Xinsha Great Formation. If Dijun and Taiyi were to launch another attack using the Zhoutian Qingxu Great Formation against the witch clan, they would have no means to retaliate and would be exterminated in an instant. With this in mind, the Earth Ancestral Witch immediately gathered her thoughts, forcibly bringing her consciousness back to her body, awakening. She initially thought this incident was merely an accident. However, in the days to come, this phenomenon frequently occurred during her cultivation, becoming increasingly common. The Earth Ancestral Witch sensed something was amiss and immediately ceased her cultivation. She intended to inform her brothers about this matter, but feared it would affect Dijun and the other Ancestral Witches' breakthroughs, so she kept it to herself for the time being. As time passed, even when the Earth Ancestral Witch was not in a state of cultivation, her consciousness would still actively detach from her body, and this occurrence became more frequent, with her consciousness remaining detached for longer periods. On a certain day, after tens of thousands of years, the Earth Ancestral Witch managed to return her consciousness to her body, only to find a floating blue lotus appearing before her. The lotus had 36 petals, each crystal clear and surrounded by patterns of the heavenly Tao. At the same time, a voice like a great bell resounded beside her, akin to the sound of the heavenly Tao. When the blue lotus arrives, the earth no longer belongs to the witch. As this voice echoed, the impulse within the Earth Ancestral, which could no longer be suppressed. Her pupils dilated and her consciousness vaguely opened the spatial door leading to the Sea of Blood in the Underworld. The Sea of Blood in the Underworld is a realm almost independent of the primal chaos. Here there is no land, only an endless blood-red sea churning violently. Because the Sea of Blood in the Underworld was formed from the blood of Pangus navel, and all the filth of the primal chaos sinks here, the spiritual energy of the entire sea is bloody and tainted. For this reason, no one in the primal chaos, except for the ancestor of the river Styx born here, and the Azura and Yaksha clans he created, is willing to come to this place. As a spatial door opened, the Earth Ancestral Witch with hollow and unseeing eyes flew out from it. Splash! The waters of the Sea of Blood in the Underworld churned. Following this, the ancestor of the river Styx rose from the center of the sea, standing on a blood-red lotus. Earth Tao friend, what brings you to my Sea of Blood in the Underworld? The ancestor of the river Styx's expression was somber, and he asked with great caution, worried that the Earth Ancestral Witch's visit was not for good. Heavenly Tao above. I, the Pangu lineage's Earth, witnessed the fall of all beings in the primal chaos, with true spirits having no place to return. I cannot bear it in my heart and voluntarily wish to transform myself into the cycle of reincarnation, completing the earthly path, allowing the true spirits of the fallen beings in the primal chaos to be reborn through the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Earth Ancestral Witch's resounding voice, empowered by some force, instantly reverberated throughout the entire primal chaos. This sudden news stirred countless discussions among the beings of the primal chaos like a stone thrown into a lake. They never expected that the Earth Ancestral Witch, one of the 12 Ancestral Witches, would at such a critical moment in the battle between the witch and demon clans act with a maternal heart and transform into reincarnation. Dijun and the other Ancestral Witches were alarmed and immediately traversed the void to the Sea of Blood in the Underworld, hoping to stop her in time. Meanwhile, Dijun Taiyi and the other demon clans could hardly contain their laughter. Last time they attacked the witch clan using the Zhoutian Qingxu Great Formation, but because the 12 Ancestral Witches summoned Pangus Phantom, through the Dijun Great Formation they failed. Now that the Earth Ancestral, which is transforming into reincarnation, the 12 Ancestral Witches would no longer be able to set up the Dijun Great Formation. At that time, they could easily lead the demon army to annihilate the Witch clan and unify the primal chaos. The hundreds of thousands of disciples at Golden Ao Island were also discussing this matter. After waiting so long, we finally reached this day. After hoping for so long, we finally realized our dream. Qingxu, who was fishing on a stone above the cliff, suddenly had a gleam in his eye upon seeing this. He casually thrust his fishing rod aside, opened a spatial door, and stepped inside, without hesitation disappearing from sight. After cultivating for countless years, Qingxu's cultivation once again reached a new height, achieving the pinnacle of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. Although he did not break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, his primordial spirit, divine power, physical body, and laws were already on par with those of ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortals, allowing him to tear through space and traverse the void. However, due to his currently low realm, the distance he could travel through the void was limited, requiring several jumps to reach his destination. At the same time, a portal of space opened above the Yuming Blood Sea. The 11 Ancestral Witches, including Dijiang, Zhujiu Ingongong, and Zhurong, eagerly rushed out from it. The 11 Ancestral Witches stood tall, their fierce eyes and explosive muscles exuding an incredibly terrifying aura, causing tumultuous waves across the entire Yuming Blood Sea. They originally intended to stop the Hutu Ancestral Witch from entering reincarnation, but even though they had arrived through the void at the earliest opportunity, when they reached the Yuming Blood Sea, however, they found no trace of the Hutu Ancestral Witch in the sky above, except for the presence of the Mingi Old Ancestor. Moreover, the aura of the Hutu Ancestral Witch was rapidly diminishing, about to completely dissipate. Mingi, did you deceive my sister Hutu? The most hot-tempered Gong Ancestral Witch shouted angrily at the Mingi Old Ancestor, his resonant voice booming like thunder in immeasurable fury, erupting at once. Dijiang, Zhujiu Yin, and the other Ancestral Witches also looked at him with unfriendly expressions, ready to gang up on him at any moment. Don't slander me, this matter has nothing to do with me, the Mingi Old Ancestor explained darkly. After the Hutu Ancestral Witch established the heavenly oath, she directly transformed into a yellow light and entered the center of the Yuming Blood Sea. He himself was unaware of what had happened and did not expect to be blamed as soon as Dijiang, Zhujiu Yin, and the other Ancestral Witches arrived. If it has nothing to do with you, how could my sister Hutu suddenly come to you to undergo reincarnation? Feeling the Hutu Ancestral Witch's aura nearly vanishing, Gong Ancestral, which was seething with rage and was about to attack the Mingi Old Ancestor. Seeing this, the Mingi Old Ancestor's hands glowed as he grasped the Yuan Tu and Ubi. Yuan Tu and Ubi were his companion spirit treasures. Although they were only of high-grade innate spirit treasure level, together they could unleash the power of top-grade innate spirit treasures. Just as both sides were on the brink of conflict, another portal of space appeared out of thin air. Following that, Qingxu flew out from within, detected the dropped items from the Hutu Ancestral, which Law of Earth Gold, Pangus Blood Gold, Twisted Fate Black. Would you like to pick them up now? As Qingxu arrived at the Yuming Blood Sea, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Fortunately, I made it in time. Qingxu felt a surge of joy. As expected, the Hutu Ancestral Witch entering reincarnation was equivalent to her having fallen, leaving at most a remnant of consciousness in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, the Underworld from his past life memories would not have fallen under the control of the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect. Ding! The Law of Earth Gold and Pangus Blood Gold have been picked up. The system's voice soon sounded, and Qingxu felt a surge of magnificent and pure power entering his body, causing his strength to soar and pushing his cultivation directly towards the pinnacle of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. At this moment, both the tense Mingi Old Ancestor and the 11 Ancestral Witches also noticed Qingxu. Qingxu, why are you here? Zhurong Ancestral Witch asked in a deep voice, his tone like thunder, with an invisible pressure emanating from him. This place has nothing to do with you. The Yuming Blood Sea is not your domain. Qingxu glanced at him and replied indifferently. Although these Ancestral Witches appeared fierce, their fighting prowess was of little concern. What mattered in this realm were power and background. With his status as a direct disciple of the Jie Jiao and the Jade pendant containing a trace of Master Tongshan's divine, he was completely unafraid. You? Zhurong Ancestral, which seeing that a junior like Qingxu did not regard him as an ancestral, which immediately raised his brows in anger, ready to teach Qingxu a lesson. Third brother, do not act impulsively. The wise Zhujiu Yin immediately reached out to stop Zhurong upon seeing this. The Hotu ancestral which entering reincarnation had drawn the attention of all beings in the wilderness, and the upper clear Tongtian would undoubtedly be the same. Moreover, Li Qingxu was a direct disciple of a saint representing the face of the upper clear Tongtian. If they dared to do anything to Li Qingxu, the upper clear Tongtian would likely appear and punish them. Zhurong ancestral which snorted, suppressing his anger and falling silent. At this moment Li Qingxu concentrated and looked at Dijiang Zhujiuyin and the other ancestral witches, their detailed information immediately appearing before him. Dijiang. Cultivation pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. Items law of space, purple gold pangus blood gold, no primordial spirit black. Zhujiuyin. Cultivation pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. Items law of time, purple gold pangus blood gold, no primordial spirit black. Li Qingxu discovered that the ancestral witches before him, transformed from pangus blood, were indeed top-tier beings of the wilderness, with an absurdly high quality of items. Most ancestral witches possessed 2 or more golden items, while the laws of space and time mastered by Dijiang and Zhujiuyin were of purple gold level. Once the third battle between the witches and the demons occurs, these precious items will all belong to me. With this thought, Li Qingxu's heart ignited with fervor, and he could hardly wait to loot them. Guru. At this moment the center of the Yuming Blood Sea collapsed, revealing a massive... The waters of the entire Yuming Blood Sea surged and boiled, continuously pouring into the whirlpool. Seeing this, the Mingyi old ancestor's expression changed drastically, his heart bleeding. The waters of the Yuming Blood Sea were irreplaceable, and he needed them to create the Azura and Yiksha tribes. More importantly, his 480 million blood avatars were also hidden within the Blood Sea. In just a few seconds he felt millions of his blood avatars being swallowed by the whirlpool, completely vanishing. The blood avatars were his greatest trump card, endowing him with an ability that made it nearly impossible to kill him. Without the blood avatars, both his strength and life-preserving capacity would be severely diminished. This situation continued for over a minute. During this time the waters of the Yuming Blood Sea decreased by about 1/3, along with over 100 million of the Mingyi old ancestor's blood avatars. This scene left the Mingyi old ancestor as restless as an ant on a hot pan, yet he was helpless. Fortunately, at this moment the whirlpool in the center of the Yuming Blood Sea stopped devouring the waters. With the emergence of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the aura of the Earth Mother ancestor, which has nearly dissipated, leaving even the other ancestor witches, who share the same origin, unable to sense her presence. At this moment Dijiang Zhujiuyin and the other ancestor witches were in great shock, unable to believe that their sister the Earth Mother had completely vanished from the Honghuang world. In the next moment golden light erupted from the Honghuang sky, as endless golden clouds of virtue appeared out of the void, covering vast expanses of land, transforming mountains and rivers into hues of gold. In addition, various stunning phenomena began to manifest one after another. The immense clouds of virtue surged, and at the center a beam of golden light as thick as a mountain and blazing like the Milky Way descended towards the direction of the Underworld Blood Sea. In an instant the 6 paths of reincarnation were submerged by the overwhelming golden light of virtue, illuminating even the vast Underworld Blood Sea into a brilliant golden hue. Such boundless virtue left all beings of Honghuang in awe, their hearts filled with extreme. The Earth Mother ancestor, which transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, accumulated more virtue to complete the Tao of Earth than the combined achievements of Taiching Laozu and Yuanshi Tianzuan in attaining sainthood. Any being that absorbs and refines this virtue would directly transcend the 3 purities, Niwa Zhuanti and Jiayin, becoming the most powerful entity in the entire Honghuang world, second only to Hongjun Daozu. However, the current Earth Mother ancestor, which only retained a minuscule muddled consciousness lingering within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if she absorbed such a vast amount of heavenly virtue, it would be of no use. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation absorbed all the heavenly virtue, a great world, named Yinjian, was birthed beside the Underworld Blood Sea. The myriad true spirits wandering in the Honghuang world felt the formation of the 6 paths of reincarnation and were extremely excited, eager to obtain liberation and reincarnation through it. However, since the 6 paths of reincarnation were situated within the Underworld Blood Sea, an independent world, these true spirits, lacking any power, found no way to reach it. Though the myriad true spirits were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, there was still no route to the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment the long-awaited Li Qingxu made his move. With all his strength, he activated the power of the earth principles, manifesting a colossal black stone door connecting the Honghuang world with the Underworld world, towering several tens of millions of zhang high. This stone door was constructed from massive black rocks, its surface engraved with Tao patterns emanating an aura of majesty and solemnity, resembling an impassable chasm. Above this stone door, two grand characters were inscribed in a flamboyant style Fengdu. The Great Tao is above. I Li Qingxu see that the true spirits of Honghuang are unable to enter the six paths of reincarnation. Today I establish Fengdu to connect the two realms of yin and yang, guiding all spirits to reincarnate, and I declare myself the Emperor of Fengdu. May the Great Tao witness this. Li Qingxu spoke, his powerful voice resonating throughout the heavens and earth, amplified by divine. The Earth Mother Ancestor Witch's transformation into reincarnation, completing the Tao of Earth, was a significant matter concerning Honghuang and benefiting countless beings, and could have been witnessed by the Great Tao, thus earning its virtue. However, due to her muddled consciousness influenced by the power of the Heavenly Tao, she allowed the Heavenly Tao to witness it, thus letting the Tao and Hongyun Daozu reap significant benefits. Li Qingxu understood that the Heavenly Tao is self-serving, viewing all beings as mere fodder, thus the virtue from the Heavenly Tao holds little value. By establishing Fengdu, connecting the realms of yin and yang, and guiding the true spirits of Honghuang to reincarnation, he had also to a certain extent completed the Tao of Earth, which should merit recognition from the Great Tao. Moreover, he witnessed the entire process of the six paths of reincarnation's birth, and realized that the true spirits were temporarily unable to enter it, thus completing this point. This matter was reasonable. The myriad beings of Honghuang and the six saints, as well as Hongjun Daozu, would only see him as astute for seizing this ancient millennium opportunity. As Li Qingxu's voice fell, the chaotic world suddenly erupted, with continuous purple-golden clouds of virtue stretching for millions of acres. Though the range of these purple-golden clouds of virtue was far less than the previous overwhelming clouds of heavenly virtue, the aura they emanated was immensely sacred and noble. Immediately these clouds transformed into a beam of purple-golden divine light, traversing the Honghuang world and directly landing upon Li Qingxu, who stood above the Underworld blood sea. Li Qingxu's aura surged, each strand of hair radiated divine light, and every pore expelled a brilliance of clouds. The supreme and just Great Tao allowed Li Qingxu to directly draw a portion of its virtue into the stars he had opened within his body. Under the nourishment of the Great Tao's virtue, the number of these stars began to surge dramatically, rapidly evolving and transforming, forming 3,650 great Zudians within him, allowing Li Qingxu to cultivate the Tao Yixian Jing to the perfection of Taiyi golden immortal, surpassing even his immortal Tao cultivation. As for the remaining part of the Great Tao's virtue, Li Qingxu chose not to absorb and refine it for the time being. Firstly, his foundation was still not solid enough, and it was not the right moment to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Secondly, the Great Tao's virtue could also serve as a protective talisman. In the future, he could either refine it into a spiritual treasure, transforming it into a Great Tao virtuous treasure, or use it to negate karmic retribution from killing. Seeing Li Qingxu actually receiving recognition from the Great Tao, with virtue descending as a reward, the myriad beings of Honghuang were astonished and engaged in fervent discussions. Damn, this kid is truly clever. He actually built Fengdu to guide the reincarnation of all spirits. How come I didn't think of that? The ancestor of the Mingyi felt a pang of regret within, wishing he could turn back time. After all, that was the virtue transformed from the source of the Great Tao. Even a trace of it holds immense value. In the entirety of the past Honghuang world, only Hongjun Daozu and the three purities had ever received virtue from the Great Tao. Meanwhile, Zhu and Ti and Jieyin atop Ling Mountain were practically drooling, filled with envy. After all, the virtue they gained from establishing the Western teachings was only enough for one of them to achieve sainthood. To attain sainthood simultaneously, they made 48 grand oaths, borrowing a vast amount of heavenly virtue to do so. However, since the Heavenly Tao could lend virtue to them, it could also retract it at any time, causing them to fall from their saintly positions. Thus, Zhu Ti and Jieyin were extremely eager for virtue, especially that of the Great Tao. Li Qingxu from the Jiejiao is truly exceptionally astute. The top powers of Honghuang, including Jin Yuanzi and Shi Wangmu, all sighed. After all, now that the Tao of Earth has awakened, even if Li Qingxu had not created Fengdu, the Tao of Earth would soon derive it, guiding the true spirits into the six paths of reincarnation. Yet Li Qingxu took the initiative to establish Fengdu, first becoming the recognized emperor of Fengdu. As for Taiching Laozu of Deluo Mountain and Yuanshi Tianzuan of Kunlun Mountain, their expressions darkened. As saints, their foresight surpassed that of ordinary beings. Li Qingxu's actions not only earned him virtue from the Great Tao, but also meant that each true spirit that reincarnated through Fengdu Du would provide him with fortune. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as the 6 paths of reincarnation operate, the fortune on Li Qingxu will be second only to Hongyun Daozu, far surpassing even those who are the rightful successors of Fengdu. After hearing this, the disciples of Jie Jiao held Li Qingxu in the utmost respect. His prestige within Jie Jiao invisibly elevated another notch, subtly indicating a trend of surpassing Jin Ling, Sheng Mu, and Duo Bao Daoren. Jin Ling Sheng Mu was indifferent to this, even more than happy to see such a rising star emerge within Jie Jiao. In contrast, Duo Bao Daoren felt increasingly imbalanced, even starting to twist internally. In his view, ever since Li Qingxu joined Jie Jiao, his position in the hearts of the master and among the disciples had begun to plummet. If he did not take action soon, he feared that his status as the top disciple of Jie Jiao would soon be in jeopardy. On the other side, the purple-golden glow around Li Qingxu gradually faded. He was now recognized by the Tao as the Emperor of Fengdu, and even the heavenly Tao's envoy Hongjun and the earth Tao's envoy Hudu could not change that. At that moment, the void before Li Qingxu slightly distorted. A heavy square book entirely black and a black brush appeared in front of him. The Book of Life and Death, the Pen of Reincarnation. Upon seeing the 3 large characters on the book, Li Qingxu's heart instantly filled with joy. In the primordial world, there are 3 books concerning heaven, earth, and humanity: the heavenly book, the list of deities, the god-slaying whip; the earth book, the classic of mountains and seas; and the human book, the book of life and death, and the pen of reincarnation. All 3 books are treasures of the highest grade, innate spiritual treasures. The Book of Life and Death records the lifespans of all beings below the great Luo golden immortal in the primordial world, while the pen of reincarnation can alter these lifespans. With the human book in hand, he could be said to have control over the entire 6 paths of reincarnation. Moreover, for beings below the great Luo golden immortal, if he wished for someone to die, he only needed to use the pen of reincarnation to change their lifespan to 0. It was simply the perfect choice for killing and looting. After putting away the pen of reincarnation and the Book of Life and Death, Li Qingxu noticed countless true spirits eagerly gathering before the Fengdu Gate, wanting to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation for rebirth and cultivation. With a wave of his hand, the grand and heavy Fengdu Gate gradually opened, rumbling. The moment the Fengdu Gate opened, countless true spirits surged in like a flood, entering the underworld through Fengdu. Every true spirit that passed through Fengdu would grant him a bit of fortune. Although the fortune provided by a single true spirit was negligible, it was almost insignificant. However, since the formation of the primordial world, countless beings had perished. The fortune provided by so many true spirits was exceedingly abundant. With such immense fortune, Li Qingxu suddenly felt his cultivation speed soar by hundreds of times. No wonder those top powers in the primordial world are scheming and fighting for fortune. It turns out fortune is so important. Li Qingxu internally sighed after feeling the benefits brought by fortune. His trip here could be described as immensely fruitful. Not only did he obtain Tao merit that enhanced his strength, but more importantly, he also received a portion of the fortune from the 6 paths of reincarnation. This fortune would significantly accelerate his cultivation speed, having a profound and far-reaching impact in the future. Moreover, the Emperor of Fengdu is the highest authority in the entire underworld system, second only to the Earth Tao's envoy Hutu. And Hutu the Ancestral, which only has a remnant of consciousness trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation, even less than a living dead. Before Hutu's consciousness awakens, he could decree most matters in the underworld. Since his purpose had been achieved, Li Qingxu did not linger in the underworld any longer, but directly opened the Void Gate to return to Golden Ao Island. Although the ancestral witches like Dijun and Taiyi did everything possible to reverse the outcome and bring Hutu back to the world, this matter had already become a fixed fate. Even if the ancestral witches tried every means and Taiyi pushed the laws of time to the extreme, it would not change anything. In the end, the ancestral witches could only hope that after Taiyi attained the Tao of Hongyun, he could use the power of the laws of time to reverse time back to before Hutu transformed into reincarnation. After returning to Golden Ao Island, Li Qingxu first conferred the disciples of the Jie Jiao, such as the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudong, Zhao Gongming, the 3 Shaos, and the Winged Immortal, as the 10 Yama Kings, judges Meng Pua, and the Oxhead and Horseface spirits. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation have already started to operate, order has not yet been established, and it cannot achieve clear punishment and reward for good and evil. The large number of Jie Jiao disciples joining just happened to fill this gap, and they could also share a portion of the fortune of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which is truly a win-win. Finding a proper job for these Jiejiao disciples also prevents them from wandering outside and causing trouble. Days later, after several thousand years, the East Sea was vast and serene with a gentle breeze and warm sun. Li Qingxu sat at the edge of the cliff holding a fishing rod fishing while cultivating. Within his body 36 deep blue light points flickered shining like 36 blue stars. As he pushed his Tao Immortal Sutra to a certain level, Li Qingxu decisively abandoned the Shangqing Immortal Technique, only using it as a reference. After all, even though Shangqing Immortal Technique was created after achieving sainthood in Shangqing, its essence still originated from the immortal cultivation methods passed down by Hongyun Daozu. If he practiced this method, the higher his cultivation, the more fortune he would provide to Hongyun Daozu, making it impossible for him to surpass him. Thus Li Qingxu had to carve his own path cultivating the techniques he created, stepping onto a road that belonged to him. Now he possessed the fortune of the 6 paths of reincarnation, successfully transforming his fortune into fortune as radiant as a rainbow purple gold. Moreover, having fused with Buddha's 2 golden attributes, his cultivation speed could not be described as efficient, it was simply a rapid advance. After cultivating for several thousand years, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Great Golden Immortal. If he did not deliberately suppress it, he could break through at any time and become a Great Luo Golden Immortal with no lifespan. Furthermore, through comprehending the 36 pearls of the sea god within him, he had gained a certain understanding of the laws of space. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could initially comprehend the space laws among the 3,000 great Tao laws, second only to the laws of force. Li Qingxu was planning his future path in his mind, when suddenly the fishing rod in his hand sank heavily, nearly slipping from his grasp. Caught something big. Regaining his senses, Li Qingxu immediately gripped the rod firmly, while gradually reeling in the line. The fishing line was pulled taut, and was shaking violently, clearly indicating a massive creature was struggling. However, Li Qingxu's fishing rod was a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, combined with the overwhelming cultivation of his Great Golden Immortal Peak realm. Even if this giant creature used all its strength, it could not escape his control. As the fishing line was continuously reeled and the distant sea surface boiled and surged. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Li Qingxu gripped the rod with both hands and gave a powerful toss. Splash! Water erupted into a towering waterfall as a several thousand zhang long azure dragon burst through the surface, arcing through the air and landing heavily on the cliff. Did I just fish up a dragon? Li Qingxu surveyed the massive creature before him, somewhat astonished. At that moment, a glow emanated from the azure dragon lying on the ground, transforming into a dragon maiden dressed in a blue long dress with exquisite features and a pair of dragon horns. After the dragon maiden took human form, she immediately reached up to pull the hook from her lip. Hiss! That hurts so much. The dragon maiden inhaled sharply, but the wound quickly healed as her divine power surged. At this moment, as Li Qingxu concentrated, detailed information about the individual appeared before his Bing. Cultivation, early stage, celestial immortal. Attributes: golden dragon bloodline, hidden red childlike heart, gold dragon clan princess, purple extraordinary comprehension, purple life, has deadly calamities, black. Upon seeing the entry of the other party, Li Qingxu felt a twinge of surprise in his heart. After all, in his past life memories, Bing was the 3rd prince of the Dragon King of the East Sea. However, memories are merely memories, and it's normal for them to differ slightly from the real world of the primordial chaos. Are you Bing? Li Qingxu asked. How do you know my name? Bing was taken aback, not expecting that this person whom she was meeting for the first time would directly reveal her identity. Li Qingxu did not respond, but got straight to the point, saying, I am Li Qingxu, a direct disciple of the Upper Clear Saint. I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Apart from the fatal tribulation that would lead to her being skinned alive by Neza, the other attributes of Bing were quite impressive. Among them, the childlike heart is a rare trait that signifies closeness to the Tao. Thus, Li Qingxu immediately considered taking her as a direct disciple and teaching her the Tao One Immortal Scripture. Firstly, the upcoming Fengxian calamity is not only a contest among the high-ranking members of the 4 teachings, but also a competition among the 3rd-generation disciples. If his disciple could stand out among the 3rd generation of the Xuanmen, it would make many plans easier to implement. Secondly, Li Qingxu also wanted to test whether the Tao One Immortal Scripture he created was suitable for cultivation by other races aside from the human race. If other races could cultivate it, he might be able to spread this method throughout the primordial chaos in the future, preventing Hongyun's immortal path from dominating the scene. Moreover, Bing possessed a hidden golden dragon bloodline. When the ancestral dragon transforms at the North Sea, bringing Bing along might allow her to inherit the ancestral dragon's legacy. Huh, you want to take me as your disciple? Ao Bing was stunned by Li Qingxu's abrupt request. She had merely sneaked out of the dragon palace out of playfulness and had taken a bite of the exquisite postnatal spirit fruit on the fishing hook, not expecting to be caught by Li Qingxu, who also wanted to take her as a disciple. Seeing Ao Bing's hesitant expression, Li Qingxu pointed to the large black pot beside him and said, "You have two choices now, either become my disciple or I will start cooking oil. I hear that the taste of dragon gall and phoenix marrow is quite good." Ao Bing shivered at the thought and hurriedly bowed 3 times and knocked her head 9 times, performing the rite of apprenticeship. Disciple Ao Bing pays respects to master. Li Qingxu nodded in satisfaction. Although the dragon clan had accumulated a lot of karmic ties in ancient times, these karmic ties had dissipated since all the golden dragons in the clan had fallen and the ancestral dragon was blocked at the CI. Otherwise, the heavenly court and the Buddhist sects in his past life memories would not have gone to great lengths to incorporate the dragon clan under their banner. Li Qingxu raised his right hand, and with a flash of divine light, the low-grade innate spirit treasure, the flying golden sword, floated in his palm. This is the low-grade innate spirit treasure, the flying golden sword. I present it to you today as a gift for becoming my disciple. Though he had obtained numerous spirit treasures aside from the Kongtong seal and the human book, which were top-grade innate spirit treasures, most others had been refined into source points. Only the flying golden sword given to him by the golden spirit Holy Mother remained, due to its low grade, unable to be refined into many source points. Although this flying golden sword was merely a low-grade innate spirit treasure, it was absolutely sufficient for Ao Bing, who was at the early stage of celestial immortality. Ao Bing raised her head and looked at the flying golden sword being handed to her by Li Qingxu, her eyes widening in disbelief. She initially thought that Li Qingxu wanted to take her as a disciple just to have someone to serve him tea and water. She never expected that her new master would directly gift her a low-grade innate spirit treasure as a token of apprenticeship. This was truly unexpected and left her pleasantly shocked. "Thank you, master." After regaining her senses, Ao Bing joyfully accepted the flying golden sword with both hands, examining it closely. As the saying goes, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Although the dragon clan had collected a vast amount of treasures during the Longhan calamity, these treasures had fallen into the hands of other powerful beings with the decline of the dragon clan. Now the entire EC Dragon clan had only one low-grade postnatal spirit treasure, making them quite impoverished. Seeing Ao Bing staring at the flying golden sword, Li Qingxu thought she was disappointed in him for being stingy. After all, Ao Bing was the dragon maiden of the EC, and her horizons would definitely not be comparable to those of an ordinary cultivator. Ahem. This flying golden sword is for you to use for now. Once your cultivation improves, I will grant you stronger treasures. Li Qingxu said somewhat shyly. Ao Bing's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she felt an overwhelming surge of motivation to cultivate. "Yes, I will definitely cultivate diligently," Ao Bing pledged, patting her chest. "What cultivation method are you practicing now?" Replying to Master, our dragon clan originally had the Heavenly Dragon 9 transformations created by the Ancestral Dragon, but our Qing Bai Qi and He Dragon clans lack the Golden Dragon bloodline and cannot cultivate it, so we can only practice the Qing Long technique created by my father. Ao Bing replied truthfully. In fact, her roots were among the top tier of the current 4 dragon clan. However, the EC Dragon King was only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, and the cultivation methods he created were indeed lacking, resulting in her only barely breaking through to the early stage of celestial immortality. "I will now teach you a new method of cultivation. Try to see if you can cultivate it," Li Qingxu said, sending a beam of divine light into Ao Bing's brow. After Ao Bing organized the information in her mind, she was suddenly swept up in a storm. The cultivation method of the Tao One Immortal Scripture involves opening up stars within the body, allowing them to continuously evolve and transform until they form myriad worlds. Upon reaching the highest realm, oneself becomes a vast world transcending all 3,000 paths. Even when faced with the coming of immeasurable calamities, one can remain unscathed amidst the chaos. Such an astonishing cultivation method was something she had never seen or heard of before. In comparison, her father's Qinglong technique and even the Ancestral Dragon's Heavenly Dragon 9 transformations were far from being comparable. "Master, was this Tao One Immortal Scripture created by the Upper Clear Ancestor?" Ao Bing asked after calming her emotions slightly. "This method is created by me, but it is not yet complete. I am also refining it while cultivating," Li Qingxu replied. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing was struck speechless with shock. She never expected that her master, who had yet to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, could derive such a heaven-defying method of cultivation, It was simply unbelievable. After regaining her senses, Ao Bing's gaze towards Li Qingxu changed. Her eyes sparkled with admiration and respect. Although her apprenticeship was somewhat hasty today, her new master was not only a direct disciple of a saint, but also possessed extraordinary talent able to create such a cultivation method as the Tao One Immortal Scripture. Following her new master would undoubtedly lead to great achievements, and it was even possible to revitalize the Dragon Clan in the future. You can start cultivating now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Li Qingxu said to Ao Bing, then cast his fishing hook back into the sea. Yes, Ao Bing understood that this was her only chance to change her fate. She did not dare to disappoint her master's expectations, and immediately sat beside Li Qingxu, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate earnestly. Li Qingxu was on Golden Ao Island taking disciples, cultivating and comprehending the laws of space, living in peace and tranquility. Meanwhile, the primordial world was turbulent with dark currents surging. When the ancestral witch Hutu transformed into reincarnation, the entire demon clan was exceedingly excited, cheering and feeling that the opportunity to unify the primordial world had finally arrived. Honghuang Taiyi immediately summoned the demon army, intending to flatten Mount Buzhou and unify the primordial world. After calming down, Emperor Jun thought it over and ultimately stopped Honghuang Taiyi. Although the Witch Clan had lost Hutu, their strongest card against the Zhou Tian Star Array, the other 11 ancestral witches were all peak Hongyun Golden Immortals and resided in Mount Buzhou. If they were to attack recklessly, the nature of the ancestral witches would inevitably lead to a fight to the death. If all 11 ancestral witches self-destructed, even their Zhou Tian Star Array would not withstand it, and the final result could very likely be mutual destruction. Moreover, the ancestral witches residing in Mount Buzhou meant that if they were pushed too hard, they could detonate the primordial ancestral vein beneath Mount Buzhou like Luoho. At that time, the entire primordial world would face annihilation. Thus, after careful consideration, Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi restrained their impulse to send troops to Mount Buzhou, hoping to find other more reliable solutions. Meanwhile, the 10 little golden crows born to Emperor Jun and Shihi, due to their exceptional roots, naturally mastered the laws of fire, combined with Emperor Jun's careful guidance and the precious resources left by the ancient heavenly court. The 10 little golden crows continually broke through the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, each blooming at the 9th grade, comparable to top powers like Zhen Yuanzi and Ming He Laozu, with a promising future. Emperor Jun held high hopes for his 10 sons, cherishing them deeply and fervently wished for them to grow up and take over the demon court. After breaking through the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, the 10 little golden crows felt they had the strength to protect themselves and clamored to leave the demon court to travel the primordial lands. However, with the witch and demon clans in a state of animosity, the little golden crows had not fully matured, and if they were discovered while traveling the primordial lands, the great witches like Xingtian would surely not let them return alive. To prevent his precious sons from dying young, Emperor Jun confined them to the Sunstar Fusang Divine Tree, allowing them to absorb the essence of solar fire and cultivate until they broke through to the Quasi-Saint level. To prevent his precious sons from dying young, Emperor Jun confined them to the Sunstar Fusang Divine Tree, allowing them to absorb the essence of solar. Thus, he also expressed to Qingxu his desire to form a Tao partner. However, Qingxu was completely uninterested in the rough and brutish Honghuang Taiyi, who only thought of fighting and decisively rejected his courtship. Honghuang Taiyi did not give up and thought of various methods to pursue her, but it was like casting a stone into the sea, utterly ineffective. Honghuang Taiyi felt that as the demon emperor and controller of the Chaos Bell, not only was he high in status and power, but also the foremost figure below the saints, so pursuing Qingxu was already a favor to her. Unexpectedly, Qingxu, showing no gratitude, provoked his anger, and taking advantage of Shihi's absence, while teaching the little golden crows, he cornered her, attempting to force her. Qingxu swore to resist, and in her anger, she even injured Honghuang Taiyi, nearly severing his manhood. Honghuang Taiyi was filled with rage and transformed into a ferocious form, beating Qingxu until her spirit was obliterated, leaving only a trace of true spirit fleeing towards the primordial lands. Upon learning of this, Emperor Jun did not blame Honghuang Taiyi, but chose to help him conceal the matter, shifting the blame onto the Witch Clan, telling Shihi that Qingxu was killed by the Gong Ancestral, which while traveling to the primordial lands. Shihi transformed her sorrow and fury into motivation, diligently instructing the 10 little golden crows in their cultivation, hoping that one day they could grow to the level of Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi, and then together flatten Mount Buzhou and annihilate the Witch Clan. In the 33 heavens of the Demon Court in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, second brother as the Demon Emperor of the Demon Court, You should temper your temperament, think more before acting, and avoid being so reckless. Fortunately, I helped you conceal the matter regarding Qingxu. If she learns the truth, she will definitely turn against us. Now is a critical moment. If there is internal strife within the demon court, our dream of dominating the primordial world and the painstaking plans of many years will be in vain. Emperor Jun sat on the dragon throne, earnestly admonishing Honghuang Taiyi. I understand. Honghuang Taiyi nodded seriously. Seeing that Honghuang Taiyi recognized his mistakes, Emperor Jun did not continue to reprimand him. Just as they were about to continue their closed-door cultivation, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Subordinate Baizhe requests to see the Demon Emperor and Demon Emperor. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi exchanged glances, slightly surprised. After all, they had previously informed the Demon Clan that they were going into seclusion for a breakthrough, and unless there was a major issue, they should not be disturbed. However, Baizhe had always acted cautiously, and now asking to see them surely meant there was an urgent matter to report. Come in. Emperor Jun spoke, his resonant voice rolling out like a tidal wave. Yes. Footsteps sounded as Baizhe, dressed in a white robe, flew into the hall, followed by a few large and burly demons, and a small, which bound tightly. Report to the Demon Emperor and Demon Emperor, I just made an important discovery. Baizhe walked to the center of the hall, bowing to Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi on the high platform, his face beaming with barely concealed excitement. Seeing this, Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi immediately became interested. Oh, what discovery? Baize's hand glowed, revealing a long knife. However, this long knife was merely a high-grade postnatal spiritual weapon, not even qualifying as a spiritual treasure. Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi were puzzled as to why Baizhe suddenly produced such an ordinary knife. Under the gaze of Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi, Baizhe approached the small witch, who was tightly bound. The small witch, upon seeing this, seemed to realize what Baizhe intended to do and struggled violently. But the ropes binding him were made of postnatal spiritual treasure, and even with immense strength, he could not break free, only glaring at Baizhe with blood-red eyes, seemingly wanting to devour him alive. Baizhe directly ignored the fierce gaze and raised his right hand, lifting the long knife. Shing! A flash of cold light passed as Baizhe swung the knife down, cleaving the small witch in two, blood spraying forth instantly. This is... Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi immediately stood up from the dragon throne, their eyes blazing. Of course, killing a small witch at the Golden Immortal Realm was trivial for them. What shocked them was that Baizhe did not activate a shred of divine power, relying solely on the long knife that was not even a spiritual treasure, yet he managed to slay the physically strong small witch. Moreover, the entire process was clean and swift, without any hindrance. Report, Your Majesty, this is my significant discovery. With a thought, Baizhe released the long knife, which flew in front of Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi. This knife has nothing special in terms of materials and forging techniques. Its ability to easily sever the witch clan's flesh is due to it having slaughtered many human beings and absorbed their vengeful souls. Baizhe explained carefully. Emperor Jun gently stroked the blade, feeling its icy touch, yet within him burned a fervent desire. So if I can collect a large number of human vengeful souls, and then fuse them into a weapon, I could obtain a weapon that ignores the flesh of the ancestral witches. Baizhe nodded. Indeed. Ha ha ha. Heaven helps our demon court. I did not expect the insignificant human race to have such an important use. Honghuang Taiyi laughed heartily, his mighty voice echoing in the hall for a long time. After discussing, Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi decided to slaughter the vast majority of the human race and forge a true demon-slaying sword. Once the demon-slaying sword was completed, combined with the Zhou Tian Star Array as their trump card, they would be absolutely confident in dealing with the Witch Clan. Although the human race is insignificant, it was nonetheless created by the Saint Nuwa. Taiching Laozu also established the human sect among the human race. If we were to slaughter the humans, would it not provoke the displeasure of the saints? If they had any regard for the human race, it would not still be struggling for survival in the cracks. We, the demon race, have treated the human race as mere food for so many years, yet they have not voiced any objections. As Honghuang Taiyi spoke, Dijun nodded, slightly agreeing. As long as we do not completely annihilate the human race, leaving a small portion should suffice. After all, the human race, akin to ants while utterly useless, possesses decent reproductive capabilities. Seeing Dijun nod in agreement, Honghuang Taiyi immediately prepared to summon the demon army, intending to personally lead them in slaughtering the scattered human tribes in the eastern part of Honghuang. Second brother, we cannot get personally involved in this matter. Just as Honghuang Taiyi was excitedly preparing to display his prowess, Dijun raised his hand to stop him. Brother, why is that? Honghuang Taiyi asked, puzzled. Although the witch race is mostly simple-minded and strong, the so-called strategist of the witch race, Zhu Jiuyin, is quite meticulous in his thoughts. If he sees us personally descending to slaughter the human race, he will surely deduce that we have some important purpose and intervene. Thus, we must not attract the attention of the ancestor witches by taking direct action. Instead, we should have the various demon gods lead the demon army to carry out this task, as inconspicuously as they usually hunt the human race. Dijun stated, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Your Majesty's words are indeed wise, the demon god Baizhe echoed. All right. Honghuang Taiyi nodded, acknowledging that Dijun and Baizhe made valid points. Baizhe, relay my orders to the 10 demon gods to each lead their subordinate armies to slaughter the human race and collect their resentful souls, as long as we do not completely exterminate the human race. Dijun commanded Baizhe. Yes. Baizhe respectfully accepted the order. Soon the 10 demon gods Baizhe, Jiming, Ing Zhao, Fei Dan, Fei Lianjiu, Ing Shang, Yangqin, Yuan, Ci Tai, and Guiche each led their own armies of over 100 million demons, stealthily heading towards the eastern part of Honghuang from the 4 great heavenly gates. The demon gods, including Baizhe, were extremely excited and invigorated, filled with energy. In their view, once they completed this mission, they would assist the demon emperor and demon sovereign in refining the witch-slaying sword. At that time, they would be the great contributors to the destruction of the witch race and the unification of Hong. Afterward, they would certainly be rewarded by the demon emperor and demon sovereign, their cultivation and status rising with the tide. Baizhe and the other demon gods believed their actions were completely silent and very secretive. However, Qingxu had long anticipated this day and had been secretly monitoring the movements of the demon. Sensing the fierce advance of the demon gods leading their armies towards the eastern part of Honghuang, Qingxu opened his eyes while seated on a cliff. Disciple, I have important matters to attend to outside. You may focus on your cultivation here. Qingxu said, gazing towards the direction of the eastern part of Honghuang, as a surging aura began to emanate from him. After preparing silently for so long, his strength was finally about to be put to use today. All right. Ao Bing nodded obediently, realizing from Qingxu's serious demeanor that he had important matters to. With a single step, Qingxu's spatial Dao patterns rippled out from beneath his feet. When he lifted his foot, he was still in place, but when his foot landed, he suddenly appeared at the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, he completely vanished. On a vast plain in the eastern part of Honghuang, countless houses sprawled as far as the eye could see. Trillions of humans in the tribes were busily working, some forging tools, some dismantling prey, and others diligently cultivating, creating a scene of prosperity. In the center of the tribe, a towering ancient tree grew, its trunk thick and lush, like a gigantic umbrella casting a sprinkle of light rain. Here lies the largest tribe of the human race, the Zudi tribe. Within the tribe, in addition to trillions of humans, there were also the 3 ancestral figures Sui Ren Yu Chao and Zi Yi, who had absorbed the merits of the heavenly Tao to become De Luo golden immortals. Since the 3 ancestors of the human race absorbed the merits of the heavenly Tao and attained the status of De Luo golden immortals, the safety of the Zudi tribe has greatly improved, having not suffered invasions from other races since. Just as the humans of the Zudi tribe were busy with their tasks, they suddenly felt the sky above darken. Curious, the humans looked up at the sky, only to find that a large area of dark clouds had appeared, layered and endless, obscuring the previously clear sky. These dark clouds approached the Zudi tribe with a speed visible to the naked eye. As the dark clouds drew nearer, the human race finally saw that on these black clouds stood densely packed countless demon army. The demon army, with fierce and menacing appearances, fully armed and wielding various weapons, exuded overwhelming demonic and sinister energy, instantly instilling suffocating pressure upon the trillions of humans in the Zudi tribe. Ding ding ding. The urgent sound of bells echoed throughout the entire Zudi tribe. Upon hearing the sound, the people of the Zudi tribe put down their tasks and picked up their weapons. Simultaneously, the 3 ancestors Sui Ren Yu Chao and Zi Yi, who held the eternal flame, wore the first garment of the postnatal realm and bore the first stone house of the postnatal realm, flew out from the tree hollow at the center of the tribe. The eternal flame, the first garment of the postnatal realm, and the first stone house had all received the blessing of the heavenly Tao, allowing them to unleash power comparable to that of low-grade, innate spirit treasures. However, despite this, the 3 ancestors of the human race looked at the ferocious and bloodthirsty demon army with taut bodies and sweaty palms. Ultimately, an ant is still an ant. Even if it absorbs the merits of the heavenly Tao to become a great Luo golden immortal, it remains merely a slightly larger ant. Ci Tai coldly glanced at the 3 Sui Ren, Zi Yi, and Yu Chao. Before obtaining the merits of the heavenly Tao, they only possessed the cultivation of the celestial, immortal realm. It was only under the infusion of the heavenly Taoist merits that their cultivation was forcibly elevated to the great Luo golden, immortal realm. However, this kind of pulling the seedlings to help them grow boost in cultivation might suffice against the Taiyi golden immortal, but it was utterly inadequate when faced with Tai, one of the 10 great demon gods. Seeing Tai look down on them, the 3 ancestors of the human race initially wanted to retort. But as soon as they opened their mouths, they suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces turning pale and swaying unsteadily. At this moment, the demon army behind Baizé was sharpening their blades, their eyes gleaming with excitement and brutality, ready to unleash a massacre and pile up the corpses of the human race to pave the way for the demon court's domination of the wilderness. Faced with the murderous demon army, all the members of the ancestral land tribe were filled with despair, their faces etched with hopelessness. Just as Baizé and the other demon gods were about to order a slaughter of the demon army, a spatial door suddenly opened not far from them. Immediately, several large heads flew out from the spatial door and rolled to their feet with a thud. Upon closer inspection, Baizé and the other demon gods were horrified, for these bloodied heads belonged to the demon gods Jiming Ing Zhao and Guiche, who had previously split off to massacre other human tribes. Jiming Ing Zhao and Guiche were among the elite selected from the hundreds of thousands of great Luo golden immortals in the demon court, their combat power comparable to that of the great witches of the witch tribe at the same realm. They never imagined that after just a brief separation, the 7 major demon gods, including Jiming, would be slaughtered. At this moment, the spatial door rippled again. Then a figure in a white Taoist robe, Li Qingxu, stepped out. Fortunately, I am not late. Li Qingxu glanced at the human ancestral tribe below, feeling a slight sense of relief in his heart. When he arrived in the eastern part of the wilderness, he found that these demon gods had split into several routes heading towards different human tribes, to prevent a massacre of other tribes while dealing with Baizé and Tai. Li Qingxu chose to pick the soft persimmons first, traveling back and forth across the wilderness to eliminate Jiming Guiche and the other 7 demon gods along with the billions of demon troops they led before finally arriving at the ancestral tribe. The trillions of human beings in the ancestral tribe were dumbfounded to see the once lofty and invincible demon gods being slain by Li Qingxu, their hearts stirred by a tremendous wave of emotions. You dare to kill my demon gods. What audacity! After regaining his senses, Tai glared at Li Qingxu with eyes as wide as bronze gongs. It was I who did it. What can you do about it? Baizé's expression darkened. Tai and Qin Yuan were furious, their auras pressing down like an invisible storm, yet Li Qingxu remained calm and composed. Still, the same words apply. In this world, one must regard power and background. As a direct disciple of the Jie Jiao, wearing the jade pendant bestowed by the Supreme Clear, he had reason to stand tall. Li Qingxu, as a disciple of the Jie Jiao, why must you go against my demon race? Baizé, though burning with anger, was truly apprehensive about Li Qingxu's identity, unwilling to act rashly. Have you forgotten that I am also a part of the human race? You wish to commit genocide against the human race. How can I sit idly by? Li Qingxu responded firmly. His confrontation with the demon army quickly attracted the attention of many powerful beings in the wilderness. Hearing Li Qingxu's words, the master of the Xiandu at the Luo Mountain felt no ripple of guilt in his view, having joined the human teaching and being the only direct disciple of the Supreme Clear Saint. He was regarded as a significant figure across the wilderness. To him, his humble human lineage felt like the greatest shame. What he needed to do now was to thoroughly sever ties with the human race until everyone remembered only his noble identity as a disciple of the human teaching, forgetting his lowly human origins. The 3 ancestors of the human race and the trillions of human beings in the ancestral tribe sighed inwardly upon hearing this. At this critical moment for the survival of the human race, the master of the Xiandu, as the chief direct disciple of the human teaching who enjoyed the fortunes of the human race, had yet to appear, while Li Qingxu of the Jie Jiao had traveled countless miles to protect the human race. This child is truly loyal and righteous. Such individuals are rare. Many powerful beings in the wilderness secretly lamented. In this treacherous world of the wilderness where deceit reigns and profit is paramount, someone like Li Qingxu, who could forget his roots after leaping the Dragon Gate, was indeed a rarity. Meanwhile, the Supreme Clear was observing everything from the shadows, increasingly appreciating and trusting Li Qingxu. Qingxu not only possesses extraordinary intelligence and comprehension, but also shares my values of loyalty and righteousness. Let him lead the Jie Jiao. I trust him completely, the Supreme Clear murmured to himself. With such a stable-minded disciple who dares to think and act boldly, while being loyal and righteous, he could focus even more on understanding the sword Tao of cutting heaven and strive to break through to higher realms sooner. Li Qingxu, as a direct disciple of the Jiejiao, are you not afraid of being tainted by karma and bringing disaster upon your sect by recklessly slaying my demon gods? At this moment, Bai Zhe, who had been pondering for a long time, spoke again, still trying to find ways to dissuade Li Qingxu. After all, his identity as a disciple of a saint made him reluctant to act against him unless absolutely necessary. I am protected by the merits of the Great Path. All forms of karma will have no effect on me. Li Qingxu snapped his fingers and purple gold light swirled at his fingertips, exuding a sacred and grand aura. Previously, he had only consumed a portion of the Great Path's merits to transform the stars within him, leaving a significant portion unused. With the merits of the Great Path shielding him, even if he killed the 7 demon gods and 10 billion demons, it would not affect the Jiejiao. Seeing this, Bai Zhe's pupils constricted, shocked that Li Qingxu had not used all the Great Path's merits to enhance his strength. Li Qingxu, do not be ungrateful. Were it not for your identity as a saint's direct disciple, I would have torn you apart long ago. Why make such noise? As Li Qingxu remained unmoved, the irritable Tai raised his wolf fang club and pointed it at Li Qingxu, shouting, "Foolish bull, do you have the capability to do that?" Li Qingxu glanced at him from the corner of his eye, showing no attempt to hide his disdain. You. Feeling the contempt and disdain in Li Qingxu's gaze, Tai was so enraged that he snorted 2 long jets of white smoke from his nostrils. His eyes, instantly bloodshot, and fierce killing intent burst forth. "I will kill you!" Tai roared, swinging his wolf fang club and charging at Li Qingxu. Tai, do not act impulsively. Bai Zhe, seeing this, hurriedly shouted, yet he had no real intention of stopping him. After all, given the current situation, it was clear that Li Qingxu was determined to protect the human race. Whether or not they could collect the vengeful souls of the human race to forge the slaughter, which sword was crucial for the grand ambition of the demon court to unify the wilderness, and it absolutely could not go wrong. Thus, Tai's impulsive actions were precisely in line with his intentions. As long as Tai defeated Li Qingxu, they could take the opportunity to massacre the human race, fulfilling the orders of Dijun and Taiyi. Even if the Supreme Clear came to demand accountability, he could always claim that he had tried to intervene, but Tai acted recklessly. This way, not only could he shift the blame onto Tai, but he could also complete Dijun and Taiyi's task, becoming the greatest contributor to the demon court's unification of the wilderness, a perfect outcome. Bang! 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 Tai charged towards Li Qingxu with great strides, each step resonating like a massive iron hammer striking the heavens, producing a sound that was profoundly thunderous. "Take this blow from me!" Tai roared in anger, raising the wolf-toothed club above his head. As he infused the vast divine power of a latestage de luo golden immortal into the wolf-toothed club, it glimmered with divine light, expanding to millions of zhang in size, instantly filling the sky as it came crashing down towards Li Qingxu. Seeing this, Sui Ren Yuchao and Zi's pupils shrank instantly, their breathing seemed to halt, and they felt an extreme tension in their hearts. Tai was the most formidable among the 10 demon gods, with a physical strength comparable to that of the Great Witch of the Witch clan. Just a casual swing from earlier had already heavily wounded them. Now, under Tai's furious strike, the power was sure to surpass before. In their eyes, Li Qingxu was merely at the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, yet to break through to the de luo Golden Immortal Realm. Even though Li Qingxu had received teachings from a sage and possessed extraordinary strength under this immense absolute realm pressure, he still had no chance of victory. As the wolf-toothed club with destructive might descended from above, Li Qingxu felt as if his blood was igniting within him. The 3,600 stars of his great Zhou Tian radiated brilliance, resonating with each other as torrents of power instantly filled his entire body. Break! Li Qingxu swung his fist, delivering an overwhelmingly forceful punch towards the wolf-toothed club. Seeking death. Tai scoffed coldly upon seeing Li Qingxu choose to confront his wolf-toothed club directly with his body. In his view, Li Qingxu had surely become arrogant due to his status as a direct disciple of the Jiejiao, causing many powerful beings to show him leniency, leading him to inflate his own ego. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe remained tense, ready to act at any moment, fearing that Li Qingxu might be obliterated by this strike. In the next moment, the massive wolf-toothed club descended, colliding heavily with Li Qingxu's ascending fist. Clang! A resounding and violent metallic clash erupted, terrifying energy pouring out like a burst dam as the laws and patterns fiercely clashed, the immense destructive force shattering the surrounding space into a fragmented mirror. Crack! Crack. Following that, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. A visible crack appeared at the point of collision between the wolf-tooth club and Lich King's fist. The crack began to spread incessantly, erasing the patterns upon it. Boom. In the eyes of billions of incredulous spectators, the enormous wolf-tooth club shattered, like broken porcelain, fracturing into countless pieces that fell like a meteor shower. PFF. At the same moment, Ci Tai's right hand gripping the wolf-tooth club transformed into a mist of blood in an instant. Not only that, but even his internal organs were severely impacted, and he spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ci Tai's face turned pale as paper staggering in midair, nearly plummeting down. At this moment, the world fell into a profound silence, as if a pin drop could be heard. Sui Rin, Yu Chao, Ze, and countless billions of human beings almost had their eyes pop out their mouths agape, as if they could fit a fist inside. They had envisioned many outcomes. For instance, Ci Tai might hesitate at the sight of Li Qingxu's identity and hold back at the last moment. Or perhaps the treasure left on Li Qingxu by the Shangqing might activate and block the blow. Or maybe Bai Zhe would intervene, saving Li Qingxu from disaster. Even many of the powerful beings from the primordial times who had witnessed Li Qingxu battling across realms believed he might withstand the strike. However, they never imagined that Li Qingxu not only withstood Ci Tai's full-force strike unscathed, but even shattered the mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure wolf-tooth club with a single blow. One must understand that it was a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure indestructible through countless calamities. Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery, known for their invincible physical strength, would struggle to achieve such a feat at the Taiyi golden immortal level. Yet Li Qingxu, with origins as the weakest innate human, could possess such formidable combat power, which was simply two against the heavens. Li Qingxu's style was always to either refrain from action or to strike with lethal force. While everyone was stunned into silence, he stepped forward, as if teleporting, arriving directly in front of Ci Tai. Gazing at the close Ci Tai, Li Qingxu swung his right fist directly towards his head. This punch contained the power of 3,600 great Zhou Tian stars, capable of shattering even a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. If it landed on Ci Tai, his head would surely explode like a watermelon. At this critical moment, the demon god Qin Yuan transformed into a beam of light, rushing towards Li Qingxu at breakneck speed. Unlike other demon gods who were as large as mountains, Qin Yuan's true form was a small bird with a tail full of poisonous needles about the size of an ordinary bird. This minuscule size, combined with Qin Yuan's mastery of the speed law among the 3,000 great laws, granted it a speed far exceeding that of the same realm. Moreover, the poisonous needles on Qin Yuan's tail were extremely potent, having once caused significant troubles even for Qiyu. Qin Yuan was confident in its speed. Even against the formidable Li Qingxu, it believed it could pierce his arm with its poisonous needle and save Ci Tai. Just as Qin Yuan arrived in front of Li Qingxu in the blink of an eye, the green glowing poisonous needle was about to pierce his arm when the surrounding space suddenly warped. It felt as if it were sinking into a quagmire, falling into an unfathomable spatial vortex. The needle seemed only half an inch away from Li Qingxu's arm, yet it felt like a chasm unable to breach no matter how hard it tried. Then a large hand grasped the poisonous needle at its tail. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Qin Yuan frantically flapped its wings, attempting to escape from Li Qingxu's grasp, yet the large hand held it like an iron clamp, making it impossible to budge. Seeing Qin Yuan's desperate struggle, Li Qingxu couldn't help but chuckle disdainfully. No matter how fast Qin Yuan was, it couldn't surpass the spatial law, second only to the force law among the 3,000 great laws. With just a slight motion, he could extend the space between himself and Qin Yuan infinitely, making it forever unable to approach him. Moreover, he had previously absorbed the essence of the bloodwing black mosquito, so his own speed and reflexes were not in the least inferior to Qin Yuan's. Thus, for Qin Yuan to think it could harm him was nothing but a pipe dream. Nice tail spike. He'll take it. Li Qingxu exerted force with his left hand, directly snapping off Qin Yuan's tail needle. This tail needle not only possessed extreme toxicity, but also had remarkable penetrating power, and with its hard material, a little refining would turn it into a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure capable of killing without a trace. After Li Qingxu snapped off Qin Yuan's tail needle, blood immediately gushed from the wound. Its face turned pale, and it was filled with an overwhelming fear. The tail needle was not only its strongest means of attack, but also contained its essence power. Even as a Deluo golden immortal, it couldn't be reconstituted. Losing the tail needle would cause its strength to plummet, causing it to fall out of the ranks of demon gods. However, Qin Yuan, clearly worried unnecessarily for Li Qingxu, would never allow it to leave alive. After stowing the poisonous needle, Li Qingxu reached out again, clutching its neck. Crack! With a crisp sound of bones breaking, Qin Yuan's neck twisted, its gaze dimmed, and its life force rapidly dissipated. The formidable strength of a latest-stage Deluo Golden Immortal, one of the 10 demon gods, was crushed like a chicken or duck by Li Qingxu. The human race and the powerful beings of primordial times watched as Li Qingxu casually killed a demon god, unable to suppress their astonishment. Though Li Qingxu valued loyalty and righteousness, he was also decisive in killings, showing no regard for Baizé Emperor Jun Honghuang Taiyi or the entire demon court. Seizing the opportunity as Li Qingxu killed Qin Yuan, Tai hastily fled behind Baizé. Tai's face was as pale as paper, his eyes towards Li Qingxu filled with terror and dread, resembling a stray dog, a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor. Seeing that both Qin Yuan and Tai were no match for Li Qingxu, Baizé immediately stepped forward. Although he feared Li Qingxu's identity and was reluctant to engage at this point if he did not act, the task of slaughtering the human race and collecting resentful souls would fail. This sovereign bears no ill will toward you. Yet duty to the emperor leaves no choice. Thus I must first subdue you and later seek absolution from the sage. Baizé gazed calmly at Li Qingxu. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? Li Qingxu stood motionless in the high heavens, his robes flapping fiercely in the celestial wind, black hair billowing as he faced Baizé across the vast expanse. This sovereign concedes your strength is worthy of your status as the sage's direct disciple, far exceeding all expectations. Were we to stand at the same cultivation realm, I would be utterly outmatched. Yet I stand but one step away from the quasi-sage realm, transcending you by an entire major cultivation tier. Victory for you is impossible. Baizé spoke, his eyes gleaming with unwavering composure and profound wisdom. The chasm between a supreme immortal of the Taiyi rank and a Grand Luo immortal was as vast as heaven and earth, and Baizé had already reached the apex of the Grand Luo realm, far surpassing Li Qingxu in cultivation. Moreover, as the foremost of the 10 divine beast gods of the Yao court, he was no mere cultivator. He could never be defeated by Li Qingxu across such a monumental gap in cultivation. Let this sovereign witness the true might of Baizé, the first among the 10 divine beast gods. Lightning shimmered in Li Qingxu's gaze. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a colossal celestial purity thunderbolt, 10,000 zhang in diameter, radiant with deep violet luminescence, roared forth from the heavens, crashing down upon Baizé. Driven by Li Qingxu's current cultivation, the celestial purity thunderbolt unleashed power beyond comparison. Its violet radiance cleaved through the firmament, emanating overwhelming majesty, shattering the very fabric of space around it. Tai stared in horror at the terrifying thunderbolt, his face pale, his chest constricted as though crushed beneath an immovable mountain, barely able to draw breath. Only now did he realize Li Qingxu had not fought seriously against him or Qin Yuan. Had this celestial purity thunderbolt struck them full force, they would have been reduced to dust, soul and spirit alike obliterated. Yet Baizé, the divine beast god, remained utterly unruffled, his expression serene and unshaken even as the thunderbolt descended in cataclysmic fury. A flash of divine light shimmered in his palm, and there appeared a brush luminous white as flawless jade, pulsing with sacred radiance. Though revered as the Yao clan's supreme strategist and possessing formidable cultivation, Baizé was not renowned for martial prowess. His true advantage lay in a peerless primordial artifact, the Baizé brush. This brush possessed the divine ability to manifest the intangible into reality, precisely compensating for his lack of combat aptitude. Raising his right hand, Baizé moved the brush with effortless grace. With just a few swift strokes, a colossal bronze gate materialized overhead, millions of zhang wide and tall, as dense and immutable as the earth itself. Intricate Dao patterns adorned its surface, glowing faintly with metallic luster. Its presence alone proclaimed invincibility. In the next instant, the violet celestial purity thunderbolt slammed into the bronze gate. Where they collided, blinding lightning erupted, Dao patterns flared and clashed, devouring one another in furious opposition. When the thunderbolt dissipated, the bronze gate remained unscathed, its defense flawless. A confident smile flickered across Baizé's face. Li Qingxu showed no trace of dismay. After all, that strike had been merely a probe, its deflection entirely anticipated. It seems Baizé's offensive power stems entirely from that brush, Li Qingxu murmured inwardly. Determined to fulfill the commands of Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi, without delay, Baizé shifted from defense to offense. He stilled his breath, focused his mind, and channeled his entire divine power into the Baizé brush. With strokes like leaping dragons and coiling serpents, he conjured a monstrous beast, millions of zhang tall. Its body covered in vivid, chaotic patterns, fangs, bared wings unfurled, radiating raw primordial ferocity. This is Qingxu, the ancient Four Fiends. Hidden observers across the primordial chaos recoiled in shock. Sui Rin Shi, Yu Chao Shi, and Ziyi Shi, as well as billions of human clansfolk, felt their spines freeze, hairs rising in primal dread. Beneath the beast sovereign Shin Ni, ruler of the ancient Fiend dynasty, reigned the Four Fiends, Hongyun, Xiongqi, Tao Wu, and Tao Tai. These four fiends led legions of fiendish beasts across the primordial chaos, leveling countless blessed lands and sects, forcing all races to unite in desperate resistance. Though this Qingxu was but a manifestation, not its true form, the savage, merciless aura it exuded still sent shivers down every spine. Ruer. Standing millions of zhang tall, Qingxu loomed over Li Qingxu like a living mountain. It bared its blood-drenched maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and roared directly at him. Concentric waves of sonic force erupted from its throat, shaking the heavens themselves, collapsing mountains, and hurling colossal geysers from great rivers and seas. Sui Rin Shi, Yu Chao Shi, and Ziyi Shi hastily joined forces, erecting a divine energy barrier to shield the ancestral human settlement. Even so, billions of humans were struck down, blood streaming from ears and nostrils, by the invisible concussive force. The moment the roar ceased, Qingxu beat its wings and lunged at Li Qingxu. Though immense, Qingxu moved with astonishing speed. With a single violent flap of its massive wings, it crossed the heavens in an instant, appearing before Li Qingxu in a blur. Qingxu opened its cavernous maw, seeking to swallow Li Qingxu whole. In response, Li Qingxu immediately invoked the divine art of heaven-emulating physique. Among the 36 heavenly arts, the heaven-emulating physique was notoriously difficult to master, yet Li Qingxu had long since perfected it. As the art activated, his body swelled visibly. Within moments, he towered over the heavens as a giant millions of zhang tall. He raised both arms, palms open, and seized Qingxu's twin fangs with surgical precision. Lift. Muscles corded like ancient iron, veins bulged across his arms as he hoisted the mountain-sized beast and hurled it overhead in a thunderous shoulder throw. Boom! A cataclysmic impact shook the world. Qingxu crashed into the earth, shattering hundreds of mountain ranges and carving a colossal trench across the land before finally grinding to a halt. Such raw titanic combat left even the great Wus and ancestral Wus, observing from concealment, stunned into silence. They had believed their own bodies invincible. Yet here stood one who at the Taiyi immortal rank, overpowered by Zai, summoned Qingxu with sheer physical dominance. What manner of monster is Li Qingxu? Though Bai Zai's expression remained placid, a quiet murmur echoed within his heart. As first divine beast god, he had clashed many times with the Wu clan's great Wus. Yet even those famed for brute strength paled beside Li Qingxu's ferocity at this cultivation level. Seeing Qingxu swiftly overpowered, Bai Zai resolved to end the battle swiftly, summoning the remaining three fiends without delay. His brush flew across the void. Hongyun, Tao Wu, and Tao Tai manifested instantly, each towering millions of zhang high. Tao Tai bore the form of an ox-bodied, human-faced beast. Eyes nestled beneath its armpits, tiger-like teeth, and human claws, its glossy pelt sheathing muscles of incomparable density and power. Hongyun resembled a yellow sack of flame, with crimson fire. 6 legs, 4 wings, featureless and formless. Tao Wu wore a tiger's body and human face. Massive, grotesque, its indigo-purple fur blazing like hellfire, dragging a tail sharp as a spear. After painting these 3 ancient fiends, fine beads of sweat glistened upon Bai Zai's brow, and his breathing grew shallow and rapid. Though the Bai Zai brush could manifest the unreal into substance, the greater the being's power, the more divine energy and spiritual essence it consumed. It was not unwillingness, but impossibility, that kept him from summoning the beast sovereign Shen Ni, or even Pangu himself. His current spiritual capacity permitted only these 4 ancient fiends. Divine energy could be replenished swiftly, but spiritual exhaustion demanded time far beyond mere moments to heal. Yet Bai Zai held firm conviction. With the 4 fiends united, victory over Li Qingxu was assured, and thus the mandates of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taiyi would be fulfilled. Roar! 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 Under Bai Zai's command, the 3 primordial beasts, Tao Wu, Hongyun, and Tao Tai, lunged simultaneously toward Li Qingxu. Their colossal forms blotted out the heavens, filling the entire sky, a sight of unimaginable terror. Li Qingxu, witnessing this, truly sensed the magnitude of the threat and ceased holding back. Supreme, pure celestial thunder, heaven-severing sword chi. Li Qingxu formed a thunder seal with his left hand and extended his right index and middle fingers into a sword finger. As he struck with both hands, an infinite sea of violet lightning erupted across the heavens, crashing down upon the four primordial beasts like divine retribution. Countless densely packed bolts of supreme pure celestial thunder, each as thick as a mountain, shattered the starry void and splintered space itself, evoking apocalyptic dread. The heaven-severing sword Qi was peerlessly destructive. A single sweep could cleave celestial bodies from the firmament, its power awe-inspiring. Roar! As the thunderbolts descended, Tao Tai suddenly gaped open its blood-drenched maw toward the heavens. Tao Tai's innate ability was consumption and refinement of all things. Even the world-shattering supreme pure celestial thunder vanished utterly within its belly like a cloud. Tao Tai's innate ability was consumption and refinement of all things. Even the world-shattering supreme pure celestial thunder vanished utterly within its belly like a clay ox sinking into the sea. Meanwhile, Hongyun's featureless visage rippled into a vast vortex, a conduit to the deepest recesses of chaos itself, capable of redirecting attacks beyond its capacity. The vortex rotated slowly, instantly, transmitting away Li Qingxu's heaven-severing sword Qi. Baizhe watched, a faint self-assured smile playing upon his lips. As the ancient maxim states, know your enemy, and know yourself, and you shall win 100 battles. Baizhe knew Li Qingxu possessed not only formidable physical cultivation, but also supreme techniques. Supreme pure celestial thunder, heaven-severing sword Qi, and 5 peaks, uplifting heaven. Thus, before battle commenced, he had already devised a counter-strategy, employing Tao Tai's and Hongyun's innate abilities to neutralize Li Qingxu's most devastating arts. Other ancient immortals observing the clash felt a subtle tremor of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the four primordial beasts conjured by Baizhe brush would not only manifest their true forms, but also wield their legendary innate powers with terrifying authenticity. Forswearing Shi Yuchao Shi Yi Shi, and the entire ancestral tribe of humanity, hope sank into despair at that moment. To them, Li Qingxu was their final beacon. Should he fall, the ancestral tribe, and perhaps all of humankind, would face utter annihilation. Having nullified Li Qingxu's assault, Hongyun and Tao Tai joined the other two beasts in launching a coordinated counterattack. A slow-turning vortex materialized upon Hongyun's abdomen. In the next instant, colossal mountains forged from chaos surged forth from the vortex. A single thread of chaotic Qi weighed billions of tons, capable of crushing peaks and severing rivers. Chaos mountains hardened by eons of chaotic pressure were immeasurably dense and indestructible, each resembling a cataclysmic imperial seal shattering space itself in their wake. Roar! Tao Wu's fur rippled violently, and purplish-black infernal flames erupted from its entire body, coalescing into a ferocious fire dragon that shot toward Li Qingxu. So intense was its heat that the heavens themselves seemed to melt. Li Qingxu prepared to retaliate with supreme pure celestial thunder and heaven-severing sword Qi, when Tao Tai once again opened its abyssal maw, revealing a bottomless black void. In that instant, a terrifying gravitational pull locked onto him, as though countless unseen hands dragged him inexorably toward Tao Tai's throat. His offensive momentum shattered under this sudden force. He activated his divine energy, stabilizing himself through the circulation of his 360 great heavenly circuits. Yet space around him fractured piece by piece, and even the colossal mountains on the ground tore free from earth, swirling like leaves in a tornado before vanishing into Tao Tai's maw. Masterly, surrender now and withdraw. It is still not too late. Baizhe spoke again, his voice laced with profound wariness of Tongtian, the supreme pure immortal behind Li Qingxu. Surrender. Li Qingxu chuckled softly. Then his body ignited with starlight, 360 luminous stars of his great heavenly circuits blazing across his form, instantly resisting Tao Tai's gravitational grip. After all, his body now mirrored an entire cosmos. No matter how potent Baizhe summoned Tao Tai, it could never shake the might of a full celestial firmament. Boom. The moment Li Qingxu stabilized his stance, the purplish-black fire dragon engulfed him whole, its searing heat scouring both flesh and soul. Simultaneously, colossal chaos mountains plummeted from the sky, nearly striking Li Qingxu's crown. The combined assault of the four ancient beasts was so terrifying that even hidden Grand Luo immortals shuddered with primal fear. Though they stood at the Grand Luo immortal realm, none could endure such devastation for even 1/10 of a second, reduced instantly to dust. The outcome is decided. Next, I shall lead the demonic legions to slaughter humanity and gather human souls of resentment, returning to the demon court to fulfill my mandate. Baizhe already envisioned his next moves. Though the 8 demon sovereigns, including Gui Che and Zhouang, had perished, this may yet prove advantageous. Once he delivered the souls of human resentment to the demon court, he would become the paramount architect of its dominion over the primordial chaos, his status elevated beyond measure. Just as Baize believed victory was assured, a massive fist burst forth from the roaring purplish-black flames, striking the descending chaos mountain with sovereign unyielding force. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed in rapid succession. Chaos mountains shattered one after another, raining down like meteorites. Then amid surging flames, Qingxu emerged, enscathed, his white robes immaculate, his long hair flowing freely untouched by fire or fury. This sudden reversal turned Baize's expression ashen. He had known Qingxu's physical prowess since the latter shattered Ci Tai's mid-tier primordial spirit treasure, the wolf-tooth mace. Yet Tao Wu's flames scorched not only flesh but also spirit, capable of incinerating the soul itself. Baize had assumed Qingxu would inevitably yield, broken by the inferno, only to witness him endure it wholly unmarked, unharmed. Regaining composure, Baize attempted once more to command the 4 beasts, yet Qingxu would grant him no such opportunity. Countless stars within Qingxu's body blazed in unison, channeling boundless cosmic energy through his limbs and meridians, converging fiercely into his palms. His hands, suffused with divine energy, radiated brilliance akin to twin suns, so dazzling that onlookers could scarcely bear to gaze upon them. Ocean severance. A flash of celestial light flared in Qingxu's eyes as he shaped his hand into a blade and slashed horizontally across the heavens, cleaving toward the 4 primordial beasts. As Qingxu unleashed his powerful palm strike, the entire sky resonated with a thunderous roar, and boundless killing intent surged forth like a suddenly erupting immortal volcano sweeping across the realms. If the first stance of the heaven-splitting divine palm, 5 mountains supporting the sky, represents the force of suppression, then the second stance, Song, high, cutting off the flow, embodies the power of slashing. The formidable slashing force, combined with the spatial tearing power invoked by Qingxu, transformed his palm strike into a blade capable of cleaving through all existence, a world-destroying weapon. Before the 4 great ferocious beasts could react, a fierce gale rushed past in an instant. In the next moment, their mountain-like bodies along with the surrounding space were split apart. After being bisected, the 4 great ferocious beasts did not bleed, but instead transformed into pure Tao patterns, gradually being obliterated. After effortlessly slaying the 4 great ferocious beasts with his domineering palm, Qingxu continued to charge towards Baize with unstoppable momentum. Baize's complexion turned pale, his pupils dilated, and before he could react, the invisible blade rushing towards him instantly shattered him into a spray of blood. Hiss! The mighty beings observing from the shadows and the countless billions of human beings gasped in unison, their minds buzzing as if struck by lightning. No one expected that Qingxu, only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, could unleash such a terrifying and earth-shattering divine ability. That overwhelming palm strike seemed poised to sever the heavens and earth, reaching an unimaginable level of horror. Even the 4 great ferocious beasts and the demigod Baize were instantly slain beneath that palm strike, utterly powerless to resist. Immediately after, a faint golden light burst forth from the blood rain, revealing Baize's panicked visage as he fled into the distance. This was Baize's true spirit. As long as the true spirit remained intact, he could reincarnate and return. However, Qingxu would naturally not grant him that opportunity. As he extended his hand towards it, Baize's true spirit was immediately tugged forward by an invisible force coming before him. Qingxu, my friend, I admit defeat in today's battle. I hope you can show mercy and spare my life. Baize's voice emanated from the true spirit, filled with panic and pleading. Having struggled for many years in the primordial world to reach a high position in the demon court, and nearing the quasi-saint level of cultivation, he naturally did not want to perish like this. Spare your life. Have you ever considered sparing the lives of countless billions of humans in the eastern part of the primordial world? Qingxu sneered coldly, and with a surge of power he ruthlessly crushed Baize's true spirit. Seeing Baize, one of the 10 great demigods, perish at the hands of Qingxu Ci Tai, it was immediately struck with fear, drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Qingxu unleashed a bolt of purple golden lightning that struck Ci Tai in an instant. The explosion echoed as the terrifying supreme divine thunder shot forth, shattering Ci Tai's physical body and showering the area with blood rain, along with his true spirit being obliterated. Even the countless demon armies behind him turned to ashes under the ravaging supreme divine thunder. Detected the dropped item from Bai Zhe mine close to Demon Gold. Detected the dropped item from C.I. Tai, immense strength red. Do you want to pick it up immediately? At this moment, the system notification appeared before Li Qingxu. Pick it up immediately. Li Qingxu commanded. Although Bai Zhe and C.I. Tai each dropped only one item, he was quite satisfied. After all, he had also collected many items when he slaughtered the other 8 demigods before. Moreover, Bai Zhe's top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Bai Zhe brush, had also fallen into his hands, marking it a fruitful harvest. As Li Qingxu integrated the dropped items, the primordial world was in an uproar. What kind of divine ability did Li Qingxu just demonstrate that is so terrifying? I don't know, I have never seen or heard of such a thing before. The reason Li Qingxu could annihilate the 4 great ferocious beasts and the demigod Bai Zhe with a single palm is not only due to the overwhelming power of this divine ability, but also the influence of the spatial laws. By the heavens, the spatial laws. This is one of the 3,000 great Tao laws, second only to the laws of strength. In the entire primordial world, there are only a handful of individuals who comprehend the spatial laws. How can Li Qingxu, who has yet to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, have grasped the spatial laws? This kid is simply outrageous, far beyond comprehension. The heavenly sage is truly fortunate to have taken on such a disciple. No other disciples from the other sects could compare to him. Dijun and Taiyi had not anticipated that the 10 great demigods of the demon court, who marched with great pride to slaughter the human race in the eastern primordial world, would be utterly annihilated by Li Qingxu alone. The human leaders like Sui Rin Yu Chao and Zi did not expect that Li Qingxu, being one of their own, had grown to such an incomprehensible level of strength. Even the Xiandu Grand Master, a direct disciple of the human sect, would seem like a firefly compared to the bright moon in comparison. As for the Taoist duo Bao within Jinao Island, witnessing Li Qingxu not only comprehend the spatial laws, but also execute the second stance of the heaven-splitting divine palm, he felt an envy that was maddening. I am the innate being duo Bao Mouse, having cultivated under my master for tens of millions of years to reach today's level of cultivation. How can a mere human comprehend the spatial laws and the second stance of the heaven-splitting divine palm, which I have yet to touch? Duo Bao's crimson eyes glowed eerily in the cave, causing the attendant beside him to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cavern, shivering in fear. Li Qingxu quickly integrated the dropped items from Bai Zhe and C.I. Tai. Through this battle, his strength had significantly increased once more. However, he still felt that it was not yet the best time to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. He needed to refine his physical body and primordial spirit to a flawless state and comprehend as many laws as possible before attempting to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, laying the most solid foundation for his future path of supremacy. Gazing at the Bai Zhe brush in his hand, which shimmered like a precious jade carving, Li Qingxu did not immediately refine it into a source point. After all, its ability to transform the virtual into the real was truly intriguing. He intended to study it thoroughly to see if he could develop any new uses. At this moment, a surge of murderous intent akin to a mountain roar and a tsunami poured down from the 33 heavens, and an invisible aura instantly locked onto Li Qingxu. Li Qingxu's act of slaying the 10 great demigods and annihilating the demon army directly disrupted Dijun and Taiyi's plan to forge the slaughter, which soared and unify the primordial world under the witch clan. This left Dijun and Taiyi furious, wishing they could tear Li Qingxu into 1,000 pieces. Boom! In the next moment, the heavens trembled. A supreme and transcendent aura erupted from the direction of Jinao Island, sweeping across the entire demon court in the blink of an eye. Under the pressure of the sage, all the demons within the 33 heavens felt an unprecedented terror, as if an invisible sword of doom hung over their heads, ready to descend and obliterate them. Dijun and Taiyi, situated in the Lingxiao treasure hall, trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, their aura plummeting. Upon witnessing this, the myriad beings of the primordial world instantly understood that the Supreme Qing was exerting pressure on Dijun and Taiyi to support Li Qingxu. After all, Li Qingxu was not only the direct disciple of Supreme Qing, but also the one who established and enforced the teachings of the Jie sect. Considering Li Qingxu's demonstrated talent and understanding, he would undoubtedly become the most dazzling jewel of the 3rd generation of the Xianmen. Thus, the Supreme Qing would absolutely not allow anyone to harm Li Qingxu, not even in thought. With a slight bow towards the direction of Jinao Island, Dijun said, "In a moment of impulse, I offended your beloved apprentice. I beg the saint to forgive my transgression." Even the usually proud Taiyi, he had to lower his head. After all, though he was known as the first person beneath the saints, all those below the saints were but ants, and he was merely the largest among those ants. Seeing Dijun and Taiyi admitting defeat and apologizing, the overwhelming aura of Qingxu finally receded like the tide. After feeling the invisible pressure lift, both Dijun and Taiyi let out a sigh of relief. Through this incident, the myriad beings of the primordial era once again realized the supreme authority of the saints. In the eyes of the likes of Taiqing Laozu and Yuanshi Tianzuan, matters such as the battle between the Wu and the Yao or the great wars among the myriad races were merely trivial skirmishes. After completing all this, Qingxu did not leave immediately, but descended from the sky on a white cloud, arriving before the figures of Sui Ren Yu Chao and Zi. We pay our respects to Senior Li. Thank you, Senior, for your timely assistance in saving us from peril. Seeing this, Sui Ren Yu Chao and Zi quickly tidied themselves and bowed to Qingxu. Although Qingxu had not yet broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, his true strength far surpassed theirs. As the saying goes, on the path of cultivation, the capable are prioritized. Moreover, given Qingxu's status as a direct disciple of a saint, they naturally did not dare to address him as a fellow Taoist. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. At that moment, billions of human beings from the ancestor land tribe bowed deeply to Qingxu, their booming voices resonating through the heavens. When the demon army of the demon court arrived with overwhelming momentum, all the human beings felt despair and extreme fear, sensing that the end was near. Yet Qingxu appeared like a deity, supporting the collapsing tower and averting the impending disaster, forcefully slaying the 10 demon gods of the demon court and rescuing them from the brink of death. Thus, all the human beings were filled with gratitude towards Qingxu and harbored boundless respect. Qingxu observed this with a slight nod, casting his gaze around the ancestor land tribe before settling on Sui Ren Yu Chao and Zi. Just as he had anticipated, although the 3 ancestors of the human race had absorbed the merits of the heavenly Tao and forcibly elevated their cultivation to the early stage of great Luo Golden Immortal, they had not comprehended any laws. Furthermore, their understanding of the Tao laws and their progress in cultivating the Golden Core technique were only at the level of a Golden Immortal. This kind of pulling up seedlings to help them grow approach not only made the 3 ancestors the weakest great Luo Golden Immortals, but also made their future path of cultivation even more challenging. Fortunately, I did not directly use merits to elevate my cultivation, Qingxu murmured to himself, increasingly convinced that his previous decision was correct. However, he also understood that the actions of Sui Ren Yu Chao and Zi in using heavenly Tao merits to enhance their cultivation were born out of necessity. After all, the human race's foundation was extremely poor, compounded by the lack of suitable cultivation methods. In such circumstances, even if they spent their entire lives, reaching the Golden Immortal realm would already be a remarkable achievement. Naturally, they would not miss the opportunity to become great Luo Golden Immortals. Moreover, for the human race to establish a foothold in the eastern part of the primordial era, they at least needed a powerful being at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal to safeguard the tribe's safety. I wish to pass on a new cultivation method to you. Are you willing to listen? Qingxu inquired of the human beings. He had previously gone to the Taishan tribe and killed the demon god Jimeng. During this time, he discovered that the strength of the human beings in the Taishan tribe had significantly improved. Most of the human beings had gained some level of cultivation, and those with resolute minds were on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Immortal realm. It was evident that the Tao Immortal scripture he had created was far more suited to the human race than the Golden Core technique taught by Taiqing Laozu. Thus, Qingxu decided to formally impart the Tao Immortal scripture to the other human beings of the ancestor land tribe, allowing this technique to flourish. Although this would undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction from the human teaching, he was indifferent. After all, the conflict between the human teaching and the Jie teaching was only a matter of time. He could not forego improving the human race's situation for the sake of Taiqing Laozu's face. Moreover, the human race was destined to be the masters of the future heavens and earth, their fortunes as deep as the ocean. If Qingxu could preach to the human race, it would also bring him considerable benefits. After Qingxu finished speaking, the eyes of Sui Ren Yu Chao Zi and billions of human beings lit up instantly. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, they had had many interactions with the human beings of the Taishan tribe. Although the number of people in the Taishan tribe was far fewer than that of the ancestor land tribe, the proportion of cultivators was extremely high, reaching about 70 to 80%, excluding infants. Moreover, the cultivators of the Taishan tribe were immensely powerful, easily matching or even surpassing other innate races with robust foundations. After some inquiries, they learned that the Taishan tribe had received the Tao immortal scripture passed down by Li Qingxu, hence the earth-shaking changes. The billions of human beings in the Ancestor Land tribe felt envious, but the Taishan clan informed them that this Tao immortal scripture was an incomplete technique far from being perfected. Additionally, without Li Qingxu's consent, the Taishan clan dared not impart this technique freely. Now that Li Qingxu himself expressed his intention to teach them the technique, the billions of human beings in the Ancestor Land tribe were naturally ecstatic, overwhelmed with excitement. "We are willing. Please, Senior, teach us. We are all ears," Sui Ren quickly said, while the other human beings looked equally eager. Li Qingxu nodded and immediately sat cross-legged on a cloud to prepare for the teachings. Seeing this, the other human beings hurriedly followed suit, finding places to sit, their expressions serious as they gazed at Li Qingxu, fearing they might miss a word. As everyone was ready, Li Qingxu did not keep them in suspense and immediately began to explain the Tao immortal scripture. With Li Qingxu's voice resounding, amplified by divine power, it echoed through the heavens, clearly reaching every human being's ears. The billions of human beings listened intently, not daring to breathe. Even infants ceased their cries, leaving the entire world resonating solely with Li Qingxu's voice. Gradually, golden lotuses began to appear from the void, showering radiant divine light, brilliant and shimmering. These golden lotuses flooded the sky, forming an endless sea of gold. Not only that, but various colorful, mysterious birds flew from all directions, circling above Li Qingxu's head, emitting melodious calls. Springs emerged throughout the Ancestor Land tribe, with sweet spring water gushing forth. Generally, only top-tier experts above the Quasi-Saint realm would cause such phenomena when preaching. As Li Qingxu unleashed his powerful palm strike, the entire sky resonated with a thunderous roar, and boundless killing intent surged forth like a sudden. Li Qingxu delivered his teachings for a full 3 months. He spared no effort, directly imparting the entire content of the Tao I Xian Jing, from the Qi cultivation chapter to the Great Luo Golden Immortal chapter, while carefully explaining the peculiarities of each realm and sharing his own cultivation insights. As he ceased his teachings, the echoes of the Tao reverberated in the heavens, and earth began to fade, and the overwhelming phenomena gradually retreated into the void, awakening the many members of the human race. The Tao I Xian Jing is fully bestowed upon you. If in the future members of other tribes inquire, you may pass it on yourselves without needing to consult me. Li Qingxu stood up and spoke, then stepped on a white cloud and turned to leave without any further instruction. After all, he had already given the human race the opportunity to change their fate. If they still did not know how to strive for cultivation at this point, they were unworthy of becoming the masters of the future world. "Thank you, Senior, for your teachings." The members of the human race stood up, deeply grateful, and bowed in the direction of Li Qingxu's departure. Previously, they had no foundation, no suitable methods for cultivation, possessing only a heart to grow stronger, but no means to do so. Even after struggling for many years in the eastern regions of the primordial wilderness to gradually stabilize their position, the demon court could annihilate the entire human race at any moment with a single command. This sense of helplessness, where even their own lives were beyond their control, deeply entwined in the hearts of all members of the human race. Now, however, Li Qingxu's transmission of the Tao I Xian Jing truly provided them with the opportunity to seize their own destinies. For the entire human race, this was akin to a long-awaited rainfall after a drought. They clenched their fists, silently vowing to devote themselves to cultivation and completely change the precarious situation of the human race. On another note, due to Li Qingxu's intervention, the plans of Dijun and Taiyi to slaughter the human race and forge the slaughtering witch sword had fallen apart. In the meantime, Dijiao Zhujiuyin and other ancestral witches sought to swiftly attain the Tao of Hongyun, looking for a chance to rescue their fellow ancestral witch Hutu. They directly entered the Pango Hall, which was formed from the head of the great god Pangu, to cultivate, and were presented with great opportunities, breaking through to the perfection of the Hongyuan Golden Immortal Realm. As a result, Dijun and Taiyi, Fushi, and others became increasingly wary of the witch clan and decided to temporarily abandon their plans for a decisive battle, seeking opportunities to act in the future. Upon returning to the Jia sect, Li Qingxu's status among the disciples rose once again. After all, Li Qingxu's feat of slaying the top 10 demon gods of the demon court single-handedly across great realms was truly impressive, earning him the utmost admiration from the disciples of the Jia sect. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Jia sect who had entered the Yin division, including the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudong, Zhao Gongming, and the Sanxiao, experienced rapid progress in their cultivation due to the blessings of the 6 paths of reincarnation, breaking through previous bottlenecks and significantly enhancing their strength. Especially the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, who had previously been weaker than the Taoist Duobao, had now caught up to him in cultivation, even showing signs of overtaking him. Seeing the disciples of the Jie sect who were about to enter the Yin division receiving tremendous benefits, the other disciples eagerly requested Li Qingxu to include them in the system as well. The primordial world was vast and filled with countless races, with countless beings perishing daily, hence the demand for the number of Yin division members was immense. Thus Li Qingxu did not refuse the requests of these Jie sect disciples, directly allowing them to become the Black and White Impermanence, Bullhead, Horseface, and other Yin division members. Several 100,000 years passed. Li Qingxu was sitting on a stone atop a cliff, holding an exaggeratedly styled guitar that was visually striking, playing a tune. As the music resonated, he began to softly sing with a deep voice, "You." And he broke up once again, "While I remain here waiting for you. I am not even a backup, yet I tolerate your audacity this time. I quietly cried without thinking of you." Li Qingxu sang while Ao Bing sitting across from him couldn't help but tear up, biting his lip with snot and tears streaming down his face. Only when he stopped playing and tapped Ao Bing's head did Ao Bing awaken from his stupor. "Disciple, how do you feel about this mournful melody of mine?" "Master, my heart aches so much. It seems I have loved a man for many, many years, deeply ingrained in my bones, yet he loves another woman. I have given everything for him, but in his eyes I am merely a self-indulgent clown." Whoa. Ao Bing covered his chest, crying profusely, still unable to recover from the aftermath of the mournful melody. "It seems that the effect of my mournful melody is quite good after all," Li Qingxu murmured while stroking. In order to break through the great Luo golden immortal realm in the most perfect state and establish the foundation of the Tao, he had been contemplating various laws over the years. Not long ago, by chance, he comprehended the power of the emotion law, and thus, with a burst of inspiration, he used the baize brush to draw a guitar to perform his self-created mournful melody. Now it appears that this mournful melody, driven by the emotion law, is indeed a good method, perhaps capable of yielding unexpected results at specific times. Seeing that his beloved disciple was still deeply immersed in the mournful melody, he immediately unleashed a divine light to dispel the power of the emotion law. "Master, your mournful melody is incredible. It is simply a bloodless way to deal with enemies." After Ao Bing fully regained his senses, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity about this unique divine ability. "Senior brother, there is a situation in the underworld. Come quickly." Li Qingxu, who had intended to continue fishing, suddenly heard Bixio's voice in his mind. "I have something to attend to. You continue to cultivate for now. Once you break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, I will teach you the mournful melody." Li Qingxu patted Ao Bing's shoulder and immediately opened a spatial portal heading to the underworld. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the Yinyang realms, the Fengdu Gate. Passing through the towering gate that reached 1,000,000 zhang, Li Qingxu truly entered Fengdu. After years of development and the increasing number of true spirits, Fengdu was no longer merely the gateway connecting the Yin and Yang realms, but had gradually transformed into a massive underworld city. The true spirits residing and living here either cherished the memories of their relatives and friends from their previous lives, or did not wish to drink the Mengpa soup that erased all memories before reincarnation. Additionally, every 10,000 years the Yin realm would open the Fengdu Gate, allowing true spirits who had been judged by the 10 Yama Kings to temporarily return to the primordial world to clear their karmic debts. These true spirits remained waiting near the Fengdu Gate, gradually forming an endless massive city. When Li Qingxu arrived above Fengdu, he discovered Zhao Gongming Sanxiao and other Jie sect disciples in a tense standoff with a man dressed in a yellow Taoist robe riding a mystical beast. Behind this man stood hundreds of bald-headed figures with shifty eyes resembling thieves. "Senior brother Li," the disciples of the Jie Jiao, including San Shao, exclaimed with brightened eyes as they hurriedly paid their respects upon seeing Li Qingxu. Li Qingxu flew to San Shao's side and casually drew a domineering chair with a baize brush, sitting down on it. "Now tell me what happened." Today, the disciple of the Western sect's guiding master Dizong suddenly arrived in the underworld, claiming he wants to recite scriptures in the 18 layers of hell to redeem the souls burdened with heavy sins. Moreover, he also said that he would not become a Buddha until hell is empty, insisting on staying here as long as he can. Bai Shao glared at the Dizong, her eyes bulging with anger. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxu slightly nodded and then turned his gaze to Dizong. "Leave now, and I will not hold you accountable for the past. Stay here any longer, and I will not hesitate to break your legs." Li Qingxu, having lived 2 lives, understood that the bald figures of the Western sect excelled in distorting the truth and creating chaos. Thus he did not wish to waste words and directly issued an expulsion order. Dijun remained calm, not showing any anger, and instead performed a single-handed Buddhist salute to Li Qingxu. Junior brotherly, this underworld does not belong to the Jiejiao, nor does the cycle of reincarnation. Furthermore, in the 18 layers of hell, there are so many true spirits suffering from severe tortures due to the karmic debts they accumulated in their past lives. I cannot bear to see them like this and wish to enter the 18 layers of hell to recite scriptures and help them quickly eliminate their karmic debts and enter the cycle of reincarnation. As long as there is one person suffering in the 18 layers of hell, I will never leave the underworld and will never achieve Buddhahood. Daizang's face was full of sincere sorrow, and his words were grand and flawless, appearing selfless and dedicated to helping others. It was precisely because of this, along with Daizang's identity as a direct disciple of a saint, that Zhao Gongming, Yu Yixian, and the other Jiejiao disciples did not directly attack him. Claiming that you won't become a Buddha until hell is empty sounds so noble, but isn't it just a guise to share in the benefits? Li Qingxu retorted. This underworld and the cycle of reincarnation may not belong to the Jiejiao, but I am the Emperor Fengdu, recognized by the Tao. I will never allow the hands of the Western sect to reach here. It is best for you to abandon that thought and return whence you came. Li Qingxu said straightforwardly while sitting in his chair. Indeed, these people committed numerous evils in their past lives, accumulating so much karmic debt, and thus suffering severe tortures in the 18 layers of hell is only natural and part of the karmic cycle. You need not meddle in this matter. If repentance were effective, why would there be retribution? Qiong Shao and Zhao Gongming spoke in succession. Not at all. It is said that one can become a Buddha the moment they put down the butcher's knife. No matter how great their sins in life, as long as they sincerely repent after death, they should have the opportunity for redemption. Dijun continued calmly. I am here to redeem them by the order of the guiding saint. Good people must go through countless hardships and tribulations to become the Buddhas you speak of, while bad people merely need to put down the butcher's knife. Don't you find such an ideology absurd and laughable? Li Qingxu scoffed. If a bad person could be forgiven simply by putting down the knife, how unjust would that be for those harmed by them? Seeing this, Dijun wanted to continue debating with Li Qingxu, but was interrupted by the latter raising his hand. Yu Yixian, Zhao Gongming, break their legs. Li Qingxu commanded Yu Yixian and Zhao Gongming. Yes. All right. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming and Yu Yixian immediately rubbed their fists, excitement flashing in their eyes. They had long been dissatisfied with Daizang's attempt to intervene and his grandstanding demeanor. But given that he was a direct disciple of the guiding saint, to avoid conflict between the Jiejiao and the Western sect, they had suppressed their anger and refrained from erupting. Now that they had Li Qingxu's permission, they did not hesitate to act immediately. Yu Yixian's hand glimmered with divine light as he grasped the black halberd and charged at Dijun. Seeing this, Daizang's face changed drastically. He did not expect Li Qingxu to be so decisive, flipping the table without regard for his identity. Dijun activated his Zen staff and alms bowl, engaging in a fierce battle with Yu Yixian in the skies above Fengdu, with the conflict escalating rapidly, shaking the mountains and the heavens. However, as Zhao Gongming unleashed 36 sea-stabilizing pearls to join the fray, despite Daizang's formidable cultivation, he quickly fell behind under the suppression of the top-grade innate spiritual treasures. The 36 sea-stabilizing pearls descended upon Dijun like stars, causing him to feel as if his head was being crushed, unable to move an inch. Seeing this, Yu Yixian dove down directly, swinging the black halberd to shatter Daizang's knee. Dijun, struck by this blow, could no longer withstand the pressure of the sea-stabilizing pearls and fell to his knees with a thud, his face flushed and drenched in sweat. Daiding tried to resist, but was pinned down by the Qiu Xian, who had manifested into a 9-headed lion, its paw pressing him into the ground, burying his head deep in the earth. The hundreds of disciples from the Western sect he brought along also let out a series of wails, each suffering broken legs and kneeling down in unison. Do not think that just because you are a direct disciple of the guiding master, I will not dare to act against you. Anyone whose actions I find displeasing will receive no leniency from me. On this occasion, I will spare you a life out of respect for our shared identity as members of the Xianmen. Should there be a next time, prepare to remain in the 18 layers of hell forever. Li Qingxu pressed his hands on the dragon head armrest, his face dark, and looking down at Dijun and the hundreds of bald figures from the Western sect. Dijun, witnessing not only his failure to achieve his goal, but also suffering such humiliation, felt his complexion shift from black to white, veins bulging on his forehead, with anger boiling within him. Yet sensing the killing intent radiating from Li Qingxu, Dijun swallowed the words that were about to spill from his throat. After all, to Li Qingxu, exterminating the 10 demon gods of the demon court was as easy as slaughtering chickens or ducks. Even Guang Qingzi, the chief disciple of the Chan sect, had been sent fleeing. He sensed that if he dared to utter another word, he would face severe consequences. Thank you, Senior Brotherly, for your mercy. I shall take my leave now. After a fierce internal struggle, Dizong ultimately allowed reason to triumph over rage and bowed respectfully to Li Qingxu. Get out of here. Li Qingxu waved his hand. Upon hearing Li Qingxi's words, Zhao Gongming immediately stowed away the 36 sea-stabilizing pearls. With the sea-stabilizing pearls withdrawn, Dizang's suppressed divine power resumed its function. He utilized his divine energy to heal his knee injury and remounted Diding's back. Let's go. Dizong glanced at Li Qingxu and the glaring Jie Jiao disciples, then spoke in a deep voice to the hundreds of Western disciples. Yes. Soon Dizong led the hundreds of Western disciples covered in dirt and shame away. From now on, anyone from any faction who wishes to meddle in the underworld must not seek my permission and will be sent directly to the 18 layers of hell. Li Qingxu instructed Zhao Gongming and the Jie Jiao disciples. Although he had set rules prohibiting Jie Jiao disciples from causing trouble outside, it did not mean he would retreat at every turn. The fate tied to the cycle of reincarnation is crucial for all Jie Jiao disciples, and it absolutely cannot allow other factions to interfere, even the Western sect, Chan sect, or human sect. Otherwise, once this door is opened, more factions will surely swarm in dividing the fortune of the cycle of reincarnation cleanly. Alright, with your words, Senior Brother, we can rest easy. The Qiu Shou Xian Ling Yixian and others responded with cruel smiles, rubbing their fists in excitement. After resolving the matters of the underworld, Li Qingxu returned to Janeo Island once again. In the subsequent hundreds of thousands of years, he pondered the power of the laws while teaching his disciple Ao Bing in their cultivation. Ao Bing possessed the trait of childlike heart, her thoughts pure and her comprehension exceptionally high. Furthermore, Li Qingxu had arranged a position for her in the underworld, enjoying the fortune bestowed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. In less than 1,000,000 years, Ao Bing's cultivation broke through to the golden immortal realm. Li Qingxu was in high spirits and felt gratified by this progress. His eldest disciple was exceptionally gifted and indeed very promising, showing signs of great potential. More importantly, Ao Bing's success indicated that the Tao-E immortal canon he created could be practiced not only by the human race, but also by other races. One day, while Li Qingxu was cultivating in the Qingxu Hall, Ao Bing suddenly sent a voice transmission from outside requesting to see him. What is it? Li Qingxu flew out of the hall and asked Ao Bing, who was waiting at the door. Master, I would like to return to the East Sea Dragon Palace for a visit, Ao Bing replied. Return to the East Sea? Has something happened? Li Qingxu frowned slightly and asked. After all, Ao Bing had previously told him that the Dragon Palace was dull and lifeless, with her father Ao Guang always wearing a stern poker face and speaking in a monotonous tone. She least wanted to return to the Dragon Palace. Now, however, the other party had unexpectedly proposed to go back, which genuinely surprised him. My father just sent a voice transmission saying that the last golden dragon ancestor of the Dragon Clan recently perished, leaving behind a golden dragon pearl. Now the dragon clans of the 4 seas are preparing to select the most talented and promising individuals to inherit this golden dragon pearl. My father asked me to return and compete for it. Ao Bing spoke truthfully. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxu nodded slightly. The dragon clan had always publicly stated that all the golden dragons had perished in the Dragonhan catastrophe, but it turned out that one golden dragon had been hidden until recently before its demise. In that case, I will accompany you on this trip, Li Qingxu said to Ao Bing. He had heard many legends about the Dragon Clan, but having traversed the Honghuang World for so long, he had yet to truly visit the Dragon Palace. Thus, he intended to take this opportunity to visit the Dragon Palace, supporting his disciple while also broadening his horizons. Really, Master, you are too kind. Ao Bing's eyes instantly sparkled with joy, curving into crescent moons at his words. As a direct disciple of the Jie sect and the Emperor of Fengdu, along with his exploits in the Yaoqi and the slaying of the 10 demon gods, Li Qingxu had already gained considerable renown in the Honghuang world. Ao Bing naturally wished for her master to accompany her to the East Sea Dragon Palace, fulfilling her little vanity. When do we set off? The sooner the better. My father said the other 3 sea dragon clans are already on their way to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Then let's go, Li Qingxu replied, and immediately a white cloud rose beneath his feet. Ao Bing nodded and jumped onto the white cloud. With a thought, Li Qingxu sent the cloud soaring into the sky, carrying the 2 of them towards the depths of the East Sea. Above the vast boundless East Sea, Li Qingxu swiftly flew, with Ao Bing crossing billions of miles in no time. Master, this is it. Ao Bing pointed at the sea surface not far away. Li Qingxu nodded slightly, and together they plunged into the East Sea. Due to the clear skies today, the surface water was relatively transparent, but as they continued to descend, the surroundings became darker and darker until there was no light at all. However, with Li Qingxu's powerful cultivation and keen senses, the environment posed little threat to him. When they continued to descend billions of fathoms and reached the bottom of the East Sea, a continuous range of mountainous terrain on the sea floor gradually came into view. These underwater mountains resembled gigantic dragons sprawled here, majestic and grand, exuding a sense of imposing power. In addition, there were many volcanoes gushing with lava, causing the surrounding seawater to boil and twist. Many aquatic creatures with luminescent features swam around, painting the tranquil depths of the sea with bizarre colors. Under Ao Bing's guidance, Li Qingxu soon caught sight of the East Sea Dragon Palace in the distance. The East Sea Dragon Palace, towering millions of fathoms high, was constructed of red bricks and green tiles, radiating a golden brilliance and shimmering under the sea, quite eye-catching. Surrounding the palace were many fully armed shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling. Who goes there? Stop! As Li Qingxu and Ao Bing approached a certain distance from the Dragon Palace, the patrolling crab general shouted alertly. Thousands of shrimp soldiers immediately pointed their long spears at them, as if facing a formidable foe. Third princess, you have returned. Oh, the crab general relaxed upon realizing the visitors were Ao Bing and Li Qingxu, waving a hand to signal the shrimp soldiers to lower their guard. Ao Bing nodded lightly. Who is this? At this moment, the crab general turned his gaze towards Li Qingxu. This is my master, Li Qingxu. Ao Bing replied, proudly standing tall. So it is Li Shangxian. The crab general, startled, hurriedly apologized. I did not recognize the esteemed figure. Please forgive me. The crab general was taken aback, realizing that the recently renowned Li Qingxu in the Honghuang World was right before him. No problem, Li Qingxu said, walking past the shrimp soldiers and crab generals who parted to let them through, entering the East Sea Dragon Palace with Ao Bing. Inside the Dragon Palace was also a scene of golden splendor, with floors paved in white jade walls and ceilings adorned with night pearls the size of wash basins and colorful corals placed everywhere. However, while the decorations in the Dragon Palace appeared luxurious, they were merely so to ordinary beings of the Honghuang. To him, these items were plentiful and of no value. It truly is better to be a wild phoenix than a chicken. A once mighty supreme clan that dominated the Honghuang now resorts to these mundane items to maintain appearances. It seems the Dragon Clan has indeed fallen to the extreme, Li Qingxu muttered to himself. When Li Qingxu and Ao Bing arrived at the East Sea Dragon Palace, the main hall was already filled with hundreds of various Dragon Clan members. In the center of the hall stood 4 dragon thrones, with East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin, West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, and North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun seated upright. The 4 dragon kings were tall and imposing, dressed in dragon-patterned silk robes, wearing 9-layered crowns, their expressions serious, exuding an aura of authority, even without anger. In addition, many dragons were either seated or standing on the sides, displaying an air of nobility and brilliance, likely elders or young talents from the 4 major dragon clans. As Li Qingxu and Ao Bing entered the hall, all eyes immediately turned towards them. Ao Bing, where have you been all these years? Why haven't you come back to visit? Who is this? Ao Guang initially intended to reprimand Ao Bing, but upon seeing Li Qingxu beside her, he was suddenly taken aback, incredulously asking, Father, this is my master Li Qingxu. I've been cultivating with my master all these years, Ao Bing said, proudly puffing out her chest. It truly is Li Shangxian. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang leaped up from his throne, as if it were burning, quickly standing to greet him. South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin, West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun, and the other Dragon Clan members present all stood up in unison. We pay our respects to Li Shangxian. The Dragon Clan members bowed to Li Qingxu. Although Li Qingxu had yet to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, his strength was evident. Moreover, with Li Qingxu's noble status, he had no need to stifle his growth. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, he was bound to become a top powerhouse like Zheng Yuanzi or Emperor Jun in the future. Thus, the Dragon Clans present were cautious and respectful upon Li Qingxu's arrival. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Li Qingxu bowed in respect to everyone. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings, seeing Li Qingxu's noble status and formidable strength, yet finding him so approachable, without the slightest air of arrogance, felt an even deeper respect within. The other Dragon Clan prodigies, upon seeing Ao Bing having such an opportunity to be accepted as a disciple by Li Qingxu, felt a tight pang of envy in their hearts. The envious gazes from the crowd truly satisfied a little of Ao Bing's vanity. It is indeed an honor for this old dragon to have Immortal Li visit my Sea Dragon Palace. Please Immortal Li take a seat, Ao Guang said with a broad smile, preparing to give up his own position. No need for that. I am merely accompanying my disciple for a visit today, though I cannot overshadow the host. Li Qingxu replied, walking over to take a seat on the left side of the hall. Ao Bing obediently followed, and stood beside Li Qingxu's left hand. Ao Guang, seeing this, did not insist. Just as he was about to return to his seat, signaling everyone to sit down, and continue discussing the matter of the Golden Dragon Pearl, a sudden scream from the shrimp soldiers and crab generals came from outside. Immediately afterward, a fierce gust of wind howled in. Along with it flew in the injured shrimp soldiers and crab generals, spitting out blood. Who dares to force their way into the Dragon Palace? The Dragon Clan members were instantly enraged upon seeing this. Although the Dragon Clan had fallen into decline, they would not allow themselves to be humiliated. Dozens of spirited Dragon Clan prodigies charged out aggressively, but were soon sent flying back at a speed even faster than they had charged out, crashing heavily against the walls and landing on the ground, gasping for breath. Those with no eyes dare to obstruct me, they deserve to die. With a domineering voice, Guang Qingxi stormed in, followed by Huang Longjinren and Ci Hangdaoren. The Dragon Clan members who had initially wanted to vent their anger upon seeing the attacker had no choice but to swallow their fury as they recognized him as a direct disciple of the Chan sect. As Guang Qingxi and the others prepared to command the 4 Seas Dragon Kings to hand over the Golden Dragon Pearl, they involuntarily shuddered upon seeing Li Qingxu sitting to the side, immediately restraining some of their imposing aura. After all, Li Qingxu had once defeated Guang Qingxi with his golden immortal cultivation a million. Now Guang Qingxi had just barely broken through to the peak of the Taiyi golden immortal realm, while Li Qingxu had long since reached the perfected state of the Taiyi golden immortal realm, making him nearly invincible among the Deluo golden immortals. Guang Qingxi, Ci Hangdaoren, and Huang Longjinren understood that if they provoked this great deity, even as direct disciples of the Chan sect, they would definitely enter standing and exit lying down. With the arrival of the Chan sect's immortal, may I ask what brings you here? Ao Guang, the East Sea Dragon King, forced a smile and approached. I have heard that the last golden dragon of your clan passed away recently, leaving behind a dragon pearl. Therefore my junior brother Huang Longjinren wishes to contend for it. Guang Qingxi said, arrogantly walking over to sit in the main seat of the East Sea Dragon King. Huang Longjinren and Ci Hangdaoren also took their places in the positions of the West Sea and South Sea Dragon Kings. The North Sea Dragon King, seeing this, could only rise and step aside. In truth, had it not been for Li Qingxu's presence today, he would have directly pressured the 4 Seas Dragon Kings to hand over the Golden Dragon Pearl under the guise of being a direct disciple of the Chan sect. This, Ao Guang's face instantly showed a troubled expression, and the faces of the other Dragon Clan prodigies darkened like stormy waters. Huang Longjinren is a high disciple of a sage. How can our young ones of the Dragon Clan compete against him? Ao Guang spoke cautiously. In his view, Guang Qingxi's words were almost tantamount to outright. Huang Longjinren, similar to Xuandu Dafa, had severed all ties with his clan after becoming a disciple under the sage. The Dragon Clan had declined to such an extent that the 4 Seas Dragon Clan hoped to select the most talented clansmen to inherit the Dragon Pearl and lead the clan to resurgence. If the Golden Dragon Pearl truly fell into the hands of the Chan sect, the last hope of the Dragon Clan would be completely extinguished. Huang Longjinren, upon hearing this, immediately slammed the armrest of the dragon chair and stood up with a whoosh. Isn't the Golden Dragon Pearl meant to be contended for by all dragons? Am I not a dragon? Am I not a dragon? Huang Longjinren shouted hoarsely, veins bulging on his neck. Are you out of your mind? Li Qingxu, who had come merely to be a witness, frowned as he watched Guang Qingxi and the other disciples of the Chan sect causing a ruckus like monkeys. Upon seeing Li Qingxu speak, Huang Longjinren's imposing aura instantly deflated, turning his gaze toward Guang Qingxi. At this moment, Guang Qingxi felt a bit guilty, but for the sake of his dignity as the head disciple of the Chan sect, he could only feign calmness and speak. Li Qingxu, today, the 4 Seas Dragon Clan has gathered here to discuss important matters. It may not be suitable for a mere human like you to be present. Li Qingxu chuckled lightly upon hearing this. What does it matter to you? Do I need your approval to go wherever I please? Even when Li Qingxu's cultivation was still low, he never cowered before the other. Now that his cultivation was at an absolute advantage, he looked down upon the other entirely. You? Qingxu, seeing Li Qingxu giving him no face before everyone, instantly turned red with anger, his heart aflame. However, he also knew that if Li Qingxu struck, he would definitely be pinned to the ground and rubbed in. That is not what I meant. I just believe that although we are both disciples of the sage, this is ultimately an internal matter of the dragon clan and should not be interfered with, Qingxu said after taking a deep breath. He knew that if both sides intervened, he would have no chance of winning, so he thought of this moral coercion, not meant to interfere. Then what were you just doing? Having a seizure? Li Qingxu laughed lightly at Qingxu's small scheme, mocking him. However, I did not come to the East Sea Dragon Palace today to interfere in Dragon Clan matters. I merely accompanied my disciple Ao Bing for a visit. Qingxu initially thought that Li Qingxu was determined to seize the Golden Dragon Pearl for himself, making their trip a waste. Unexpectedly, Li Qingxu suddenly shifted his tone, stating he would not intervene in Dragon Clan affairs. This indeed gave them a feeling of seeing light at the end of the tunnel. Coming to their senses, Qingxu, Ci Hang Doran, and Huang Longzhenren all turned their gazes toward Ao Bing, who was beside Li Qingxu. I am the chief direct disciple of my master, Ao Bing. Ao Bing stood tall and proud at this moment. According to her generation, she should address Qingxu and the others as Shishu or Shibua. However, due to Qingxu and the others' earlier domineering behavior, she felt quite displeased, and with her master clearly at odds with them, Ao Bing could no longer be bothered to engage in superficial pleasantries. Ao Bing. Qingxu and the others scanned Ao Bing and found that she was only at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. Although this cultivation level was considered strong within the Dragon Clan, it was completely insufficient before them, lacking even the qualification to contend for the Golden Dragon Pearl. Do you mean that you won't intervene and will only let your disciples compete for the Dragon Pearl? Huang Longzhenren asked Li Qingxu for confirmation again. Of course. Li Qingxu replied indifferently. Although the Golden Dragon Pearl is precious, he wouldn't leverage his status to make the Dragon King hand it over to Ao Bing directly. For him, as long as Ao Bing tried his best, it wouldn't matter much if he didn't get it. After all, the inheritance of the Ancestor Dragon is undoubtedly worth countless times more than a single Golden Dragon Pearl. Ha ha ha. It's a deal. Qingxu laughed heartily upon hearing this. Although Huang Longzhenren was not favored by Yuan Shi Tianzun and had not been bestowed any spiritual treasures, he was nonetheless a disciple of a sage possessing cultivation close to the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. In contrast, Ao Bing was merely at the early stage of Golden Immortal and had not been personally taught by a sage, making him fundamentally incomparable to Huang Longzhenren. If Huang Longzhenren acted, he would easily defeat Ao Bing and obtain the Golden Dragon Pearl. Of course, this Golden Dragon Pearl would ultimately be submitted to him. After all, Huang Longzhenren was just an oddity from the Chan, teaching a creature that was born from eggs and had no right to wield such a precious treasure. Old Dragon King, quickly tally how many people want to compete with me for the Golden Dragon Pearl. Huang Longzhenren was unaware that in Qingxu's eyes he was merely a tool to obtain the Golden Dragon Pearl, yet he was impatiently urging Ao Guang. Alright, those among the Dragon Clan who wish to compete for the Golden Dragon Pearl, step forward and make your intentions known. Ao Guang addressed the many young dragons present. Though he was reluctant to let the Chan disciples intervene, Huang Longzhenren did indeed hail from the Dragon Clan. Since the other party had made their intentions clear, if he continued to refuse, it might provoke resentment and retaliation from the Chan teaching. For the declining Dragon Clan, the Chan teaching was an absolutely formidable entity they could not afford to offend. I, and me, count me in. As Ao Guang's words fell, over 100 young talents from the Dragon Clan immediately stepped forward. Although they were all inferior in cultivation to Huang Longzhenren, they were unwilling to let Huang Longzhenren take away the last hope of the Dragon Clan, and all wished to give it a shot. Among them were Ao Bing's two elder brothers, Ao Jia and Ao Yi. Seeing this, Ao Guang let out a gentle sigh, feeling both gratified and helpless. He was gratified that the young talents of the Dragon Clan were still full of passion and united against a common foe. Helplessly, he was different from those impassioned youths. He knew that strength could not be compensated for by courage and fervor. Although there were many young talents in the Dragon Clan, they likely posed no threat to Huang Longzhenren. Follow me, everyone, Ao Guang said to the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone left their positions and followed Ao Guang out of the Great Hall. Under Ao Guang's lead, they arrived at the martial arena of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. This martial arena spans tens of thousands of miles with a platform made from a single massive piece of yellow-brown stone, its surface adorned with various modeled patterns, giving it an ancient and weathered appearance. This martial arena was forged by our clan's golden dragon in ancient times and can withstand attacks from Quasi-Saint-level experts. You may exert yourselves to the fullest here. The final victor will obtain the Golden Dragon Pearl. Ao Guang murmured while gazing at the martial platform, his eyes reflecting a different light, as if reminiscing about the time when the Dragon Clan flourished and competed for supremacy in the Primordial Age. Upon hearing this, Huang Longjinren immediately leaped into the air, soaring above the martial arena. The Golden Dragon Pearl is mine for the taking. Anyone who wishes to challenge me can come up now. Now facing the declining Dragon Clan, he naturally wanted to showcase the superiority of being a disciple of the Chan teaching. In the Chan teaching, he was merely a minor figure, less noticeable than the inner disciples like Nanji Xianwang, which left him feeling quite inferior. Now facing the declining Dragon Clan, he naturally wanted to showcase the superiority of being a disciple of the Chan teaching. Ilgo, the Crown Prince of the Eastern Sea, Ao Jia, immediately rushed up eagerly. During this process, a dark thundercloud enveloped him. In the next moment, a giant dragon several thousand feet long and covered in green scales flew out, twisting its body from the thundercloud. Ao Jia, possessing only peak true immortal cultivation, knowing the vast difference in their realms, manifested his true form upon coming up, trying to make a fight. Roar! The green dragon let out an angry roar, extending its sharp claws as it swooped down towards Huang Longjinren. Overestimating yourself. Huang Longjinren waved his sleeve, and a surge of immense and formless power surged forth. The green dragon was struck as if hit by a falling meteor, instantly sent flying, most of its scales shattering and blood gushing out. Stunned, Ao Guang was alarmed upon seeing this and hurriedly used divine power to heal him. Under Ao Guang's full effort, Ao Jia, who was on the brink of death, barely managed to save his life. Huang Longxinxing today is merely an internal sparring session of our Dragon Clan, not a fight to the death. Did you strike too hard? Ao Run, seeing Huang Longzhenren's mercilessness, suddenly showed a displeased expression and spoke in a deep voice. It is not that I struck too hard, but rather that he is too weak. Huang Longjinren clapped his hands, appearing nonchalant and indifferent. The other young talents of the Dragon Clan, upon seeing this, were even more furious, their fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. Big brother, I will avenge you. With bloodshot eyes, Ao took out a long spear, shouted loudly, and flew directly onto the platform, charging at Huang Longjinren. But within 3 seconds, with a dull collision sound, Ao crashed heavily onto the platform from the sky, spitting a mouthful of blood, and the long spear in his hand broke into several pieces. Is this the talent of your Dragon Clan from the Four Seas? Too weak. Huang Longjinren sneered, looking down at the crowd of dragons, his contempt and disdain unmasked. His true form was a Huang Long, situated between the White Dragon and the Golden Dragon, possessing some faint Golden Dragon bloodline inherently superior to the Blue, White, Black, and Red Dragon clans. Additionally, he practiced the Yuqing immortal art created by Yuan Shi Tian Zun, mastering several divine abilities of the Chan teaching, naturally looking down on the other dragon clans. Alright, you all don't need to come up one by one, it's a waste of my time. All of you can come at once. Huang Longjinren waved his hand, speaking with great bravado. Go. Kill him. The young talents of the Dragon Clan, filled with youthful vigor, could not tolerate such disdain, and immediately soared into the sky, unleashing their ultimate skills against Huang Longjinren. In an instant, the sky above the martial arena was filled with surging divine power and dazzling light, and the crisp sounds of metal clashes echoed continuously. Up. However, not long after, a series of tragic cries rang out as hundreds of young dragon talents fell, like dumplings, suffering severe injuries and crashing down from the sky. A group of pitiful ants, a mantis trying to shake a tree. Just as Huang Longjinren was enjoying his invincible feelings, sweeping through like a storm, a size 36 foot suddenly descended from the sky and heavily stomped on his face like a meteor. Huang Longjinren was kicked, spitting blood, with over 10 bloody broken teeth flying out of his mouth. He was kicked back thousands of feet before he barely managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, Huang Longjinren's right cheek bulged and his right face was tinged with purple, a large shoe print clearly visible. This sudden kick startled Guang Qingxu and the Four Seas Dragon Kings, leaving them in shock. No one expected that amidst hundreds of young dragon talents who could not pose any threat to Huang Longjinren, Ao Bing would actually land a hit. Although there was an element of surprise involved, it was enough to demonstrate Ao Bing's formidable strength. As expected of the direct disciple of the Chan teaching, so thick-skinned, taking my kick and still being fine. Ao Bing stood high in the air, marveling. You have quite the audacity to sneak attack me. Huang Longjinren, furious, his eyes blazing, seemed as if he wished to cut Ao Bing into 1,000 pieces. My foot is meant to kick those who bully others by virtue of their status on no the white-eyed dragon like you. Ao Bing puffed out her chest proudly, holding the inferior, innate spiritual treasure, flying golden sword, given by Li Qingxu. Flying golden sword. The real man Huang Long gazed at the golden longsword held by Ao Bing, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. Although he claimed to be a direct disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun for certain reasons, and one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, yet in the heart of Yuan Shi Tianzun, he was merely a beast clad in fur and horns, a creature born from eggs and dampened by the elements, not even granted a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Seeing Ao Bing take out a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, Huang Long could only feel envious, wishing to snatch it away immediately. Consider yourself somewhat discerning. Swords have no eyes. Be careful not to have your head severed by this princess's sword later. Ao Bing spoke in a deep voice. You merely took advantage of my moment of carelessness and succeeded by luck. Do you truly think you are my opponent? The real man Huang Long scoffed, coldly channeling his divine power to heal the wounds on his face. In his eyes, he was the direct disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun, while Ao Bing was merely a disciple of Li Qingxu, equivalent to the third generation of the Zhejiao. It was one thing for him to be unable to defeat Li Qingxu, but if he couldn't even handle Li Qingxu's disciple, he might as well find a piece of tofu to smash his head against. You will know soon enough. Brothers and sisters of the Dragon Clan, you may descend now. Ao Bing instructed the other dragon elites, not wishing for them to be inadvertently harmed in the upcoming battle. All right. The dragon elites nodded. Though they were filled with passionate blood, they understood the vast difference in strength between the two parties. If they remained here, they wouldn't be able to help and would only become a burden to Ao Bing. Soon hundreds of dragon elites descended from the stage, preparing to watch the battle. Huang Long originally wanted to throw a few harsh words and find some superiority over Ao Bing. However, as the chief direct disciple of Li Qingxu, Ao Bing inherited not only Li Qingxu's techniques and abilities, but also his style of conduct. As the saying goes, the first to strike gains the advantage, while the last to strike suffers the consequences. Whoosh! With a clear sound of the sword ringing out, Ao Bing's eyes narrowed, and he directly charged at the real man Huang Long with his sword. As Ao Bing drew his sword, a fierce sword energy instantly filled the sky. Although the sword had not yet struck, the invisible pressure made Huang Long shiver with dread, his body aching faintly. Sensing the danger, Huang Long immediately retracted his earlier lax demeanor and became serious. Dragon Claw Hand. Huang Long's arms transformed into a brilliant golden hue covered with neatly arranged dragon scales, swiftly morphing from human hands into robust dragon claws. Seeing Ao Bing approach with his sword raised, Huang Long did not dare to underestimate him and immediately swung his dragon claws, unleashing a fierce gale to battle back. Clang! Clanged! The dense and crisp sounds rang out like a torrential downpour as Ao Bing and Huang Long's figures appeared and vanished in the sky, rapidly shifting and fiercely battling. Break! After exchanging hundreds of blows, Ao Bing mobilized all his divine power, continuously channeling it into the flying golden sword in his hand. The flying golden sword shone brightly as Ao Bing suddenly slashed out. In the next moment, a golden sword aura that stretched for 10,000 zhang roared past with devastating might. Huang Long's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly gathered his divine power to conjure two golden dragon claw phantoms of the same length to defend. The dragon claw phantoms were instantly sliced in half by the golden sword aura continuing to rush toward Huang Long. In that fleeting moment, Huang Long could only cross his arms in front of him to block. Clang! The sword aura collided violently with the golden dragon scales, sending Huang Long flying backward from Ao Bing's fierce sword strike. When Huang Long steadied himself, his arms were already bloodied with bones shattered, only some flesh barely holding together. Huang Long's face turned pale, half from pain and half from fear. He never expected that Ao Bing, merely at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm and belonging to the Zhejiao's third generation, would not only hold his ground in their first clash, but even injure him with a single strike. Qingxu, the Four Seas Dragon Kings, and other dragon elites were equally astonished. If Ao Bing's previous kick had elements of surprise, this recent exchange had completely demonstrated Ao Bing's overwhelming strength. Among them, Ao Guang was the most shocked. As Ao Bing's father, he knew very well that Ao Bing, being the youngest, was significantly weaker than Ao Jia and Ao Yi. It had only been a little over 1,000,000 years since Ao Bing left the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and became a disciple of Li Qingxu, yet his strength had undergone such a dramatic transformation, even able to challenge Huang Long, a direct disciple of a saint across realms. This was simply unbelievable for him. Ao Guang felt an overwhelming excitement, while Guang Chengxi's expression darkened, casting a glance at Huang Long that carried a hint of threat. After all, Huang Long was a direct disciple of a saint, and one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. Should he lose to a disciple of Li Qingxu today, their entire Jiejiao would be humiliated, possibly becoming a laughingstock in the entire Honghuang world. Thus Huang Long had no choice but to win today no matter what. From Guang Chengxi's meaningful gaze, he could guess the other's thoughts. He was already not favored by his master within the Jiejiao, standing in a low position. If he were to lose today, Huang Long could hardly imagine how he would survive in the Jiejiao afterward. It seems I must get serious now. Huang Long completely shed his earlier arrogance, adopting a serious expression and a grave demeanor. Heavenly restoration and sun bathing. As Huang Long activated the technique, his aura grew increasingly terrifying, reaching the late stage of the golden immortal realm. Heavenly restoration and sun bathing is one of the 36 heavenly techniques capable of temporarily enhancing the user's magical power. Though the time was limited, Huang Long felt it would suffice. Jade Clear Divine Thunder. Huang Long's body gradually became enveloped in blue lightning, with even his eyes emitting arcs of lightning. With a single palm strike, a tremendous sound echoed from beneath the sea. Dozens of blue lightning bolts, each 100 zhang thick, surged down toward Ao Bing, their power so terrifying that even the surrounding seawater was instantly evaporated. Golden light of the earth. Ao Bing saw this, and instantly transformed into a beam of golden light, successfully dodging the attack. Golden light of the earth is also one of the 36 heavenly techniques, allowing the caster to possess speed akin to teleportation, a divine skill taught to Ao Bing by Li Qingxu. Seeing Ao Bing avoid the attack, Huang Long immediately activated the Jade Clear Divine Thunder again, relentlessly pursuing Ao Bing. Boom, boom. The continuous barrage of countless Jade Clear Divine Thunders fell, and the seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles was entirely evaporated, leaving large patches of charred ground on the stage. Such terrifying Jade Clear Divine Thunder made the Four Seas Dragon Kings and other dragon elites shudder in fear, their hearts racing with concern for Ao Bing. Though Huang Long's realm was far superior to Ao Bing's, and the power of the Jade Clear Divine Thunder was extremely fearsome, if hit even once, Ao Bing would suffer severe injuries or even death. But Ao Bing remained calm, continuously dodging the onslaught of the Jade Clear Divine Thunder. She discerned that Huang Long's comprehension was mediocre and his mastery of the Jade Clear Divine Thunder was merely at a beginner level. Thus he could only manipulate hundreds of lightning bolts each time, completely unable to hit her, who had activated the Golden Light of the Earth divine skill. As soon as the effect of heavenly restoration and sun bathing passed, and Huang Long's cultivation dropped back to the midstage of the golden immortal realm, she was confident she could defeat him. However, although this was the most prudent approach, this was her first battle since joining Li Qingxu's sect and cultivating the Tao Immortal Sutra. Ao Bing wanted to see just how powerful she had become when unleashing her full potential. As Ao Bing's thoughts stirred, the thousands of stars hidden within her flesh resonated in unison. A continuous stream of power surged into her limbs, causing her aura to rise rapidly. Heaven-splitting sword. Ao Bing's expression turned serious. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she swung the flying golden sword with full force at the yellow dragon Jinren. This divine ability was one she had comprehended through the sword techniques taught by Li Qingxu. Though it was not as powerful as the heavenly sword intent, its might was nonetheless astonishing. A golden sword light, thousands of zhang long roared forth, resembling the first ray of dawn that opened the heavens, illuminating the entire training ground in a golden hue, its emitted aura overwhelmingly terrifying. The yellow dragon Zenrin's pupils contracted, his expression changed dramatically, and his heart raced to his throat. I cannot be defeated, he roared, inwardly activating his divine power to the utmost, and rapidly forming hand seals. Boom. In the next moment, hundreds of blue lightning bolts coalesced into a raging sea of lightning, striking towards the golden sword light in an attempt to shatter it. When the blue lightning collided with the golden sword light, an incredibly terrifying destructive force immediately unleashed visible energy ripples that spread out. The hundreds of Dragon Clan prodigies watching from afar were swept away like leaves in a storm. At the battlefield's center, thunder rumbled, and sword light soared into the sky, countless patterns clashing and devouring each other, creating a breathtaking scene. After a fierce collision, the golden sword light ultimately cleaved through the raging sea of lightning, roaring towards the yellow dragon Jinren. Faced with the overwhelming golden sword light, the yellow dragon Zenrin's pupils widened, his mind went blank, and he had no time to react. Seeing this, the compassionate sea Taoist at the edge of the crowd swiftly extended her delicate fingers to grasp a willow branch, deciding to intervene and help the yellow dragon Jinren avert crisis. Although she generally looked down on the yellow dragon Jinren and even disdainfully regarded him as a peer among the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, if he were to be defeated by Ao Bing, it would bring disgrace to all disciples of the Chan religion. Even the primordial lord would lose face. The compassionate sea Taoist swept the willow branch towards the golden sword light, releasing a nearly invisible star-like brilliance that flew into the air above the battlefield. At the same time, Qingxu was secretly activating divine power to conceal the movements of the compassionate sea Taoist. She initially thought that with Qingxu's cover her actions would go unnoticed. However, they clearly underestimated Li Qingxu once again. Li Qingxu casually flicked out a burst of energy that instantly dispersed the invisible divine light conjured by the compassionate sea Taoist. In the next second, the golden sword energy struck the yellow dragon Jinren. He let out a scream, his body cleaved in half, and then he crashed heavily onto the training ground unconscious. At the same time, a rapidly enlarging hand appeared before the compassionate sea Taoist. Slap! The crisp and resonant sound of a slap echoed as the compassionate sea Taoist was sent hurtling away, spinning through the air several times before finally stabilizing herself. At this moment, blood flowed from the 7 orifices of the compassionate sea Taoist, her face marked with an extremely prominent purple palm print, her jaw swollen, and all her teeth shattered. All the dragons present were dumbfounded, not expecting that Li Qingxu would completely disregard the compassionate sea Taoist's identity as a direct disciple of the Chan religion and deliver such a ruthless slap. Beside them, Qingxu was both angry and frightened, enraged that Li Qingxu would show such blatant disregard for them, and terrified that he might receive a slap as well. You dared to intervene while Huang Long fought my disciple fairly. Do you think I am blind, or do you think I am easy to talk to? Li Qingxu's expression was cold as he strode towards the compassionate sea Taoist, whose body had just stabilized, exuding an overwhelming aura. Senior brother, you misunderstand. The compassionate sea Taoist's face turned pale, fear gripping her heart. In her eyes, Li Qingxu appeared like a terrifying, chaotic beast that could obliterate her at any moment. Misunderstanding. Li Qingxu chuckled lightly and swung his hand again. Slap. The compassionate sea Taoist was sent flying again, nearly having her head split open from the force, and after struggling for a while on the ground, she staggered back to her feet. After receiving another slap, she finally came to her senses. The actions she had just taken were caught on the spot by Li Qingxu, and attempting to argue in front of such a dominant figure was akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet, seeking death. Moreover, given the terrifying strength of her opponent, she could neither fight back nor escape. The only viable option was to admit her mistakes directly and plead for forgiveness. Senior brotherly, I was wrong. I only wanted to help Huang Long avert the attack, and I had no intention of attacking Ao Bing's disciple. I ask you, senior brother, to show mercy and spare me this once. In order to avoid having her head smashed by Li Qingxu, the compassionate sea Taoist set aside her pride as one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun and sincerely bowed for forgiveness. Seeing this, Li Qingxu finally halted his steps. Is your apology merely verbal? It seems your sincerity is lacking. Li Qingxu spoke indifferently, raising his hand once more. The compassionate sea Taoist trembled. Li Qingxu's physical body was more formidable than any ancestor witch of the same realm. If she were to receive another slap, her head would undoubtedly shatter like a rotten watermelon. The sincerity of my apology is abundant, but I am foolish and do not know how to express it. Please, senior brother, guide me. The compassionate sea Taoist hurriedly stated, fearing that her proposal for compensation would not satisfy Li Qingxu, so she directly asked him to name the price. Li Qingxu's gaze scanned the compassionate sea Taoist from head to toe before finally resting on the jade bottle in her hand. Disciple, come here. Li Qingxu beckoned to Ao Bing. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing descended from the skies and stood beside Li Qingxu. Master, do you have any instructions? Compassionate sea, share half of the 3 lights divine water from your jade bottle with my disciple. Li Qingxu stated calmly. The compassionate sea Taoist's face turned ashen upon hearing this. The 3 lights divine water consisted of golden sunlight water, silver moonlight water, and purple starlight water. Any one of these divine waters was a soul-corroding poison, but when combined they formed the premier healing elixir of the primordial era, the 3 lights divine water. The 3 lights divine water not only repaired physical injuries, but could also mend spiritual and Tao injuries. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the true spirit was not extinguished, even if one turned to a pile of ashes, a single drop of 3 lights divine water could instantly revive them to full health. The three lights divine water in her jade bottle was a protective treasure bestowed upon her by the primordial lord, containing only a few hundred drops, making it her most precious possession. Now that Li Qingxu had spoken demanding half of her three lights divine water, it truly pained her heart and made it hard to accept. Seeing the compassionate Sea Taoist's hesitant demeanor, Li Qingxu's brow furrowed, and he questioned in a deep voice, "What you are unwilling?" Feeling the dangerous aura from Li Qingxu's unfriendly expression, the compassionate Sea Taoist steeled her heart and stamped her foot. "I am willing." She understood that with Li Qingxu's character there were only two choices presented: either voluntarily hand over the three lights divine water, or be beaten to the brink of death before being forced to surrender it. Since the three lights divine water was inevitably going to be lost, the compassionate Sea Taoist wisely chose to surrender it now to avoid further beatings. "You're wise to yield." Upon hearing this, Li Qingxu immediately reined in his overwhelming aura and tossed a golden gourd towards Xi Heng Taoist. "Pour half the triple light divine water into this gourd. Not a single drop less, or I'll tear your head from your shoulders." Xi Heng Taoist shuddered involuntarily at these words. He pinched the willow branch between his fingers and swept it lightly. Instantly, the triple light divine water surged from the jade pure vase, like a fountain arcing gracefully, before landing with perfect precision inside the gourd. The triple light divine water blazed with radiant divine light, its dense life-sustaining energy erupting outward, so potent that the assembled dragon clan stood transfixed, their breath quickening unbidden. This sacred elixir, the supreme healing balm of the primordial chaos, was exceedingly rare and nearly impossible to trace. Even during the Dragon Clan's zenith, when they vied for supremacy across the primordial chaos, they had never possessed it, let alone their present diminished state. In the merciless, perilous world of the primordial chaos, where survival favored the strong, each drop of triple light divine water was worth a life itself, its value incalculable. Soon Xi Heng Taoist had poured exactly half the triple light divine water into the golden gourd. "Disciple, secure the gourd," Li Qingxu instructed. As a direct disciple of Tongtian of the Upper Clarity Sect, and bearing his master's imperial token for protection, he faced virtually no threat across the entire primordial chaos save, perhaps, from Hongyun Daozu himself. Thus he had no need for such divine water. "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing beamed with delight as he carefully stowed away the golden gourd, his eyes crinkling into joyful crescents. Xi Heng Taoist's face darkened, twisted as though he'd swallowed something vile. His heart bled inwardly. They had marched proudly to the East Sea, intending to use Huanglong as a mere instrument, to seize the golden dragon's pearl and elevate their cultivation. Instead, they had failed to obtain the pearl, and now lost half their triple light divine water. Worse still, Huanglong Jinren had been decisively defeated by Ao Bing, Li Qingxu's disciple, before countless witnesses. If word of this spread, the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun would become the laughingstock of the entire primordial chaos. "That's enough, be gone. Next time I won't speak so gently," Li Qingxu remarked coolly to Xi Heng Taoist. He had not yet fully ascended. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Jie sect were rapidly ascending in power, empowered by the auspicious qi of the Six Realms Wheel of Reincarnation. Now was not the time to sever ties entirely with the Chan sect, a restraint also explaining why he had refrained from striking Qingxu earlier. "Yes, master brother, we are deeply grateful for your mercy." At once Xi Heng Taoist turned and fled, as if granted reprieve from execution. Clap, 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 wake up. Meanwhile, Qingxu first stabilized Huanglong Jinren's injuries, then delivered several sharp, resounding slaps across his face. "Huh, what happened?" Still dazed from unconsciousness, Huanglong Jinren jolted awake, as though forcibly rebooted from slumber. "Senior brother." Remembering his humiliating defeat at Ao Bing's hands, Huanglong Jinren trembled inwardly, daring not meet Qingxu's gaze. "Let's go." Qingxu spoke grimly, his face clouded with fury, so intense he longed to flay Huanglong Jinren alive and strip him bare of sinew and skin. Yet before so many witnesses, doing so would only invite ridicule from Li Qingxu and the dragon. Thus Qingxu suppressed his wrath, resolving to deal with Huanglong Jinren upon returning to Kunlun Mountain. "Yes." Huanglong Jinren nodded, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. His standing within the Chan sect had always been low. Now, having disgraced Qingxu and his peers, his future would grow infinitely darker. With Huanglong Jinren's defeat, Qingxu dared not raise the matter of the Golden Dragon's Pearl again, and departed forthwith, taking Xi Heng Taoist and Huanglong Jinren with him. After Qingxu's party withdrew, Ao Guang, Ao Run, Ao Qin, Ao Shun, and the other dragon elders approached Li Qingxu and Ao Bing. We owe you immense gratitude, Honorable Immortal Li, for nurturing and guiding Ao Bing all these years. This old dragon is eternally thankful. Ao Guang bowed deeply before Li Qingxu. Not only had Li Qingxu intervened with formidable authority, slapping Ci Heng Daoist outright, but he had casually gifted Ao Bing the peerless triple light divine water. Moreover, Ao Bing had displayed extraordinary divine arts, and wielded none other than the primordial treasure, the flying gold sword. Clearly, Li Qingxu held Ao Bing in highest esteem and nurtured her with exceptional care. It is but my duty. No thanks required, Li Qingxu replied with a casual wave of his hand. Though he had accepted Ao Bing as a disciple with purpose, he truly cherished her as his own. Ao Bing, having been blessed to enter the Honorable Immortal Li's lineage, you must diligently cultivate, serve your master faithfully, and never provoke his displeasure. Ao Guang admonished his daughter. Seeing his daughter secured under Li Qingxu's tutelage, her destiny radiant with promise, Ao Guang felt profound relief and quiet joy. I know, father. Ao Bing replied, sticking out her tongue. She needed no reminder. Her heart already understood. Ao Guang nodded, then raised his right palm, whereupon a fist-sized lustrous golden orb materialized. Mystical Tao patterns shimmered across its surface, radiating pure, overwhelming divine power, its brilliance rivaling the sun itself, bathing the surrounding seawater in molten gold. Elder Ao Yuan was the last golden dragon of our clan. After the Longhan cosmic calamity, he withdrew into our clan's hidden sanctuary to recover and mend his wounds. Alas, the wound he sustained during that calamity struck at his very origin. Recently it erupted, claiming his life. This dragon pearl is all that remains. Within it resides Elder Ao Yuan's cultivation at the level of a primordial golden immortal, and traces of the golden dragon's primordial essence. When refined by dragons of the four seas, there exists a slender chance their bloodline may awaken, regress to ancestral purity, and transform into golden dragons. I now bestow this pearl upon you, my child. May you wield it wisely and fully. Ao Guang spoke solemnly to Ao Bing. Should Ao Bing fail to awaken the golden dragon's primordial essence within the pearl, the golden dragon lineage would vanish forever. The other dragons gazed upon the gleaming orb, not with envy, but with quiet acceptance. After all, had Ao Bing not triumphed over Huang Longzhenren today, this golden dragon's pearl would have fallen into the hands of the Chan sect's disciples. Given present circumstances, Ao Bing was undeniably the most promising among the four seas dragon heirs, and thus the most worthy to refine this golden dragon's pearl. Very well, I thank you, father. Ao Bing accepted without hesitation, receiving the pearl reverently from Ao Guang's hands before securing it away. Li Qingxu had contemplated transmitting the Daoyi immortal scripture to the dragon clan, but ultimately withheld it. Hongyun Daozu delivered his 3 lectures in the Zixiao Palace precisely to ensure all beings of the primordial chaos cultivated the immortal Tao, thereby generating ceaseless auspicious qi to sustain his eternal supremacy atop the primordial chaos hierarchy. This flow of qi was integral to Hongjun Daozu's personal sovereignty. As a human, Li Qingxu teaching the Tao to humanity could be justified, but transmitting such a scripture to the dragon clan would surely arouse Hongjun Daozu's suspicion and invite dire machinations. Worse still, the dragon clan itself might suffer collateral consequences. After some casual exchanges, Li Qingxu and the 4 dragon kings took Ao Bing back to Golden Ao. The dragon clan, fearing to offend the Chan sect, did not spread the news of Ao Bing defeating Huang Longzhenren, thereby preserving some face for the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. Following this incident, disciples of the Chan sect, such as Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi, became even more motivated, starting to cultivate day and night. After all, if they could not defeat Li Qingxu, at least they lost to their peers, which was still within reason. If they were to lose to Ao Bing in the future, they would not only be unable to flaunt their status as the disciples of a sage in the outside world, but they would likely become the laughingstock of the wilderness, forever unable to face the world. In the following hundreds of thousands of years, Li Qingxu continued to comprehend other laws and the third style of the heaven-splitting divine palm while teaching Ao Bing. With the enhancement of the golden dragon pearl, Ao Bing's cultivation speed surged once again, breaking through to the late golden immortal realm in just a few 100,000 years. The only regret was that after refining the essence of the golden dragon pearl, there were still no signs of any ancestral traits in her bloodline. During this time, the wilderness world remained calm and undisturbed. The ancestral witches such as Dijun and Zhu were working tirelessly to break through to the mixed Yuan Great Luo golden immortal realm, hoping to rescue the ancestral witch Hutu. Due to Li Qingxu's intervention, Dijun and Honghuang Taiyi were unable to forge the witch-slaying sword, and their cultivation levels also lagged behind those of Dijiang and the other ancestral witches, making them hesitant to easily turn against them. Furthermore, the 10 great demon gods had been annihilated by Li Qingxu. Thus, during this period, the witch and demon clans were almost in a state of mutual non-interference, with very few minor frictions. Just when all beings in the wilderness thought this peaceful time would last for a long, while they were unaware that a change was quietly occurring. One day a door of void opened above the sun star. Soon after, a thin figure dressed in a yellow robe with a face full of sorrow emerged from it. The gaze of the saint of Zhuan-Ti turned towards the sun star, quickly locking onto the 10 small golden crows on the Fusang divine tree. These 10 small golden crows were entirely golden, their feathers glossy and neat, with no hint of any other color, and they had 3 legs beneath their bellies, looking exceptionally extraordinary. They were standing on the trunk and treetop of the Fusang divine tree, absorbing the essence of the sun fire through the tree to enhance their cultivation. Surrounding the Fusang divine tree was a massive blue barrier that completely enveloped it, isolating it from the outside world. "Big brother, we have been cultivating here for over 1,000,000 years. When can we go out?" The youngest Luya complained to his elder brother Bozhuang. "Yeah, it's so boring cultivating here every day." The 9th Prince Renjing also sighed. They had previously cultivated in the demon court for nearly 1,000,000 years, and it was not easy for them to break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. They had thought they could soar freely in the sky and leap into the ocean. However, their father Dijun told them that the wilderness world was extremely dangerous, and without further discussion locked them in the sun star, allowing them to leave only upon breaking through to the Quasi Saint realm. "Ninth brother, 10th brother, let's hold on a little longer. Father has said that as long as we break through to the Quasi Saint realm, we can leave the sun star and go wherever we want." Although the great prince Bozhuang was not much older than them, he still took on the responsibility of being the elder brother and patiently advised his younger brothers. "Sigh. Although we possess extraordinary talent, breaking through to the Quasi Saint realm is not so easy." The second prince, Zhonglang, sighed deeply, looking up at the sky, his eyes filled with endless longing and desire. "Yeah, we have just broken through to the mid-great Luo golden immortal stage. To become quasi-saints, we may have to cultivate here for tens of millions of years." The 9th Prince Renjing spoke again. Hearing this, the great prince Bozhuang also fell into silence. He knew that the 9th brother was right. Moreover, he himself was very much looking forward to the legendary, strange, and diverse wilderness land. "Do you all want to go out? I can fulfill your wish." The saint of Zhuan-Ti, hidden in the shadows, revealed a malicious smile. As he pointed a finger from afar, a gap suddenly appeared in the blue barrier without anyone noticing. This gap was soon discovered by the small Prince Luya. "Brothers, look quickly, the barrier seems to have opened a hole." Luya felt a jolt in his heart, his eyes shining with excitement. The other small golden crows looked in the direction of his voice and quickly found the gap in the corner. It's true. The small golden crows released their divine senses and found that this gap was very smooth, without any obstacles, allowing them to leave the sun star directly. "Let's go, let's hurry out before father discovers this gap, or it will be too late." The 9th Prince Renjing said, impatiently, eager to flap his wings and leave. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? If father finds out that we sneaked out, he will surely be angry." The great Prince Bozhuang was also quite tempted, but he remained rational and restrained. Father and uncle are both in seclusion, pushing for the perfection of the Quasi-Saint realm. If we secretly go out for a bit and come back, they won't know. "Yeah, big brother, don't you want to see what the wilderness is really like?" The 5th and 7th princes tempted him. Hearing this, the great Prince Bozhuang began to hesitate. "We think about going to the wilderness every day. If we don't fulfill this wish, we will definitely be more restless in the future, which will delay our cultivation progress. Exactly, only by eliminating this distraction can we focus on our cultivation and break through to the Quasi-Saint realm more quickly. Even if father finds out, mother will surely plead for us, and we won't face any severe punishment." The other small golden crows chimed in, each word striking at the already wavering resolve of the great Prince Bozhuang. "All right, but we agreed to just go out for a bit and come back, and we absolutely must not cause any trouble," the great Prince Bozhuang said after some hesitation. Don't worry, big brother, we will all listen to you. Whatever big brother says, we will do." The other small golden crows immediately patted their chests and promised. "Then let's go, hurry there and back." After making the decision, the 10 small golden crows immediately flapped their wings, leaping from the trunk and treetop, passing through the gap in the barrier one by one, and flew away from the sun star. Yu the Emperor, Honghuang Taiyi, and Fushi, the highest echelons of the primordial chaos, were all in deep seclusion, striving to close the gap with ancestral deities such as Dijiang and Zhu Juyin. Meanwhile, the 10 divine sovereigns of the Yao court had been utterly annihilated by Li Qingxu. When the 10 young Jinwu soared away from the sun star, not a single soul within the Yao court detected their departure. After piercing through the 9 heavens gale layer, they swiftly descended upon the vast expanse of the primordial chaos. The land of the primordial chaos is so boundless and so breathtakingly beautiful. Brother, look, does that mountain resemble a rooster playing basketball? This race called the Japanese possesses both male and female attributes within a single being, truly self-sufficient, requiring no cultivation partner at all. Since their birth, the 10 young Jinwu had been confined to the Yao court. Now, having finally broken free from their gilded cage and set foot upon the land of the primordial chaos, they beheld everything with wide-eyed wonder and exhilaration. Gradually, the 10 young Jinwu grew reckless, abandoning all restraint over their aura. As mid-tier Deluo immortals and masters of solar flame, they radiated overwhelming power. Unleashed, they blazed like 10 incandescent suns, unleashing torrents of unbearable heat. Wherever they passed, mountains and earth melted into rivers of molten rock, rivers, lakes, and seas evaporated in an instant. Forests crumbled to dust. Even the native creatures of the primordial chaos perished en masse. Their brazen advance soon drew the attention of all beings across the primordial chaos and of the Wu clan. This day has finally arrived. At the threshold of Qingxu Hall on Janeo Island, Li Qingxu gazed upon the heavens, stained crimson as if aflame, and sighed inwardly. The fateful clash between Wu and Yao was inevitable. For the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, it might herald catastrophe. Yet for him, who bore a celestial system, it was an Sandier's opportunity. Li Qingxu stepped forward. Countless spatial Dao patterns unfurled beneath his feet and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, in the eastern reaches of the primordial chaos, are these not you, the Emperor's 10 beloved sons? Why have they suddenly descended upon the land of the primordial chaos? Quafu, a great Wu warrior who had been hunting, looked up in bewilderment as the 10 young Jinwu flew overhead. In the world of the primordial chaos, the more profound one's origin and bloodline, the rarer offspring. After decades of arduous cultivation, Yu the Emperor, now advanced in years, had finally sired these 10 heirs, cherishing them as the very core of his heart. No one could fathom why he would now release them onto the land. These 10 young Jinwu have perfectly inherited Yu the Emperor's and Shiha's innate talents. Leaving them alive will only sow future calamity. Better to eliminate them now while the chance presents itself. Though Quafu knew not why Yu the Emperor had permitted the young Jinwu to leave the Yao court, he noted their utter lack of escort, and a killing intent surged within him. Instantly, Quafu manifested his true Wu form, a colossal giant millions of feet tall, and strode forth in pursuit. Brats of Yu the Emperor, do you know your grandfather Quafu? His roar thundered like celestial lightning, shaking the firmament and instantly seizing the 10 young Jinwu's attention. Quafu. Luya, the youngest Jinwu prince, frowned in confusion. He held no memory of the name. I recall father once mentioning Quafu, one of the Wu clan's greatest warriors. Bo Huang, the eldest Jinwu prince, suddenly recalled Yu the Emperor's passing remark. So this is the Wu clan, the mortal enemy of our Yao court. Upon hearing this, the other young Jinwu scrutinized Quafu sprinting below. His cultivation level matches ours. Shall we slay him? It would be a great service to the Yao court. Shu Kuan, the third Jinwu prince, proposed the idea. I agree. Slaying him would earn us tremendous merit. Even if father learns we sneaked out, he may pardon us lightly for this deed alone. Luya added. Indeed, that makes sense. All the young Jinwu nodded in unison. I've heard the Wu possess peerless physical bodies, but we wield the Jinwu's supreme speed and solar true flame. There's no need to engage him, Hedon. We need only maintain distance and burn him alive with solar true flame. After brief deliberation, Bo Huang devised the strategy. Having never fought before, and facing Quafu, a veteran Wu warrior, they wisely chose to exploit their strengths and avoid direct confrontation. Agreed, let's do it. Flapping their wings, the 10 young Jinwu wheeled about and flew back toward Quafu, who pursued them. Insolent fools, utterly ignorant of heaven and earth. Since you seek death so earnestly, I shall grant it. Quafu, ever impulsive, mistook their turnabout as a challenge to mortal combat and roared, bracing himself for battle. Boom. In the next instant, the 10 young Jinwu opened their beaks and unleashed 10 torrents of blazing solar true flame. Like 10 fiery dragons, the flames streaked across the void and struck Quafu directly. Solar true flame, the fusion of Yu the Emperor's and Shiha's solar essences, burned with such intensity that space itself warped and collapsed under its heat. Instinctively, Quafu raised his arms to block the assault. Yet even his legendary physique could not withstand the inferno-vast swathes of his thick forearm, blackened and blistered, inflicting grievous wounds. "You wretched whelps! You dare wound me!" The sudden injury ignited Quafu's fury beyond reason. He charged forward, swinging fists the size of mountains toward the 10 young Jinwu. The young Jinwu scattered instantly, evading Quafu's blow entirely. Then circling him at a calculated distance, they continued dodging his attacks, while relentlessly barraging him with solar divine flame. Wounded again and again, Quafu's rage swelled into blind fury. He burned only to reduce the 10 young Jinwu to ashes. Soon his injuries worsened drastically. Scarcely a patch of unscorched skin remained upon his body. Some areas revealed charred bone beneath. Even his blood, searing under the solar true flame, neared complete evaporation. Cursed brats of the Yao court! Despite his relentless pursuit, Quafu failed to graze even a single feather, while his own vitality dwindled rapidly. Sensing his life force ebbing, he resolved to retreat. But the 10 young Jinwu would not permit escape. "Brothers, Quafu is faltering. Hurry, surround him. Don't let him flee," Luya cried out, elated. Previously, the Yao court's 10 divine sovereigns had clashed repeatedly with Wu warriors, yet none had slain Quafu. Now, however, he would fall by their hands, filling the 10 young Jinwu with ecstatic triumph. They pressed their advantage, circling above Quafu and raining down solar divine flame without "You accursed!" Quafu swung his arms wildly to drive them off, but to no avail. Gradually his movement slowed, his strength ebbed, his life force dimmed. At last his mountainous frame crashed to the earth, eyes wide open in eternal defiance. Ha ha ha. So the Wu are not as formidable as legend claims. This Quafu couldn't even touch a single feather of ours, yet burned to death before our eyes. Shu Kuan exclaimed, jubilant. Indeed, we'll carry his corpse back to the Yao court. Father will surely praise us, and perhaps lift our confinement forever. Ji Xing, the 4th Jinwu prince, added, and his proposal met unanimous approval. Just as they prepared to retrieve Quafu's body, a sharp, piercing whistle rent the air. In the next moment, Bo Huang, the eldest Jinwu prince, exploded without warning, his body disintegrating into a crimson rain. Stunned silence fell over the 9 remaining Jinwu, unprepared for the sudden violent severance of their elder brother who had moments earlier spoken so confidently. Only when warm blood splattered across their faces did the 9 young Jinwu snap out of their incomprehensible shock. Following the palpable wave of killing intent, they beheld Ho-E, the great Wu archer, standing atop a cliff, bow drawn taut as a full moon. The bowstring thrummed steadily, golden arrows forged from pure divine energy coalesced upon it. In that instant, each young Jinwu felt an invisible force lock onto them, pain prickling across their flesh and the chilling breath of death descending upon them for the first time. "Quick, scatter!" The second prince of the Golden Crow, Zhonglang, shouted. The other little golden crows flapped their wings and scattered immediately, but it was already too late. As Ho-E released his grip, 3 golden arrows instantly pierced the sky, striking the 4th prince, Ji Shi, the 5th prince, Xian Rui, and the 6th prince, Ye Qiong, with pinpoint accuracy. Before the 3 little golden crows could let out a single cry of despair, they followed in the footsteps of the great prince of the Golden Crow, their bodies and souls shattering in an instant, even their true spirits being obliterated. Seeing their 4 brothers perish in the blink of an eye, Luya and the others were utterly terrified, fleeing. Only now did they truly feel the dangers of the primordial world, realizing that what Emperor Jun had told them was not mere exaggeration. But it was already too late. Ho-E looked at Quafu, who lay on the ground completely devoid of life, and the rage in his heart erupted like an unstoppable volcano. The aura he emitted felt almost tangible. At this moment, he harbored only one thought: to annihilate all 10 little golden crows and avenge his close friend Quafu. As Ho-E drew his bow once more, 3 golden arrows sliced through the sky, piercing the void. Even though the little golden crows had flown tens of millions of miles away, they were still struck with unparalleled precision by these 3 arrows, their bodies exploding, their souls extinguished. The remaining 8th Prince Dijun and 9th Prince Rinjing, along with Luya, were utterly terrified by this scene, regretting immensely why they hadn't listened to their father's words and insisted on adventuring in the primordial land. Ho-E gave them no chance or time to repent, and in the blink of an eye 3 more arrows were shot out. "Luya, get out of the way." The 9th Prince Rinjing desperately pushed Luya out of the way in a flash, but he himself, along with the 8th Prince Dijun, was pierced through the body, meeting the same tragic fate. Although Luya was not directly hit by the arrows, the residual force from the explosions sent him flying, injuring him severely, and leaving him on the brink of death. Damn the golden crows. Seeing that the situation was already determined, Ho-E directly put away his bow and took out a great knife, preparing to personally behead Lu Ya and place his head at Kwa Fu's grave as an offering. At that moment, a door of space opened, and a terrifying aura like that of a vast ocean surged forth. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi, clad in golden imperial robes, flew out from the door of space and arrived beside Lu Ya. Gazing at the 9 swirling clouds of blood from the golden crows still lingering in the air, Eastern Emperor Taiyi's expression darkened, his features contorting, veins bulging on his neck, and divine fire from the golden crow surged from his eyes. He was the brother of Emperor Jun, sharing the same source. To him, the little golden crows were akin to his own. And now, after merely going into seclusion, 9 out of 10 little golden crows had perished, and the remaining Lu Ya was gravely injured and on the verge of death, nearly wiped out. This filled Eastern Emperor Taiyi with an anger that threatened to engulf the 9 heavens, wishing to flay Hou Yi alive and grind him to dust. Hou Yi, you dare to kill my nephew. I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Eastern Emperor Taiyi extended his right hand towards Hou Yi, his immense divine power coalescing into a gigantic palm that was about to envelop him. Hou Yi, only at the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, was vastly outmatched. In front of the enraged Eastern Emperor Taiyi, he felt like a tiny boat amidst tumultuous waves, utterly powerless to resist. Just when Hou Yi felt that disaster was imminent, the space in front of him suddenly began to distort slightly. Immediately after, the colossal palm of Eastern Emperor Taiyi was swallowed by a spatial vortex, disappearing like a cow sinking into the sea. Eastern Emperor Taiyi. A thunderous voice rang out. Dijun Taiyi and 11 ancestral witches emerged from the door of space, their eyes fixed on him with hostility. When they saw the lifeless body of the great witch Kwa Fu lying on the ground, their anger erupted instantly. Eastern Emperor Taiyi, you dare to attack our great witch while we are in seclusion. It seems you are determined to provoke another war between the witch and demon clans, said the ancestral witch Gong Gong coldly, his body beginning to swell as he manifested his true form, ready to engage in battle with Eastern Emperor Taiyi. Xing Tian Chi Yu Hou Yi, Kwa Fu, and other great witches were the pillars of the witch clan, with the potential to become top powers in the primordial world. The loss of any one of them would be an irreparable blow to the witch clan. What is a mere great witch Kwa Fu worth? Hou Yi has killed 9 of my nephews. Eastern Emperor Taiyi gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. The witches govern the earth while the demons govern the sky. Your little golden crow brats deserve to die for venturing into the primordial land. The ancestral witch Zhu Rong spat a mouthful of thick phlegm towards Eastern Emperor Taiyi. Eastern Emperor Taiyi was already furious due to the deaths and injuries of the little golden crows. Hearing Zhu Rong's words, his anger surged to an unprecedented level. At the same time, Dijun Taiyi and the other ancestral witches also revealed their true forms, preparing for battle. In his fury, Eastern Emperor Taiyi considered summoning the Chaos Bell to fight, but seeing Lu Ya's life force slowly fading, he ultimately suppressed his impulse. After all, Lu Ya was the only bloodline of his brother. Given the current situation, protecting Lu Ya and returning to the demon court was the most important task. I will never let today's events go unpunished. Eastern Emperor Taiyi's cold gaze swept across the faces of the ancestral witches, and Hou Yi then opened a spatial door with the Chaos Bell, flying in, with Lu Ya disappearing from sight. After Eastern Emperor Taiyi left the ancestral witches and the great witch, Hou Yi approached Kwa Fu's corpse. Looking at the charred remains of Kwa Fu, completely devoid of vitality, their hearts burned with fury and intent to kill. Damn the little golden crows for coming down to kill Kwa Fu for no reason. I will settle this score one day, the ancestral witch Tian Wu said through gritted teeth. When the day comes for me to achieve the Tao of primordial unity, I will trample the Lingxiao treasure palace and leave no chicken or dog alive in the demon court. The ancestral witch Chang Liang added. However, although the ancestral witches were filled with rage, the witch clan had lost the Daotian divine killing formation, their trump card, while the demon court was protected by the primordial He Luo formation, which could only be broken by a saint. Thus, they could only remember this hatred in their hearts, waiting for the opportunity to settle the score later. After a long sigh, the ancestral witches opened a door of space, taking Kwa Fu's body back to Buzhou Mountain. Once everyone had left, Li Qingxu's figure gradually materialized from the void. He had previously killed the mosquito Taoist in the North Sea and devoured the opponent's essence, acquiring their innate supernatural powers. With his current cultivation, he could utilize this supernatural power to achieve standing still without a shadow. As long as the opponent had not reached the Saint Realm, they would be unable to detect his existence. Both the witch and demon clans had suffered heavy losses today, yet he secretly collected 9 golden texts, top grade innate X7, true sun fire, an extraordinary fortune, resulting in a bountiful harvest. However, he felt no significant fluctuation in his heart. After all, the texts related to the little golden crows and Quafu were merely appetizers. The real opportunity would come when the witches and demons clashed in a decisive battle, and Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Taiyi, and the ancestral witches perished together. Honghuang Taiyi returned to the demon court with Liu Ye and immediately awakened the still secluded After Dijun and Honghuang Taiyi exerted all their efforts in healing alongside consuming a vast amount of rare treasures, Liu Ye's life was finally saved. Damn the witch clan. Damn Hui. How dare he lay hands on my beloved son. I will kill him. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, Dijun's furious roar echoed throughout the great hall for a long time, even smashing his imperial throne to pieces with a slap. As the ruler of the demon court, Dijun had always remained unflinching even in the face of great adversity, maintaining an extremely steady demeanor. But this time he was furious and completely unhinged. The 10 little golden crows simultaneously inherited his solar essence, and Shiyi's lunar essence, their foundations surpassing even his and Honghuang Taiyi's. As long as the little golden crows remained alive, they would surely become formidable beings at the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm, even having the hope of attaining the Tao of Hongyun. Once the 10 little golden crows fully grew, the demon court would flourish immensely. Thus Dijun cherished his 10 sons to the utmost. Words could hardly express his affection. Now with 9 little golden crows completely fallen, their souls dispersed, the remaining Liu Ye had barely managed to cling to life. This immense blow nearly drowned Dijun in fury, compelling him to lead the demon court's army against the witch clan in a cataclysmic battle with no chance of retreat. However, after venting his rage, Dijun managed to temporarily suppress his impulses. After all, they were still half a step away from the Quasi-Saint realm. Engaging in a decisive battle with the witch clan at this time would only lead to mutual destruction. Upon learning of this dreadful news, Shihi nearly fainted. The death of Chang, she had already exhausted her, and now the loss of her 9 sons made her feel as though the heavens had collapsed. Regaining her composure, Shihi made a resolute decision to kill Hou-yi and avenge her 9 sons. After much deliberation, Dijun, Honghuang Taiyi, and Shihi ultimately devised a meticulous plan. Hundreds of years later, while practicing archery in the northern wilderness, Hou-yi fortuitously encountered a woman named Qingxu. Her beauty left Hou-yi utterly mesmerized. Hou-yi fell in love at first sight, and Qingxu reciprocated his feelings. Soon the two were engulfed in a passionate love affair. Hou-yi brought Qingxu back to the witch clan's tribe, and in the presence of other great witches joyfully wed her, officially becoming husband and wife. The two lived sweetly together for tens of thousands of years. One day an unexpected event occurred. While traveling through the wilderness, a golden divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping Qingxu. Qingxu's body began to uncontrollably fly towards the heavenly realm. Concerned for his wife, Hou-yi, knowing the heavenly realm was the territory of the demon court and fraught with danger, resolutely pursued her in an attempt to rescue her. In the chase, Hou-yi arrived at the Taiyin star in the heavenly realm. Wife, where are you? On the Taiyin star, Hou-yi held his solar bow, carefully guarding his surroundings while calling out Qingxu's name. As he walked, he unknowingly arrived at the clearing in front of the Guanghan Palace. The cool moonlight cast a serene silver glow like water, giving the Guanghan Palace a mysterious aura. The doors of the Guanghan Palace opened and 4 figures flew out from within. These 4 figures were Dijun, Honghuang Taiyi, Shihi, and Qingxu. Wife, you? Hou-yi's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. Though he was simple-minded, he had begun to suspect the truth of the matter. Pak, who is your wife? I am the good corpse of the demon queen, Shihi. Qingxu. The usually gentle Qingxu now wore a cold expression, her gaze towards Hou-yi filled only with killing intent, devoid of any lingering affection. Hou-yi, I have said before, you killed my 9 nephews, and I will not let this matter rest. Honghuang Taiyi grinned malevolently, revealing a cruel demeanor. Hou-yi, have you decided how to die? Dijun said in a deep voice, his expression twisted and veins bulging, exuding a murderous aura as palpable as reality. Umph. Despicable coward, not daring to face my witch clan in battle, resorting to such underhanded tactics. You needn't try to intimidate me, isn't it just death? Come on. Hou-yi scoffed, remaining calm despite facing Dijun, Honghuang Taiyi, and Shihi. Wanna die? Not that easy. Falling into my hands wishing to die is a luxury. Dijun raised his right hand, curling his fingers like claws, reaching out towards Hou-yi from afar. Hou-yi felt a splitting headache and let out a heart-wrenching scream as his soul was forcefully pulled out. Dijun unleashed his divine power, and Hou-yi's soul instantly transformed into a towering laurel tree. Having lost his 3 souls and 7 spirits, Ho-Yi's gaze became hollow, his mind consumed by the obsession of seeking his beloved wife Change. From this day forth you shall chop wood here. When you have felled this laurel tree you may see your beloved wife Change. Honghuang Taiyi threw a hatchet to Ho-Yi and imprinted the words directly into Ho-Yi's mind with divine power. Change. Change. With vacant eyes and a lost soul, Ho-Yi picked up the axe from the ground and walked dazedly to the laurel tree, swinging the axe vigorously to begin chopping. Bang, bang, bang. Each time the axe struck the laurel tree, Ho-Yi's soul essence would swiftly restore it while Ho-Yi continued to chop, creating a cycle. Oomph. The day you fell the laurel tree will also be the day your soul disperses. I want you to slowly kill yourself piece by piece to honor the spirit of my son in the heavens. Dijun looked at Ho-Yi chopping wood incessantly and sneered. Soon after, Dijun, Zhujiu and other great witches also sensed that something was wrong with the great witch Ho-Yi. After some investigation, the witch clan strategist Zhujiu concluded that Ho-Yi had been lured to the Taiyin star by Dijun and Honghuang Taiyi, leading to his tragic fate. Damn it! The bastards of the demon court first killed Fu, and now they have lured and killed Ho-Yi. I will fight them to the bitter end. In the ancestral hall of the Buzhou Mountain, the furious Grand Witch Gong slammed the table. Exactly, I've tolerated them for long enough. This time, they must be destroyed. Grand Witch Zhu Rong echoed. Let's go, we shall storm the demon court and leave the bastards of the demon court without a burial ground. Grand Witch Chongli roared. It is also time to settle the score with them. Dijun and Zhujiu exchanged glances and made up their minds. They had broken through to the peak of the Hongyun Golden Immortal Realm millions of years ago. During this time, they had practiced day after day with all their might, yet their cultivation had stagnated completely, showing not a trace of growth. Dijun and Zhujiu realized that becoming a Hongyuan de Luo Golden Immortal could not be achieved by sheer enthusiasm. Given their current conditions, even if they trained for 10 million years, 1 billion years, or even trillion years, it would be impossible to break through to the Hongyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. The only way forward was to annihilate the demon court, gather the fortune of the entire wilderness, and then with the support of the fortune of the whole wilderness strive for a breakthrough to the Hongyuan de Luo Golden Immortal Realm, which held a chance of success. When the other great witches informed the witch clan that their great witch Ho-Yi had been deceived and killed by Dijun and Honghuang Taiyi at the Taiyin star, it immediately ignited the anger within all the clan members. Let's storm the demon court and crush the heavens. Kill all the demon race, not leaving a single. The witch clan was stirred, everyone picking up their weapons, led by Dijun, Zhujiu and other great witches marching grandly to the demon court. The commotion of the witch clan quickly reached Dijun and Honghuang Taiyi. Damn the witch clan, they killed my 9 sons, and now they are striking back. Do they really think the demon court is afraid of them? In the Lingxiao treasure hall, Dijun slammed the table, his face twisted in rage. Brother, we have both broken through to the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm. Our cultivation is not inferior to theirs. Moreover, with our Zhou Tian star array, we can certainly sweep away the witch clan in battle. Honghuang Taiyi spoke. Dijun nodded, no longer stopping him this time. After all, the conflict between the witch and demon races had accumulated to the present, leaving no possibility for reconciliation. Only one side's complete disappearance from the wilderness world could bring peace. Moreover, dominating the wilderness and gathering the fortune of the entire wilderness to prove the Tao of Hongyuan was also their ultimate goal. Coupled with the recent pain of losing a son, Dijun was determined to completely annihilate the witch clan today. With a single command from Honghuang Taiyi, all the demon clans of the 33 heavens immediately gathered together. Within less than a quarter of an hour, countless fully armed demon clans arrived at the 4 great heavenly gates. People of the demon clan, follow me to flatten the Buzhou Mountain, annihilate the Wu clan, unify the primordial, and achieve unparalleled glory. Dijun raised his arm and shouted, his powerful voice enhanced by divine power, instantly igniting the battle spirit of all the demon clans. Kill! 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 Countless demon clans wielded their sharp weapons, shouting towards the heavens. Immediately following that, led by Dijun, Honghuang Taiyi, Fu, Shi Kuan, Peng Laozu, and Shihi, the entire demon clan surged forth, flying in a grand manner towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. The overwhelming malevolent aura emitted by the countless Wu and demon armies obscured the sun and moon, turning the originally clear sky into a dim and darkened world. In the central region of the primordial, sand and stones flew, fierce winds howled, creating a scene reminiscent of the end of days. The overwhelming killing intent akin to a boundless ocean sent shivers down the spines of all living beings. What the hell? The Buzhou Mountain is completely empty. All the Wu clan has come out, and even the Empress and Shihi from the Demon Court are participating in the battle. This scale indicates that the Wu and Demon clans are ready for a fight to the death. Countless beings in the central primordial looked up at the sky, stunned to the point of being struck by lightning. What are you all dawdling for? Quickly run. After regaining their senses, the beings in the central primordial immediately began to flee with their families, fearing that if they delayed even a moment, they would be caught in the disaster with no place to be buried. However, while all the beings in the central primordial were fleeing, Qingxu went against the tide, traversing the void from Jinao Island towards the central primordial. Even though he could conceal his form within the void and completely suppress his aura, making it undetectable to Dijun, Hongyun, Taiyi, and others. The battle between the Wu and Demon clans, once it truly began, would be a scene of destruction and the end of the world. At that time, the entire central primordial could be annihilated. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Qingxu stopped in the outskirts of the central primordial, not daring to move any closer. This position was not only sufficiently safe, but once Dijun and Dijiang and the others perished together, he could also rush over at the first opportunity to collect the loot. Soon the overwhelming Wu army and the fiercely attacking demon army met above the central primordial. Dijun, Huang Taiyi, Fu, Shi Kuan, Peng Laozu, and Shihi lined up at the forefront of the demon army. Meanwhile, Dijiang, Zhu Jioyin, Gong, and Zhu Rong, among 11 ancestral Wu, faced them from afar. In addition, both the Wu and demon armies were staring intensely at each other, ready to annihilate the other, prepared to wipe out their kind from the primordial. Kill! Dijun waved his hand, and the countless demon army surged forward like a flood, roaring and shouting as they charged towards the Wu clan. Destroy them! With a single command from Gong, the dark mass of the Wu army also revealed their true forms, transforming into towering giants to attack the demon army. Before the first and second battles between the Wu and demon clans, both sides would exchange harsh words. However, this time their grudges had reached a point of no return. They came with the intent of exterminating the other, not even exchanging a single unnecessary word before engaging in a life-and-death battle. Boom! The dark mass of the Wu army collided with the sky-covering demon army almost instantly. In that moment, it was as if a volcano had collided with the earth. A deafening sound erupted, mingled with the clang of metal, the sound of flesh being severed, and the wails of the wounded. In just 1 second, tens of millions of Wu and demon clans fell, severed limbs, and blood rained. At the same time, Dijiang, Zhu Jioyin, and Dijun, Huang Taiyi, and other high-level figures from the Wu and demon clans erupted in the most terrifying battle in the sky. Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin revealed their true ancestral forms, and countless space and time Dao patterns erupted from in front of them, spreading towards Dijun, Huang Taiyi, and others. Huang Taiyi waved his hand, and the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, instantly soared into the sky, transforming into a size of hundreds of thousands of feet. The outer surface of the Chaos Bell was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while within it the mountains, rivers, and the myriad clans of the primordial appeared. Radiating 5-colored brilliance illuminated the heavens, and the sacred might of chaos shook the universe. The Chaos Bell, transformed from the handle of the heavenly opening divine axe, held infinite mystery and boundless creation, being the foremost among the 3 innate supreme treasures. It could imprison time, suppress space, rebound any treasure or divine weapons attacks, and ignore all damage from spells and divine abilities, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, remaining undefeated as long as it was above the same realm. Under the influence of Huang Taiyi, the Chaos Bell burst forth with 5-colored light, dropping countless strands of chaotic energy, thoroughly enveloping him and Dijun. Time and space strangulation. Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin also recognized the power of the Chaos Bell. With all their strength, countless space and time Dao patterns merged into an even more terrifying force of time and space. The time and space laws that devoured all and obliterated everything surged like a boiling sea of laws, constantly assaulting the Chaos Bell, attempting to strangle Dijun and Huang Taiyi within. For the first time, Huang Taiyi faced the combined attack of Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin. Even though the Chaos Bell displayed a grand and vast power, isolating the time and space laws completely. But for a short period, Huang Taiyi was also restrained, unable to spare his mind to deal with other ancestral Wu. This was precisely the situation Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin aimed to create. Having restrained Dijun and Huang Taiyi, Gong, Zhu Rong, and the other 9 ancestral Wu directly approached Kuan, Peng Laozu, Fu Shi, and others. Once the ancestral Wu Gong and Zhu Rong revealed their true forms, they transformed into giants thousands of feet tall surrounding and intercepting Kunpeng Laozu. Faced with the fists of Gong Gong and Zhu Rong larger than mountains, as well as the overwhelming flames that burned everything and the divine water that swallowed all, Kunpeng Laozu felt immense pressure, barely managing to evade with his speed. A moment's distraction could lead to his demise. If Kunpeng Laozu was in such a predicament, the situation for Fu Shi and Shi was even worse. After all, Fu Shi specialized in the innate 8 trigrams. When it came to measuring yin and yang, deducing the changes of heavenly secrets and formations, he was indeed skilled, surpassing all 12 ancestral Wu. However, in terms of combat power, Fu Shi was completely no match for the ancestral Wu, being beaten until he coughed up blood by Chang Liang and Tian Wu struggling to hold on. As for Shi, although she was filled with anger, wanting to annihilate the Wu clan to avenge Chang, Shi and Jin Wu's strength was not something to be compensated for with mere passion. After a brief exchange of blows, Shi was smashed to pieces by the ancestor Shi, relying on a small amount of divine water left by the ancient heavenly court to barely save her life. Meanwhile, the towering Xingtian, standing thousands of feet tall, wielded his weapons and rampaged through the demon ranks, leaving many demons fallen in his wake. While Qiyu rode his round, iron-eating beast, charging through each swing of his tiger soul blade, took countless demon lives. With the 10 great demon gods of the demon court annihilated by Li Qingxu, there was no one in the demon army capable of countering the likes of Xingtian and Qiyu, quickly leading to a one-sided battle. Seeing this, Dijun and Honghuang Taiyi understood that if this continued, the demons would undoubtedly be defeated. They could only summon their trump card, the Zhoutian Star Array, to turn the tide and annihilate the Wu clan. All demon clans, heed my command. Set up the Zhoutian Star Array. Dijun spoke, his booming voice like thunder, instantly reaching the ears of all the demon clans. Yes, countless demon clans responded in unison, swiftly retreating from the battlefield to prepare for the setup of the Zhoutian Star Array. Meanwhile, Dijun and Honghuang Taiyi also worked together to activate the Chaos Bell. Ding! The resounding and distant sound of the bell rang out, and waves of formless chaotic sound waves spread out, temporarily shattering the surrounding time and space laws. After breaking free from the predicament, Dijun instantly waved his hand, and the supreme innate treasure, the river map and Luo book, soared into the sky. The river map and Luo book extended for tens of millions of feet, like a gigantic painting surging in the sky, projecting the illusory images of mountains and rivers. The Zhoutian Star Array has 2 critical focal points, requiring Honghuang Taiyi to activate the Chaos Bell to draw upon the power of the Sun Star, and Dijun to activate the river map and Luo book to draw upon the power of the Moon Star. At the same time, other demon clans also brought out the Great Zhoutian Star Banner and the Small Zhoutian Star Banner to specific locations, preparing to guide the power of the stars from beyond the domain. Just as everyone felt that the Zhoutian Star Array was about to be completed, Kunpeng Laozu suddenly stormed out from behind Dijun, without warning, directly sweeping away the river map and Luo book, suspended above his head, flying towards the northern part of the primordial, without looking back. Dijun and Honghuang Taiyi were completely dumbfounded. As the saying goes, no matter how many defenses one has, it is hard to guard against a treacherous thief. They had been guarding against the ancestral Wu, interrupting the demon clan setup of the Zhoutian Star Array, but unexpectedly, the silent Kunpeng Laozu suddenly erupted and dealt a severe blow to them at this critical moment. Kunpeng, you dog thief, I am furious. Looking at the disappearing figure of the Kunpeng ancestor in the northern mountains of the wilderness, Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi were extremely furious, filled with rage. They simply could not understand. With the Zhoutian Star formation about to be completed and the witch clan on the verge of destruction at their hands, why did the Kunpeng ancestor choose this moment to stab them in the back? After all, once the demon clan successfully dominated the wilderness, the Kunpeng ancestor, as a demon master, would also gain unimaginable benefits. Not only Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi, but even the witch clan and the countless beings watching were utterly bewildered and dazed. What a sudden turn of events! It has thrown my back out. Is Honghuang Taiyi being possessed by the witch clan, or has Kunpeng gone mad? He actually snatched away Emperor Jun's river map and Luo Shu. Indeed, the Kunpeng ancestor previously joined the demon court. Wasn't it just to wait for the demon court to unify the wilderness and then gain benefits from it? Just when victory was within reach, he pulled this stunt. The myriad beings in the wilderness were in a heated discussion, trying to figure out why the Kunpeng ancestor did this. Meanwhile, Li Qingxu, hidden in the void, raised his head and looked towards the direction of the chaotic world. With the memories of his past life, he knew very well that the Kunpeng ancestor acted this way because the authority of the wilderness Hongyun Daozu had secretly given the order. After all, what the Heavenly Dao and Hongyun Daozu wanted was for both the witch and demon clans to perish together in the calamity, allowing their origins to return to the Heavenly Dao, while also causing the collapse of Buzhou Mountain to further erase Panga's control over the wilderness. If the demon court set up the Zhou-Tian star formation, the witch clan would surely face annihilation today. The demon court would then dominate the wilderness, and even Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi might attain the Tao of primal chaos under the auspices of the entire wilderness fortune, becoming two saints beyond their control. Therefore, both the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun Daozu would absolutely not allow such a situation to occur. Although the actions of the Kunping ancestor would be resented by the entire demon clan and even reviled by all beings. Regardless, he had indeed obtained a supreme innate spiritual treasure and had successfully survived the calamity between the witch and demon clans. Truly, being in a high position makes things easier. Li Qingxu sighed inwardly. As the authority of the wilderness, Hongjun Daozu had the support of the Heavenly Dao, making it incredibly simple to control the wilderness even without needing to act personally. Fortunately, he had not acted rashly before doing anything that would make Hongjun see him as a variable. Otherwise, with the opponent's cultivation and means, even from his position in the Purple Cloud Palace, there were countless ways to make him vanish from the wilderness. On the other side, Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi were extremely enraged by the sudden betrayal of the Kunping ancestor, wanting to rush to the northern wilderness to reclaim the river map and Luoshu. However, the ancestral witches such as Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin would naturally not allow them to succeed. Emperor Jun, Zhu Jiuyin, Gong Gong, and other ancestral witches unleashed their ultimate techniques, hoping to kill Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi in one blow. Soon the emperor's wife Shihi, who had exhausted the three lights divine water, was the first to crumble, being punched to pieces by the heavenly Wu ancestor, turning into a rain of blood and obliterating her spirit. Immediately after, Fuxi encountered the ice and fire dual heavens, directly reduced to ashes by the law of fire. Just as Fuxi's true spirit was about to be consumed by the law of fire, a small spatial vortex suddenly appeared around him, directly sucking his true spirit into it and making it vanish. At this moment, the myriad beings in the wilderness were utterly shocked, not expecting the high-ranking Shi Huang and Emperor's wife Shihi to disperse in such a manner. In the calamity, the danger of annihilation for those who are not saints was not just talk. You want to kill this emperor? It won't be that easy. With Shihi and Fuxi falling one after another, the demon army was suffering countless casualties under the relentless pursuit of Xing Tian Shiyu and other great witches. Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi's eyes turned red, completely furious. They activated the Chaos Bell to withstand the attacks from Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and other ancestral witches, pouring all their rage onto the Zhu Rong ancestor. After all, among the 12 ancestral witches, Zhu Rong had the foulest mouth, often cursing Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi until they were completely battered. Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi had long harbored a deep hatred for him, determined to ensure he had no place to be buried. Boom, boom, boom. The Chaos Bell rang as waves of chaotic sound waves crashed upon the Zhu Rong ancestor like a tower. Faced with the continuous bombardment of the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell, even the Zhu Rong ancestor, whose body was comparable to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, could not withstand it. His body developed shocking cracks, and his organs were all ground to dust. Boom. Ultimately, the body of the Zhu Rong ancestor exploded, turning into a sky full of shattered bones and blood rain. The witch clan had no primordial spirit, and all 3 souls and 7 spirits were reliant on their physical body. The death of Zhu Rong ancestor was thorough, leaving him with no chance for reincarnation. Fourth brother, Old Fort. Seeing Zhu Rong ancestor being killed on the spot by the Chaos Bell, the remaining ancestral witches were in utter despair, instantly falling into a state of frenzied madness. Boom, boom, boom. Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and other ancestral witches attacked the Chaos Bell with all their might, causing it to tremble violently, emitting loud sounds, and erasing most of the Tao patterns on its surface, while the 5-colored divine light flickered uncertainly. However, the Chaos Bell was indeed the foremost of the 3 innate supreme treasures, transformed from the heavenly opening divine axe, possessing the power to suppress the primordial world, reverse the time and space of all realms, unravel the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and refine the powers of earth, water, fire, and wind. Faced with the frenzied attacks of the ancestral witches, the Chaos Bell still protected the safety of Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi. Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi continued to follow the same strategy, withstanding the attacks of the ancestral witches, and once again activating the myriad chaotic bell waves, completely obliterating the Zhu Meng ancestor. Seeing their brother who had shared a source and lived together for countless years die tragically again before their eyes, Emperor Jiang Zhujiu and other ancestral witches felt as if a piece of their heart had been brutally ripped away, causing unbearable pain. Only now did they realize they had greatly underestimated the Chaos Bell, the innate supreme treasure. Previously, Honghuang Taiyi's insufficient cultivation limited the power he could wield when activating the Chaos Bell. Now with Honghuang Taiyi's cultivation soaring to the pinnacle of Croissant, the power of the Chaos Bell was indeed incomparable. Under their fierce attacks, although some residual waves of the laws passed through the chaotic energy and struck Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi. Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi had the three lights divine water and other divine pills aiding them, so their injuries would quickly heal. Emperor Jiang Zhujiu and the other ancestral witches understood clearly that if the current situation continued, they would be picked off one by Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi, eventually leading to their complete annihilation. Boom! The waves of the Chaos Bell crashed upon the Honghuang ancestor like an invisible tidal wave, continuously pushing him away for billions of miles, smashing him into the ground, leaving his fate unknown. Emperor Jiang Zhujiu and Tian Wu exchanged glances, seeing the deep determination in each other's eyes. Their methods of attack could not break through the defenses of the Chaos Bell. The only way to kill Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi was to self-destruct collectively. Ha ha ha! What if the Zhou Tian star formation is gone? This emperor can still eliminate all of you. I will dominate the wilderness and reign supreme, while your witch clan will become dust under the calamity, utterly erased from the wilderness. Seeing that he had already slain 3 ancestral witches and victory was within reach, Honghuang Taiyi burst into laughter. Just as Emperor Jun was about to say something fierce, he noticed alarming cracks suddenly appearing on the bodies of Emperor Jiang Zhujiu and the other ancestral witches. At the same time, a tremendous and violent energy erupted from the cracks, distorting the entire space. What are you trying to do? Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi's expressions changed drastically as an ominous premonition surged in their hearts. Ha ha ha! Emperor Jun, Honghuang, let's go together. Emperor Jiang Zhujiu, Tian Wu, and the other ancestral witches displayed a frenzied expression as they shouted and charged towards Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi. Quick retreat! Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi wanted to open a spatial door to escape, but it was already too late. The 9 ancestral witches directly withstood several waves of bell sound, ignoring their injuries and rapidly closing in on Emperor Jun and Honghuang Taiyi. Boom! In the next moment, the bodies of Emperor Jiang Zhujiu and the other ancestral witches exploded simultaneously, unleashing an overwhelming and vast energy from within. Like countless immortal volcanoes erupting at once, the entire wilderness trembled at that moment. The violently unleashed energy instantly tore apart the space within a billion-mile radius, causing everything in that range to crumble to dust under such terrifying power. Countless mountains collapsed, the ground split open with bottomless ravines, and the seas boiled, erupting countless waterfalls that shot straight into the sky. At this moment, the minds of the myriad beings in the wilderness were blank, their souls trembling as if the end of the world had arrived. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed as the dust gradually settled. On the battlefield of the 2 clans of witches and demons, there remained only a vast void, as if an entire chunk of the primordial world had been carved away. Dijun, Honghuang Taiyi, Jiang Zhujiu and countless witches and demons had all turned to ashes, ceasing to exist under that terrifying energy. Qingxu snapped back to reality, immediately traversing the void and arriving at the edge of the abyss. As he drew closer, the system's prompt finally appeared before him. Detected dropped items from Ancestor Zhu Rong Pangus Essence Blood Gold Law of Fire Gold. Would you like to pick them up immediately? Detected dropped items from Ancestor Zhu Mang Pangus Essence Blood Gold Law of Wood Gold. Would you like to pick them up immediately? Detected dropped items from Ancestor Dijun Pangus Essence Blood Gold Law of Space Purple Gold. Would you like to pick them up immediately? Detected dropped items from Ancestor Zhujiu Pangus Essence Blood Gold Law of Time Purple Gold. Would you like to pick them up immediately? Detected dropped items from Dijun 3-Legged Golden Crow Gold Law of Fire Gold Extraordinary Fortune Gold. Would you like to pick them up immediately? Detected dropped items from Honghuang Taiyi. Li Qingxu's vision was filled with an entire list of system messages containing various precious items dropped by the ancestors and others. Such a bountiful harvest brought an involuntary excitement to Li Qingxu, who had experienced countless storms in his past. Pick them up immediately. To prevent these items from dissipating, Li Qingxu ordered the system. Picking up. As the system began to collect and merge these precious items, he keenly sensed something lurking in the void, and that thing was rapidly fleeing. trying to escape. No chance. Li Qingxu thought for a moment, and guessed what it was. After all, the only item that could survive amidst this world-destroying storm of law energy was the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Locking onto the target, Li Qingxu immediately activated his divine power, secretly attempting to seize the Chaos Bell. If it were to escape and merge into chaos, he would never have another chance. The Chaos Bell was originally the companion treasure of Honghuang Taiyi, but with Honghuang Taiyi's demise, this treasure became a wholly unowned object. Due to the fact that the Chaos Bell was unowned, and without anyone to activate it, Li Qingxu expended little divine power and successfully seized it into his hands. Staring at the bell in his hand, which was a dark yellow color and inscribed with various innate Tao patterns, Li Qingxu felt an overwhelming excitement. After all, the Chaos Bell was the foremost among the three innate treasures, embodying both offense and defense, its value far surpassing the Taiji diagram of Taiji Laozi and the Panga banner of Yuan Shi Tianzun. More importantly, the Jiejiao lacked innate treasures, relying solely on the Zhuxian sword array of Tongtian Jiaozhu for suppression of fortune. Although the Zhuxian sword array was the #1 killing formation in the heavenly Dao, it was not suitable for suppressing fortunes. The fortune suppressed by it would not only flow away slowly, but if the Zhuxian sword array were broken, the suppressed fortune would completely dissipate, like a breached dam. This was also one of the important reasons for the downfall of the Jiejiao in Li Qingxu's past memories. Now, with the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, in his hands, he could suppress the fortune of the Jiejiao. With the Chaos Bell suppressing the Jiejiao's fortune, it would be as secure as a fortress. Law of Space, Purple Gold. Law of Time, Purple Gold. Pangus Essence, Blood Gold X7, Extraordinary Fortune Gold X2. Items have been successfully collected. Congratulations, host. Your Law of Fire Gold, Law of Water Gold have fused and evolved into the Law of 5 Elements, Purple Gold. Congratulations, host. Your Law of Yin Gold, Law of Yang Gold have fused and evolved into the Law of Yin Yang, Purple Gold. Congratulations, host. Your Exceptional Comprehension Gold has fused and evolved into one understanding, leads to thousands of insights, Purple Gold. As the system's voice sounded, the dozens of items Li Qingxu had collected completely merged. Meanwhile, he felt as though he had undergone a complete transformation, experiencing a thorough metamorphosis. His strength surged exponentially, his essence became several times more robust, and both his comprehension and fortune reached unimaginable heights. Host Li Qingxu. Cultivation Taiyi Golden Immortal Great Perfection. Items Ultimate Innate Purple Gold Sky Splitting Divine Palm, Purple Gold Law of Space, Purple Gold Law of Time, Purple Gold Law of 5 Elements, Purple Gold Law of Yin Yang, Purple Gold Fortune, like a rainbow, Purple Gold. One understanding leads to thousands of insights, Purple Gold. Li Qingxu glanced at his attribute interface, feeling a deep sense of awe. His current item quality was exceedingly impressive, nearly on par with the 3 pure ones, perhaps even surpassing them. The total amount of his divine power had reached a terrifying level. If it weren't for the presence of 3,600 great Zhoutian numbers of stars to contain this divine power, he would have long since been unable to suppress his own realm, and would have broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, or even higher levels. However, although Li Qingxu's foundation was now incredibly solid according to his plans, now was not the best time to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, the terrifying energy storm gradually subsided, and the shattered space began to slowly heal under the primordial world's self-repairing power. As the countless beings of the primordial world came back to their senses, they gazed at the vast void, and the shattered remnants in the center of the primordial world, all left dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. They had speculated that either the witch or demon clans would pay a heavy price to emerge victorious, unifying the primordial world and becoming the masters of heaven and earth. But what lay before them was the outcome of both the witch and demon clans perishing together, which far exceeded their expectations. Even more surprising was that the final battle of the witches and demons had resulted in such a terrifying aftermath. Not only had a significant portion of the central primordial world been severely damaged and shattered, but all the beings that had not managed to escape perished within. It was comparable to the destruction caused by the explosion of Mount Xiumi by the demon ancestor Luo Ho during the previous war between immortals and demons. Roar. Just as all beings were immersed in profound shock, a deafening roar echoed from the edge of the void. In the next moment, a scarred giant hand emerged from the fissures in the ground. Following that, a giant towering several million zhang pushed away the earth and stones, pressing down on him, and struggled to stand up. Its ancestor Gong Gong. Heavens, he's not dead. The myriad beings of the primordial world exclaimed upon seeing the magnificent giant standing between heaven and earth. They all believed that Ancestor Gong Gong had perished under the onslaught of the Chaos Bell, just like Zhu Rong and Zhu Meng. Unexpectedly, after being blasted away for millions of miles, not only did Ancestor Gong Gong survive, but he had also evaded the self-destruction of ancestors Di, Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and others. Elder brother. Second brother. Seventh brother. Ninth brother. Ancestor Gong Gong scraped off the dirt and stones from himself, and flew into the shattered void crazily, searching for traces of ancestors Di, Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and others. But even as he searched through the vast void, he found no clues, and even the remaining aura of the ancestors was rapidly dissipating. Ancestor Gong Gong knelt on both knees looking up to the sky and roaring, his voice shaking the heavens as blood tears streamed from his wide, shocked tiger eyes. He had shared the same source with the other ancestors living together on Buzhou Mountain for millions of years, truly sharing life and death with deep bonds of affection. Ancestor Gong Gong could not accept that his closest brothers had perished together with Dijun and Taiyi. Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Ancestor Gong Gong screamed heart-wrenchingly, his voice echoing throughout the primordial world. At this moment, all primordial beings deeply felt the profound unwillingness and despair in his voice. This Ancestor Gong Gong is truly pitiful. He had so many brothers and sisters, countless kin, and now he is the only survivor. Indeed, what blow could anyone endure? Sigh. As the myriad beings of the primordial world lamented and pitied Ancestor Gong Gong, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Since my brothers and sisters and kin are no longer here, what is the point of my existence in this primordial? Ancestor Gong Gong's features twisted, revealing a frenzied expression. Boom. Following that, flames ignited fiercely on him, and his aura began to soar rapidly. In order to crash into Buzhou Mountain and bury the entire primordial world alongside the witch clan, Ancestor Gong Gong unhesitatingly burned his own essence, blood temporarily reaching a quasi-saint level of power. Let us return together to the embrace of our Father God. Ancestor Gong Gong roared, transforming into a colossal fireball millions of zhang in size, hurtling towards the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain with destructive momentum. Damn it, Gong Gong, the ancestral god of the Wu clan, has gone mad. He means to shatter Mount Buzhou and drag the entire Honghuang world into oblivion with his tribe, and stop him. Now. Now, quickly. At the sight, the myriad beings of Honghuang, previously awestruck, were instantly struck with terror, their very souls scattering in panic as they cried out in frantic desperation. Mount Buzhou was the celestial pillar holding heaven and earth apart. Should it collapse, heaven and earth would merge once more into primordial chaos, and the entire Honghuang world along with its countless sentient beings would vanish utterly. Xinyuanzi, Shi Wangmu, and other great cultivators of Honghuang attempted to intervene, but Gong Gong, having burned his vital blood, had ascended to the Nearzage realm. Moreover, Gong Gong stood already at the heart of Honghuang. Even if other great cultivators wished to act, they could not reach him in time. And though Mount Buzhou rose as a seamless, impregnable monolith, its waist was comparatively slender. And because the ancestral gods had previously carved the ancestral god hall into its midsection, that very region had become Mount Buzhou's most vulnerable point. Before the disbelieving, petrified gaze of countless beings, Gong Gong transformed into a colossal fireball and slammed into Mount Buzhou with irresistible cataclysmic force. The impact echoed like a celestial collision. The mountain, towering millions of zhang high, shuddered violently. And having struck the waist with full might, Gong Gong immediately detonated himself, just as Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin had done before him. Boom! And under successive, devastating blows, a gaping chasm tore open across Mount Buzhou's midsection. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. In horrifying fissures, spiderweb thin, yet spreading with terrifying speed, erupted from the wound and raced across the entire mountain. Then massive boulders began tearing free from the mountainside, plummeting downward in violent torrents. As the fractures multiplied, Mount Buzhou finally buckled and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Boom! And the millions Hanghai Mountain crashed down, crushing the central expanse of Honghuang into a vast depression and shattering surrounding space beyond recognition. A maelstrom of residual energy surged outward, leveling countless peaks and slaughtering legions of beings. Yet this was not the gravest peril. In with the spine of Honghuang shattered a rift, millions of zhang long, ripped open in the heavens above Mount Buzhou. This celestial breach pierced deep into the chaotic realms, and instantly the surging waters of the heavenly river gushed forth through the fissure, forming a colossal roaring waterfall. Alongside the torrent poured hordes of chaotic beasts. Each beast loomed mountain-sized, grotesque beyond measure. Some bore thousands of limbs, others bristled with fangs across their entire bodies, still others lacked corporeal form altogether, mere vast roiling clouds of crimson-black calamity. Having survived within the chaotic realms, none fell below the peak of the Great Luo immortal realm. Many attained the level of primordial golden immortals. Even those nearing perfection or absolute consummation were legion. In the lawless chaos, only one creed reigned supreme: survival of the fittest, devouring to evolve. Thus, the moment the chaotic beasts surged into Honghuang, they launched indiscriminate slaughter, devouring every race, without mercy. Mount Buzhou had held heaven and earth eternally apart, preventing their reintegration into primordial chaos. But with its fall, heaven and earth now converged visibly, drawing ever closer. Simultaneously, the cosmic laws governing existence unraveled into utter disorder. Heaven tilted southeast, earth sank northwest. Countless peaks crumbled, the four seas erupted into waterfalls, millions of Zhonghai vast fissures scarred the eastern, southern, western, and northern lands alike. Honghuang itself resembled a shattered porcelain vessel, fragmented beyond repair, poised on the brink of total annihilation. Its myriad beings trembled in abject terror like ants scurrying upon a searing pan. They had believed the mutual extinction of the Wu and Yao clans to be the ultimate catastrophe. Unimaginable, unfathomable. Yet Gonggong, consumed by absolute despair, had shattered Mount Buzhou itself, determined to drag all of Honghuang into the grave alongside his clan. Faced with imminent dissolution, reversion to primal chaos, the cultivators above the Great Luo immortal realm shot skyward, piercing dimensional voids to flee toward the chaotic realms for sanctuary. Though the chaotic realms were lethally perilous, any cultivator below the Great Luo immortal realm would be instantly torn asunder. Even Great Luo immortals could barely preserve themselves, their survival hanging by a thread. Yet even so, risking the chaos remained preferable to perishing with Honghuang, offering however faint a sliver of hope. Still, cultivators of such exalted rank were but a handful among Honghuang's countless denizens. The rest, billions upon billions of beings, could not even depart Honghuang. They stood helpless, staring into the apocalyptic maelstrom, awaiting death with mute resignation. Just as despair reached its zenith, when all hearts turned cold and lifeless, a golden bridge erupted from the void, radiating boundless divine light and unleashing cascades of sacred Tao patterns across the heavens. Wherever the bridge passed, the chaotic elements, earth, wind, water, fire, subsided instantly. It temporarily stabilized central Honghuang, halting further fragmentation of the world. In the next instant, a peerless sword aura streaked across the void from the east, cleaving hundreds of chaotic beasts emerging from the celestial rift. Taiching, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Shangqing, Tongtian, Yuhua Sage, Zhuani Sage, and Jain Sage appeared almost simultaneously above the fallen Mount Buzhou. The 6 sages of Honghuang stood aloft, emanating an aura of supreme, transcendent sovereignty, so overwhelming it instantly kindled hope in the hearts of every being trapped in ruin. With the crisis reaching its apex, and Honghuang teetering on extinction, the 6 sages exchanged no words. Each assumed their sacred duty without delay. Taiching Laozi activated the Taiji diagram, stabilizing the elemental forces and anchoring the entire spatial continuum, preventing chaotic beasts from spilling beyond central Honghuang and ravaging its peoples. Open! In Shangqing, Tongtian swept his hand wide. In the sword of annihilation, the sword of slaughter, the sword of entrapment, and the sword of severance soared heavenward, taking positions at the 4 cardinal points of the celestial rift, forming the supreme heavenly Tao array, the sword array of annihilation. As the ancient verse declares, in neither bronze, nor iron, nor steel, it is in nor forged upon Mount Zuma's base. In no yin-yang reversal tempered its edge, and no waterfire refining honed its grace. Annihilation cuts deep, the slaughter ends all, the entrapment ignites crimson light. In severance shifts with infinite mystery, staining even primordial sages' robes with blood. At the array's activation, waves of utter destruction flooded the 9 heavens, torrents of slaughtered energy pierced straight into the chaos. Chaotic beasts crossing into the sword array of annihilation were instantly reduced to dust, flesh, spirit, and soul obliterated in an instant. Yuanshi, Tianzuan wielded the Panga banner, coordinating with Zhuanti and Jain sages to eliminate chaotic beasts already infiltrating Honghuang. Yuhua Sage meanwhile sought to seal the celestial rift using her sage power, cutting off the source of chaotic beast incursion entirely. In watching wave after wave of chaotic beasts fall, Li Qingxu's heart swelled with complex emotion. Each beast possessed cultivation at least at the Great Luo immortal level, guaranteeing exceptionally high-tier essence fragments, and their numbers were legion. If he could collect these essence fragments, his own strength would undergo yet another profound metamorphosis. Yet Taiching Laozi's Taiji diagram had already sealed space across a radius of millions of li, leaving Li Qingxu powerless to draw near. Moreover, central Honghuang had become the Six Sages' battlefield. Li Qingxu stood only at the Taiyi golden immortal level. A single casual strike from any sage would annihilate him utterly, let alone the sheer killing intent radiating from their presence, which alone could shatter his soul countless times over. What is destined will come, or what is not fated must not be forced. Staring helplessly here serves no purpose. I shall proceed according to plan. Li Qingxu swiftly steadied his mind. And even Hongyun Daozu, the Grand Patriarch of Dao, could not foresee all things or command fate absolutely. How much less could he at this stage? Li Qingxu opened a spatial gateway and stepped through, vanishing without a trace. At the northern sea's return to the void, a portal opened, and Li Qingxu flew out from within. Due to the collapse of Buzhou Mountain and the cataclysmic changes in the primordial world, the once slumbering northern sea's mystic turtle had awakened and was conversing with the ancestral dragon that suppressed the sea eye. I never expected that the Wu clan's little ones would be this reckless. Unable to accept the defeat of their clan, they shattered Buzhou Mountain, intending to drag the entire primordial world down with them. The northern sea's mystic turtle sighed from the depths of its heart. Although with its quiescent cultivation, it could still survive in a small world within the chaos, even if the primordial world were to be destroyed. Yet for some reason, an ominous premonition grew stronger in the heart of the northern sea's mystic turtle, as if some terrible calamity was about to befall it. When the Wu clan thrived, they claimed to be the true lineage of Pengdu occupying Buzhou Mountain. Once the Wu clan is extinguished, the ancestral Wu Gonggong will make the entire primordial world and countless living beings accompany them to the grave. Such actions are indeed more ruthless than the demon ancestor Liu. The ancestral dragon spoke, filled with resentment towards the Wu clan's actions. After all, although the dragon clan had fallen, there were still the Qingbai and Shi, four subsidiary dragon clans living in the northern sea, thus continuing the lineage. However, Gonggong's actions threatened to annihilate the dragon clan entirely. Amidst the resentment, the ancestral dragon also keenly sensed the oddities surrounding the final battle between the Wu and Yao clans. Originally, the Wu and Yao clans had coexisted peacefully for many years, but Dijun's 10 precious sons confined on the Sun Star had suddenly arrived on the primordial land without anyone in the demon court noticing. The 10 little golden crows sunbaked Quafu, and Hui shot down the little golden crows to avenge Quafu, while Dijun and Donghuang Taiyi killed Hui to avenge the little golden crows. These series of events completely ignited the accumulated grievances between the Wu and Yao clans, leading to the tragic Great War between them. This plot cannot be said to be exactly the same as the Dragonhan calamity, but it is very similar. Such a similar plot made the ancestral dragon involuntarily suspect whether all of this was orchestrated by that figure in the shadows. However, although the ancestral dragon had guessed part of the truth for the sake of the dragon clan's continuation, it dared not reveal even a single word. Senior Mystic Turtle. Senior Ancestral Dragon. After flying out of the portal, Li Qingxu saw both the Northern Sea's Mystic Turtle and the Ancestral Dragon being top-tier powers of the primordial world, since Li Qingxu's overwhelming blood energy, his source, as vast as the sea, and his boundless pure divine power. The speed at which young friend Li has grown truly exceeds my expectations. The Northern Sea's Mystic Turtle sighed sincerely. As an ancient being born at the dawn of creation, standing atop the river of time, it had seen countless so-called geniuses. However, it was the first time it encountered someone like Li Qingxu, who underwent such earth-shattering transformation in just a few million years. The ancestral dragon's thoughts were similar to those of the Northern Sea's Mystic Turtle. Although it itself was a top innate being of the primordial world, it had to admit that when it reached the great perfection of the Taiyi golden immortal realm, it was far from being as powerful as Li Qingxu. You two seniors flatter me. Li Qingxu smiled slightly and humbly said, I wonder what brings me here at this time. Senior Mystic Turtle inquired. I feel that the great calamity sensed by Senior Turtle may have already arrived, hence I came to assist in seizing a glimmer of hope. With the situation urgently, Qingxu didn't bother with any preamble, directly stating his purpose. Oh, please elaborate, young friend. The Northern Sea's Mystic Turtle was taken aback, not expecting that just as it sensed the impending calamity, Li Qingxu would appear. Senior Now Gonggong has toppled Buzhou Mountain, causing the primordial world to lose its celestial backbone and about to revert to chaos. In my humble opinion, the saints will slay the chaotic beasts and repair the void fissures above Buzhou Mountain, then seek something to replace Buzhou Mountain as the support for the heavens. That certainly makes sense. But what does this have to do with Senior Mystic Turtle? The Ancestral Dragon asked, somewhat puzzled. Senior Mystic Turtle is a divine turtle that has survived since the creation of the world, its size being the largest among all living beings in the primordial world. I believe the saints may use Senior's 4 limbs to support the 4 extremes of the primordial world. Although Li Qingxu had put it very politely, both the Ancestral Dragon and the Northern Seas Mystic Turtle instantly understood his meaning. So the great calamity I sensed was indeed that I would be slain by the saints with my 4 limbs replacing Buzhou Mountain to support the 4 extremes of the primordial world. The Northern Seas Mystic Turtle murmured, feeling a heavy weight in its heart. It had originally thought that with its endless lifespan and formidable strength, having always slept in the Northern Sea, and being non-contentious, never entangling with karma, it should be safe from calamity. Unexpectedly, even having done this, it still could not escape a dead end in the face of the grand scheme of heaven and earth. So, does that mean Senior is? The Ancestral Dragon hesitated. Although the Northern Seas Mystic Turtle had reached the Quasi-Saint realm, it was still no match for true heavenly Tao, saints the 6 of whom could easily slay it. There is no need for Senior to worry. As the saying goes, everything has its twists and turns. In my view, this presents both a calamity and a tremendous opportunity for Senior. Seeing the utterly helpless expression on the Northern Seas Mystic Turtle, Li Qingxu continued, "Oh, please instruct me, young friend." The Northern Seas Mystic Turtle's eyes brightened upon hearing this, hastily asking. The primordial world was transformed from the Great Tao's child, the Panga deity, thus the Great Tao is particularly attentive to the primordial world. Supporting the heavens can prevent the primordial world from reverting to chaos and save the lives of countless beings, which is a matter of immeasurable merit. If Senior can make up your mind and actively vow to the Great Tao, willing to sacrifice your physical body to support the heavens, you will surely gain massive merits and boundless fortune from the Great Tao. At that time, I will guide Senior through the path of reincarnation and recultivation. With the backing of the Great Tao's merits and boundless fortune, Senior has an enormous chance of breaking free from constraints and achieving the Tao of the primordial. Li Qingxu slowly articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the Northern Seas Mystic Turtle felt a sudden clarity, as if it had found light at the end of the tunnel. Now that the primordial world is on the verge of destruction and returning to chaos, if it could voluntarily sacrifice its physical body to support the heavens, it would essentially be saving all living beings in the primordial world, both now and in the future. This merit and fortune would be entirely comparable to that of the 3 purities. With its current Quasi-Saint cultivation, if it were to reincarnate and cultivate again, with such vast merits and fortune, achieving the Tao of the primordial and becoming the 8th saint of the primordial world would be a certainty. Thank you, young friend, for your guidance. I now know what to do, the Northern Seas Mystic Turtle said after a brief contemplation, quickly making a decision. After all, it was impossible for it to evade this calamity. Rather than waiting idly for the saints to come and cut off its 4 limbs to support the heavens, it was better to proactively support the heavens, gain merits and fortune, and lay the foundation for the Great Tao in its next life. The Tao is supreme. I, the North Sea Xian Turtle, see that the primordial chaos has lost its pillar, and it is about to return to chaos. My heart aches. I am willing to offer my flesh and blood to support the 4 corners of the universe, saving all beings from the perils of fire and water. I beseech the Tao to witness this. The booming voice of the North Sea Xian Turtle, strengthened by divine power, reverberated throughout the entire primordial world like a great bell. The saints, including Yuan Shi, Tianzun, Zhu Ti, and Jieyin, were left dumbfounded. Although the chaotic beasts that surged into the primordial world were numerous and powerful, they were still like ants in the presence of the heavenly saints, and were quickly exterminated. Under the guidance of Hongyun, Dao Zhu Nu Hua Saint ventured to the 5 mountains of the primordial world to gather the 5-colored divine stones, and with the Qingxu Ding bestowed by Hongjun Dao Zhu, she refined them into 5-colored divine liquid, preparing to mend the heavenly cave. The saints, including Yuan Shi, Tianzun, Zhu Ti, and Jieyin, began searching for something to replace the unshakable mountain to support the heavens and earth of the primordial world. After much discussion, they remembered the North Sea Xian Turtle, which had been sleeping in the North Sea, and planned to sever its 4 limbs, refine it slightly, and use it to support the heavens. Unexpectedly, just as they were moved to act, the North Sea Xian Turtle actually swore to the Tao and volunteered to offer its flesh to support the heavens. As the North Sea Xian Turtle swore to the Tao, its true spirit flew out from its brow, abandoning its physical body. Immediately, endless purple golden clouds of merit surged in the sky. The purple-golden clouds of merit stretched for millions of miles, illuminating the mountains and rivers, altering their colors, while an unparalleled sacred aura swept across the universe. In addition, spectacular phenomena, such as heavenly flowers raining down and golden lotuses emerging from the earth, unfolded in abundance. In the next moment, two immensely thick beams of merit golden light, blazing like the rivers of stars across the nine heavens, surged down from the center of the clouds towards the North Sea Xian turtle and Li Qingxu. The figures of the North Sea Xian turtle and Li Qingxu were instantly engulfed in the rich purple-golden divine light, and even the surrounding seawater transformed into a crystalline treasure-like liquid. What the hell? The merit of the Tao. Such vast merit of the Tao. All living beings in the primordial world gazed at the North Sea enveloped in blazing purple-golden light, dumbfounded and astonished, their eyes wide with shock. If the merit of the Tao that Li Qingxu received when he swore to become the Emperor of Fengdu was a small pond, then the merit of the Tao obtained by the North Sea Xian turtle supporting the heavens was an ocean. Such immense merit of the Tao could allow any being, without cultivation, to soar into the heavens, becoming a powerful saint. Moreover, a saint who absorbed the merit of the Tao would undoubtedly be much stronger than those who absorbed the merit of the heavenly Tao. However, due to the North Sea Xian turtle currently being in a true spirit state, such vast merit of the Tao did not enhance its power, but instead merged entirely into its true spirit. As for Li Qingxu, who guided the North Sea Xian turtle to offer its flesh to support the heavens, he received approximately 10% of the merit of the Tao. Though it was only 10%, the amount was still astonishing. He madly operated the Tao Yi Xian Jing, injecting all this merit of the Tao into the countless stars within his body, which numbered 3,600 great Zhoutian. The merit of the Tao is the purest essence of the Tao itself. With the influx of vast merit, countless dense purple-golden light points appeared within Li Qingxu's body. After absorbing the merit of the Tao, all the stars within him began to transform from stars into small worlds. As Li Qingxu and the North Sea Xian turtle absorbed the merit of the Tao, the primordial beings erupted in chaos. Li Qingxu from the Jiejiao actually received merit of the Tao. It seems he persuaded the North Sea Xian turtle to abandon its physical body and proactively support the heavens. Upon detecting the situation above the Gui Su, the primordial beings quickly guessed the cause and effect. Last time, when Li Qingxu took advantage of Ho Tu's reincarnation to become the Emperor of Fengdu, he not only received merit of the Tao, but also gained immense fortune from the cycles of reincarnation benefiting the entire Jiejiao. Now at this time of heaven collapsing and the primordial world about to return to chaos, he was able to find such a great opportunity in a desperate situation, truly demonstrating a mind close to the extraordinary. Li Qingxu not only possesses an extraordinary mind and abundant fortune, but his strength is also extremely formidable. In my opinion, the Jiejiao will soon produce a supreme powerhouse. The primordial beings sighed from the depths of their hearts, envious to the extreme, while Taiching, Laozi, Yuan, Shitian, Zunjuan, and other saints looked at the blazing merit golden light above the Gui Su with great dissatisfaction. Third brother, you have truly taken in a good disciple, even daring to intercept the opportunity of your own master midway. Yuan Shitian Zun darkly spoke to Shangqing Tongtian. Facing Yuan Shitian Zun's provocation, Shangqing Tongtian remained unperturbed. That is not the case. We merely began to have the thought. Qingxu had no way of knowing about this matter. His ability to guide the North Sea Xian turtle to support the heavens and receive merit of the Tao is entirely due to his own opportunity. How can there be talk of interception? Shangqing Tongtian said with a smile. He did not believe that Li Qingxu had intercepted his opportunity. On the contrary, he felt greatly comforted that his disciple was able to find such a great opportunity amidst the fear and chaos of all beings. Tongtian Shixiang, we could have severed the North Sea Xian turtle's 4 limbs to support the heavens and obtain the merit of the heavenly Tao. Now, due to Qingxu Shizi's intervention, it has turned into a bubble. Qingxu Shizi has caused us such a significant loss. Shouldn't Shixiang give us an explanation? Zhuan Ti spoke coldly to Shangqing Tongtian. They had previously made 48 grand wishes to borrow vast merit from the heavenly Tao to attain sainthood. If they were unable to repay, one day the heavenly Tao would likely reclaim the merit and revert them to their original forms. Thus Zhuan Ti and Jieyin placed utmost importance on merit. Seeing the heavenly Tao merit that was originally within their reach fall into Li Qingxu's hands, they were extremely unwilling. Moreover, last time I instructed Di Zong to lead hundreds of disciples to the 18 layers of hell to enlighten all beings and eliminate their karmic debts. However, Qingxu Shizi not only rejected them, but even broke my disciple Di Zhang's leg. Shouldn't Shixiang also give an explanation to the Western teachings about this matter? Seeing that the other 5 saints harbored discontent towards Shangqing Tongtian Jiayin immediately seized the opportunity to seek compensation. I have said that my disciple Qingxu can guide the North Sea Xian turtle to support the heavens and receive merit of the Tao. This is his own opportunity, and there is no talk of interception. As for your Western disciples, while they claim to eliminate karmic debts for all beings, in reality, they seek to meddle in the underworld and divide the karmic cycles. In my view, Qingxu has shown leniency towards them out of consideration for the Xianmen relationship. You still don't know what's good for you, seeking an explanation from me. What explanation do you want? Come and clarify it with me. Shangqing Tongshan's brows furrowed as he directly activated the extermination sword array to lock onto Zhuan Ti and Jiayin. Although the 3 purities have separated, Yuan Shi Tianzun is still his elder brother. Thus he could respond politely to Yuan Shi Tianzun's inquiries. But what are Zhuan Ti and Jiayin? Previously they were like street rats in the primordial world, swindling everywhere. Later, by feigning pity in the Purple Cloud Palace, they gained the sympathy of Hongyun Laozu, who relinquished the first row of mats, allowing them to ride on luck and be accepted as registered disciples by Hongjun Daozu. Ultimately, they only managed to borrow merit to attain sainthood by making 48 grand wishes. For Shangqing Tongtian, being associated with shameless individuals like Zhuan Ti and Jiayin as disciples of the Tao ancestor was already a disgrace to his Pangu Orthodox identity. Now they even dared to turn the tables and seek him for an explanation. Truly, it is a case of not knowing. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin were instantly stricken with horror as they felt the invisible aura of the supreme formation of the heavenly Tao, the extermination sword array, locking onto them, their very souls trembling. They possessed only a few supreme innate spiritual treasures, and if the Shangqing Tongtian truly used the extermination sword array against them, they would have no means of resistance and would be obliterated in an instant. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin cast pleading gazes towards Taiching, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzun, and Nuwa. Yet the 3 of them averted their eyes, pretending not to see. Cough, cough. My junior brother merely mentioned it casually without any intention of seeking a response. Please do not take it to heart, senior brother, Zhuan Ti said, waving his hands in a hurry, feeling overwhelmed. Indeed, it is a joyous occasion for our disciple Qingxu to have such fortune. As his uncles, we are genuinely happy for him. Jiayin chimed in, trying to smooth things over, fearing that Shangqing Tongtian might turn hostile. Though they were saints of the heavenly Tao, their true spirits were housed within the heavenly Tao, making them immortal. However, should they be killed, reviving would come at a substantial cost. It better be that way. Shangqing Tongtian shot them a cold glance, retracting his murderous intent. Meanwhile, the vast golden light of the great Tao gradually dimmed and dissipated after lasting for a quarter of it. The true spirit of the North Sea Xian turtle, infused with tremendous merit of the great Tao, had transformed from a pale golden hue to an incredibly pure purple gold color, exuding a rich aura of the Tao akin to the vessel of the great Tao. Its shell also absorbed some of the merits of the great Tao, undergoing a transformation. Its robust limbs detached from its body, morphing into pillars of golden light, as if forged from divine metal, reaching towards the 4 extremes of the primordial wilderness. Soon the 4 limbs of the North Sea Xian turtle arrived at the southern, northern, eastern, and western extremes of the primordial wilderness, supporting the gradually converging heavens and earth, merging with the surrounding land. The turtle shell of the North Sea Xian turtle continuously shrank, ultimately transforming into a piece of purple gold, the divine armor of great Tao merit. The Tao patterns originally etched on its shell were also imprinted on the armor, and due to the merits of the great Tao, they became even more profound. Although this divine armor of great Tao merit was merely of the grade of a postnatal supreme spiritual treasure, it not only possessed the effects of attracting good fortune and averting misfortune, as well as severing causality, but its defensive power was no less than that of a true supreme innate spiritual treasure. Meanwhile, Nuwa, through the Qiankuan cauldron, melted the 5-colored divine stones retrieved from the 5 great mountains: East Mount Tai, West Mount Hua, South Mount Hung, Central Mount Song, and North Mount Hung, into a vast amount of 5-colored divine liquid. Subsequently, Nuwa flew to the bottom of the heavenly cave with the Qiankuan cauldron and forcefully splashed it towards the heavenly cave. Splash! The 5-colored divine liquid poured out like a rainbow from the heavenly cave, and under the manipulation of divine power precisely sealed the enormous heavenly cave. 1 extra drop of 5-colored divine liquid fell from the sky, landing at the shores of the East Sea. The 5-colored divine liquid sealing the heavenly cave quickly solidified after a brief flow and gradually merged with the surrounding space, achieving perfection. Thus the crisis of destruction brought about by the collision of the ancestral, which Gonggong, with the Buzhou Mountain, was completely resolved. However, due to the slight disparities in the lengths of the North Sea Xian turtles, 4 limbs the heavens tilted northwest, and the earth sank southeast, causing all rivers and lakes of the primordial wilderness to flow toward the East Sea from then on. Thank you, saints, for your intervention, saving us from the brink of disaster. Thank you, saints, for your great mercy. As the primordial world gradually returned to calm, the laws of earth, wind, water, and fire stabilized. The countless beings of the primordial wilderness, having survived the calamity, were moved to tears, kneeling and bowing in gratitude towards the 6 saints of the primordial wilderness. When Buzhou Mountain collapsed, the heavens shattered, and countless chaotic beasts flooded into the primordial wilderness. They truly believed the end of the world had come, with no place left for anyone to be buried. Unexpectedly, under the united efforts of the 6 saints, the calamity of extinction in the primordial wilderness was ultimately quelled. Those powerful beings who had fled into the chaotic realm also returned to their homeland one after another. The 6 saints nodded slightly, accepting the gratitude of all beings. In truth, their intervention was not solely to save the primordial world, part of it was for their own reasons. After all, they were saints of the heavenly Tao, with their true spirits residing within the heavenly Tao. If the primordial world returned to chaos and the heavenly Tao was destroyed, they too would perish alongside it. Looking at the Buzhou Mountain, which had shattered into countless pieces, the 3 pure ones waved their hands. The fragments of Buzhou Mountain trembled violently, with the 3 largest pieces soaring into the sky, shrinking at a visible speed, ultimately flying into the sleeves of the 3 pure ones. Though Buzhou Mountain had collapsed, it was originally the spine of Fengdu, still retaining some of the true essence of creation, and remained immensely useful. While Nuwa, Zhuan-Ti, and Jieyin were envious, they did not dare to compete with the 3 pure ones, the true descendants of Fengdu, and could only take away the other less valuable fragments of Buzhou Mountain. Once all the dust had settled, a continuous stream of golden clouds of merit appeared in the skies above the central region of the primordial wilderness, and various splendid phenomena emerged in succession. The 6 saints sealing the heavenly cave, slaying the chaotic beasts, and repairing the primordial earth, saving all beings from calamity, constituted a great merit. Naturally, the heavenly Tao would bestow merit as a reward. Boom! In the next moment, the vast clouds of merit transformed into 6 beams of varying thickness, precisely landing on the 6 saints, including Taiching Laozi. Among them, Nuwa received the most merit due to her efforts in mending the sky. Next was Taiching Laozi, who repaired the primordial earth, and Shangqing Tongtian, who slaughtered countless chaotic beasts. Zhuan-Ti and Jieyin, who had played a supporting role, received the least merit. Moments later, the overwhelming merit of the heavenly Tao was completely absorbed by the 6 saints. The cultivation of Taiching Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Shangqing Tongtian, and Nuwa had significantly strengthened, receiving a considerable boost in their power. However, Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin's merit from the heavenly Tao automatically repaid their merit debt, resulting in no growth in their cultivation. Oh, the hardship! Oh, the hardship! This merit from the heavenly Tao has only repaid about 1/10. When will it all be fully repaid? Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin looked at the rapidly advancing 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and others, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Their foundations were not as strong as the 3 pure ones, and they garnered less merit than Nuwa. The only hope to surpass them lay in vigorously developing the Western sect, allowing their disciples to provide a continuous flow of vast fortune. However, most of the remarkable beings in the primordial world had already been taken under the wing of the 3 pure ones. Especially with the interception of the sect of myriad immortals, they had practically gathered all the talents of the primordial wilderness. To continue strengthening the Western sect, they might have to find ways to undermine the 3 pure ones. As everything seemed to settle, the myriad beings of the primordial chaos initially intended to return and rebuild their homeland. Suddenly, resplendent 5-colored celebration clouds re-emerged in the sky above the northern sea. Upon the appearance of the 5-colored clouds, they expanded to cover millions of acres and continued to grow. What is happening? The great beings of the primordial chaos were puzzled and released their divine senses towards the northern sea. Soon they discovered Li Qingxu seated in the sky above the northern sea, his robes fluttering, emanating a dignified aura. At this moment, Li Qingxu was enveloped in golden light, radiating a terrifying aura that made the surrounding seawater within millions of miles seem to boil. It's Li Qingxu of the Jiejiao who is about to break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm, someone exclaimed. When he killed the 10 demon gods of the demon court 1,000,000 years ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Taiyi golden immortal realm. Now, having absorbed the merits of the Tao, he has likely accumulated enough to at least reach the 9-product blooming stage. What do you mean? 9 product blooming. Are you joking? Li Qingxu is someone who could slay by Zay at the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. His talent is definitely not inferior to top innate beings like Dijun and Taiyi. I predict that Li Qingxu will at least achieve the 12 product blooming stage. In my view, you are being too. Li Qingxu's comprehension is extraordinary and his luck is profound. Over the years, he has likely grasped numerous laws of power. At his current level, Dijun and Dijun were nowhere near as formidable. I assert that when Li Qingxu attains the Great Luo, he could reach the 16 product blooming stage or even the 18 product stage. The great beings of the primordial chaos debated speculating on how many products Li Qingxu would achieve when he attains the Great Luo. The Ren Jiao Chan Jiao, Jie Jiao Western Church the Human Race, as well as Zhen Yuanzi Shi Wangmu, and the 6 saints of the primordial chaos, were closely monitoring Li Qingxu. After all, the number of products blossomed upon attaining the Great Luo largely determines the ultimate potential of the cultivator. The Jie Jiao and the human race hoped that Li Qingxu could soar to great heights, completely rising to become a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, the Ren Jiao Chan Jiao and Western Church members silently prayed that Li Qingxu's early brilliance was merely a flash in the pan, and that once his realm improved, he would not be able to maintain such unstoppable momentum. Under the gaze of the masses, the 5-colored celebration clouds above the northern sea continued to spread, and before long they surpassed 10 million acres, showing no signs of diminishing. Half an hour later, the 5-colored celebration clouds stopped expanding after reaching 30 million acres. Truly astonishing. I remember that when the chief disciple of the Jie Jiao Taoist duo Bao attained the Great Luo, the 5-colored celebration clouds only covered a few 100,000 acres, right? Although the size of the 5-colored clouds doesn't necessarily determine the number of products blossomed from the current view, Li Qingxu achieving 16 products is a certainty. The myriad beings of the primordial chaos watched the ever-swirling, radiating 5-colored celebration clouds, all expressing their amazement. Among them, the most anxious was Taoist duo Bao, who was being compared against Li Qingxu. Li Qingxu defeated Guang Qingzi at the Demon Court's celestial marriage, standing up for his fellow disciples. He then established the regulations of the Jie Jiao, transforming the previously chaotic state of the Jie Jiao. He later became the emperor of Fengdu, sealing many Jie Jiao disciples as the officials of the Underworld, enjoying the fortune of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Li Qingxu's status and prestige in the hearts of his disciples has now completely surpassed that of Taoist duo Bao. The only aspect in which Taoist duo Bao outshines Li Qingxu is in cultivation level. He often comforts himself that many heavenly prodigies of the primordial chaos made their mark when their cultivation was low, but 99% turned out to be like ephemeral flowers fading into obscurity after breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only those who bloom above the 9 products and successfully break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm have the qualifications to rival the great beings of the primordial chaos. Otherwise, no matter how astonishing they were before, they would ultimately turn to dust. Thus, Taoist duo Bao can only hope that Li Qingxu's number of products blossomed is low, or that he cannot endure the tribulation of the Great Luo and perishes. Then he could regain his former status as the revered senior brother in the hearts of many Jie Jiao disciples. The aura emanating from Li Qingxu grew increasingly intense. When his aura reached a certain threshold, a light shone from his brow, and 3 flower buds the size of fists flew out. These 3 flower buds were crystal clear, delicate, and boneless, presenting 3 colors: gold, silver, and copper, representing the personification of Li Qingxu's own Tao. Next, these 3 flower buds shot upwards, floating at the center of the vast 5-colored cloud sea. In the next moment, divine light flew out from his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Ordinary cultivators have unremarkable origins, so the 5 energies they nurture within their chests are mostly just a wisp of divine light. However, Li Qingxu's foundation reached the purple gold level with an immensely rich origin. The 5 energies he nurtured within his chest were exceptionally vibrant, instantly merging into the 3 flowers. The nourished top 3 flowers began to gradually expand and bloom, the buds dazzling with divine light, as if nurturing deities. 3 products, 6 products, 9 products. The speed at which Li Qingxu's top 3 flowers bloomed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye 9 petals had opened, reaching the level of most primordial great beings, and showing no signs of slowing down. 12 products, 14 products, 16 products. The 3 flowers continued to bloom until they opened 16 crystal clear petals before finally coming to a halt. 16 products blooming. The myriad beings of the primordial chaos were amazed, yet it also felt expected, as the strength Li Qingxu had previously displayed was evident. The disciples of the Chan Jiao, such as the Grand Master Xiandu and Qingxu, felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Their goal was to achieve 9 products blooming upon breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with ordinary great beings of the primordial chaos. Yet Li Qingxu directly achieved 16 products blooming, nearly surpassing all primordial great beings comparable to Beast Emperor Shen, Innate Ancestral Dragon Yuan Feng, and only second to the 3 pure ones. Moreover, as a direct disciple of the Shangqing Tongtian, Li Qingxu need not worry about falling midway. Therefore, it is almost certain that Li Qingxu will become a quasi-saint of great perfection, or even a powerful figure at the sub-saint level. The disciples of the Jie Jiao cheered and were filled with excitement. Daoist duo Bao, who was cultivating in his cave, heard the raucous cheers from Janeo Island and looked at the dazzling 16 product, 3 flowers in the sky, his features twisted with jealousy. Li Qingxu. Daoist duo Bao gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, even digging his nails into the flesh of his palms. From this day forth, his only consolation and hope would be completely shattered. Nephew Qingxu's 16 products blooming has limitless prospects. My senior brother truly has taken in a fine disciple. Zhu and Ti and Jie Yin, with somewhat stiff expressions, spoke, their hearts already filled with envy. While their direct disciples Dizong Wang Yaoshi and Methria were still striving for 9 products blooming, Li Qingxu had already achieved 16 products for certain. What is the meaning of disparity? This is the meaning of disparity. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, junior brother. Niuhua and Laozi of Taiching also forced smiles, congratulating Shangqing Tongtian. Thank you. Seeing Li Qingxu's 16 products blooming, and his bright future, Shangqing Tongtian was in good spirits and replied with a smile. Just when everyone was marveling at the high number of petals of Li Qingxu's 3 flowers, little did they know this was merely the beginning. Li Qingxu's body emanated countless intricate and mysterious Dao patterns, each of which shimmered with brilliance and changed unpredictably. Each Dao pattern represented a type of law power that Li Qingxu had comprehended. For instance, blue spatial Dao patterns, purple temporal Dao patterns, black and white yin-yang Dao patterns, fiery red fire Dao patterns, blood red killing Dao patterns, and so on. These Dao patterns densely surrounded Li Qingxu, numbering in the hundreds. Buddha Amitabha. Taoist heavens, infinite virtue. Hallelujah. Li Qingxu had cultivated for such a short time, yet he had already preliminarily mastered hundreds of fundamental laws. The primordial sages, observing in secret, stood utterly petrified, eyes bulging forth in disbelief, faces etched with stupefaction. Ordinarily, a celestial immortal of the Taiyi rank needed only to grasp a single fundamental law to ascend to the Luo rank of immortality. Yet Li Qingxu now manifested over 120 distinct fundamental laws, and among the top 10 of the 3,000 great Dao laws, he had already mastered spatial law, temporal law, yin-yang law, and the 5-element law, more than half of them. Moreover, the 8 trigrams law, as well as the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, war, and slaughter, all ranked among the 50 most formidable laws. Such an unfathomable feat left even those primordial sages, still reeling from the recent cataclysm of the primordial realm, staggered with shock. Go! Nat Li Qingxu's silent command, all law patterns instantly transformed into radiant beams of multicolored light, vanishing into his triple blossoms above the crown. The triple blossoms, previously dormant, resumed their dazzling bloom upon infusion with the power of the laws. 18 petals, 20, 24. My heavens, it still hasn't ceased. And the myriad beings of the primordial realm gazed upward at the ever-unfurling blossoms suspended in the high heavens and cried out in awe. After all, even the 3 pure ones, the authentic descendants of Fengdu, had attained only 24 petals upon their own ascension to the Luo rank. Now Li Qingxu was poised to shatter that record. 28, 32, 36. Nonly, when the full 36 petals had fully opened, did the triple blossoms finally reach their ultimate complete radiance. At that moment, Li Qingxu's triple blossoms blazed like 3 searing suns, dazzling beyond measure, emitting 10,000 beams of divine light that illuminated heaven and earth alike. Silence fell upon all creation, time itself seemed suspended. Every primordial being who witnessed this spectacle stood stunned, skulls ringing, minds utterly blank. When Li Qingxu first began his ascent to the Luo rank, observers had speculated his triple blossoms would number no fewer than 12 petals, perhaps even 16. A few bolder souls dared predict 18, or even 20. Yet none, not even in their wildest imaginings, foresaw 36 petals, surpassing the 3 pure ones born from Fengdu's primordial essence, and breaking the record held since the dawn of the primordial realm. Next, a boundless sea of five-colored auspicious clouds, spanning 30 million mu, condensed into the purest energy and surged once more into Li Qingxu's triple blossoms. Though the golden, silver, and bronze blossoms ceased further unfolding, they gradually solidified in substance. Simultaneously, Li Qingxu sensed within himself a profound, transformative metamorphosis, utterly remaking his very being. Once every trace of the five-colored auspicious clouds had been absorbed, the petals became astonishingly dense, so vividly textured that even their finest, most delicate veins were rendered exquisitely visible. Retract. In with a mere thought, the golden, silver, and bronze blossoms dissolved into three streaks of light and re-entered his forehead, hovering gently above his spiritual sea, rotating softly. Boom! As the triple blossoms settled into place, an overwhelming aura erupted, vast and formless as an oceanic tide, sweeping across the 8 directions. Li Qingxu felt utterly reborn, his primordial essence brimmed with vitality, his thoughts crystalline in clarity, and even the slightest gesture now carried the force to shatter heavens and cleave earth. His comprehension of celestial laws had likewise ascended to a transcendent level. Yet his ascension to the Luo rank remained incomplete, for this transcendence marked not merely a cultivation milestone, but a fundamental leap from mortal to eternal life, demanding trial by heavenly tribulation. Such tribulation was the primordial realm's intrinsic mechanism for preserving cosmic equilibrium, its space, land, waters, and spiritual energy, all finite in measure. An overabundance of eternal beings would consume excessive resources, jeopardizing the survival of other life forms, and even the stability of the primordial realm itself. Generally, the greater a being's innate talent, the deeper its future impact on the primordial realm, and thus the more terrifying its tribulation. Those who endured the lightning tribulation would become true Luo immortals, granted infinite lifespans enduring as long as sun and moon. Those who failed, even if peerless in genius, would be reduced to ashes, erased entirely from the primordial realm. Rumble, rumble. As the five-colored auspicious clouds dispersed, the azure sky darkened instantly. Countless black thunderclouds billowed forth from the void. These clouds hung thick and oppressive, blotting out sun and moon alike. Luminous serpentine lightning coiled through their depths, emanating an aura so chilling it raised gooseflesh on the spine. This appears to be the celestial heaven thunder tribulation, and the myriad beings of the primordial realm gazed upward and swiftly identified the nature of the divine lightning. Ordinary Luo immortals faced elemental tribulations, with thunder, metal thunder, fire thunder, while sages like Jinyuanzi and Hongyun Laozu confronted the five-element divine thunder, or yin-yang divine thunder. But the celestial heaven thunder, since the formation of the primordial realm, had been summoned by fewer than 10 beings. Its rarity was legendary. Were any other primordial being to draw it forth, universal astonishment would surely follow. Yet seeing it descend upon Li Qingxu, whose triple blossoms bore 36 petals, no one expressed surprise. Boom! And after a brief gathering, the thunderclouds unleashed hundreds of azure lightning bolts, each tens of thousands of zhang wide, crashing down upon Li Qingxu. In that instant, the entire North Sea blazed with incandescent brilliance, blinding all who beheld it. Where the lightning passed, space shattered like glass. Even a stray arc could pulverize mountains towering a million zhang high. The primordial sages watched in silent awe. This celestial heaven thunder possessed truly apocalyptic might. Even a typical Luo immortal would likely perish beneath a single filament of its discharge. Just as all wondered what divine art or artifact Li Qingxu would deploy against such terrifying lightning, he simply seated himself cross-legged upon the ground and opened his mouth, inhaling the torrential celestial heaven thunder with a mighty resonant breath. In the next instant, all hundreds of celestial heaven thunderbolts vanished into his abdomen. To ordinary primordial beings, such lightning was an inescapable death sentence. To Li Qingxu, however, these divine bolts were supreme nourishment for the countless microcosms within his body. Lightning embodied both annihilation and the spark of life. His internal microcosms, newly formed and still in nascent chaos, stood in urgent need of renewal. These celestial heaven thunderbolts would thus serve a dual purpose, tempering his physical form while infusing his inner realms with vital generative energy. Rumble, rumble. Lightning flared across Li Qingxu's body as violent, unbridled thunder energy coursed through his meridians, refining his entire being before surging into his billion microcosms. This was merely the first wave. Soon a second wave descended, far more devastating, sweeping down with irresistible force to obliterate all existence. This second wave comprised thousands of thunderbolts, over 10 times the first. Yet Li Qingxu accepted them all, without hesitation swallowing each into his core. The third wave, fourth, fifth, and onward, followed the same pattern. Having absorbed vast quantities of celestial heaven thunder, Li Qingxu blazed with radiant lightning, his 7 orifices erupting with torrents of terrifying electric light, while every microcosm within him blackened under the relentless thunderous assault. Such audacious recklessness left every primordial sage trembling inwardly mouths agape. After all, this was one of the 10 great divine thunders of the primordial realm, capable of annihilating mountains with a single filament, evaporating rivers in an instant. And yet Li Qingxu swallowed this immense cataclysmic thunder whole, an act so harrowing that merely contemplating it sent chills down the spine. In their view, even if his physical form was extraordinarily resilient, such perilous gambles risked total bodily disintegration, leaving not even dust to bury. When the 9th wave of the divine thunder fell, the number had already reached millions, akin to a blazing sea of thunder crashing down upon Li Qingxu. Not only did the beings of the North Sea feel a chill run down their spines, but even the mighty figures from the primordial chaos billions of miles away felt their hearts race at the sight. Yet within Li Qingxu, countless miniature worlds absorbed the entire terrifying thunderous sea. Seeing that Li Qingxu had withstood the 9 waves of divine thunder and scathed Shangqing Tongtian and many disciples of the Jie sect along with the human race, let out a sigh of relief. Just when everyone thought Li Qingxu's breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal had come to an end, the thick thunderclouds above the North Sea not only did not disperse, but turned into an even more terrifying shade of purple. The aura radiating from the purple thundercloud was 100,000 times more terrifying than the previous divine thunder, causing even Quasi-Saint-level experts to feel horrified. What the hell? This is the legendary purple cloud divine thunder. After observing the clouds above, many mighty figures of the primordial chaos suddenly recalled something, gasping in astonishment with wide eyes. The purple cloud divine thunder is the foremost among the 10 divine thunders of the primordial chaos, possessing the terrifying power to annihilate all things and erase all beings. It is said that only Hongyun Daozu has ever mastered this divine thunder in the entire primordial world. As for the purple cloud thunder tribulation, it is unprecedented since the creation of the heavens and earth. It seems that Li Qingxu's future potential is so immense that it has triggered this unprecedented purple cloud thunder tribulation, they remarked. The myriad spirits of the primordial chaos expressed their astonishment. While they were in awe, the hearts of the hundreds of billions of human beings and Jie sect disciples grew increasingly tense. Although they had confidence in Li Qingxu's strength, the purple cloud thunder tribulation was legendary, and they couldn't help but worry for him. Seeing this, Daobao Daoist felt as though he had grasped a life-saving straw, desperately wishing for Li Qingxu to be shattered under the onslaught of the purple cloud divine thunder. Above the central region of the primordial chaos. When I broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal back in the day, I only attracted the 5-fold Taiyi wooden thunder tribulation, Quani Saint said with a hint of schadenfreude. Compared to Qingxu's 9 heavens divine thunder tribulation, it's truly. Shut up. Shangqing Tongtian shot him a cold glance, his sharp, killing intent bursting forth like an invisible sword, causing Quani to shrink back, awkwardly chuckling, without daring to speak again. Although Shangqing Tongshan's expression was calm, his heart was in his throat. Were it not for the fact that the Great Luo Thunder Tribulation is a test imposed by the rules of the primordial chaos on cultivators, and no one is allowed to intervene, he would have wanted to step in directly and help his beloved disciple through this purple cloud thunder tribulation. Boom. After a moment of brewing, the thunderclouds in the sky erupted with a deafening roar as the first wave of the purple cloud divine thunder descended with tremendous force. Though the first wave of purple cloud divine thunder consisted of only 9 strikes, its power was even more terrifying than that of millions of divine thunders. Wherever the blazing purple cloud divine thunder passed, space shattered and oceans evaporated as all tangible and intangible matter rapidly ceased to exist. Faced with such a terrifying purple cloud divine thunder, Li Qingxu still had no intention of resisting. Instead, he continued to open his mouth, and like a whirlwind swallowed the purple cloud divine thunder into his belly. I felt my body about to shatter just by glancing at this purple cloud divine thunder from billions of miles away, yet Li Qingxu consumed it without hesitation. Truly extraordinary. Indeed, there is only a thin line between a genius and a madman. The myriad spirits of the primordial chaos couldn't help but click their tongues in astonishment. After swallowing the first wave of the purple cloud divine thunder, the second, third, and fourth waves followed, each more terrifying than the last. In an instant, the entire sky above the North Sea turned into a blazing sea of purple lightning. All was silent, with only the terrifying thunder raging wildly. A full quarter of an hour passed, and after the ninth wave of the purple cloud divine thunder fell, the sky gradually returned to calm. Amidst the gazes of countless onlookers, Qingxu stood tall in the sky, 1,000,000 feet high. His clothes fluttered, his demeanor elegant, and he exuded a powerful aura, as vast as the ocean, with every gesture containing an inexplicable might. The miniature worlds within Qingxu had been subjected to the bombardment of both the divine thunder and the purple cloud divine thunder, some charred black, some shattered into pieces, some transformed into flowing rivers of stars, and others turned into countless fragments. However, these miniature worlds were not destroyed or severely damaged. They merely transformed into different types and will develop towards diversification in the future. Moreover, divine thunder can bring destruction, but also contains boundless vitality. Beneath the scorched surface of the world, tender green branches sprouted and simple organisms swam in the starry-like liquid. Although these organisms were temporarily insignificant, they had already completed the transformation from 0 to 1. Given time, the myriad miniature worlds within Qingxu would surely flourish and exhibit a thriving state. After accumulating strength for millions of years, he finally underwent a complete transformation today. His cultivation directly ascended from the previous peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, a true metamorphosis soaring to new heights. The many mighty figures of the primordial chaos gazed in awe at Qingxu, who stood like a deity in the sky above the North Sea. The magnitude of his breakthrough was nearly equivalent to an entire great realm. This was simply unprecedented and inconceivable. Moreover, with Qingxu blossoming at 36 petals, mastering hundreds of laws, and being a direct disciple of Shangqing Tongtian, there was no need to worry about him falling midway. In the eyes of the myriad spirits of the primordial chaos, if there was to be an eighth saint in the future, it would undoubtedly be Qingxu. The hundreds of billions of human beings in the eastern primordial chaos cheered and erupted with thunderous applause, their hearts filled with exhilaration. From this day forth, a true powerhouse has finally emerged among the human race. The GS Sect disciples on Golden Ao Island were equally excited and emotionally stirred. As a member of the GS Sect, the stronger Qingxu became, the stronger the overall strength of the GS Sect would be. Moreover, if Qingxu could achieve sainthood in the future, the strength of the GS Sect would far surpass that of the other three sects of the Xianmen. Upon witnessing this, Daobao Daoist felt as though he had instantly lost all his strength. His gaze became his prestige among the GS Sect disciples, and his standing in the heart of his master were no longer comparable to that of Qingxu. The only aspect in which he was stronger than Qingxu was his latest Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. But now Qingxu not only blossomed at 36 petals and mastered hundreds of laws, but he also withstood the divine thunder and the purple cloud divine thunder, ascending to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, leaving him far behind. Thinking of this, Daobao Daoist felt utterly despondent, as though there was no place for him in the GS Sect anymore. Meanwhile, the expressions of Taiji Laozu Yuanshi, Tianzuan Yuhua Quanti and Jane were equally colorful. Although Taiji Laozu Yuhua and Yuanshi Tianzuan tried hard to maintain their composure, their slightly rapid breathing and somewhat unnatural expressions revealed their inner turmoil. Quanti and Jane looked even worse, as though they had eaten a bitter pill, their faces alternating between purple and green. After all, the current Qingxu was an insurmountable mountain for the other three generations of Xuanmen, and they could hardly catch a glimpse of his back. With Qingxu present, even if their disciples were taught well, they would still be overshadowed before him. Naturally, the most pleased of all was Shangqing Tongtian. Seeing that his beloved disciple not only withstood the purple cloud divine thunder, but also blossomed at 36 petals to achieve the Great Luo Golden Immortal, with limitless prospects ahead, he was overjoyed beyond measure, his happiness evident on his face. Haha, excellent. Excellent. Shangqing Tongtian laughed heartily, feeling immensely pleased, even finding the one Sitaji, looking Quani and Jane much more agreeable. Above the northern sea. Qingxu exhaled the turbid air from his chest, causing the entire space to resonate with a thunderous sound. With a flicker of thought, the myriad small worlds within him resonated, unleashing an endless and vast surge of formidable power. Although he had yet to break through to the Quasi-Saint realm, his true strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary Quasi-Saint, placing him among the formidable beings of the primordial era. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Senior. After familiarizing himself with his current strength, Qingxu turned his gaze to the Bei Ming Xiangui waiting nearby. Although the Bei Ming Xiangui was currently in a true spirit state, it was extremely fragile. Yet it now bore the vast merits of the great Tao and fortune, causing the light emitted by its true spirit to be a rich purple-golden hue. Even the tribulations from the primordial rules dared not harm it in the slightest. No harm done. Today this has truly opened my eyes. The Bei Ming Xiangui praised. As a being born at the dawn of the primordial era, it had lived for countless years and witnessed generations of exceptional talents. However, it was the first time it had seen someone as monstrous as Li Qingxu. Not only it, but even the ancestor dragon who once contended for supremacy in the primordial era felt a surreal sense of disbelief at the events unfolding before its eyes. You flatter me, senior. Let me personally escort you to reincarnation. Li Qingxu smiled slightly and casually opened the spatial door leading to Fengdu. Good. The Bei Ming Xiangui nodded, exchanged brief farewells with the ancestor dragon, and then flew into the spatial door, with Li Qingxu disappearing from sight. The ancestor dragon watched as the Bei Ming Xiangui embarked on the path of reincarnation, feeling both heartfelt blessings and profound envy. The Bei Ming Xiangui had survived the death tribulation and was about to be reborn. In contrast, it being suppressed and confined to the abyssal sea by the heavenly Tao was gradually weakening. At this rate, it would likely not last much longer, eventually disintegrating and disappearing completely from the primordial world. He had long anticipated his demise and had come to terms with it. The only thing that troubled him was the retreating lineage of the Dragon Clan. Without the Golden Dragon being born among the 4 divisions of the Dragon Clan, and lacking a strong backing, it was likely they would not only remain obscure, but might gradually become vassals, or even prey for other powerful beings of the primordial era. As the ancestor dragon, Li Qingxu led the Bei Ming Xiangui through Fengdu and into the Today first the witch and demon clans erupted in a decisive battle, followed by the self-detonation of the ancestral witches like Dijun and Zhujiu perishing together with Dijun and Honghuang Taiyi. Finally, the ancestral witch Gong crashed into the Buzhou mountain, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack, with chaotic beasts rampaging everywhere. Countless beings lost their lives due to the aftermath of the witch and demon war. The true spirits of these beings after death continuously flowed into the underworld from the gates of Fengdu. As Li Qingxu and the Bei Ming Xiangui looked around, the ground of the underworld was densely populated with true spirits resembling a boundless black torrent. Alas! In the primordial world, weakness is the original sin. Even if one does not antagonize others or entangle with karma, they might still fall victim to calamities from the heavens at any moment. The Bei Ming Xiangui gazed at the countless true spirits below, sighing sincerely. The primordial world is indeed so cruel. Not to mention those ordinary beings, even he who had been sleeping in the abyss and possessed quasi-saint realm strength was not exempt from calamities that could descend from the heavens. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Li Qingxu leading to guidance that turned calamity into opportunity, he would have already been slain by the saints, his 4 legs severed to prop up the heavens. Li Qingxu nodded in agreement. Without becoming a saint, one is ultimately just an ant. Life and death cannot be controlled within one's own hands. After my reincarnation and recultivation, I must certainly prove my path to primordial unity. The Bei Ming Xiangui continued, its eyes flashing with resolute and determined light. With the foundation of your seniority, along with the merits of the great Tao and abundant fortune, you will surely achieve your desires. The two chatted as they walked, directly passing through the Yama Hall towards the entrance of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Bei Ming Xiangui had been sleeping in the abyss, untouched by any karmic ties. Furthermore, bearing the vast merits of the great Tao, it naturally did not need to undergo judgment from the 10 Yama Kings. All the underworld officials, upon seeing Li Qingxu, expressed profound respect, their eyes filled with boundless admiration. After all, Li Qingxu not only ranked among the formidable beings of the primordial era, but had also set many unprecedented records, making him an immortal legend in the entire timeline of the primordial world. Soon Li Qingxu and the Bei Ming Xiangui arrived at the front of the 6 paths of reincarnation. 6 swirling vortices of different colors rotated slowly at the cliff's edge, each with a diameter of several million zhang, emanating either a sacred or eerie aura. Senior, the golden vortex at the top is the Tao of Celestials. Your true spirit can pass through it to reincarnate. Li Qingxu said to the Bei Ming Xiangui. The Bei Ming Xiangui nodded and gently pushed the merit armor in its hand, sending it floating before Li Qingxu. Please hold on to this for me temporarily and return it to me after my reincarnation and recultivation. Despite having reached the quasi-saint realm in this life, it could feel the gap between itself and the saints as if within reach, yet eternally unattainable. It knew that the path of this life had come to an end, and if it wished to prove itself as a saint in the next life, it must seal its memories. Otherwise, under the subtle influence of its memories from this life, even if it were to reincarnate and recultivate with a heavenly advantage, it might be led astray and repeat old mistakes. Good. Li Qingxu nodded in response. Although the Bei Ming Xian Gui had not explicitly stated it, he had guessed everything from the determined look in its eyes. Young friend, I shall take my leave. Seeing Li Qingxu put away the merit armor, the Bei Ming Xian Gui felt completely unburdened and immediately soared into the air, flying towards the entrance of the Tao of Celestials. As the golden vortex slowly rotated, creating ripples, the Bei Ming Xian Gui fully embarked on the path of reincarnation. However, when the Bei Ming Xian Gui would truly succeed in reincarnation depended on the operation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even Li Qingxu, as the Emperor of Fengdu, could not intervene with external forces. After completing all this, just as Li Qingxu intended to return to Jin Ao Island, the space before him suddenly distorted slightly. Immediately after, the Saint Nuwa flew out from within. Dressed in a white long gown and wearing a phoenix crown, the Saint Nuwa had a cold and stunning beauty, exuding a supreme and grand aura that instantly captured the attention of all the Underworld officials and true spirits. We pay our respects to the saint. All the Underworld officials and countless true spirits respectfully bowed in unison towards the Saint Nuwa. Disciple Li Qingxu pays respects to my esteemed senior. Li Qingxu also bowed to the Saint Nuwa while noticing the faint golden true spirit in her palm. The Holy Mother Nuwa nodded lightly, her gaze resting on Li Qingxu as she appraised him from. She truly never expected that among the innate human race she casually created there would emerge a figure as astonishing and remarkable as Li Qingxu. Even now she still found it hard to believe. After scrutinizing Li Qingxu, the Holy Mother Nuwa quickly withdrew her gaze and turned her attention to the entrance of the 6 paths of reincarnation. She cradled the true spirit of Fuxi in her hands and then lightly stepped forward. At that moment, however, Li Qingxu asked, "May I inquire what brings you here, Master Uncle?" "My elder brother fell in the recent war of the witch and demon, hence I have come to send him for reincarnation and recultivation." Indeed, my guess was not wrong, Li Qingxu murmured to himself. "Do you wish for Fuxi to be reincarnated as a member of the human race?" "That is correct," the Holy Mother Nuwa replied without turning her head, feeling once again amazed at how perceptive Li Qingxu was to uncover her intentions. Previously, she had created the human race solely to acquire merit for her path to sainthood without considering them too highly. As for why such an insignificant race could achieve sainthood, she had not pondered it much. However, following the establishment of the Taoist sect by Taiji Laozi among the human race, he gained the heavenly merit for sainthood. Moreover, the creations of the first fire, the first clothing, and the first stone house by Sueren Wuchao and Zi also earned heavenly merit. She began to sense something amiss. After all, the vastness of the primordial world was immense, teeming with myriad races, and yet the seemingly inconspicuous human race garnered such attention from the heavenly Tao, which surely harbored secrets. Now, with the 2 dominant forces of the primordial era, the demon and witch clans, dissipating during the calamity, the Holy Mother Nuwa had a strong intuition that the human race might achieve great things in the future, potentially replacing the positions of the demon and witch clans to become the rulers of the primordial world. Thus, she decided to allow her elder brother Fuxi to reincarnate as a human, riding the wave of the human race's rise to reclaim the pinnacle and even advance further. She had thought that only the 6 saints and a few top-tier primordial powers had guessed this, but she did not expect Li Qingxu's insight to be so keen. After the Holy Mother Nuwa finished speaking, she suddenly noticed Li Qingxu had flown in front of her. "If that is the case, then it seems my nephew cannot agree to this." Li Qingxu looked directly at the Holy Mother Nuwa, speaking calmly, yet resolutely. The demon race has always regarded the human race as prey, and previously, they even sought to exterminate the human race for the sake of forging the slaughtering witch sword. As the demon emperor of the demon court of Fuxi was indeed a great enemy to the human race. Moreover, he had 2 conflicting accounts in his past life regarding Nuwa's attitude during the witch's slaughter of humans. One account claimed that Nuwa did not care about the fate of the human race, and simply turned a blind eye. The second stated that the 3 pure ones, to align with the trends of the primordial era and the orders of the Tao ancestor, blocked the entrance to the Nuwa palace, preventing Nuwa from emerging to protect the human race. However, it now appeared that the second account was completely absurd. Nuwa had always regarded the human race merely as tools for her to acquire merit from the heavenly Tao, treating them as mere chives for her own fortune without caring about their survival. Nuwa had previously cast aside the human race, remaining indifferent while sensing its future rise, yet now wished to reincarnate Fuxi, the human race's greatest enemy, to partake in their fortune. Is there such a good thing in the world? seeing Li Qingxu daring to stand before her blocking her actions. The Holy Mother Nuwa's expression darkened instantly, and an invisible aura surged toward Li Qingxu like an overwhelming ocean. Li Qingxu, do you think that because you have attained the 36th rank of Tao you have the qualifications to stand equal with me? The Holy Mother Nuwa spoke softly, her voice as cold as ice, exuding an oppressive might. Not at all. Yet as the Emperor of Fengdu and a member of the human race, my nephew cannot allow the greatest enemy of the human race to be reincarnated as one of them. Facing the terrifying aura emitted by the Holy Mother Nuwa, Li Qingxu remained calm, responding neither servilely nor arrogantly despite her cultivation being far beyond his. However, given his current situation, attaining the Tao of Hongyun was merely a matter of time, and that time would not be long. Moreover, as the Emperor of Fengdu recognized by the Tao, he was a direct disciple of the Celestial Master. Thus Nuwa could only threaten him verbally. Noticing Li Qingxu's resolute attitude, she slightly furrowed her brows. I am the Holy Mother of the human race, the creator of mankind. Do you not feel that I have the right to let my elder brother reincarnate into the human race? Her tone turned firm, her phoenix eyes looking down at Li Qingxu. The emissaries of the underworld, millions of true spirits, and the patriarch of the River of Souls could not help but click their tongues and feel their hearts tremble at the sight. They had not expected Li Qingxu to be so bold as to confront a saint right after withstanding the great Luo thunder tribulation. As they saw the saint's anger, they involuntarily felt their legs weaken, their backs sweating, and their souls trembling. Forgive my bluntness, but you truly lack this qualification. Although the Holy Mother Nuwa had clearly shown her displeasure, Li Qingxu showed no sign of retreat. You created the human race solely to acquire heavenly merit for sainthood. Once your goal was achieved, you opened the Nuwa Palace in the chaotic world, allowing the human race to be bullied by the myriad races and treated as prey by the demon race. Even when the demon race sought to exterminate the human race, you never spoke a word in their defense. In my view, under such circumstances, the human race providing you with 3 parts of their fortune is already exceedingly generous. As for other matters concerning the human race, you have no right to interfere. Li Qingxu's tone was calm, yet his attitude remained resolute, even directly exposing the hypocritical mask worn by Nuwa. Nuwa felt stung as a younger generation confronted her so directly before all. Li Qingxu, how dare you disrespect me? It seems it is time for me to teach you how to respect your elders. The Holy Mother Nuwa's brows were raised in anger, her right palm lifted, preparing to discipline Li Qingxu. At that moment, the void slightly distorted and a booming voice echoed in the underworld. I believe that what Qingxu said is entirely reasonable. Then the Celestial Master of Upper Pure, bearing the Qingping sword, flew out from the void and stood before Li Qingxu. Senior brother, Nuwa immediately saluted upon seeing the arrival of Upper Pure, her aura retracting significantly. Master, Li Qingxu also bowed to Upper Pure. Seeing his master stepping in to support him, he felt his master truly valued him, not allowing him to suffer even a hint of grievance. Sister Nuwa, you have given birth to the human race, without teaching or nurturing them, allowing them to struggle in the cracks, while forgetting that you are the Holy Mother of the human race, enjoying their fortune. Now that you see the human race on the brink of soaring, you wish to recall your identity as the Holy Mother. Do you not find this absurd? Although all living beings in the primordial world held the Holy Mother Nuwa in the highest reverence, Upper Pure, a direct disciple of the Tao ancestor, showed her no respect. Moreover, apart from Li Qingxu's circumstances, Upper Pure, who adhered to the principle of teaching without discrimination, was very displeased with Nuwa's behavior of creating the human race, yet remaining indifferent to them. Li Qingxu's words would offend Nuwa's dignity as a sage, causing her to feel humiliated and angry. Yet knowing her own inferior strength and status, Nuwa dared not utter a word against Shangqing Tontian. After all, Shangqing Tontian is not someone to be trifled with. Should he truly anger her, a single slap could obliterate Fux's true spirit, and she would have no means to counter him. Senior brother, you make a valid point. However, Fuxi is the brother of our junior sister, as she cannot simply disregard him, Nuwa said after some deliberation, intending to compromise. Seeing Nuwa relent, Shangqing Tontian, considering their shared affiliation, chose not to be overly aggressive. Qingxu, he called out. Disciple is here. Li Qingxu responded with a respectful bow. Let Fuxi be reincarnated through the Tianren Dao. You have no objections, right? Shangqing Tontian slightly turned his head to look at Li Qingxu. As per master's decision, I have no objections, Li Qingxu replied respectfully. Nuwa, considering the bond between you and Fuxi, please help him into reincarnation through the Tianren Dao. However, which race he is reborn into will depend on his own fortune, Shangqing Tontian said to Nuwa. Although Nuwa felt reluctant, she understood that this was the best course of action at present. If they continued to entangle over this matter, she might not even have the option of the beast realm later. Thank you, senior brother. Niwa expressed her gratitude to Shangqing Tongtian, then flew toward the golden vortex. Brother, I can only send you this far. I wish you smooth sailing, Niwa said to the faint golden true spirit in her hand. Thank you, sister, for your trouble. Fushi understood Niwa's predicament. After bidding her a final farewell, he floated up from her palm, gradually disappearing into the golden vortex. Sigh. Niwa watched Fux's disappearing figure, feeling helpless as she let out a soft sigh. Although Fushi would be reincarnated and start over without a special opportunity, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to return to his peak, likely taking an extremely long time. Moreover, if Fushi were to be reborn into a race with poor roots, he might be limited by those roots and unable to reach the realm of Kwasasane again. However, there was no alternative. Reincarnation and rebuilding is a highly risky endeavor. Most cultivators achieve diminishing results after reincarnation. If everyone who reincarnated could break through their bottlenecks and advance further, then those powerful beings from the primordial age would have lined up to reincarnate long ago. Senior brother, junior sister has some urgent matters to attend to in the Honghuang Palace, so I must take my leave for now, Niwa said to Shangqing Tongtian. Shangqing Tongtian nodded, showing no intention of retaining her. Niwa, as a sage, cast a seemingly casual glance at Li Qingxu before opening a spatial door and returning to the Honghuang Palace. Let's head back as well, Shangqing Tongtian said as he opened the spatial door leading to Jineo Island. All right. Li Qingxu and Shangqing Tongtian passed through the spatial door one after the other, and in the blink of an eye they arrived at the Bo Palace on Jineo Island. Shangqing Tongtian sat cross-legged on a mat, smiling as he regarded Li Qingxu, his admiration. I previously only hoped you could blossom into a 12th-grade Dao fruit, but I never expected you would actually bloom into a 36th grade, creating a record unheard of in the primordial age. This truly exceeds my expectations, Shangqing Tongtian praised. All thanks to Master's guidance, Li Qingxu replied with a bow. Haha, you rascal. Though this is flattery, it pleases me greatly. Seeing his direct disciple so accomplished and with boundless potential, Shangqing Tongtian was in a great mood, no longer as stern as before. His teachings did indeed play a role, but they were not enough for Li Qingxu to ascend from the realm of human immortals to the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal in merely a few million years. Li Qingxu undoubtedly harbored immense opportunities. However, as his master, Shangqing Tongtian simply felt joy for Li Qingxu and did not think deeply about it. Seeing that the timing was right, Li Qingxu waved his hand, and the Chaos Bell suddenly appeared in the ground. The Chaos Bell was entirely a deep yellow color, shimmering with brilliance, covered in incomprehensible Dao patterns, emanating a grand and vast aura that startled Shangqing Tongtian. Chaos Bell, how did it come into your possession? Shangqing Tongtian asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. When the six saints arrived in the central region of the primordial world, they had meticulously scanned a distance of billions of miles with their divine senses, hoping to find this innate treasure, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, this innate treasure had fallen into the hands of Li Qingxu. In response to Master, I heard that we of the Jiejiao lacked an innate treasure to stabilize our fortune, so I took a chance to search in the central region of the primordial world when the ancestral witches and Dongwang Tai annihilated each other, hoping for a sliver of opportunity. I never expected that heaven would not disappoint the earnest. I finally acquired it before it vanished into the void of chaos. With this innate treasure, our Jiejiao's fortune can now be as solid as gold without worry of loss. Li Qingxu replied truthfully. Hearing this, Shangqing Tongtian felt quite moved. The power of the self-destruction of the ancestral witches was so terrifying that even billions of lives in the central primordial world perished within. Li Qingxu, however, had taken on immense danger merely to acquire the Chaos Bell to stabilize Jiejiao's fortune. Master, please accept this treasure. With a thought, Li Qingxu sent the Chaos Bell flying to Shangqing Tongtian. Though the Chaos Bell was immensely precious and invaluable, as the saying goes, under a falling nest there are no intact eggs. Although his strength had surged immensely, he was still far from being able to contend with figures like Yuan Shi Tianzun. If Jiejiao were to perish in the next calamity as it did in his past life memories, he could not hope to escape unscathed. Moreover, Shangqing Tongtian had taken him as a direct disciple and taught him, without reservation, repeatedly stepping in to resolve crises for him. This was also a way for him to reciprocate and show his gratitude. Shangqing Tongtian looked at Li Qingxu's sincere expression, pondered for a moment, and quickly made a decision. He gently waved his hand, and the Chaos Bell flew back to Li Qingxu. Master, what do you mean by this? Li Qingxu asked, somewhat surprised. The fortune is the foundation of Jiejiao concerning its life and death, and he never expected Shangqing Tongtian to refuse. You have this intention, and as your master I am already very gratified. As your master, how can I take the treasure my disciple obtained at such great risk? Shangqing Tongtian smiled. In his view, it is only right and proper for a master to bestow treasures upon disciples, while a master taking treasures from a disciple is shameless. As the true lineage of Fengdu, he could not do such a thing even if the Chaos Bell was the foremost among the 3 innate treasures. Master, you are noble and upright. I admire you, Li Qingxu said. However, with countless immortals coming to Jiejiao and a large number of disciples only by using the Chaos Bell to suppress our fortune, can we ensure Jiejiao's everlasting prosperity? Li Qingxu frowned in utter bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Yuqing Tongtian's cryptic words. Yet a flash of insight soon ignited within his mind, kindling a bold conjecture. Could it be? Disciples of the Jiejiao sect, heed my command. At that moment Yuqing Tongtian's voice resonated, deep, vast, and thunderous, sweeping across Jinao Island and echoing through heaven and earth. From this day forth Li Qingxu shall serve as deputy sect master of the Jiejiao sect. During my seclusion, all sect affairs shall fall under his sole authority, his words and deeds shall carry the full weight of my own, and no disciple shall dare defy him. As Yuqing Tongtian's decree settled upon the air, Jinao Island erupted in tumultuous fervor. Well, senior brother Qingxu has been appointed deputy sect master by our master. Blimey. Deputy sect master. Absolutely legendary. Upon hearing the news, hundreds of thousands of Jiejiao disciples stood stunned, their hearts churning with tidal waves of astonishment. Yet, even amid their shock, none voiced dissent against Yuqing Tongtian's decision. After all, Li Qingxu had already ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo immortal realm. His true combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary quasi-sages, placing him firmly among the paramount cultivators of the Honghuang world. Moreover, with his peerless aptitude, manifested in 36 blossoms of his Tao flower, he was destined to rise as an apex-tier sovereign cultivator, perhaps even the 8th sage of Honghuang. Beyond his cultivation, Li Qingxu had long served the sect with unwavering diligence, defending fellow disciples beyond the mountain gates, codifying sect statutes, purifying disciplinary conduct, and appointing disciples as officials, granting them dominion over the 6 realms' karmic fortune, and securing tangible benefits for the entire Jiejiao sect. Thus, nearly every Jiejiao disciple held him in profound reverence and sincere admiration. Among them, the 3 Xiao sisters Zhao Gongming and Ao Bing, closest to Li Qingxu, rejoiced from the very depths of their hearts. Doubao Doran, however, stood apart. Though he had long suspected this outcome, when the moment finally arrived, fury crimsoned his face, veins bulged like coiled serpents, and his chest seemed on the verge of rupturing with suppressed rage. He had always assumed that by virtue of seniority and cultivation he alone would one day assume stewardship of the Jiejiao sect in his master's stead. Yet Li Qingxu, having joined the sect for but a few million years, had seized what he believed was rightfully his. Li Qingxu. Doubao Doran ground out the name between clenched teeth, each syllable forced through gritted molars. Yet constrained by the other's newfound status and overwhelming power, he could only swallow his wrath in silence. Meanwhile, Li Qingxu himself stood momentarily dazed, stunned, speechless, as his master proclaimed him deputy sect master. Simultaneously, he felt a boundless tide of karmic fortune descend upon him, a torrent unmistakably emanating from the Jiejiao sect itself. Now you may employ the Chaos Bell to anchor the sect's karmic fortune. Yuqing Tongtian said, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Grateful for my master's trust, I shall devote myself wholly to the Jiejiao sect and honor this sacred trust without fail. Li Qingxu replied solemnly. This title bore not only glory and privilege, but also a solemn, weighty responsibility. For as deputy sect master, every word he spoke and every act he undertook might now determine the life or death of hundreds of thousands of Jiejiao disciples. Yuqing Tongtian nodded once. No further words needed. To entrust is to believe, to doubt is not to appoint. Had he deemed Li Qingxu unworthy, he would never have bestowed such authority upon him. Upon receiving his master's tacit assent, Li Qingxu raised his hand, and instantly the Chaos Bell soared skyward, swelling to a colossal 10 million zhong, hovering above Ziji Cliff on Jinao Island. Its 5-colored divine radiance illuminated the myriad heavens, its primordial sovereign aura shook the cosmos, drawing the rapt attention of every Jiejiao disciple and countless sentient beings across Honghuang. Blazing stars. That's the Chaos Bell, the legendary artifact of Dijun and Taiyi. How did it appear on Jinao Island? Could it be that Yuqing Tongtian acquired this primordial supreme treasure while slaying chaos beasts in central Honghuang? Yuqing Tongtian's fortune truly knows no bounds. The Chaos Bell stands supreme among the three primordial supreme treasures, unmatched in both offense and defense, surpassing even the Taiyi diagram and Pan Gu's axe combined. Witnessing this marvel, the myriad beings of Honghuang murmured in awe. They had long believed the Chaos Bell vanished forever with Dongwang Taiyi's demise, never imagining it would resurface upon Jinao Island. Even Taiching Laozi Yuansher, Tianzuan Yua Zhuanti, and Jane were taken aback. None had sensed when Yuqing Tongtian had obtained the Chaos Bell. Amidst this universal astonishment, Li Qingxu's voice rang forth. I, Li Qingxu, hereby deploy the primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, to anchor the Jijiao sect's karmic fortune. May heaven and earth bear witness. At his declaration, an ineffable resonance fused seamlessly with the Chaos Bell, indivisible, unbreakable. Henceforth, so long as Li Qingxu remained unvanquished and the Chaos Bell unchanged in mastery, the Jijiao sect's karmic fortune would stand unshakable, immune to erosion or loss. Henceforth, so long as Li Qingxu remained unvanquished and the Chaos Bell unchanged in mastery, the Jijiao sect's karmic Yuqing Tongtian reveres Li Qingxu beyond measure. Even bestowing the Chaos Bell, a primordial supreme treasure, speaks volumes. Not necessarily. In my view, the Chaos Bell may not have been granted by the sage. It may well have been acquired by Li Qingxu himself. Indeed, given Li Qingxu's unparalleled karmic destiny, such a feat is entirely plausible. In mere millions of years, he rose from an ordinary primordial human to deputy sect master of the Jijiao sect, wielding the Chaos Bell itself. Envy consumes me utterly. Compared to Li Qingxu, I feel like mere background noise, utterly insignificant. Across Honghuang, voices rose in animated debate. Not only ordinary beings, Zhuanti, Jane Yua, and Guang Chengzi alike gazed upon Li Qingxu with profound envy. Even they possessed no treasure more exalted than a supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure. Yet Li Qingxu commanded the Chaos Bell, the foremost of the three primordial supreme treasures. Such disparity was enough to drive one to despair. Once sensing the seamless fusion of sect fortune and bell, Li Qingxu retracted the artifact. Earlier, Yuqing Tongtian, alongside the other 5 sages, had slain chaos beasts and restored the Honghuang world, granting Li Qingxu profound new insights. He resolved immediately to enter seclusion and transmute those revelations into tangible strength. After bowing respectfully to Yuqing Tongtian and taking his leave, Li Qingxu departed Beefing Palace, only to find every Jijiao disciple on Jinao Island gazing upon him with deep veneration. We pay homage to the deputy sect master. In unison, the disciples bowed low, their voices thunderous, piercing the vault of heaven. Li Qingxu felt a quiet surge of pride. When first he'd transmigrated into Honghuang, he was but an unremarkable primordial human. Through meticulous strategy, relentless perseverance, and the subtle aid of a mysterious system, his cultivation surged forward. Until this very day, he stood as deputy sect master of the Jijiao sect, ranked among Honghuang's sovereign cultivators. Yet pride did not breed arrogance. Having achieved great Luo immortality with 36 blossoms of his Dao flower, his future stretched infinitely before him. The title of deputy sect master was no final destination, merely a new threshold. After offering brief, measured acknowledgments to the disciples, Li Qingxu returned to Qingxu Hall to commence seclusion, refining the innate restrictions sealed within the Chaos Bell. All primordial spirit treasures of Honghuang bore innate restrictions, more numerous and intricate the higher their rank. Only by fully refining these restrictions could one unleash the artifact's full terrifying power. As a primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell contained precisely 36 innate restrictions, requiring even Li Qingxu considerable effort and time to master. With the extinction of both the Wu and Yao clans, the Wu Yao calamity drew to its close, ushering Honghuang into a tranquil epoch spanning millions of years. During this era, hundreds of thousands of Jijiao disciples diligently cultivated while faithfully discharging their duties as officials in the Underworld, steadily ascending in power, bolstered by the karmic fortune of the 6 realms. Doubao Doran, meanwhile, departed Jinao Island the very next day, venturing into the wilds of Honghuang, vanishing without trace for millions of years. As for the vacant Yao court, left hollow after the Yao clan's fall, numerous sovereign cultivators rushed to claim it, only to discover the Hongyun Hloa formation mysteriously reactivated. Even top-tier sovereigns like Mingyi Laozu and Xinyuanzi found themselves barred at its threshold, forced to gaze upon its impenetrable light and sigh in resignation. The human race, having endured endless trials, repeatedly teetering on the knife edge between life and death, burned with a thirst for power fiercer than any other race in Honghuang. Before they yearned for strength, yet lacked the means to attain it. But ever since Li Qingxu bestowed upon them the Daoyi immortal canon, they embraced a single creed. If cultivation doesn't kill you, train until you drop. Every moment became a race against time. Within mere millions of years, humanity's population swelled to trillions, and excluding newborns, 80% of all humans attained some degree of cultivation. Among them, exceptional practitioners, through sheer will and devotion, broke through into the golden immortal realm. All unfolded toward prosperity. During this same period, Xian Du Dafashur of the Rinjiao sect and Guang Chengzi of the Changjiao sect both achieved great Luo immortality. Yet both attained only 9 blossoms of their Dao flowers. Though 9 blossom attainment conferred eligibility for sovereign status in Honghuang, Li Qingxu spent his days cultivating in his Taoist abode, instructing Ao Bing, fishing leisurely, and savoring hot pot, living a life of serene contentment. He assumed such ease and tranquility would endure for ages. But one day Yuqing Tongtian appeared before him without warning, and delivered a revelation that shook his very soul. Our patriarch Hongyun has summoned the 6 sages to assemble at Zixiao Palace, and specifically instructed me to bring you along. Oh. When Li Qingxu first learned of the news, he was completely stunned, his head buzzing, feeling as if the world was spinning. After all, Hongjun Daozu is the decision-maker of the primordial chaos, known for his ruthless and deeply calculating nature. As a traveler with a system, he represents a significant variable for both Hongjun and the heavenly Dao. Although he had been acting cautiously, he could not guarantee that Hongjun Daozu had not noticed anything. His cultivation had indeed increased far too rapidly, and with the attainment of the 36th rank in the Dao, it would be hard not to attract attention. Seeing Li Qingxu in a daze, his face slightly pale, Shangqing Tongtian immediately patted his shoulder, saying, "There's no need to be so nervous. The master is quite affable." In Shangqing Tongtian's view, Li Qingxu was certainly nervous because he was suddenly summoned by Hongjun Daozu. However, this was perfectly normal. After all, when he and his 2 elder brothers Ta Qing and Yuan Shitianzun first visited the Zixiao Palace and met Hongjun Daozu, they too felt equally uneasy. Hongjun was once the twin flowers of the primordial chaos, ruthlessly eliminating numerous enemies to become the decision-maker of the primordial chaos. If it weren't for your being the true lineage of Fengdu and having the fortune of heaven protecting you, you might have already met the same fate as Hongyun. Though Li Qingxu inwardly complained, he still nodded impassively on the surface and forced himself to come. Since Hongjun Daozu had summoned him, whether he stepped forward or held back, it would be the same outcome. Accompanying his master might offer a glimmer of hope, while refusing out of fear would likely backfire, further convincing the other that he was that uncontrollable variable. "Master, let's set off," Li Qingxu said to Shangqing Tongtian, his mood gradually calming. Shangqing Tongtian opened a spatial door with a wave of his hand, leading Li Qingxu into it. When Li Qingxu emerged again, he found himself before a grand palace deep within the chaos. The palace was majestic, adorned with many Dao patterns Li Qingxu had never seen before, radiating endless purple divine light, with an aura of supreme authority permeating the space. Before the palace, there was a vast sea of clouds stretching for millions of miles thick like the earth itself. Li Qingxu and Shangqing Tongtian stood upon this sea of clouds. Li Qingxu first surveyed the renowned Zixiao Palace before turning his gaze towards the distant chaos. The dim chaos world in the distance formed a stark contrast with the radiant Zixiao Palace, resembling 2 entirely different realms. The chaos world was not only dark and lifeless, but also chaotic and violent in spiritual energy, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to absorb. Moreover, the chaos world was frequently ravaged by chaotic winds and turbulent flows, and cultivators below the golden immortal realm would face certain death if they encountered them. Even powerful beings at the golden immortal level would find themselves in dire straits if caught in such chaos. As for those at the Quasi Saint level, while they could ignore most chaotic storms, it was still very unsafe to enter the chaos world. Most ferocious beasts in the chaos world possessed strength comparable to the primordial golden immortal realm, often appearing in groups, making it still perilous for Quasi Saint level cultivators. Only true saint level beings could roam freely in the chaos world. After Li Qingxu had surveyed the Zixiao Palace and the chaos world, several spatial doors opened one after another beside them. Then Ta Qing, Yuan Shitianzun, Yua Zhuanti, and Jie Yin emerged from within. "Greetings, elder brother, senior brother. Greetings, master, uncle, and master." The 6 saints exchanged greetings, and Li Qingxu also bowed to Ta Qing and the others. "Tongtian, why did you bring your disciple Qingxu here without permission?" Yuan Shitianzun asked, casting a glance at Li Qingxu, his tone somewhat displeased. Master learned that Qingxu has achieved the 36th rank in the Tao and specifically instructed me to bring him to Zhixiao Palace for an audience, Shangqing Tongtian replied calmly. I see. Upon realizing this was a special instruction from Hongjun Daozu Yuan Shi Tianzun dared not say more. Since everyone has arrived, let's go in and not keep the master waiting. Ta Qing spoke, looking towards the direction of the Zhixiao Palace's main gate. The other 5 saints nodded, stepping onto the white clouds to fly towards the Zhixiao Palace, with Li Qingxu following closely behind his master. The saints had previously come to Zhixiao Palace to listen to Hongjun Daozu preach and were accustomed to this. The only thing that struck them as odd was that the attendants Hao Yin and Yao Qi, who had always guarded the gates, were nowhere to be seen today. Inside the Zhixiao Palace was vast and enveloped in purple celestial mist, resembling a world of its own, with an incredibly rich Tao aura that even the well-traveled Li Qingxu found astonishing. Although his master's Bo Palace was already one of the top heavenly abodes in the primordial chaos, compared to Zhixiao Palace, it was like a minor figure facing a giant. Soon they arrived at the center of the grand hall. In the hall, an old man dressed in a white Tao robe sat cross-legged on a cloud bed. With hair as white as a crane and a youthful face, he exuded an aura of celestial elegance, holding a whisk in his hand, his every gesture harmonizing with the world around him. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, as if they could see through all worldly illusions. He seemed to be the embodiment of the Tao, the origin of all laws, rendering even the once supreme 6 saints insignificant before him. Disciple pays respects to the master. The 6 saints respectfully bowed to Hongjun Daozu, their demeanor exceedingly humble. For ordinary cultivators, meeting the Tao ancestor was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well seeing the bright moon, while for the 6 saints, it was like a speck of dust gazing at the vast sky. Ordinary beings only knew that Hongjun Daozu was the strongest in the primordial chaos. However, only those who had attained sainthood understood how unfathomable and indescribable his cultivation truly was. Disciple pays respects to the master. Standing behind Shangqing Tongtian, Li Qingxu, feeling somewhat tense, bowed to Hongjun Daozu. He had always been apprehensive of Hongjun Daozu's presence. When he actually stood in Zhixiao Palace facing Hongjun Daozu, this apprehension reached an unprecedented peak. However, he knew he had to remain calm, otherwise if he was perceived as an uncontrollable variable by the other, even his master Shangqing might not be able to protect him. Yet he could not appear overly composed either. After all, this was his first meeting with Hongjun Daozu, and looking too calm would seem unnatural. Hongjun Daozu glanced at the 6 saints, and Li Qingxu responding lightly, his voice resonant and ethereal, shaking the heavens and stirring the starry sea. To learn about the others' specific information, Li Qingxu quietly focused his mind and raised his head to gaze at Hongjun Daozu, who was seated on the cloud bed. Hongjun Daozu, cultivation peak of the primordial Wuji, golden immortal. Attributes: Tao ancestor of the primordial chaos, purple gold heavenly fortune, purple gold immortal, Tao demon god, purple gold laws of time and space, purple gold laws of cause and effect, purple gold. Cunning red, kind face, but evil heart, black. Just the purple gold level attributes of Hongjun Daozu alone numbered in the dozens, and the golden attributes exceeded 100. Even the attributes of the 3 pure ones seemed somewhat dim in comparison. Among the 3,000 great laws, Hongjun Daozu had comprehended nearly half. It seems the legend that Hongjun Daozu obtained a fragment of the creation jade butterfly is indeed true. Li Qingxu murmured to himself. The creation jade disc is one of the supreme treasures of the chaos, containing the complete 3,000 great laws. In ancient times, the Panga god also comprehended the 3,000 great laws through the creation jade disc, thus achieving a breakthrough to the half-step Tao realm. Above the primordial golden immortal saint is the primordial Wuji golden immortal and the supreme primordial Wuji golden immortal heavenly Tao realm. Hongjun Daozu only attained sainthood after the battle of immortals and demons ended, yet now he is on the verge of reaching the heavenly Tao realm. Li Qingxu inwardly gasped. Hongjun Daozu was initially selected by the heavenly Tao as a spokesperson and later preached 3 times in Zhixiao Palace, absorbing the fortunes of the 3,000 top powers of the primordial chaos. Then he accepted the 3 pure ones and others as disciples, gaining a portion of the fortune of heaven. Most importantly, Hongjun disseminated his immortal Tao entirely through the 3,000 worldly guests. Now among the countless beings in the entire primordial world, the vast majority practiced the immortal Tao. The immense fortune provided to Hongjun Daozu by these beings was simply unimaginable. Moreover, Hongjun Daozu guided the 6 saints to attain sainthood, assisted Hutu in perfecting the earth, Tao advised Nuwa in mending the heavens, and a series of such events, all secretly earning him immense merits from the heavenly Tao. It was precisely for this reason that his cultivation had advanced so rapidly. Not only that, but after so many years of planning, Hongjun Daozu had completely established himself at the pinnacle of the primordial hierarchy. The more beings cultivating the immortal Tao in the primordial world, the more fortune he would gain. The stronger the disciples from the human sect, Enlightenment sect, and Western sect were, the stronger he became. Thus, barring any significant changes, Hongjun would forever remain the strongest in the primordial world, unshakable. "May I ask, Master, why have you summoned us?" Yuan Shi Tianzun inquired. "I have called you here for an important matter to discuss. But there's no rush," Hongjun Daozu replied, turning his gaze to Li Qingxu. Upon feeling Hongjun Daozu's gaze, Li Qingxu immediately tensed up his heart, feeling as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Under the other's gaze, all his secrets seemed to be exposed, as if they could be seen through at a glance. "Fool, why do you not greet the master?" Seeing Li Qingxu's nervous demeanor, Shangqing Tantian immediately spoke up to remind him. Hearing this, Li Qingxu snapped back to reality, hurriedly stepping forward to bow, saying, "Disciple Li Qingxu pays respects to the master." With a warm smile, Hongjun Daozu looked Li Qingxu up and down and spoke, "Not bad, not bad. I am very pleased that the Xianmen can produce such a talent." After receiving Hongjun Daozu's acknowledgement and praise, a proud expression appeared on Shangqing Tongtian's face. However, Li Qingxu did not relax. Instead, he grew even more cautious. "You flatter me, master. I have only achieved a small accomplishment due to your teachings." Li Qingxu responded. In his view, beings like the old ancestor of the Underworld river who were fierce and ruthless were not frightening. Rather, it was the seemingly approachable and harmless Hongjun Daozu who was the most terrifying. After all, the old ancestor of the Underworld river could only come at him with a sword. Even without Shangqing Tongshan's support, he could find ways to evade. But if Hongjun Daozu wanted to eliminate him, he might not even find a direction to resist. Sure enough, the next moment Hongjun Daozu posed a critical question to him. "However, in my previous calculations, I did not foresee such a talent from the Jia sect appearing. It seems that Qingxu is indeed a variable in the primordial chaos." The face of Hongjun Daozu bore a gentle smile, and his words were calm, seemingly just a casual remark. Yet Li Qingxu felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an unprecedented crisis. He knew this was a test from Hongjun Daozu. Whether he would be regarded as an uncontrollable variable to be eliminated depended on how he answered this question. Li Qingxu's mind raced. His first instinct was to deny it. However, Hongjun Daozu had already stated that his appearance was an outcome beyond his calculations. Thus, in the eyes of Hongjun Daozu, he had already become a variable whose denial would only raise further suspicion. For this reason, he could only acknowledge his identity as a variable, but could not fully admit to it. After a quick contemplation, Li Qingxu maintained a composed expression and replied, returning to master. "As the saying goes, the Tao has 50, the heavens have 49, every matter and thing has a thread of opportunity, every matter and thing also has a thread of variability. And so the teachings of my Jiejiao are precisely this. Therefore the disciple believes that not only am I a variable, but all things in the wilderness are also variables." Upon finishing, Li Qingxu felt the invisible pressure that had enveloped him dissipate. "That makes sense. Tongtian, it seems your disciple has a profound understanding of the teachings of Jiejiao." Hongjun Daozu addressed Shangqing Tongtian. "Indeed, Qingxu's comprehension is extraordinary, and he truly possesses a deep understanding of the teachings of Jiejiao," Shangqing Tongtian respectfully responded. Returning to the main topic. "The poor Taoist summoned you here today to convey an important message." Hongjun Daozu withdrew his gaze from Li Qingxu and refocused on the 6 saints. "Who?" Li Qingxu breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. It was as if the daughter kingdom posed the greatest challenge among the 81 tribulations for Tang's son. This brief exchange with Hongjun Daozu was the most perilous moment since his arrival in this realm. After all, even when he traversed the wilderness during the calamity, he had the protection of his sage master, and there was no risk of falling. However, if he answered incorrectly or revealed any signs of weakness, he would undoubtedly face a dire fate. Nonetheless, Li Qingxu did not completely relax. After all, Hongjun Daozu's active summons indicated that he had taken notice of him. From now on, he must act with double caution, ensuring that until he has fully matured and has the ability to confront Hongjun Daozu, he must never be viewed as a threat. "Please instruct, master." At this moment, the 6 saints, seeing that Hongjun Daozu was about to discuss serious matters, responded earnestly. "Hao Yin Yaoqi," Hongjun Daozu called out. Immediately, a man and a woman flew forth from the space behind Hongjun Daozu, landing before everyone. "We pay our respects, Lord." Hao Yin and Yaoqi pay respects to all senior brothers. The 2 first performed a grand bow to Hongjun Daozu, then bowed to the 6 saints. Previously, when Hao Yin and Yao Qi were guarding the gate of the Zixiao Palace, they wore red belly wraps, sporting pot-lid hairstyles, and double ponytails, appearing to be about 7 or 8 years old. However, Hao Yin and Yao Qi now transformed into middle-aged figures exuding an aura of grandeur and nobility. The six saints felt somewhat unaccustomed to their appearance. When they heard the other party address them as senior brothers, they frowned even more. After all, they were disciples of Hongjun Daozu, while Hao Yin and Yao Qi were merely children. Their statuses were not on the same level. Nevertheless, although they felt displeased, they refrained from saying much since Hongjun Daozu had not spoken. At this moment, Hongjun Daozu spoke again. Since the demon race was annihilated during the calamity, the 33 heavens have remained vacant. Moreover, the wilderness world is now filled with numerous races. Forces are chaotic and disasters are frequent. Therefore, the poor Taoist wishes to appoint Hao Yin as the great heavenly sovereign of the three realms, and Yao Qi as the golden mother of Yao Qi, transforming the demon court into the heavenly court to govern the three realms. Upon hearing this, the six saints were all astonished. They never expected that Hongjun Daozu would allow his two children to take control of the heavenly court and govern the three realms. This was simply beyond comprehension. After all, the three realms included their own teachings: human teaching Chan, teaching Jiejiao, and Western teaching. The six saints showed expressions of surprise, while Li Qingxu understood the reasoning behind Hongjun Daozu's actions. On one hand, as the representative of the Dao, he had previously stated during his sermon at the Zixiao Palace that he embodied the Dao and would not act unless it was a significant matter, making it inconvenient for him to intervene in many situations. By allowing Hao Yin and Yao Qi to lead the heavenly court and govern the three realms, he could better strategize within the wilderness world. On the other hand, this was also a compliance test for the six saints and other powerful beings of the wilderness to see if they would heed the words of the Daozu. The six saints wore complex expressions, exchanging glances, while Li Qingxu appeared somewhat displeased. After all, as a third-generation disciple of the Xuanmen, it was only natural for him to be somewhat arrogant and spirited. Displaying too much calmness would only make Hongjun Daozu perceive him as deep-minded, thus casting doubt on his previous statements. Hongjun Daozu sat in silence on his cloud bed, yet he keenly observed the expressions of those present. Does anyone have any objections to my actions? After a moment, Hongjun Daozu spoke again. Master is wise, the disciples have no objections. Taiching Laozu was the first to express his stance, and the other saints followed suit in agreement. That is very good. Hongjun Daozu nodded with satisfaction and continued. Hao Yin, Yao Qi, step forward to receive your titles. Disciples are present. Upon seeing this, Hao Yin and Yao Qi hurriedly bowed in greeting. Hao Yin, I bestow upon you the title of Hao Yin Golden Threshold Supreme, Natural, Marvelous, True, Jade Emperor, to wield the Hao Yin Mirror and Hao Yin Sword governing the three realms. Yao Qi, I bestow upon you the title of Supreme White Jade Turtle Platform, Nine Spirit, True Mother of Yao Qi, to wield the Ren Water Peaches and assist Hao Yin in reconstructing the heavenly court. With a wave of his dust whisk, the Hao Yin Mirror, Hao Yin Sword, and the seedling of the Ren Water Peach appeared before Hao Yin and Yao Qi. The Hao Yin Mirror was neither gold nor jade, inscribed with ancient script and the forms of dragons and strange birds, not carved nor painted, but deeply engraved into the bone. At first glance, a faint blue light emanated, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to stretch infinitely, filled with a shower of flowers, golden clouds, and the elements of wind, clouds, water, and fire manifesting in the golden clouds, ever-changing and infinitely diverse. The Hao Yin Mirror could project the situation of any corner of the three realms at any time, facilitating Haoshan's management of the realms. The Hao Yin Sword was also a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, possessing immense offensive power capable of breaking through all things in the world. The Ren Water Peach was one of the 10 top innate roots of the wilderness. It could bear Ren Water Peaches to assist cultivators above the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm in enhancing their cultivation. It could also split into Ren Water Peach seedlings, and the fruits produced could significantly increase lifespan, delaying the decline of those below the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Now that the demon court was in dire need of revival, with the Ren Water Peach in hand, Yao Qi could attract powerful beings from the wilderness to join the heavenly court and serve them. Thank you for the bestowed titles, Lord. Upon hearing this, Hao Yin and Yao Qi immediately filled with joy, receiving the Hao Yin Mirror, Hao Yin Sword, and Ren Water Peach. Originally mere chaotic stones, after being enlightened by Hongjun Daozu, they had been serving in the Zixiao Palace and were very eager for the vibrant world of the wilderness. And now they could personally venture into the wilderness and make their mark. After bestowing titles to Hao Yin and Yao Qi, Hongjun Daozu turned his gaze to the six saints. Now that Hao Yin and Yao Qi are just starting out, the heavenly court is in dire need of revival. As their senior brothers, you should offer some support to help them establish themselves in the three realms. Hongyun Daozu, as the spokesperson of the Heavenly Tao, possesses numerous treasures and has recently bestowed upon Haoyan and Yaoqi the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the Haoyan Mirror, Haoyan Sword, and Ren Water Peach. Thus his words were not a request for treasures from the six saints, but rather a demand for personnel. The like of Taching Laozu, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and other saints understood that Daozu was instructing them to send some of their disciples to serve Haoyan to manage the three realms. However, as Heavenly Tao saints, if they let their disciples serve Haoyan, it would undoubtedly undermine their own authority and invite ridicule from all beings. Yet with Dao's decree they had no choice but to comply. After a moment of hesitation, Taching Laozu spoke. I recently accepted a disciple named Tianpeng, who can enter the heavenly court to assist Haoyan. After Taching Laozu's words, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Yua Junti, and Jane all dispatched several lesser-known disciples from their sects to fill the ranks. Just as Shangqing Tantian was about to push forward a few lesser-known disciples from the Jia sect, Li Qingxu suddenly spoke up. Master, since the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the stability of the primordial world has greatly diminished, with various disasters occurring frequently. There is nothing of great importance for me at Janeo Island. I am willing to join the heavenly court to assist Haoyan in governing the three realms and restore peace to all races. I hope Master will grant permission. Li Qingxu understood that once Haoyan took control of the heavenly court, he would undoubtedly use the title of Great Heavenly Sovereign of the three realms conferred by Daozu to bring the Underworld under his command. He could refuse the Western Church and confront Nuwa, but it would be unwise to go against Hongjun Dao's will. By joining the heavenly court now, he could maintain full control over the Underworld without conflicting with Dao's wishes, achieving a balance. Moreover, in his past life memories, Haoyan later incorporated the Dragon Clan into the heavenly court, forcing the Four Seas Dragon Kings to work while extracting their dragon liver and phoenix marrow for delicacies, causing great suffering for the Dragon Clan. Joining the heavenly court would also allow him to protect the clan of his disciple Ao Bing. Additionally, the upcoming events of the three sovereigns and five emperors, the Fengshan tribulation, and the journey to the west were all deeply intertwined with the heavenly court. With this identity, he would be more justified in intervening. Most importantly, from his past life memories, the human teaching Chan, teaching Nuwa, and the Western Church worked together to dismantle the Jia sect, filling countless Jia sect disciples into the Fengshan list for Haoyan to command. Now the vast majority of Jia sect disciples held positions in the Underworld. If he, as the Emperor of Fengdu, joined the heavenly court, those Jia sect disciples would also become part of the heavenly court. At that time, Taching Laozu and Yuanshi Tianzuan could hardly send Jia sect disciples who were already celestial officials of the heavenly court back to the heavenly court, could they? Li Qingxu, using the chaos clock to suppress the fate of the Jia sect, could bring Jia sect disciples into the heavenly court, thus providing the Jia sect with 2 layers of security and ensuring their stability during the future Fengshan tribulation. After Li Qingxu finished speaking, Taching Laozu, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the others showed expressions of surprise, not expecting Li Qingxu, as the Emperor of Fengdu and Vice Master of the Jia sect, to lower himself in such a manner. Even Shangqing Tantian was puzzled. However, he knew that Li Qingxu was meticulous and astute. Since he proposed this idea, there must be other intentions behind it. You are concerned for the myriad beings of the primordial world, and I am very pleased. I shall grant your wish, Shangqing Tantian said. Thank you, Master. Li Qingxu expressed his gratitude. Seeing Shangqing Tantian agree, Haoyan and Yaoqi exchanged anxious glances. If they were to command a few lesser-known disciples from the human teaching or Chan teaching, they wouldn't feel much burden. But Li Qingxu is the vice master of the Jia sect. If he dared to order Li Qingxu around, it would not only be up to Shangqing Saint to deal with him. Even the hundreds of thousands of Jia sect disciples causing disturbances in the primordial world would be too much for the newly established heavenly court to handle. Moreover, although he had broken through to the early stage of Quasi Saint, with the help of Hongjun Daozu, he knew that his strength was far from being a match for Li Qingxu. Thus Haoyan would never dare to take Li Qingxu as his subordinate. Li Qingxu, as a disciple of the saints and vice master of the Jia sect, how could Haoyan dare to command you? Haoshan's face showed a difficult expression. He initially wanted to address Li Qingxu as master-nephew, but did not dare to truly regard him as an equal to the 6 saints, ultimately choosing to address him as Dao friend. Seeing that Haoyan still had some self-awareness, not becoming arrogant due to the fief granted by Hongjun Daozu, Shangqing Tangshan's displeasure softened somewhat. Master Qingxu is concerned for the myriad beings and wishes to join the heavenly court, but he is the vice master of the Jia sect, representing the dignity of our sect. It would indeed be inappropriate for him to be commanded by Haoyan. After pondering for a while, Shangqing Tongtian came up with a temporary solution. Li Qingxu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Truly his master understood his intentions perfectly. After pondering for a while, Shangqing Tongtian came up with a temporary solution. Li Qingxu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Truly his master understood his intentions perfectly. Hongjun Daozu hesitated for a moment, as if contemplating something. However, seeing that the matter had come to this point, and that it had been his own initiative, he could only nod in agreement. Li Qingxu, Hongjun Daozu spoke. Disciple is here. Li Qingxu saluted. I hereby confer you as the Zhongtianzui Beiji, Taiwan Great Emperor, to jointly manage the heavenly court with Haoyin and oversee the three realms. Hongjun Daozu declared, bestowing Li Qingxu the title of Ziwei Great Emperor, but he did not grant any treasures as he did for Haoyin and Yaoqi. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Li Qingxu replied, feeling quite excited. Although Hongjun Daozu did not bestow him any treasures, the status of Ziwei Great Emperor was far more significant to him than any supreme, innate spiritual treasure. With this matter settled, you may all disperse. If there are other matters in the future, I will notify you again, Hongjun Daozu said, promptly sending them away. Yes. Disciple takes my leave. The six saints Haoyin, Yaoqi, and Li Qingxu all bowed to Hongjun Daozu before stepping onto white clouds and flying out of the Purple Cloud Palace. Master, I wish to go to the heavenly court with Haoyin and Yaoqi to take a look, Li Qingxu said to Shangqing Tongtian after flying out of the Purple Cloud Palace. Shangqing Tongtian nodded and opened a spatial door to return to Janeo Island. Meanwhile, Taching Laozu Yuanshi, Tianzuan Yuhua Zhuanti, and Jane all returned to their respective abodes to instruct their named disciples to head to the heavenly court to serve as celestial officials. Dao friends, let's go, Li Qingxu said to Haoyin and Yaoqi. All right. Haoyin waved his hand, opening the spatial door to the heavenly court, and together with Li Qingxu and Yaoqi they stepped inside, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Since the fall of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Taiyi, the Pengdu River and Luo Array in the Demon Court had been activated. Endless formations formed a massive translucent barrier completely enveloping the entire 33 heavens along with the Sun Star and Moon Star. This array possesses extremely formidable defensive power. Not even the likes of Xinyuanzi and Mingi Laozu could do anything to it. Li Qingxu, Haoyin, and Yaoqi stood above the array. This array has enveloped the entire 33 heavens with no openings, Haoyin said. How are we supposed to enter? After probing with his divine sense, he found no openings or weaknesses. This immediately made him feel a bit overwhelmed. After all, they were sent by Hongjun Daozu to take over the heavenly court. If they couldn't even get in, it would be truly embarrassing. Very well. Enhao Tian and Yaoqi replied in unison, flying alongside Li Qingxu into the 33rd heaven. Li Qingxu soared through the 33rd heaven, gazing upon the golden-roofed majestic palaces and mountain ranges coiling like slumbering dragons. Awe stirred quietly within his heart. The last time he had visited this realm he had been but a guest. And now he descended upon the 33rd heaven as its sovereign. Truly worthy of the Beast Sovereign Dynasty's celestial palace. The scale is beyond ordinary measure. Hao Tian murmured, his admiration genuine. Across the entire Honghuang world, the architectural complex of the 33rd heaven was the most vast. Each structure crafted from peerless materials priceless beyond reckoning. And those luminous mist-shrouded immortal mountains had been translocated here by the Beast Sovereign Dynasty's cultivators through immense divine arts. Indeed, the 33rd heaven houses not only millions of palaces, but also intricate formation arrays etched across every floor and wall. And should the celestial realm ever face peril, activating these formations would ensure the heavenly court's inviolability. Gazing upon this breathtaking spectacle, ripples of wonder shimmered in Yaoqi's eyes. And the three soared onward, their path culminating at the 33rd heaven. The spiritual energy here was dozens of times denser than elsewhere, and the palaces stood even more imposing and awe-inspiring. And first they arrived at the Lingshao Precious Hall. Rising several million zhang high, the hall's entrance bore two colossal sculptures of ancient mythical beasts, radiating overwhelming majesty. Upon entering the great hall, they beheld murals carved along both side walls, epic depictions of the Beast Sovereign Dynasty's legendary wars. At the farthest end upon the elevated dais rested two dragon thrones forged from divine metal. From the Beast Calamity onward, sovereigns such as Shouhuang, Shen, Ni Zulong, Yuanfeng, Shikel, and Dijun and Dongwang Taiyi all harbored grand ambitions to dominate the Honghuang world and reign supreme alone. Yet each met his end upon the altar of his own ambition and pride. Enhao Tian stood beside the dragon throne, his hand resting lightly upon its cold, intricately patterned armrest, voice steeped in quiet reflection. Indeed, NWE shall not indulge in such illusory dreams. Fulfilling the Tao ancestors' mandate and maintaining cosmic order across the three realms suffices. Yaoqi Wangmu spoke calmly, and with a single gesture shattered the imperial throne, symbolizing Dijun and Taiyi's dream of universal sovereignty. The Lingxiao Precious Hall lies at the heart of the 33rd heaven, spacious and solemn. Henceforth it shall serve as our council chamber for deliberations with celestial officials. Hao Tian declared. Indeed. Both Li Qingxu and Yaoqi nodded in assent. Emerging from the Lingxiao Precious Hall, the trio proceeded next to the Jade Pool. Though Li Qingxu had once wreaked havoc during the celestial wedding, reducing the Jade Pool to ruins, the Yaotian court had since fully restored it to its former splendor. The waters of the Jade Pool are condensed spiritual energy itself, and if used to irrigate Rinshui, peaches, their maturation period could be drastically shortened. Yaoqi gazed upon the crystalline nectar-like waters, then immediately resolved to clear adjacent land and establish a peach orchard for cultivating the divided Rinshui peaches, thereby attracting cultivators from across the Honghuang world. Hao Tian assisted Yaoqi in founding the orchard and dividing the Rinshui peaches, while Li Qingxu chose to continue exploring the heavenly court to select an auspicious site for his own Ziwei imperial palace. Li Qingxu traversed the entire 33rd heaven, but found none of its locations truly fitting. And ultimately he decided to visit the Sun Star and Moon Star. Treading upon white clouds, Li Qingxu descended gracefully before the Guanghan Palace, a structure of pristine white sculpted, as if from ice and jade, exuding a serene frost-laced aura beneath the moonlight. Before the palace rose a towering osmanthus tree. And boom, boom, boom. A deep resonant thud echoed. Wu Gang, formerly the archer Ho-E, stood bare-chested, swinging his axe again and again against the osmanthus trunk. His eyes were hollow and vacant, moving only with mechanical repetition, yet each gash he carved instantly healed, leaving the bark whole once more. Even heroes falter before beauty's allure, and he who once loosed 9 sons now suffers this celestial punishment. Reduced to this pitiful state, Li Qingxu observed Wu Gang with quiet melancholy, yet offered no intervention. Dijun truly provided nothing but an axe. At least Bald Chong had a saw. Li Qingxu smiled faintly, then turned and departed the Moon Star for the Sun Star. The Sun Star blazed crimson, its surface wreathed in roaring flames, capable of annihilating even golden immortal cultivators upon contact. Yet such fire posed no threat whatsoever to Li Qingxu. After soaring briefly, he beheld the Fusang Divine Tree, its coral red branches luxuriant and towering millions of zhang high. At the sight of it, Li Qingxu recalled the 10 golden crows. During the War of Gods and Demons, I failed to acquire the lore dropped by Luya. It seems he was indeed rescued by Zhuanti at the final moment, as my past life memory foretold. This place is spacious, rich in spiritual energy, and graced with the peerless primordial spirit root, the Hwasong Divine Tree. It is the perfect site for constructing my Ziwei Imperial Palace. Having surveyed the surroundings, Li Qingxu declared, "In the law of fire manifested here with exceptional clarity. Building his residence here would greatly aid his future comprehension of that elemental law." With resolve settled, Li Qingxu raised his hand and summoned the laws of earth, wood, and metal from the 5 elemental laws. Rumble, rumble. As divine laws converged, the Sun Star's ground trembled violently. In an instant, a magnificent Ziwei imperial palace, millions of zhang tall radiating sovereign grandeur, rose from the earth. And having created it, Li Qingxu entered seclusion within his new abode to cultivate. When the great mixed Yuan Hiluo formation enveloping the 33rd heaven vanished, numerous Honghuang sages rejoiced, eagerly vying to seize advantage from the newly opened realm. Yet Li Qingxu, Hao Tian, and Yaoqi publicly announced they had assumed governance of the heavenly court and stewardship over the 3 realms under the Tao ancestors' decree, and extended invitation to virtuous cultivators across the Honghuang world. A wave of astonishment swept across the Honghuang world. Li Qingxu's ascension to Ziwei Great Emperor met unanimous acceptance. Yet none anticipated that Hongjun Daoyuan would appoint his 2 celestial attendants as Yuhuang Da-Di and Yaoqi Wangmu, granting them dominion over the 3 realms. Merely celestial attendants, now proclaimed supreme sovereigns of the 3 realms. Preposterous. And when I attended lectures at Zhixiao Palace, he still wore a red belly band at the gate serving guests. Precisely. 2 mere acolytes presumed to rule the cosmos and demand our fealty. Absurd delusion. A reversal of heaven and earth. I shall watch closely. How Tian and Yaoqi intend to uphold the titles of Supreme Sovereign and Golden Mother of the Jade Pool. Many Honghuang sages dismissed How Tian and Yaoqi entirely. Some even eagerly awaited their inevitable humiliation. Ordinary cultivators, however, entertained joining the heavenly court. Lacking lineage or patronage, they recognized How Tian's legitimacy as supreme sovereign ordained by the Tao ancestor himself. Joining during this nascent chaotic era might secure them pivotal roles once the heavenly court flourished. And over the following 10,000 years, How Tian discovered a chaos primordial stone among the Yaotian court's relics, quickening it into life and naming her Yaoji, adopting her as his younger sister. Yet due to How Tian's limited cultivation, Yaoji achieved only the initial true immortal realm upon manifestation. And meanwhile, Yaoqi Wangmu successfully divided the Rinshui peaches into 3,600 trees. Of these, 1,200 bore small blossoms and fruits, ripening every 3,000 years, granting 10,000 years of longevity upon consumption. And another 1,200 matured every 6,000 years, bestowing 1,000,000 years of lifespan. The final 1,200 bore purple-veined finokerneled fruit, ripening only after 9,000 years, conferring 10,000,000 years of longevity. In leveraging Hongyun Diyuan's authority and the allure of the Rinshui peaches, the heavenly court gradually recruited numerous Honghuang cultivators, including distinguished figures such as Lei Gong Thunder God, Dianmu Lightning Goddess, Zhu Ling Shin Titan God, Dali Shin Mighty God, and Shi Jiao Desian Barefoot Immortal. Augmented further by Tianpeng sent by the Human Teaching Sect, along with probationary disciples from the Chan Teaching Sect Niwa Palace and the Western Teaching Sect, the heavenly court began to flourish visibly. Yet the Honghuang World, the supreme great thousand world beneath the Grand Tao, stretches across immeasurable realms teeming with myriad races. To compound its chaos, the demon clans who fled with Patriarch Kuanping into the 10,000 mountain range of northern Honghuang alongside demonic cultivators practicing the path of demonic arts sow further unrest. Even with over 1,000,000 celestial officials and heavenly soldiers under the celestial court's banner, resources remain woefully insufficient, barely enough to sustain even the most fundamental cosmic order. At Li Qingxu's council, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings joined the celestial court, assuming the sacred duty of dispelling clouds and summoning rain across the vast Honghuang lands. Though the Dragon Kings thus became indentured servants of the celestial court, at least under Li Qingxu's protection, their livers would never grace the banquet platters of heaven. As Li Qingxu ascended to the throne of the Purple Trepidation Emperor, the hundreds of thousands of Yin officials governing the Netherworld nominally became celestial officers of the celestial court. Yet since the Netherworld remained firmly under Li Qingxu's dominion, Yuanshi and Yaoqi dared not overstep their bounds. Thus the hundreds of thousands of Jie sect disciples serving as Yin officials suffered no undue constraints. Yuanshi appointed Tianpeng as Marshal Tianpeng, granting him command over the 10,000 river heavenly fleet and entrusting him with governance of the heavenly river. Initially, Yuanshi had hoped the marshal would train both the fleet and the celestial host. But Marshal Tianpeng knew full well he had joined the celestial court merely as ceremonial ornamentation, and with the backing of the Human Teaching Sect, Yuanshi dared not discipline him in the slightest. Thus Marshal Tianpeng simply ignored Yuanshi's edicts, spending each day slumbering soundly within his palace. Yuanshi seethed in frustration, yet could do nothing, ultimately delegating the training of the celestial host to Giant Spirit God. Among those cultivators who joined the celestial court, a great many did so solely upon Li Qingxu's illustrious name, and more than a few secretly harbored hopes of becoming his disciples. Yet Li Qingxu's Purple Trepidation Palace resided upon the Sun Star, a realm utterly inaccessible to any being below the golden immortal realm, thereby sparing him countless unwelcome entanglements. Notably, Yuanshi and Yaoqi, having served together for eons as attendants to Patriarch Hongyun, had long nurtured quiet affection for one another. During their joint stewardship of the celestial court, their bond deepened until before witnesses both celestial and mortal, they pledged themselves as Tao companions, and soon thereafter bore 7 daughters. Their names were Tian Shou, Tian Yang, Tian Rong, Tian Chong, Tian Xian, Tian Qing, and Tian Yu. The birth of these 7 princesses infused the celestial court with renewed vitality and jubilant grace. One day, as Li Qingxu cultivated within his Purple Trepidation Palace, a subtle resonance stirred his heart. He gazed unblinkingly through the firmament, his vision alighting directly upon the Tai Xian tribe of humanity. Above the Tai Xian tribe, violet qi streamed eastward for 30,000 li. Auspicious radiance draped the heavens like celestial banners, and infinite golden lotuses bloomed forth from the void blanketing sky and earth alike. The realm reverberated with harmonious Tao melodies, as if 10 million Buddhas and gods chanted in unison, shaking souls to their very core. Dense flocks of auspicious beasts, spirit cranes, spirit deer, and others, encircled the tribe, while above it hovered a colossal illusory tortoise 10,000 zhang tall, its body shimmering with violet gold luminescence. So, it seems the North Sea tortoise has successfully undergone reincarnation, Li Qingxu murmured, gazing upon the extraordinary omen. In all of Honghuang, only the North Sea tortoise, bearing boundless Tao merit, could herald such a spectacle upon rebirth. Yet he was faintly surprised the North Sea tortoise had chosen rebirth among humanity, and precisely within the very tribe of his own origin. Was this mere coincidence, or profound karmic affinity? I shall go and observe firsthand. With that thought, Li Qingxu traversed the void and arrived instantly at the Taixian tribe in northern Honghuang. A rift in space opened above the tribe, and Li Qingxu, clad in flowing white Taoist robes, stepped forth. His gaze swept the surroundings, revealing he was not the first to arrive. Xinyuanzi, Queen Mother of the West Blood River Patriarch, and even Kunpeng Patriarch, who had vanished long ago after betraying Emperor Dijun and Taiyi, stood alongside hundreds of other Honghuang titans silently awaiting the event above the Taixian tribe. Li Qingxu well understood their motives. The North Sea tortoise bore immense fortune and monumental Tao merit. Any who claimed it as disciple would reap incalculable blessings. Yet though anticipation burned fiercely in every heart, none dared act rashly. To disturb the North Sea tortoise, even risking its slightest harm, would summon the Grand Tao's thunder tribulation, without delay reducing them to ash before they could draw breath. The human tribesfolk of Taixian trembled uncontrollably at the sight of so many legendary titans, speechless with awe beyond measure. Tao friend Qingxu, long time no see. Clad in imperial robes, Queen Mother of the West approached with a gentle smile and offered her greetings. Indeed, long time no see. Though Li Qingxu had shared no prior ties with her, propriety demanded courtesy, and so he responded, engaging her in polite, measured conversation. Soon afterward, Xinyuanzi Huiyan Patriarch and other paramount titans joined the discourse. Having attained the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm through the blossoming of 36 lotus petals, Li Qingxu possessed limitless prospects, and held the exalted titles of Deputy Sect Master of the Jie Sect Emperor of Fengdu and Purple Trepidation Emperor, making him a figure of unparalleled authority and influence. All these Honghuang titans sought his favor. As Li Qingxu conversed with the assembled titans, spiritual energy coalesced above the Taixian tribe into a vortex spanning 1,000,000 li, channeling vast pristine qi directly into a stone hut at the tribe's heart. Simultaneously, auspicious beasts, Qinghuan Bifang Chongming birds, and 5-colored deer, arrived bearing rare treasures of heaven and earth. The North Sea tortoise sacrificed itself, raising the 4 pillars of heaven to save the Honghuang world. These beasts come bearing gifts in gratitude, Queen Mother of the West observed, gazing upon the procession of auspicious creatures. Wah! A piercing infant cry pierced the air, then violet gold light erupted from the stone hut, so intense, so radiant, that even the assembled titans struggled to keep their eyes open. The North Sea tortoise has emerged. Hundreds of Honghuang titans surged with excitement. Yet just as they stepped forward, boundless Tao patterns surged forth, enveloping the entire stone hut in an impenetrable luminous shroud. Within the hut, divine radiance blazed in 10,000 beams, auspicious colors cascaded like celestial rivers, immortal mists swirled thickly, as if a god were being forged in sacred fire. This is the heavenly law itself, performing purification rites upon the newborn North Sea tortoise. Xinyuanzi marveled, eyes shimmering with envy. Indeed, though born of humanity, this tortoise, now bathed in the heavenly law's sanctifying grace, shall possess innate talent rivaling even the primordial beings. Moreover, its affinity with Tao principles and cosmic laws shall be vastly heightened henceforth. The North Sea tortoise previously attained the Subsage realm, yet this celestial beginning portends its ascension as Honghuang's 8th or 9th sage. Queen Mother of the West Blood River Patriarch and other Honghuang titans sighed in profound admiration. Though they themselves were primordial beings of peerless root origins, none had ever received such sublime auspiciousness at birth. The laws of heaven and earth continued to immerse the North Sea Xian turtle for a full 5 to 6 hours. During this time, powerful beings from the primordial era continuously traversed through the void. As the purple divine light gradually dimmed, the number of powerful beings from the primordial era hovering above the Taixian tribe reached several thousand, all of whom were formidable figures above the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Amidst the crowd's gaze, a child clad in a purple-gold Taoist robe wearing a jade crown and stepping on cloud shoes emerged from a stone house. These garments were gifts sent by various auspicious beasts, all extraordinary items. The boy appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old with a tall stature and handsome features. His pair of sparkling eyes was exceptionally lively, and a clear light radiated from his spiritual platform, making him seem extraordinary. Everyone knew that this boy before them was the reincarnation of the North Sea Xian turtle. Li Qingxu focused his gaze, and the attributes of the boy immediately appeared before him. North Sea Xian turtle. Cultivation, early golden immortal. Attributes: child of heavenly favor, purple gold, fortunate as a rainbow, purple gold, insightful, purple gold, destiny, Tao body, purple gold. 4 purple gold attributes, and over 10 golden attributes. The quality of these attributes is ridiculously high, almost comparable to the 3 pure ones, Li Qingxu internally lamented. Moreover, although top-tier innate spiritual root cultivators might have the cultivation of Taiyi golden immortal, or even Great Luo golden immortal from birth, this was the result of years of cultivation before their transformation. However, the North Sea Xian turtle, having just emerged, possessed the cultivation of a golden immortal due to the baptism of the laws of heaven and earth, truly astonishing. Just when many primordial beings were planning to step forward and recommend themselves, 4 spatial doors, the 5 saints, namely Taiqing, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Yuhua, Saint Juanti, and Jane, almost simultaneously stepped out from the spatial doors. As the 5 saints appeared, a supreme aura immediately filled the space, causing the sun, moon, and stars to tremble. We bow before the saints. The hundreds of billions of human beings from the Taishan tribe, as well as the thousands of powerful beings from the primordial era, all knelt down in unison before the 5 saints. Only Li Qingxu, Xinyuzi, and Zhuangmu remained standing. Disciple greets Taiqing, Shirboi, Yuanshi, Shirboi, Yuhua, Shirshu, Junti, and Jane Shirshu. Li Qingxu saluted the 5 saints. Although he did not hold a good impression of the 5 saints, and had even clashed with Yuhua Saint in the past, they were still his elders before a complete fallout. Saints value their face the most, and in public the proper courtesies must still be observed. When Taiqing, Laozi, and Yuanshi Tianzuan saw Li Qingxu appear, they instantly felt a sense of crisis. However, although Li Qingxu had instructed the North Sea Xian turtle to actively support heaven and had a good relationship with the turtle, they believed that with their status and cultivation as saints they could undoubtedly take the North Sea Xian turtle as their disciple. Senior brother, you Easterners are blessed with outstanding talents, while my Western side has been extremely barren since the explosion of the demon ancestor Lu. Would the esteemed senior brothers kindly consider granting the North Sea Xian turtle to my Western teachings? This statement from my junior brother is misguided. Junti and Jane felt they had no advantage compared to Taiqing, Laozi, and Yuanshi Tianzuan, and immediately began to feign sympathy. As the head of the 6 saints, I only have one direct disciple under my seat, and it is time to strengthen the teachings of humanity, Taiqing, Laozi said indifferently, showing no sign of retreat. After all, Li Qingxu of the Jie sect had achieved the Tao of the Great Luo with 36 grades of blossoming, making him a peak figure, a mountain that all disciples of the Xian sect could not surpass. If anyone in the entire primordial world had the hope of surpassing Li Qingxu, it would only be the North Sea Xian turtle. Thus, Taiqing, Laozi, and Yuanshi Tianzuan, among others, were extremely eager to take the North Sea Xian turtle as their disciple, and then teach him carefully to surpass Li Qingxu and become the foremost of the 3rd generation of the Xian sect. If Taiqing, Laozi was still somewhat polite, then Yuanshi Tianzuan was very direct and assertive. He coldly glanced at Junti and Jane. Your Western side is barren, what does it have to do with me? Yuanshi Tianzuan had never regarded Junti and Jane with any respect, even if they had attained saint. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan showing no consideration for them, Junti and Jane could only awkwardly chuckle twice. Although Yuhua Saint did not respond, her attitude was evidently clear. The North Sea Xian turtle possessed the virtues of the great Tao and fortunes as vast as the sea, a rare gem born once in millions of years. Moreover, if she could take the North Sea Xian turtle under her wing, she could also share a portion of the fortune. Therefore, Yuhua would never let it go easily. Upon seeing this, Junti and Jane no longer sought to make themselves miserable, instead shifting their gaze towards the North Sea Xian turtle. Little friend, what is your name? Junti asked the North Sea Xian turtle with a forced smile, trying to appear friendly. Although he was trying his best to present himself, he was naturally thin and gaunt, and with his long arched yellow eyebrows his smile resembled that of a mischievous weasel, which was quite uncomfortable to behold. I have just emerged, and my father and mother have yet to name me. The North Sea Xian turtle replied earnestly with a voice as clear as falling water. I am the Jain Saint of the Western teachings wishing to take you as my direct disciple. Would you be willing? Jain Saint said, taking out the Eastern Treasure-colored Qinglian flag. The Eastern Treasure-colored Qinglian flag is a supreme innate spiritual treasure transformed from the petals of the chaos Qinglian, extremely precious. Jain Saint only possesses two supreme innate spiritual treasures, the 12-grade Virtue Golden Lotus and the Eastern Treasure-colored Qinglian flag. Now he directly presented a supreme innate spiritual treasure as a recruitment offering, showing his little friend, I am the authentic descendant of Fengdu and the direct disciple of the Tao ancestor. If you join my sect, I will do my utmost to cultivate you, ensuring you become the 8th saint of the primordial world. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke, revealing a purple-black gourd in his palm. This gourd was exceedingly round and exuded chaotic energy, appearing extraordinarily unique. During the early stages of the Wu Yao calamity, a gourd vine, one of the 10 top innate spiritual roots, grew on Mount Buzhou. The gourd vine produced 7 innate gourds which fell into the hands of top beings, such as the 3 Pure Ones and Honghuang Taiyi. The purple-black chaotic gourd that Yuanshi Tianzuan obtained contained its own chaotic world, making it the most precious among the 7 innate gourds. Little friend, I am Taiching Laozi, the head of the 3 Pure Ones and the head of the 6 saints. I am well-versed in formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting, and currently have only one direct disciple under my guidance. If you join my sect, I am confident that you will break through to the Great Luo within 100,000 years and become a quasi-saint within millions of years. Taiching Laozi stroked his beard and spoke with great confidence. Though my cultivation may not be on par with the 2 senior brothers, I currently have no direct disciples under my guidance. If you are willing to take me as your teacher, you will be my only direct disciple and heir. Nuwa Saint spoke softly, a crystal-clear white lotus floating in her hand. This is the pure world white lotus, transformed from a half-mature lotus seed of the chaos Qinglian. Though not as valuable as the Virtue Golden Lotus or the world-destroying Black Lotus, it is still of high-grade innate spiritual treasure quality. The powerful beings of the primordial world had initially intended to recommend themselves and take the North Sea Xian turtle under their wing. However, upon seeing Taiching Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and others all extending olive branches to the North Sea Xian turtle, even offering supreme, innate spiritual treasures to attract him as a disciple, they immediately lowered their flags and ceased to harbor any illusions. Yet witnessing the 5 saints competing to take the North Sea Xian turtle as a disciple, they felt an overwhelming envy. Previously, it was only possible for primordial beings to fight for the chance to join a saint's sect. Such an occurrence where the saints actively sought disciples and even competed with each other was truly unprecedented. Furthermore, with the North Sea Xian turtle bearing great fortunes and merits, along with the saint's full investment in his education, achieving sainthood in the future was nearly a certainty. The gaze of the North Sea Xian Gui swept across the figures of the Taiching Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and other saints, causing their previously calm hearts to start tightening with anxiety. However, the North Sea Xian Gui did not express his stance, instead turning to look at Li Qingxu beside him. My name is Li Qingxu, a direct disciple of the Taiching Saint and the vice principal of the Jie sect. Are you willing to take me as your master? Li Qingxu asked, producing the great Tao merit armor which the North Sea Xian Gui had entrusted to him during his previous life. The great Tao merit armor hovered gently in Li Qingxu's palm, emitting a purple gold glow, its immensely sacred aura sweeping across the entire venue. The gaze of the North Sea Xian Gui fell upon the great Tao merit armor, and an unusual expression flickered in his eyes. Although he had sealed his past life memories, an instinctive intuition made him feel that Li Qingxu was the most approachable and trustworthy. As for the Taiching Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and others, despite their formidable cultivation and their amiable demeanor towards him, he could not help but feel a sense of disgust and even hostility when faced with the gaze of the saints. After some consideration, the North Sea Xian Gui walked through the air and solemnly performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows before Li Qingxu, paying his respects. I wish to take Li Senior as my master. Li Qingxu was overjoyed in his heart, personally helping him up. Good. From now on you will be my second direct disciple. After Li Qingxu spoke, he handed the great Tao merit armor to the North Sea Xian Gui. Of course, this great Tao merit armor was originally a remnant of the North Sea Xian Gui, and he merely kept it temporarily, never viewing it as his own. Even if the North Sea Xian Gui took other masters, he would still return this treasure to its original owner. Yes. The North Sea Xian Gui nodded obediently, respectfully receiving the great Tao merit armor with both hands. Regarding the choice of the North Sea Xian Gui, Although Li Qingxu felt happy, he was not surprised. After all, the Xiangui was born with the ability to communicate with spirits, and during the calamity, he could vaguely sense the impending danger. The Ta-Ching Laozi and others had almost killed the North Sea Xiangui, before so naturally, he would only feel danger and hostility towards them. The thousands of powerful beings present were greatly taken aback when the North Sea Xiangui actually rejected the Ta-Ching Laozi and others, choosing to take Li Qingxu as his master. After all, the cultivation and status of the Ta-Ching Laozi and others were formidable. Although Li Qingxu had boundless potential, he had yet to fully mature. In terms of teaching disciples, he was likely far inferior to the 5 saints of the primordial era present. Yet the Ta-Ching Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun had traveled vast distances to this place, almost flattering the North Sea Xiangui by extending an olive branch. But he ignored them, rejecting the identity of a direct disciple of the saints, and chose to take Li Qingxu as his master. This genuinely infuriated them and caused them to lose face. Qingxu disciple, you currently only have the cultivation of the great Luo golden immortal realm. If you were to teach this young friend, it might be more than your ability could handle, and it would waste his future. Why not persuade him to join our Western teachings instead, eh? Saint Juan said with a thick face, still unwilling to give up on Li Qingxu. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxu chuckled lightly in his heart. I heard that the daughter of the Hongyun had a difficult birth and died. Did you know about this, uncle? Saint Juan and Jiayin exchanged glances, both confused, not understanding why Li Qingxu suddenly brought up this matter. What does the death of the dog have to do with me? Juan asked in confusion. Then how does it relate to how you teach your disciples? Li Qingxu glanced at him with a hint of mockery. You? Juan and Jiayin were instantly left speechless. They did not expect that not only did the Ta-Ching Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun not take them seriously, but even Li Qingxu dared to mock them in front of everyone. However, throughout the encounter, Li Qingxu did not display any obvious offense towards them, even referring to them as junior, continuously making it difficult for them to find fault. The Ta-Ching Laozi and Yuan Shitianzun felt quite unwilling in their hearts upon seeing the North Sea Xiangui take Li Qingxu as his master. After all, Li Qingxu's talent was already terrifying. If he were to teach another disciple of similar potential, then the disciples of the Renjiao and Chanjiao would truly have no hope of rising. Young friend, once you take a master, you become a disciple for life. This matter is of great importance. You have just come into the world, and you may not yet fully understand the primordial era. I advise you to think carefully before deciding. Ta-Ching Laozi advised the North Sea Xiangui meaningfully. Thank you for your reminder, but since I have already taken my master, I will not change my mind. The North Sea Xiangui responded earnestly. Seeing that the North Sea Xiangui was adamant about taking Li Qingxu as his master, the Ta-Ching Laozi, Yuan Shitianzun, and Nuwa felt quite unwilling in their hearts, yet they had no choice. After all, the North Sea Xiangui had the great Dao merit to protect him, and Li Qingxu was the vice principal of the Jie sect, a direct disciple of the Upper Qing. They could not force him. I hope you will not regret your decision today. After speaking, Ta-Ching Laozi, feeling utterly humiliated, directly traversed the void and returned to Deluo Mountain. Yuan Shitianzun, Nuwa, Juan and Jiayin followed closely behind, disappearing from the scene. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on gaining a beloved disciple. After the 5 saints left, the likes of Zhen Yuanzi and Shi Wangmu immediately surrounded Li Qingxu to congratulate him. With your strength combined with your disciple's talent, it won't be long before another supreme power emerges in the primordial world. Not only that, it is not impossible for Jie sect to eventually have 3 saints. Many powerful beings spoke in unison, their words filled with envy. As the saying goes, a great master produces great disciples. Li Qingxu was already terrifyingly talented. Now, with another promising disciple, the Jie sect would surely shine brilliantly among the 4 teachings of the Xianmen. You flatter me, fellow Taoists. Li Qingxu was in high spirits, bowing in response. After a brief conversation with the powerful beings, they each returned to their own places. Li Qingxu then brought the North Sea Xiangui down from the sky, landing in the Taishan tribe. We bow to our human master. The hundreds of billions of human beings in the Taishan tribe knelt and paid their respects upon Li Qingxu's arrival. Since Li Qingxu spread the Dao Xianjing among the human race, opening up a path for them to grow stronger, all humans revered him as their human master. Moreover, even the Saint Nuwa, as the creator of the human race, only had a statue in a few major tribes, while Li Qingxu's statue stood in every human tribe. Even those who separated to form their own tribes made it a priority to erect Li Qingxu's statue before building houses. This demonstrates just how exalted Li Qingxu's status was among the human race. Li Qingxu nodded, and released a gentle divine power, lifting everyone up. Master, allow me to bid farewell to my parents. The North Sea Xiangui said to Li Qingxu. All right, go ahead. Li Qingxu nodded. The North Sea Xiangui flew before his biological parents and began to say his farewells. Although his parents felt reluctant, they also understood that their child was not an ordinary person. Furthermore, their own strength was mediocre, and the cultivation resources of the Taishan tribe were extremely limited. Keeping the child in the Taishan tribe would only hinder his future. Only by following the human master Li Qingxu could their child truly grow. After a heartfelt farewell, the North Sea Xiangui returned to Li Qingxu. Master, I have said goodbye to my parents. I will follow you to cultivate from now on. The North Sea Xiangui said to Li Qingxu. What name did they give you? Li Qingxu asked. They said to let you name me. The North Sea Xiangui replied earnestly. My surname is Li, so you shall also take my surname. Your name will be Beixian. Li Qingxu said, patting the top of his head. Li Beixian. Li Beixian repeated his name, and then bowed to Li Qingxu again. Thank you, master, for naming me. Return with me, disciple. Li Qingxu said to Li Beixian, raising his hand to rend open a spatial gateway, not one leading to the Sun Star, but to Jinao Island. After all, having just accepted Li Beixian as his disciple, he naturally wished to bring him back to Jinao Island to formally acknowledge the sect. Li Beixian nodded and followed closely behind Li Qingxu as they stepped through the gateway. When they emerged once more, they hovered high above Jinao Island. Greetings, senior brother. Countless Jia sect disciples bowed deeply upon seeing Li Qingxu's arrival, their faces radiant with profound reverence. Li Qingxu gave a faint solemn nod, then turned his gaze toward Bio Palace atop Ziji Cliff. Yet the palace gates stood tightly sealed. With Yuanxing Tongtian's transcendent cultivation, he surely knew of Li Qingxu's return, with Li Beixian in tow, to present him to the sect. Yet the sealed gates of Bio Palace signaled no intention to receive them. The sovereign must be deep in critical seclusion, utterly impervious to interruption. Very well, let us first return to Qingxu Hall. We shall bring him before the master at a later time. Li Qingxu murmured inwardly, instantly altering his course and guiding Li Beixian toward the outer reaches of Jinao Island. Master. Before Li Qingxu had even descended, Ao Bing stood atop a boulder, beaming with unrestrained excitement and waving vigorously. Li Qingxu and Li Beixian descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before her. Master, you finally returned. I've missed you terribly. Where on earth did you acquire this child? Ao Bing blurted, her gaze swiftly shifting to Li Beixian, standing quietly behind Li Qingxu, and without hesitation she reached out and gently pinched his plump cheek. Though momentous events had unfolded across the Honghuang World, Ao Bing, though a golden immortal nearing the peak of her cultivation, could perceive only the East Sea realm with her divine sense, remaining unaware of distant upheavals. What do you mean, acquire? Li Qingxu swatted her hand away with mild exasperation and introduced earnestly. This is my newly accepted disciple Li Beixian, henceforth your junior brother. Hearing this, Ao Bing's delight surged anew. She crouched down once more and tenderly stroked Li Beixian's head. Junior brother, I am Ao Bing, your senior sister. Should you ever have questions in cultivation, feel free to seek my guidance anytime. Li Qingxu smiled warmly at her words. She remained blissfully ignorant of Li Beixian's true identity. If Li Qingxu revealed that his junior brother had once been the Xian turtle of the Northern Sea, an archsage of unfathomable antiquity, she would surely leap backward in shock. His talent and insight are extraordinary. You'll hardly need to instruct him. Li Qingxu cautioned. Extraordinary? How extraordinary? Ao Bing asked, curious. Roughly 2 or 3 stories tall. Li Qingxu replied with a wry smile. Focus on your own cultivation, lest he overtake you before you know it. Ao Bing pouted, instantly bristling with defiance. Master, you underestimate me far too much. I am, after all, the 3rd princess of the Dragon clan, having cultivated for millions of years, and recently inherited the Golden Dragon's spirit pearl. Look at this junior brother. He's barely weaned to surpass me in cultivation. That won't happen for eons. Li Qingxu placed a reassuring hand upon her shoulder. It is precisely this unyielding spirit I admire in you. Keep it alive, always. Understood, master. Just watch me. Ao Bing clenched her fist with unwavering confidence, her smile radiant and bright. Li Qingxu then led Li Beixian into Qingxu Hall, settling cross-legged upon the central meditation cushion and gesturing for Li Beixian to sit opposite him. Once Li Beixian sat respectfully, Li Qingxu spoke. Disciple, now that you have entered my sect, I shall bestow upon you a cultivation scripture. Attend closely, absorb every word, and cultivate with utmost sincerity. Li Beixian responded with solemn reverence. Yes, master. I listen with full devotion. Li Qingxu nodded, then began imparting the Taoyi immortal scripture. He had briefly considered transmitting the Shangqing immortal art composed by Yuanqing Tongtian, but swiftly dismissed the notion. For in his past life memories aside from the primordial sage Hongyun and the 6 sages who attained divinity through meritorious deeds, no other being in the entire Honghuang world had achieved sainthood, even through the cataclysmic Buddha demon calamity. Zenyuanzi the Buddha, Tathagata Ran Deng Doran, the Jade Emperor Mingyi, Laozu the Queen Mother of the West. All these peerless masters of the Honghuang realm remained eternally stranded at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Thus Li Qingxu surmised that the immortal cultivation methods bestowed by Hongyun might be inherently incomplete, incapable of guiding one to ultimate sainthood. Though his self-crafted Taoyi immortal scripture had thus far been refined only to the early stage of the primordial golden immortal realm, Li Qingxu possessed unshakable faith in his own insight, certain that in time he would elevate it to perfection, a path capable of attaining the supreme primordial Tao and beyond. As Li Qingxu began speaking, his voice resonated with thunderous clarity throughout the hall, each word luminous, each phrase profound, as he expounded the principles of the Taoyi immortal scripture interwoven with his own hard-won realizations. At the very instant Li Qingxu uttered his first syllable, Li Beishuan's spiritual dais erupted in blinding radiance. His nascent soul resonated with heaven and earth, while ethereal phantoms of myriad phenomena spiraled around him, voraciously absorbing the Tao's inherent resonance. Spiritual energy from across millions of miles spontaneously converged upon Qingxu Hall, coalescing into a colossal vortex that funneled torrents of qi directly into Li Beishuan's body. Witnessing Li Beishuan so swiftly descend into profound enlightenment, Li Qingxu felt deep satisfaction, almost as if gazing upon his own youthful self. With Li Beishuan's unparalleled insight and his own meticulous guidance, perhaps one day, without lifting a finger, his disciples would sweep across the Honghuang realm and subdue the 3 realms. Li Qingxu's discourse lasted a full century. Throughout those 100 years, the celestial phenomena surrounding Li Beishuan never ceased. He absorbed the Tao like a parched sponge, drinking in every nuance. For a novice cultivator, the Taoyi immortal scripture might seem abstruse and impenetrable, demanding prolonged contemplation before even grasping its foundations. Yet Li Beishuan, endowed with transcendental insight, not only grasped its essence within moments, but rapidly synthesized its principles into seamless mastery. A century later, Li Beishuan, now a youth, sat serenely upon the cushion, wreathed in awe-inspiring manifestations, misty immortality, shimmering divine light, an aura befitting a celestial sovereign. His very flesh glowed with inner luminescence, countless stars embedded within his blood and bone blazing with quiet, eternal brilliance. Flooded by the torrential influx of heavenly qi, Li Beishuan had successfully forged 365 stellar circulations within his body, the hallmark of the Taoyi immortal scripture's golden immortal initial stage. Such speed was nothing short of world-shattering, eliciting quiet awe even from Li Qingxu himself. Truly this disciple was the heavenly chosen one, blessed with boundless virtue, destiny, and fortune, his comprehension defying all reason. Moreover, whenever Li Beishuan cultivated the celestial laws themselves, bent to assist him, spiritual energy rushed toward him as if drawn by irresistible gravity. This treatment perfectly embodied the saying, "Heaven itself rushes to feed him." Yet despite Li Beishuan's staggering genius, Li Qingxu felt neither threat nor envy. After all, Li Beishuan was his second direct disciple. The greater his talent, the deeper Li Qingxu's. Furthermore, Li Qingxu possessed the divine-level keyword acquisition system, a limitless engine capable of extracting, downloading, and assimilating keywords from any living being to augment his own essence without restriction. In time, he could even expend primordial points to download Li Beishuan's keywords directly into himself, truly embodying the principle, "Let strength rise as it may, the mountain breeze remains undisturbed." No matter how prodigious a natural genius may be before one who wields ultimate advantage, even transcendence bows in humble deference. After Li Qingxu finished reciting the Taoyi Immortal Sutra, he proceeded to impart all the divine abilities, such as heaven-cutting sword, intent, the 36 methods of the Tian Gang, like flying body trace, soaring golden light, and upper clear divine thunder, to Li Beishuan. However, the sky-splitting divine palm is a divine ability passed down from the primordial ancestor Fengdu to the 3 pure ones. He must obtain the consent of his master before he can teach this technique to Li Beishuan. "I have imparted the Taoyi Immortal Sutra and various divine abilities to you," said Li Qingxu. "You must diligently cultivate from now on and not be negligent. If you have any questions, you may come to Qingxu Palace to ask me. Li Qingxu said to Li Beixian. Yes, master, I will remember your teachings, Li Beixian replied, standing up and bowing deeply to express his gratitude for Li Qingxu's great kindness in imparting the teachings. After you leave, you may find a suitable place on this island to establish a Taoist temple, Li Qingxu instructed Li Beixian. Although he was the vice leader of the Jie sect, Li Beixian had the right to establish a temple on any unclaimed land on Golden Tortoise Island. However, after so many years of development, the number of Jie sect disciples had already exceeded 1 million. Most of the good locations on Golden Tortoise Island had already been claimed. In that case, it would be better to build the temple on this island like Ao Bing. I understand, Li Beixian said, cupping his hands in respect. All right, you may leave now. Li Qingxu waved his hand, intending to enter seclusion for a period to continue deducing the mid-stage portion of the Tao-I Immortal Sutra and the third style of the sky-splitting divine palm. Yes, Li Beixian turned and flew out of Qingxu Palace. Oh, junior brother, it's been 100 years since we last met, and you've become quite handsome. After Li Beixian flew out of Qingxu Palace, he encountered Ao Bing Heaton. Greetings, senior sister, Li Beixian saluted. Junior brother, are you looking for a place to establish a temple? I know a few good spots. Let me take you to have a look, Ao Bing said, enthusiastically reaching out to pinch Li Beixuan's fair cheek. Thank you, senior sister. Li Beixian did not refuse. All right, let's go. Ao Bing soared into the sky, leading Li Beixian in search of a prime location for establishing a temple. During this time, Ao Bing released her divine sense to examine Li Beixian and discovered that his cultivation was still at the early stage of the Golden Immortal. Master personally taught junior brother for 100 years, yet junior brother's cultivation has hardly progressed. It seems that junior brother's talent and comprehension are not as high as master described. Ao Bing thought with a smirk. She had previously witnessed the myriad of divine lights and auspicious phenomena above Qingxu Palace, which had left her in awe. Ao Bing had thought that Li Beixian was indeed, as master said, exceptionally perceptive, experiencing a rapid increase in cultivation during the teaching process, which made her somewhat anxious. However, it seemed that her anxiety was completely unnecessary. But soon Ao Bing found herself unable to smile any longer. After 100 years, Li Beixuan's temple Beixian cave erupted with a powerful aura. After 100 years of accumulation, Li Beixian successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. Ao Bing was somewhat surprised, but it was still within the realm of acceptance. After all, master had previously taught Ao Bing, so it was normal for her to see an increase in cultivation. 1,000 years later, Li Beixuan's cultivation rose again to the latest stage Golden Immortal, reaching the same realm as Ao Bing. This junior brother of mine actually broke through so quickly. His comprehension is truly extraordinary. No wonder he caught master's eye and was accepted as a direct disciple. I must work even harder, otherwise if senior sister's cultivation is surpassed by junior brother, how embarrassing would that be? Ao Bing felt threatened and began her intensive seclusion training, striving to reach the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm with the support of the Golden Dragon Orb. 50,000 years later, a previously calm sea erupted with a soaring waterfall reaching thousands of feet high. A blue divine dragon shot into the sky, then transformed into a human figure, landing at the entrance of Beixian Cave. Junior brother, I have broken through to the peak of the Golden Immortal. Are you still unsure? Do you want senior sister to guide you? Ao Bing excitedly trotted into Beixian Cave, ready to instruct her junior brother and showcase her authority as the senior sister. At this moment, Li Beixian had grown into a tall and handsome young man with starry brows and sharp eyes. Senior sister, you're here. Li Beixian walked out from the depths of the cave and actively approached Ao Bing. When Ao Bing sensed the aura of Li Beixuan, who was at the early stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, her smile instantly froze. Gulp. Ao Bing swallowed hard and incredulously asked, Junior brother, you've broken through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal? Li Beixian responded sincerely with a smile. Yes. I just broke through. Ao Bing gasped in surprise, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What the heck? In just a few thousand years, you've gone from the early stage of the Golden Immortal to the early stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, a whole major realm. How did you do it? Ao Bing circled around Li Beixuan, scrutinizing him closely to see what made her junior brother so special. Oh, I'm not sure I just broke through like that. Is it difficult to advance a major realm in 50,000 years? Li Beixian scratched his head innocently and said. During his cultivation process, he genuinely did not feel any difficulties or obstacles. Everything came naturally, as simple as eating or drinking. Do you hear yourself? Is that even a human thing to say? Ao Bing felt greatly discouraged by his words. She never expected that she had toiled so hard and diligently, and with the support of the Golden Dragon Orb, she barely managed to break through a minor realm. Yet her junior brother Li Beishuan casually surpassed her, directly achieving the Taiyi Golden Immortal with a demeanor that suggested it was only natural. What kind of genius is this junior brother of hers? Ao Bing had initially wanted to pinch Li Beixuan's cheek, but upon realizing that he was already 2 heads taller than her, she decided against it. Seeing his senior sister looking so distressed, Li Beixuan immediately comforted her senior sister. Breaking through to Taiyi is really quite simple. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing felt even more dejected. 50,000 years ago, she had said this exact phrase to Li Beixuan. Now it was 30 years of ups and downs, and she was the one who needed guidance. Now she finally understood how high the 2 or 3 stories high that Master had mentioned truly was. Although Ao Bing felt somewhat embarrassed for being surpassed by a novice junior brother, she had to accept reality and ask Li Beixuan for insights and experiences on breaking through to Taiyi, so that she could also advance to the next realm as soon as possible. In Qingxu Palace, Li Qingxu sensed that his 2 direct disciples were getting along harmoniously and helping each other, which brought him great comfort. At that moment, the great door of Bo Palace suddenly opened with a loud bang. Following that, a figure in white Shangqing Tongtian flew out from within. Seeing this, Li Qingxu intended to take Li Beixuan to meet Master, but after Shangqing Tongtian flew out of Bo Palace, he directly opened the spatial gate to the Chaos World and vanished inside. It seems that Hongyun Daozu has summoned Master again, Li Qingxu murmured, already having some conjectures in his heart. In a chaotic world, at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, 5 spatial doors opened in succession. The figures of Taiching Laozi Yuanshi, Tianzuan Shangqing Tongtian Yua Zhuanti, and Jian emerged from within. After a brief exchange of greetings, the 6 flew smoothly into the Purple Cloud Palace. In the center of the Grand Hall, the venerable Hongyun, dressed in a white Taoist robe with a youthful face, despite his white hair, sat cross-legged on a cloud bed, awaiting the arrival of the 6 saints. The 6 saints lined up and saluted, saying, "Disciple pays respect to Master." Hongyun nodded lightly and spoke straightforwardly, "I have summoned you all today regarding the matters of the human race." The mention of the human race puzzled the 6 saints. Although the strength of the human race had improved, they had merely escaped the ranks of the weak and could hardly be considered strong. Why would Hongyun personally summon them for such an insignificant race? Could it be that the human race possessed some extraordinary quality? Hongyun noticed the doubts in the hearts of the 6 saints and continued, "The human race is the destined master of the world. In my predictions, the future human race will give birth to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and under their leadership the human race will completely rise and ascend to the position of the world's master." Upon hearing this, the 6 saints felt a storm surge within their hearts. They had sensed that the seemingly weak human race was not as simple as it appeared, due to events like Nuwa creating humans and Taiching Laozi establishing the teachings of humanity. However, they never expected that the human race was actually the destined master of the world. The dragon Phoenix and Qilin from the calamity of Longhan, as well as the witches and demons from the calamity of the Wuya, had been fighting to become the masters of the world, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to break. Yet from the moment of their creation, the human race was destined to be the future master of the world. This truly left the 6 saints deeply astonished. However, although the uniqueness of the human race far exceeded their expectations, the 6 saints were seasoned individuals who had weathered countless storms, and they quickly calmed their emotions. "May I ask, Master, are you asking us to assist the human race in ascending to the position of the world's master?" Taiching Laozi inquired, and the others, including Yuanshi, Tianzuan, shared similar thoughts. After all, as true spirits entrusted with the way, the saints of the Tao could only act in accordance with the great trends of the world. Not exactly. Hongjun continued, "In my predictions, the human race will eventually give birth to the heavenly sovereign, earth sovereign, and human sovereign, as well as the 5 emperors, Zhuanshu Emperor, Ku Yaoshan, and Yu. Each of these 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors has their own mission. Once they complete their missions, they will gain the recognition of the Tao and receive merits as a reward. You may send disciples to serve as mentors to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, assisting them in fulfilling their missions. At that time, you and your disciples will also share in a portion of the Tao's merits." Upon hearing this, the 6 saints felt a surge of joy in their hearts. It turned out that Hongjun had summoned them to provide them with benefits. "Thank you, Master, for your favor." The 6 saints first bowed in gratitude to Hongjun, then voiced their concerns. "Master, are there any special requirements for the disciples we send to serve as mentors to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" Hongjun shook his head slightly, saying, "Any disciple from your sect may do. However, among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the heavenly sovereign, earth sovereign, and human sovereign, as well as the emperor Yu among the 5 emperors, have missions that are most crucial for the development of the human race. They will receive the most Tao merits upon completing their missions. As for how to allocate these 8 slots, you may discuss it among yourselves. As Hongyun finished speaking, the minds of the 6 saints became lively. Ahem. Brothers, each of your disciples is exceptionally talented and possesses extraordinary understanding. However, the disciples of my Western sect, Methria Yaosher and Dizong, are rather dull and certainly cannot compare to your esteemed disciples. If you brothers could grant my Western sect 2 slots among the mentors to the 3 sovereigns and Emperor Yu, I would be eternally grateful. Zhuanti took the lead, initiating the classic sob story segment. What does your disciples' dullness have to do with Yuan Shi Tianzuan? Seeing Zhuanti shamelessly trying to elicit sympathy, shot him a cold glance and retorted, my deputy leader Qingxu is a human and is revered as a teacher by the human race. He should serve as the heavenly sovereign's mentor. Shangqing Tongtian added, directly reserving the slot for the heavenly sovereign's mentor for Li Qingxu. Li Qingxu was not only his most valued disciple, but had also risked his life to approach the battlefield of the witch and demon battle in order to secure the chaos bell to suppress the fate of the Jia sect. Now that there was a great opportunity to gain Dao merits, he naturally wanted to fight for his beloved disciple. My disciple Xuandu is the top disciple of the human teachings and should serve as the Earth Sovereign's mentor. Taiching Laozi initially wanted to vie for the Heavenly Sovereign's mentor slot for Xuandu, but seeing Shangqing Tongtian speak first, he decided to retreat to his secondary position, since the Dao merits gained from fulfilling the missions of the 3 sovereigns would be roughly equivalent. My direct disciple Guangchengzi should serve as the human sovereign's mentor. Yuan Shi Tianzuan followed up, and seeing that the 3 pure ones had occupied the slots for the mentors of the 3 sovereigns, Nuwa hurriedly said, as the holy mother of the human race, the mentor to Emperor, you should be my disciple Bai Yi. Bai Yi was one of the 4 great spirit beasts of the primeval world, and also Nuwa's most beloved inner disciple. Seeing the most important slots for the human sovereign and earth sovereign being taken away, Zhuanti and Jane were momentarily stunned, wanting to speak, but hesitating. After all, the 3 pure ones were the orthodox disciples of Fengdu and the direct disciples of the Dao ancestor. They did not dare to compete with them. Furthermore, as the creator of the human race, it was only natural for the Holy Mother Nuwa to occupy the slot for Emperor Yes mentor. Alas, how bitter, how bitter. Thinking of this, Zhuanti and Jane both sighed, deeply feeling both unwilling and helpless. In the end, Li Qingxu became the heavenly sovereign's mentor, Xuandu became the earth sovereign's mentor, and Guangchengzi became the human sovereign's mentor. Zhuangzi's mentor was Methria Emperor, Ku's mentor was Yaoshi, Yao's mentor was Duobao, Daoist Shun's mentor was Yuding Zhenren, and Yes mentor was Bai Yi. Originally, Zhuanti and Jane wanted to secure a slot for each of Yaoshi, Methria, Dizong, and even Luya as the mentors of the 5 emperors. But Yuan Shi Tianzuan, having many direct disciples under Shangqing Tongtian, would never agree and directly occupied the slots for Yao's and Shun's mentors. Since you have finished your discussions, this matter is settled. You may return and notify your disciples. Hongjun said to the 6 saints. Yes, we take our leave. The 6 saints once again bowed to Hongjun, then exited the Purple Cloud Palace, each returning to their own places. Upon returning to Golden Tortoise Island from Shangqing Tongtian, a resonant voice immediately echoed in Li Qingxu's mind. Qingxu, come quickly to Bo Palace to see your master. Yes. Li Qingxu responded. Stepping out of Qingxu Hall, he instantly arrived at the north. Inside the cave, Li Beixian was earnestly explaining to Ao Bing his insights and experiences on breaking through to the Taiyi golden immortal realm. Although Li Beixian was open and sincere and spoke with utmost seriousness, Ao Bing, however, was utterly confused, as if listening to a celestial script, her little eyes filled with great perplexity, akin to trying to study atomic bomb manufacturing right after memorizing the multiplication table. Junior brother, are you saying that your technique operates automatically and the stars within your body increase and transform on their own? Then you just took a nap and effortlessly broke through to the Taiyi golden immortal? Ao Bing asked incredulously. Yes, isn't that how everyone does it? Li Beixian scratched the back of his head and replied. Phew. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing suddenly clutched her chest, feeling a surge of reverse blood rising in her throat. Forget it, I'll just explore slowly on my own. Ao Bing waved her hand at Li Beixian. If she kept listening, she'd probably start doubting if dragons really existed. At this moment, the two noticed the sudden appearance of Li Qingxu. Disciple pays respects to master. Ao Bing and Li Beixian stood straight and bowed. Beishuan, accompany your master to Bo Palace. Li Qingxu beckoned to Li Beixuan, a white cloud appearing beneath their feet. Yes. Li Beixian nodded in response, riding the same cloud, with Li Qingxu flying out of the North Xian Cave towards Bo Palace above Ziji Cliff. Tens of thousands of years ago, when they had just returned to Golden Tortoise Island, Bo Palace had its gates tightly closed. Now the gates were wide open, evidently waiting for them. The two stepped onto the white cloud and flew into Bo Palace. In the grand hall, Shangqing Tontian was seated on a cushioned mat looking at them with a gentle smile. Disciple pays respects to Master. Li Qingxu bowed to Shangqing Tontian. Master, this is my recently accepted disciple named Li Beixian. Li Qingxu introduced Li Beixian to Shangqing Tontian. Beixian pays respects to Grandmaster. Seeing this, Li Beixian immediately bowed respectfully, her expression somewhat tense. Very good. Shangqing Tontian nodded with a smile, feeling quite gratified to see the reincarnation of the North Sea Xian Turtle as his own disciple. After all, the North Sea Xian Turtle is a true wielder of great merit and fortune. Now that he has joined the Jiejiao, everyone within the sect would benefit from this. In fact, it is highly likely that the Jiejiao could produce 3 saints in the future. In our first meeting, Grandmaster grants you a treasure to aid you in your journey through the wilderness. Shangqing Tontian took off the heart-piercing lock hanging around his neck. He then gently waved his hand, and the heart-piercing lock immediately flew before Li Beixian. This lock resembled a longevity lock and was golden in color. On both sides it bore mysterious Dao inscriptions with 3 white jade chains below. Once this treasure is activated, the 3 white jade chains would instantly unleash 9 black jade chains, causing the victim to have their 3 flowers extinguished and 5 energies dissipated. This top-grade innate spiritual treasure had always hung around Shangqing Tongshan's neck, yet now he bestowed it upon his disciple Li Beixian. This clearly showed his importance and affection for her. When I entered my master's sect, what master granted me was the top-quality innate spiritual treasure, the Longyuan sword. Now, when introducing Beixian to the Grandmaster, Master actually bestowed upon her the ultimate innate spiritual treasure, the heart-piercing lock. Could it be that this is the legendary generational favoritism? Li Qingxu murmured to himself. Li Beixian felt a sense of astonishment at receiving such a precious treasure from the Grandmaster. Thank you, Grandmaster. Li Beixian accepted the heart-piercing lock with both hands and bowed. You may leave for now. I need to discuss some matters with your master. Shangqing Tontian waved his hand. Yes. Upon hearing this, Li Beixian immediately flew out of Bo Palace. After Li Beixian left, Shangqing Tontian began to recount the events that had occurred at the Purple Sky Palace. Li Qingxu had actually anticipated this. However, in his memories from his past life, even though the human race had greatly increased in strength under the leadership of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, ushering in an unprecedented prosperous age. Moreover, Dijun had cast the 9 tripod cauldrons for the human race to suppress their fortune. But since the 9 tripod cauldrons were merely postnatal spiritual treasures, their effect in suppressing fortune was minimal. In addition, the various saints were constantly scheming behind the scenes. The so-called identity of the human race as the masters of heaven and earth was merely a false title. In reality, they remained the fortune fodder for the saints. The only difference was that this fodder had become more robust. In the future, during the Fengshan calamity, the human and Chan sects would use the human race as pawns to drag Jiejiao into the calamity. Ultimately, Jiejiao would be torn apart under the schemes of Hongyun Daozu and the combined forces of the human Chan Yua Palace and Western teachings. Jiang Zia's disciple GFA replaced Dxin to become the human emperor, and the status of the human emperor was subsequently lowered to Son of Heaven. Yet as a time traveler, he had long anticipated these events and had made ample preparations in advance. This time, he not only aimed to allow Jiejiao to escape the fate of destruction, but also to free the human race from the schemes of the saints, becoming the true masters of heaven and earth. I have secured 2 positions as teachers for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors for you. Among them, you will be the teacher of the heavenly sovereign, and Duo Bao will be the teacher of Emperor Yao. Shangqing Tontian said. He had also noticed some changes in Duo Bao Daoist recently. However, Shangqing Tontian did not feel that he owed anything to Duo Bao. After all, Li Qingxu's ability to become the deputy leader of Jiejiao was entirely due to his own merit and capability, not because he favored anyone. Thank you, Master. Li Qingxu expressed his gratitude. In his memories from his past life, the teacher of the heavenly sovereign was the Grand Master of Xuandu, but now it had become him. Clearly, this was something Master had specifically secured for him. The heavenly sovereign is the first among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race, and should be making an appearance soon. You need to prepare in advance. If you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, you can come to Bo Palace to find your master. Shangqing Tontian instructed. Disciple will remember. Li Qingxu nodded, already formulating a plan in his heart. Hundreds of years later, the leader of the Huayang tribe, Huashu, accidentally stepped into a giant footprint while traveling in the Luai's area. At the moment of contact, the innate pure yang energy from the footprint entered Wax's body, though she did not notice anything unusual at the time. However, upon returning to the Honghuang tribe, she noticed her belly growing day by day. After 12 years of gestation, Huashu finally gave birth to a son named Taihao. After his birth, Taihao quickly exhibited remarkable differences. His forehead was abnormally prominent, shaped like the sun, a sign of a great sage. Indeed, Taihao was extraordinarily intelligent. By 3 days he could walk, and by 5 days he could speak, often wandering through mountains and rivers, experiencing everything. During this time, not only did wolves and tigers dare not approach him, but even spirit deer and celestial cranes would sometimes converse with him, taking him to various wondrous places. At the age of 4, Taihao began his cultivation, and by 5 he had already mastered the foundational level of the Tao, immortal scripture. From that point on, his cultivation soared to new heights. He reached the Qi refinement stage by the age of 10. At 30 he attained the spirit refinement stage, and by 80 he achieved the void integration stage. By the age of 100 he had successfully opened a star within his body, becoming a powerful being of the immortal realm. Meanwhile, his peers were still struggling at the Qi refinement stage. The Honghuang tribe, originally a matriarchal tribe, saw Huashu decide to pass the leadership position to Taihao due to his extraordinary talents. After Taihao took over as the leader of the Honghuang tribe, he was endowed with the luck of the human race, and his strength increased at an astonishing rate. In just 10,000 years, Taihao's cultivation soared from the immortal realm to the true immortal realm. Under Taihao's leadership, the Honghuang tribe developed rapidly, with its population increasing by dozens of times, becoming a large tribe with a population of billions. However, with the explosive growth in population, various problems followed. One day, while Taihao was meditating by the river, a subordinate hurriedly approached. "What is it?" Taihao opened his eyes and asked calmly. "Report, chief, our tribe's food reserves are near. Moreover, recently the amount of food we have captured has been decreasing. If this continues, our people will soon face starvation." The subordinate said anxiously. Taihao frowned at this, but responded calmly to reassure his people, "I understand. I will think of a solution." "Yes," the subordinate replied, suddenly overjoyed. After all, their leader was so wise. Since he said he would find a solution, it would surely come soon. After the subordinate left, Taihao immediately released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings, starting to search for the cause of the problem. In front of him, along the wide surging river, many tribespeople were using fish spears or diving into the water to catch fish, shrimp, and river clams. However, although this river was rich in resources, it could not withstand the hunting by billions of Honghuang tribespeople over the years. The number of fish and shrimp in the river had dwindled to less than 1% of what it once was, and most were small fish and shrimp. If they continued to catch them like this, these small fish and shrimp would likely become extinct. Not only that, but half of the tribespeople returning from hunting outside came back empty-handed. Even those who did not return empty-handed had very little catch. It seems that the excessive hunting and fishing by the tribespeople has depleted the nearby wild beasts and fish, leaving them with no time to reproduce, leading to the current situation. Taihao muttered, his brow furrowing deeper. He realized that even if he found the cause, he could not think of a solution. After all, the reproduction and growth of those wild beasts, fish, and shrimp required a certain amount of time. Most of the billions of tribespeople in the Honghuang tribe had not yet broken through to the immortal realm. These tribespeople could not fast, and their strong physiques only increased their food demands. Even if he sent those above the immortal realm to hunt outside and bring back their prey, it would only alleviate the immediate crisis, and it might even delay the cultivation progress of these tribespeople. Taihao sat at the riverbank, deep in thought for a solution. But he sat there for 3 days and nights. Even when leaves fell from above onto his head and body, he still had no clue. At that moment, Qingxu descended from the sky, stepping on white clouds, landing beside him. Taihao greets the esteemed master. Upon seeing Qingxu, Taihao immediately stood up, excitedly bowing deeply. As a member of the human race, he had grown up listening to the legends of Qingxu. The Tao, immortal scripture he was currently cultivating, was also created by the master Qingxu. In fact, the very first thing the Honghuang tribe established was a towering statue of the master. Thus, Taihao held a deep admiration and respect for Qingxu. Qingxu slowly walked up to Taihao, carefully examining him, confirming that he was indeed the heavenly monarch of the human race, born of heaven and earth. Originally, the position of the heavenly monarch of the human race belonged to Nuwa's elder brother Fuxi. However, due to his prior interference preventing Nuwa from allowing Fuxi to reincarnate as a member of the human race, Fuxi had ended up in some obscure corner. With the position of the human heavenly monarch vacant, heaven and earth would naturally give birth to new outstanding successors to fill this role. "I see you wearing a worried brow. Have you encountered some confusion?" Qingxu spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Taihao immediately expressed the troubles in his heart, In response to the esteemed master, Li Qingxu nodded lightly after listening. This was not far from his expectations. The younger generation is dull, having contemplated for 3 days and nights, yet still cannot think of a solution. I humbly ask for your guidance, esteemed master. Taihao bowed deeply to Li Qingxu. The solution lies within this. Li Qingxu pointed to a direction behind Taihao. Taihao turned around and looked in the direction Li Qingxu had pointed. What came into view was an ordinary elm tree towering dozens of feet high. The elm tree was lush with branches and leaves, and among its treetops was a giant spider web, where a pitch-black spider lay in wait for its prey. Spider. Spinning webs. Hunting. Taihao murmured, pondering. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, and his eyes brightened. Right, we can mimic spider webs with grass ropes and place them in the river. This way we can catch small fish and shrimp while improving efficiency. Taihao murmured excitedly, but soon his expression dimmed again. Although this can temporarily alleviate the immediate crisis, it is akin to fishing in a drying pond. It will only lead to the complete extinction of nearby fish and shrimp in the future. Seeing this, Li Qingxu continued to advise, you can capture some herbivorous creatures with short growth cycles and raise them, feeding them with grass to encourage reproduction. You can also capture fish and shrimp and raise them in lakes. As long as a cyclical system is established, the food problem for the human race can be resolved. Upon hearing this, Taihao's face lit up with joy. Cattle and sheep, being gentle and fast-growing, are easy to raise. Fish and shrimp can produce thousands of offspring at once with strong reproductive capabilities. Moreover, grasses grow rapidly and continuously, so there is no need to worry about depletion. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed master. I know what to do now. Taihao excitedly said, deeply bowing to Li Qingxu. Go ahead. I will be in seclusion here. If you have any doubts, you may come to find me. Li Qingxu's mind stirred, and the ground trembled violently as a towering Taoist temple rose from the earth. Yes. Given the urgency of the situation with the human race facing possible starvation at any moment, Taihao did not linger and hurriedly returned to the Huayang tribe, filled with joy. When Taihao returned to the Huayang tribe, its granaries were nearly empty. Amidst the gaze of thousands, Taihao ascended to the sky above the tribe's heart. I am aware of the famine afflicting our tribe, and under the guidance of the human sage, I have devised a solution. His voice, deep and resonant, reverberated across the heavens and echoed directly into every mind. Upon hearing these words, the billions of humans within the Huayang tribe surged with elation, bursting into jubilant cheers. The food crisis had reached a critical point. Many were surviving only meal to meal. And it was not the Huayang tribe alone that suffered this plight. Nearly all human tribes faced this dire challenge. Without resolution, humanity would not only stall in its development, it risked fracturing entirely. Hearing that Taihao had discovered a remedy filled them with both exhilaration and profound gratitude. Each time humanity confronted great calamity, the human sage Li Qingxu always appeared at the decisive moment, guiding them through the storm. May we ask, Chief, what solution did the venerable human sage advise? Someone blurted out eagerly. Taihao swept his hand wide, and 2 strands of woven grass flew instantly into his grasp. Under the rapt attention of the crowd, he recalled the intricate art of spiderweb weaving, then deftly crossed and twisted the grass strands, fashioning a net for catching fish and shrimp. Within half an hour, a fishing net, 10 feet wide and 30 feet long, lay complete in his hands. This is called a fishing net. Cast it into rivers and lakes. When fish and shrimp swim into its mesh, they may be effortlessly gathered. Lifting the net aloft, Taihao introduced it to the assembly. How ingenious! If we weave it larger, anchoring one edge with stones to sink it while letting the other float upon the surface, we can intercept every creature swimming past. Or stretch it even longer, and with several people hauling together from one bank to the other, we could sweep an entire lake clean in a single pass. And if we reinforce it with wooden rods to form a cylindrical trap and bait it before submerging, it would become a true jar for catching turtles. Drawing upon collective wisdom, the Huayang tribe rapidly conceived dozens of innovative methods for deploying the fishing net. Chief, though this method eases our immediate hunger, once we deplete all nearby fish and shrimp, we shall face utter starvation. After the initial fervor subsided, a voice rose in cautious dissent. Taihao nodded gravely. Precisely what I shall now address. After harvesting fish and shrimp with these nets, consume the carnivorous species, but release a portion of the herbivorous ones back into lakes and ponds. Then assign dedicated individuals to harvest grasses daily as feed, enabling these creatures to breed continuously, and thus sustain us with an unbroken supply of nourishment. Likewise, herbivorous beasts captured during hunts may be enclosed and fed grasses, allowing them to grow, multiply, and become reliable sources of sustenance. No sooner had Taihao voiced this vision than unanimous assent swept across the tribe. I recall capturing several docile beasts during past hunts. I shall venture forth again to bring. I will construct enclosures from stone. I will gather grass strands and weave nets. I will cut fodder. With famine looming and a clear path now revealed, the people dispersed at once, each hastening to fulfill their appointed task. Progress unfolded with remarkable swiftness. Cultivators of human immortal rank and above swiftly journeyed afar, returning with herds of wild goats, oxen, pheasants, ducks, and even wolves destined for taming to guard settlements and assist in hunts. By the time they arrived laden with bounty, stony and wood enclosures stood fully formed, and the newly acquired goats, oxen, and pheasants were carefully housed within. Meanwhile, the tribe wove nets of countless sizes and ventured to rivers and lakes to harvest aquatic life. Fierce carnivorous fish and shrimp were consumed immediately as food. Herbivorous species, however, were released into selected ponds and lakes to propagate. Yet many of the captured cattle and sheep retained fierce, untamable instincts, repeatedly breaking walls and fences, even injuring people. As frustration mounted, a tribesman named Pan Hong stepped forward and proposed 3 systematic methods for taming such beasts. First, the heart strike kick, leaping high to deliver a precise blow to the chest. Second, the red dragon fruit, beating them relentlessly with heavy clubs until blood filled their mouths, mimicking the crimson hue of the legendary fruit. Third, the blueberry juice, constricting them near death, then reviving them with resuscitation, leaving their tongues stained blue like those who'd feasted on blueberries. Even the most ferocious beasts subjected to this regimen submitted utterly. Wolf kings transformed into obedient huskies, their very gaze rendered serene and lucid. Relying on carnivorous game and aquatic harvests, the Honghuang tribe endured the most perilous phase of scarcity. Before long, the first generation of domesticated animals successfully reproduced. With each successive generation, their numbers multiplied steadily, establishing a self-sustaining cycle that permanently resolved the food crisis. Taihao withheld nothing. He shared the techniques of net weaving and animal husbandry with all human tribes. Soon every tribe overcame famine through these means. Once food security was restored, the human population surged exponentially. Nearly every tribe's numbers increased tenfold within a mere century. Taihao, revered by hundreds of millions, was acclaimed sovereign of all humanity and endowed with immense celestial fortune. Just as humanity re-entered its golden age of rapid advancement, new challenges emerged. Taihao observed that many newborns exhibited grave abnormalities. Some possessed disproportionately large heads, while others had atrophied limbs, diminished intellect, or even tripartite lips resembling those of rabbits. Moreover, certain infants appeared perfectly healthy at birth, yet without warning succumbed to sudden fatal illness upon reaching maturity. After months of meticulous investigation, Taihao uncovered the root cause. Most of these anomalies stemmed from consanguineous unions, marriages between close kin. To eradicate this practice, Taihao instituted formal marriage rites, men seeking wives, women accepting suitors, and established the ceremonial gift of twin deer hides as the sacred token of betrothal and union. Having clarified spousal bonds, he systematically redefined and expanded the web of familial relations. Previously, human kinship recognized only parents, spouses, and full siblings. Under Taihao's revision, new roles emerged: maternal uncles, paternal aunts, paternal uncles, and paternal aunts. For instance, a mother's brother or younger brother was designated uncle, a father's elder brother senior uncle. Sons of maternal uncles, paternal aunts, or maternal aunts, older than oneself, were termed cousin brothers, and so forth. Thus, the entire structure of human kinship became precise, coherent, and universally intelligible. Finally, Taihao decreed that blood relatives within 3 generations were forbidden from marrying or bearing children. Once enforced, malformed births among humans virtually disappeared. With humanity now firmly set upon its course, Taihao found himself at leisure and seized the opportunity to cultivate diligently beside Li Qingxu. Guided by Li Qingxu, Taihao gazed upward at the celestial constellations, surveyed the terrestrial patterns below, observed the human body closely, and contemplated myriad phenomena afar, thereby conceiving 2 profound symbolic glyphs, the yang line and the yin line. He then overlaid these 2 lines in triple combinations, forming 8 trigrams, each representing heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and marsh, along with all corresponding phenomena in existence. When arranged in their primordial sequence, these 8 trigrams coalesced into the primordial Bagua diagram, a revelation that enabled humanity to align dwellings with the 5 elements and yin-yang orientations. More profoundly, it granted the power to discern, forecast, and navigate natural and cosmic patterns, drawing auspiciousness and evading misfortune, ushering humanity into yet another epoch of extraordinary growth. Under Li Qingxu's personal tutelage, Taihao's cultivation advanced with astonishing speed. Within mere tens of thousands of years he ascended to the golden, immortal realm. During this era, New Dang of the Lianshan tribe dreamed beneath the moonlight that a yellow qilin embraced her. 60 days later, she gave birth to a son within the stone chamber of Lianshan Mountain. The infant named Lianshan bore celestial blessings. Extraordinary features: articulate speech by his first month, a voice resonant as bronze bells, and effortless mobility from birth. At his arrival, a star luminous as the full moon blazed in the heavens, flanked by 8 smaller stars. Lianshan also displayed prodigious aptitude in cultivation. His progress rivaled Taihao's own. Before reaching his 100th year, he attained the human immortal realm. Word of Lianshan's name spread swiftly across all human tribes. Taihao sensed with quiet certainty that his celestial mandate had been fulfilled, and that a new paragon had arisen among humanity. He understood deeply only the infusion of fresh vitality could sustain a civilization's flourishing, and the time had come for him to step aside, yielding the mantle to a worthy successor. In solemn ceremony, he resolved to bestow the mantle of leader of the human race upon Lianshan. He commanded the construction of a majestic, awe-inspiring Fengshan platform upon the summit of Taishan, the foremost of the 5 great mountains. On the 100,000th year of Taihao's tenure as leader of the human race, he came to the summit of Taishan in splendid robes. Li Qingxu, Swearin, Shi Yuchao, Shi Zi Shi, and tens of thousands of clan chieftains bore witness to the rite. A fierce wind howled atop Taishan this day. Taihao's robes billowed, and his long black hair streamed. He stood upon the Fengshan platform, surveying the boundless heaven and earth before him, his face solemn and grave as he spoke. I, Taihao, having served as leader of the human race for 100,000 years, have copied the spider to weave fishing nets, observed the heavens and earth, to conceive the 8 trigrams, clarified marriage rites, and ordered human relations. I have exercised care and completed my duties with full merit. Zhang Lianshan is gifted and of exceptional temperament, a rising star among our people. I hereby abdicate the position of leader of the human race to Zhang Lianshan. May heaven and earth bear witness. Taihao's voice thundered through the 9 skies and across the world, resonant and sonorous as a great. In the next instant, endless golden clouds of merit unfurled from the void, shrouding the heavens and earth. Countless divine beams shot forth, bathing all of Taishan in a new radiant hue. At the same time, 5-colored splendors suffused the heavens, celestial music of 8 tones rang across the cosmos, and innumerable golden lamps, jeweled necklaces, and pendant beads cascaded from the void like ceaseless droplets from an eave. With a tremendous rumble, the golden clouds of merit convulsed and gathered, finally condensing into 3 pillars of merit light of unequal girth that descended toward Janeo Island and the summit of Taishan. The pillar aimed at Taihao was the stoutest, claiming 70% of this heavenly Tao's merit. Li Qingxu, as Taihao's disciple and the one who had crucially aided him in fulfilling his mission, received 20% of the Tao merit. As for Shangqing Tongtian, Li Qingxu's own master, he likewise received 10% of the heavenly Tao's merit. The surging golden light of merit struck down with such force that it instantly submerged the figures of Taihao and Li Qingxu. The primal powers who had watched from the shadows, along with Xuandu Grandmaster and Guang Chengzi, felt nothing but burning envy. After a brief interval, the golden beams of merit gradually dimmed. Having absorbed such vast heavenly Tao merit, Taihao's cultivation soared into the firmament. He rose from early golden immortal to the early stage of quasi-saint, ascending into the ranks of the primordial great powers. Li Qingxu, however, did not absorb the Tao merit himself. He poured the entire share into the primordial treasure Hundun Bell, intending to transmute it into an innate merit treasure. After all, with the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors concluded, the investiture calamity loomed. To make the human race the true masters of heaven and earth, and to prevent Xiejiao from fragmenting during that calamity, one must be prepared to unleash slaughter and even eliminate some top-tier powers. Possessing an innate merit treasure would allow one to act freely during the investiture calamity without fear of karmic retribution. Because the Hundun Bell is chief among the 3 primordial treasures and of exceedingly high rank, the 2/10 of Tao merit merely gilded its surface with a little golden radiance, insufficient to elevate it into a true innate merit treasure. Li Qingxu was not perturbed. Taihao was only the first among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Many more opportunities to obtain Tao merit would yet arise. Taihao first savored the changes within himself, then descended from the Fengshan